Chapter 1569. Min Yu anxiously said, "If there's an emergency, leave it to me." Mu Yaja gave him a side glance. "Are you going to attend my son's parents' meeting?" Min Yu. "I dare not." Mu Yaja snorted. "Then, hurry up and postpone the meeting." Min Yu rushed over at once. F***ck. "So, it's the little master's parents' meeting?" He mistakenly thought that Xiao Yichen had caused trouble in school again. In fact, Mu Yaja usually did not attend any parent-teacher conferences or parent-teacher conferences that Little Yichen's school had invited. Mu Yaja had always been absent from Xiao Yichen's parent-teacher meetings. Hence, in a sense, Yu Yu's parent-teacher meetings were Mu Yaja's first parent-teacher meetings in his life. When Mu Yaja arrived at the school, the main gate was closed. It was the 4th period of the morning. He parked his car in the parking lot and entered the school. When he reached the administrative office, he could hear the commotion coming from inside, even from outside the door. Among the noisy crowd, only a middle-aged woman's voice was particularly sharp and piercing. "Where are Yuntianyo's parents? Haven't they arrived yet? Didn't they say that they'll be here soon? If I have to say, this child's parents have no sense of responsibility at all. Their child bullied a classmate in school and caused trouble, yet as his parents, they're still not here to settle the matter. How infuriating." A gentle voice hurriedly consoled her. "Madam Lin, please calm down." "Director Wu, you're still telling me to calm down? How can I calm down? How can I be calm? If your child is beaten up like this, can you still be so calm? Look at my son's forehead, it's bleeding profusely. Sigh. I wonder if it'll leave a scar in the future. This is too much. A 7-year-old child is bullying in school at such a young age? If he's like this now, what will happen when he grows up?" Yun Tianyu looked refined and polite on the surface, but who would have thought that he would do such a thing? "In my opinion, when he grows up, he will definitely be the scum of society." The teacher's voice was slightly dignified. "Mama Lin, your words are too much." They couldn't just rely on Lin Feng's words to determine the situation. Yu Yu hasn't explained what exactly happened. Let's wait for his parents to come and hear his explanation. However, the woman didn't listen to what the teacher said at all. She said unreasonably, "What's there to explain? It was wrong to hit someone. The child is still young and doesn't know any better. I won't argue with a child. But when his parents came, they had to give me an explanation. Otherwise, there's no way this matter will end just like that." At the same time, there was the sound of someone slamming the table in the office. The person was obviously furious. "Mrs. Lin, please be quiet. The other teachers are in class. Don't disturb the children in the other classes. We will definitely handle this matter fairly for you." "Ha! It's good that you know. The school was a place to teach and educate people. Don't let some black sheep cause such a foul atmosphere. My child came to school to study, not to be bullied for no reason." Mu Yaja stood outside the door and listened for a while to sort out the logic. Chapter 1570. Based on what the woman had said, he had probably gotten into a fight with another child in school. Hence, the teacher had called him to come to the school to settle the matter. Why would you get into trouble for no reason? He was introverted and did not like to get into fights with others. Why would he hurt another child for no reason? At this thought, Mu Yaja knocked on the door. "Please come in." Mu Yaja pushed the door open and walked in. He saw that the large office was filled with people. Among the unfamiliar crowd, a middle-aged woman was holding a child with bandages on his forehead. The child's eyes were red and swollen, as if he had been crying. He was nestled in the woman's arms and looked aggrieved. Yu Yu, on the other hand, was sitting next to a teacher in a white shirt with a badge on her chest. Compared to the teacher, who was in a terrible fix, Yu Yu was calm and unperturbed. From the beginning to the end, he acted as if nothing had happened and remained silent. In this farce, he did not open his mouth or say a single word. Even though this middle-aged woman was cursing and scolding in front of all the teachers in the academic affairs office, he acted as if it had nothing to do with him and did not say a single word. Or perhaps, he thought that it was pointless to talk to such an uncultured person like Mrs. Lin. If he were to speak, this woman would probably explode in anger. He sat there leisurely, but he looked a little disheveled. There were a few black shoe prints on his well-ironed school uniform, as if he had been in a fight. The moment Muyaja stepped through the door, everyone's curious gazes landed on him. He walked in and stood at the entrance. His imposing height of 1.88 meters made the large academic affairs office seem incomparably small. His extraordinary aura spread to every corner of the office. Even the middle-aged woman could not help but be stunned when she saw him. Before Muyaja entered the office, Lin Feng's mother had a lot of imaginations about Yu Yu's guardian. However, she had not expected this man to be so young and shockingly handsome. Too young. Too handsome. If it were not for the man's facial features resembling Yu Yu's, she would not believe that this man, who looked to be in his 20s, was Yu Yu's father. Are you Yun Tianyou's father? Lin Feng's mother glanced at him and asked casually. However, Muyaja did not seem to hear what she said. He did not even look at her as he walked over to Yu Yu. He bent down slightly in front of him so that they were at eye level. Yu Yu raised her eyes to look at him. Her originally indifferent expression finally changed. She revealed a helpless and ashamed expression. "Daddy, you're here." Muyaja nodded and looked him up and down. He asked gently, "Are you hurt?" His low, magnetic and mellow voice was like an aged red wine, making people who heard it unable to help but be intoxicated. Yu Yu shook her head and smiled. "I'm not hurt." "Humph. He's not hurt, it's our son who's hurt." Lin Feng's mother, who was standing behind them, slyly interjected. Muyaja ignored her. He carried Yu Yu in his arms and sat down on the chair beside the teacher. The moment he sat down, Yu Yu's discipline master stood up, feeling at a loss as to what to do. Chapter 1571. This man's aura was too intimidating. She was even more nervous than when the provincial education department came to inspect the school. He was clearly so young, but the aura on his body was like he was looking down on all living things. His entire body was exuding the aura of a superior. Even Lin Feng's mother, who had been arrogant from the moment she entered the room, could not help but restrain her attitude and twitch the corner of her lips. In the crowd, the man's presence was too eye-catching. Everyone was intimidated. If he did not speak, no one dared to speak. Muyaja first carried Yu Yu in his arms and carefully examined him. There were no injuries on his face. However, when he lifted his collar, he saw a slight bruise on his collarbone. It was not serious, but it was not light either. It looked like he had been hit by something. Of course, it could not have been a fist. It was a little hard, as if he had been hit by something hard. This kind of injury would only be slightly red in the beginning. It would not show. After a while, it would turn into a bruise and appear on the skin. Other than that, there were no obvious injuries. Compared to Yu Yu, the other child's injury was obviously more serious. When he was carried in his arms, he looked at Yu Yu with eyes full of grievance and hatred. It was obvious that these two children had been through an unfriendly war. However, in this war, Yu Yu was obviously the one who had the upper hand. In the past, he had a weak body and would have been at a disadvantage if he fought with other children. However, during this period of time, he had learned some defensive skills from Xiao Yichen. To Xiao Yichen, what he had taught him was just the basics. However, for a child of his age, this kind of skill was incomparably terrifying. Yu Yu was in a daze as he allowed Muyaja to examine him carefully. A strange warmth arose from the bottom of his heart. He had not expected this man to suddenly appear in the school. After this incident, the Dean of Academic Affairs had asked him for his parents' number to contact the parents to come to the school. The first thing he had done was give him Li Hanlin's number. However, Li Hanlin had been exposed when he called him. The dean was furious and asked for his number again. Yu Yu thought about it, but did not give Yun Shishir any information. Mommy is on set now. She must be very busy. Moreover, she was a public figure now. She could not appear in such an occasion. Where's Daddy? He must be very busy, right? Would he come? Knowing that he was in trouble, would he rush over to help him deal with it? In fact, such a matter could have been handled by Li Hanlin, but for some reason, he handed over Mu Yaja's number. Unexpectedly, he arrived in less than half an hour. He must have rushed to the school as soon as he received the call. Yu Yu's heart warmed and she couldn't help but snuggle into his embrace. For the first time in his life, he felt that he had someone to rely on. He thought to himself, it feels good to have a backer. It was a good feeling to be surprised. After Mu Yaja finished checking, he felt relieved. Yu Yu was not injured, which was the best result. As for what exactly had happened, he was not too concerned. He only knew that he should trust his son. He understood Yu Yu's character. He would not have any conflict with a child of his age. Chapter 1572. In Yu Yu's heart, these children were innocent and immature, so he always gave in to them. However, this did not mean that he would not ask about it. Mu Yaja asked, Yu Yu, what's the matter? Explain it to me. Without waiting for Yu Yu to speak, the woman at the side nagged, what else can it be? You're Yun Tianyo's father, right? Your son injured my son. Let's see how you're going to explain this to my family. Give me an explanation. Mu Yaja raised a brow in displeasure and raised his head. His eyes, however, instantly turned cold and frosty. It's not polite to interrupt, is it? The woman said unhappily, didn't you want to ask what's going on? Let me tell you, then. I'm asking my son, not you. Mu Yaja looked at her expressionlessly. His cold and sharp eyes were as sharp as ice blades. So, don't interrupt. You. The woman widened her eyes in anger and looked at him in disbelief. She then said to the discipline master, Teacher. Look. Look at him. This person. He's so rude. The discipline master, however, was secretly criticizing her. Who's the rude one here? Yu Yu's father had always been calm. From the moment he entered the room, he gave off an elegant demeanor. Lin Feng's mother, on the other hand, gave off a rude vibe. However, in front of so many people, he could only keep his words to himself. The discipline master could only swallow his anger and say, Lin Feng's mother, please calm down. Yu Yu hasn't said a word since the beginning. Why don't you let him tell us what happened? Everyone is here, you should at least respect the child. Yu Yu has the right to speak, too. The woman's red lips curled in disdain as she muttered under her breath, he did something wrong, what respect is there for him? Her voice was soft, but Mu Yaja still heard it. He looked at her abruptly. His eyes were as piercing as icicles. The woman felt as if she was being pricked by needles, and her hair stood on end. She glanced at Mu Yaja, only to see his frighteningly cold face. She shuddered in fear and did not dare to act rashly for a moment. The discipline master patiently asked, Yu Yu, tell us what happened. Nothing. I fought with him, but he's stupid and couldn't win. It's impossible for our Lin Feng to hit others. She pointed at him and said ferociously, Teacher Yuan, Lin Feng has always been a good boy. He gets along well with all the other children in the class. He loves each other. He loves each other. Look at him, at such a young age, at such a young age. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Feng, who was in her arms, burst into tears again. He was really good at acting. Yu Yu raised a brow but did not explain further. Instead, his lips curled into a sinister smile. The unruly curve of his lips was very similar to his father's. You didn't hit me. He paused and muttered to himself for a moment before saying viciously, Oh, you didn't hit me. Then I was bitten by a dog. You, the discipline master immediately stopped him, Yu Yu. Don't talk nonsense. Oh. Yu Yu shrugged and obediently stopped talking. He did not want to lower himself to the same level as a childish guy. Anyway, he admitted that he had hit him. Chapter 1573. His mother had taught him from a young age that he could not lie. At the same time, as a man, he had to bear the consequences of his actions. He had to be responsible and responsible. He had always kept that in mind. He had never forgotten it. Muyaja asked again, who started it? Him. Yu Yu pursed her lips. He started it? Yes. Then you fought back. Yu Yu said truthfully, yes, he started it. He hit me with a pencil case. I was in pain, so I fought back. So you injured him? Muyaja's gaze was deep. Yu Yu stuck her tongue out and nodded. She did not forget to explain seriously, Daddy, it was legitimate self-defense. The man immediately raised his head and saw Mrs. Lin flatly deny, our Feng Feng didn't start it. It's clearly your son who started it. He doesn't admit it and even hit back. He's slandering us. After saying that, she rubbed the child's cheeks with heartache. Even though the child's forehead was bandaged, blood was still seeping out. It was a tragic scene. Sigh, my baby Feng Feng has never been wronged like this since he was young. I don't know if this injury will heal or not. Will it leave a scar? It's on his face. Teacher Yuan said, Mrs. Lin, the injury on Lin Feng's forehead is not serious. Maybe it will heal in a few days. It probably won't leave a scar. The wound is quite shallow. Let's not make it so embarrassing. Harmony is the most important thing, right? Harmony is the most important thing? Mrs. Lin frowned, Teacher Yuan, it's easy for you to say that. Harmony is the most important thing? You say that the wound is shallow. Oh, it's not serious. It's not serious because it's not serious. So we're just going to let it go. Fine. If you're going to let it go, call his son over and beat him up for our Feng Feng. Let's just let it go. When Teacher Yuan heard that, her expression froze. This Mrs. Lin was too much. How could she say that? It was just a child. How could she make things difficult for a child? Hit my son. When Muyaja heard this, he laughed coldly. I'd like to see who dares to touch a single strand of my son's hair. His words were not harsh, and his voice was not loud. He had a smile on his face, but he was imposing without being angry. When these words came out, everyone who heard them felt their scalps go numb. Their children don't know their manners, but their parents don't know either. Yu Yu said, Daddy, don't lower yourself to their level. There are so many pairs of eyes in the class who made the first move. What's there to quibble about? Lin Feng attacked first. I let him have his way at first, but he became more and more aggressive, so I had to fight back. In the end, he made the first move, but in the end, he still couldn't beat me. How promising. Frightened by his words, the teacher hurriedly stopped him. Yu, don't talk so much. She had always known that Yun Tianyu was a mature child who surpassed his peers. He was responsible, and humorous. Although he was not the oldest in the class in terms of age, the other children treated him as a big brother. Therefore, she had a good impression of him from the bottom of her heart. Alas, Lin Feng's mother was not easy to get along with. She knew Mrs. Lin better. She was extreme, mean, and had an unforgiving tongue. Her words were especially tricky. Chapter 1574. It was said that he was a judge in the city's supervision department and had a lot of power. Therefore, Teacher Yuan didn't want Yu Yu to offend such a powerful family. She had a good impression of Yu Yu. Yu Yu didn't buy it. Teacher Yuan, didn't you say that you would handle this fairly? I was just telling the truth. Teacher, do you believe me? Of course she believed him. Teacher Yuan had a complicated expression. She looked at Mrs. Lin and then at Yu Yu. After weighing the pros and cons, she sighed, Yu Yu, I believe you. Yu Yu smiled in satisfaction. This teacher Yuan was quite upright. He liked it. Lin Feng's mother didn't know what to say. Teacher Yuan said that she believed this bastard. What did that make her? So, after half a day, she had become a clown? Lin Feng's mother gritted her teeth and threatened, Teacher Yuan, you have to be responsible for what you say. You don't have any evidence. How can you make such assertions based on the words of a few children? What you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. Did you see it? Yu Yu asked. Interesting. You didn't see it either. What makes you say that? But you can't beat Feng Feng up like that. Mrs. Lin shouted hysterically. Her voice was so loud that it shook the office. Teacher Yuan was embarrassed. On the one hand, Yu Yu's words were obviously more tenable. Logically speaking, this matter was very simple to resolve. Both sides just needed to communicate and apologize to each other. After all, the conflict between children was just a matter of the past. Maybe tomorrow, it would be over with a smile. However, Lin Feng's mother wasn't easy to talk to. She was even more serious than the children and kept asking for an explanation. What explanation could she ask from a child? Therefore, she said, Mrs. Lin, it's normal for children to fight. It's not a big deal. Lin Feng is injured and so is Yu Yu. I've understood the situation before. Indeed, as Yu Yu said, everyone saw that Lin Feng was the one who started the fight. Still, the boy was in the wrong in this matter. He should not have been so heavy-handed. Lin Feng is also in the wrong, he shouldn't have hit him first. Therefore, both sides should apologize to each other. Let's end the matter here. Impossible. Mrs. Lin reprimanded, it's not over. Teacher Yuan, you're obviously biased toward Yin Tianyu. I don't care. Anyway, you must get Yu Yu's father to give you an explanation for today's matter. Otherwise, when my husband comes to school later, don't blame the scene for being too ugly. These words were clearly a threat. He was clearly threatening Teacher Yuan. Mrs. Lin actually didn't care who was right or wrong. Her child had been injured and wronged, and that was something the heavens couldn't tolerate. Furthermore, she had previously caused such a ruckus in the teaching office. Under so many pairs of eyes, how could she admit defeat? There was no way out of this matter. It was impossible for her to apologize. Hence, she said those harsh words. Teacher Yuan helplessly glanced at another teacher. That teacher understood tacitly and immediately stood up. He took Lin Feng's mother and the other family members to another office and comforted them. After the door was closed, only a few teachers were left in the spacious office. Chapter 1575. Yu Yu sat calmly in Mu Yaja's arms. Mu Yaja, on the other hand, was expressionless as he watched the drama unfold. Teacher Yuan sat beside Mu Yaja and poured him a cup of tea. Then, she started to prepare him mentally. Yu Yu's father, is this your first time coming to school? Why didn't I see you when school started? I didn't see Yu Yu's mother either. We were busy and neglected you. I'm sorry. Mu Yaja narrowed his eyes and glossed over it with a few words. Teacher Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This man's voice was so pleasant to the ears. If not for the fact that he was taken, she would have fallen in love with him. Yu Yu looked up and saw a flash of admiration and shyness in Teacher Yuan's eyes. She could not help but twitch her lips. F***ck. What was going on? Yu Yu's father, since you're here, why don't you register your name? Teacher Yuan took out the name list. The school would make a contact book for each child. However, Yu Yu's parents' information was not registered. Hence, the school had been urging the child's parents to come to school. In fact, Li Hanlin had come to school when school started. However, because the information did not match, the name list was cleared. Mu Yaja held a pen and scribbled on the name list. Finally, he signed his name. Teacher Yuan glanced at it and was shocked. Your surname is Mu? Yes. She was a little surprised and said, "Oh, so Yu doesn't follow your surname?" Mu Yaja looked up disapprovingly and asked, "Does it matter whose surname he follows?" Teacher Yuan was speechless. She exchanged a few pleasantries and said, "Of course, it doesn't matter whose surname he follows. His mother is busy. If there's anything in the future, you can contact me directly." "Okay." Teacher Yuan paused and then asked tentatively, "So, Yu's father, how do you intend to deal with this matter?" "I'll deal with it as I should." Teacher Yuan hesitated and moved closer to him. She lowered her voice and said, "Yu's father, there's something I have to tell you. Lin Feng's father and mother are not simple people. I, on the other hand, am very fond of Yu. Everyone is very regretful that this has happened. But since it happened, we should think of a solution. But you should know that there's no such thing as absolute fairness and justice in this world. Actually, Yu should not have offended Lin Feng's mother this time. She's mother is the most troublesome person's mother's father. When it comes to Lin Feng, she's unreasonable. She's from a powerful family. We can't do anything to her. But I have a Lin Yuo's father. Lin Feng's mother's family is very rich. Her husband's family is also very influential. Her husband is a judge. He's not to be trifled with. Yu is also at fault in this matter. So, he should lower his head and admit his mistake. Then, he should apologize to Lin Feng and pay for the medical fees. Then, this matter will be over. Why wouldn't he do it? We don't want to make a big deal out of this matter for Yu's sake. Sigh. Mu Yaja curled his lips and said coldly, "As a teacher, how can you say that in front of a child?" Chapter 1576. Mu Yaja said calmly. He paused and raised his head. His voice was cold and soft. "Is that what you mean?" As soon as he finished speaking, Teacher Yuan's face immediately turned red. It was so red that it looked like blood was dripping from his face. Yu's father, you should know that I don't have any bad intentions. But isn't this for your own good? If Lin Feng's mother calls Lin Feng's father over, I'm afraid that things will get out of hand. Yu looked at Teacher Yuan expressionlessly. He had thought that this teacher was quite upright. He had misjudged her. He wouldn't apologize. Even if he had to apologize and admit his mistakes, Lin Feng should apologize to him first as he was also in the wrong. That was the basic principle. Mu Yaja didn't think that Teacher Yuan was saying that for Yu's sake. Immoral values. Did she think that by saying that, she would be able to give the child the best education? She had to admit her mistakes when she did something wrong. But that didn't mean that whoever had a stronger family background or a stronger father would have to bow down to the other party. That didn't make sense. Hence, Mu Yaja narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "The child is still young. I hope that the education he receives will at least be immoral." Teacher Yuan's words just now are disappointing. Yu's father, please don't misunderstand. I really like Yu. I'm only saying that for your sake. Mu Yaja interrupted her. There's no need for you to think that way. Teacher Yuan's face revealed a dejected expression. Yu said, "Teacher Yuan, I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? Lin Feng was the one who attacked me first. I was just defending myself. The injury on his forehead wasn't caused by me. So, why should I apologize?" Yu. Teacher Yuan was helpless. Why did Lin Feng hit you for no reason? I heard from my classmates that it was because you said harsh words that provoked him, so he was unable to restrain his anger and hit you. You shouldn't have scolded him and angered him. I didn't scold anyone. Yu said innocently with a kind expression. Lin Feng had been humiliated and infuriated, so he had attacked first. At this point, Mu Yaja focused on the main point. Why did you have a conflict? Yu suddenly pursed her lips and stopped talking. There can't be a conflict for no reason. Mu Yaja hugged his son's shoulders and said patiently, "Tell Daddy, What is the reason? All right. I'll tell you. Helplessly sucking in a deep breath of cold air, he answered, that's because he insulted me and mommy. The reason why Yu Yu had insulted him was because Lin Feng had spoken rudely first. Yu Yu and Lin Feng were in the same class when they were in kindergarten. At that time, Lin Feng and Yu Yu didn't like each other. Everyone in the class, regardless of gender, liked to play with Yu Yu. They stuck to him and said, Yu Yu long and Yu Yu short all the time. However, no one was willing to play with him. Lin Feng was used to being spoiled at home. Therefore, he was arrogant and had a strong physique. Many children stayed away from him. Chapter 1577. Yu Yu could not gain any advantage over the tall and burly Lin Feng. At that time, the kindergarten teachers knew very well that they could not afford to offend Lin Feng's parents. In comparison, Yu Yu was much easier to bully. After all, who would look up to a single-parent family? Everyone saw the mother and son pair as small fries. Who would be willing to offend someone whom they could not afford to offend for Yu Yu? The neighbors in the neighborhood mocked and ridiculed Yun Shishir, not to mention the snobbish teachers in the kindergarten. Because Lin Feng wasn't an ordinary child, the teachers didn't dare neglect him. Regarding this matter, they dealt with it as if it was a small matter, and a small matter was nothing. Yu Yu felt extremely aggrieved, but he could not say anything. After he got injured, he did not dare to say anything to Yun Shishir. Even when he took a bath and treated his wound, he did it secretly. Firstly, he was worried that his mother would be sad if she saw it. Secondly, he was afraid that his mother would find him in school. Lin Feng's family background was special. At that time, their family background was average and could not be compared to his. It was also from then on that Yu Yu made up his mind to become stronger and let his mother live a happy life in this world where the strong preyed on the weak. That was what he thought, and he did it. Now, not to mention his father, even with his own strength, he did not need to be wary of Lin Feng's family background. Teacher Yuan, on the other hand, had good intentions. She was afraid that Lin Feng's parents would not let this matter go and continue to pester them. She tried every possible way to turn this matter into a small matter, which would make it easier for her. In the end, it was Mu Yaja who gave her the cold shoulder. Feeling aggrieved, she pursed her lips with an ugly expression. How did he insult you and mommy? Mu Yaja pressed on. Yun Tianyu pondered for a moment before telling her everything. It turned out that Lin Feng's mother had known Yun Shishir since they were in kindergarten. The two had gotten into an argument during the parent-teacher meeting because, in front of Yun Shishir, Lin Feng had said to Yu Yu, "You're a vile spawn with a mother but no father." For Lin Feng to say such words, it wasn't a bad thing. What could a child understand? Lin Feng had probably been taught to say such things by his parents. Lin Feng's mother knew that Yu Yu grew up in a single-parent family. He only had a mother and no father. Therefore, whenever Lin Feng mentioned Yu Yu, his mother would say, "Don't bother with that bastard who has a mother and no father." Children born from single-parent families have very perverted personalities. When Lin Feng heard that, he remembered Yu Yu. His impression of Yu Yu had been influenced by his mother. She had given birth to Yu Yu without a father. Yu Yu immediately scolded, "Humph. She's better than that old hag of yours." She had said that in front of Lin Feng's mother. She had said it on purpose. When Lin Feng's mother heard that, she slapped Yu Yu on the spot. When Yun Shishir saw that, how could she bear to see her precious baby being wronged? She immediately slapped Lin Feng's mother in return. The two quarreled in front of so many parents until their faces turned red. This was the first time Yun Shishir had lost control like this. She was so agitated that her whole body trembled. In the end, the principal rushed over and stopped this farce. However, this feud was formed just like that. Chapter 1578. First, he asked in a strange tone, "Is your mommy coming to the parent-teacher conference today?" Yu Yu did not raise his head and said indifferently, "My mommy isn't coming." Lin Feng was about to sneer at him when Yu Yu said, "My daddy is coming." Lin Feng's eyes widened. I thought you didn't have a daddy. His mother had always told him that Yu did not have a father, but he said that his father would come to the parent-teacher conference. Ha! Could it be that he was bragging? Yu did not pay much attention to him. He did not want to talk to him. However, as soon as class ended, the classroom was filled with gossip about him. Lin Feng went around and told the other children that Yu only had a mommy and did not have a daddy. Yu said that his daddy would come to the parent-teacher conference in the afternoon. If he was not bragging, then his mommy must have found a wild man outside. When Yu heard this, he immediately went to Lin Feng to argue. Of course, Lin Feng was not as eloquent as Yu. After a few arguments, he was at a disadvantage. In a moment of anger, he raised his fist and punched him. In the past, Yu would not have been able to win against him. However, after the summer break, he had learned some fighting skills from Xiao Yichen. In just a few moves, he had subdued this arrogant and despotic little guy and beaten him black and blue. Even though he was also injured, it wasn't as bad as Lin Feng's. Lin Feng cried and threw a tantrum. The whole family gathered and majestically rushed to the school to demand an explanation. When Mu Yaja heard this, his face darkened. What did he mean by having a mother but not a father? Mu Yaja did not dare to imagine how Yun Shishir and Yu had spent the past 7 years. Could it be that this kind of vile mockery had accompanied Yu throughout his childhood? At the thought of this, Mu Yaja's heart ached. Such unbearable words actually came from the mouth of a 7-year-old child. It was hard to imagine how low this child's upbringing was. Lin Feng's mother had acted so arrogantly, and teacher Yuan had said that Lin Feng came from a rich and powerful family. How could he raise such a rude child? He was an adult, so naturally, he couldn't argue with an ignorant child. For a child to have such a good upbringing, it was all because of the parents' education. Hearing this, Mu Yaja let out a cold snort. His eyes glinted as he said coldly, You didn't do anything wrong. These words were undoubtedly meant for Yuan Laoshi to hear. At the same time, it also expressed his stance and attitude. His child did not need to apologize to anyone. The other party had insulted him and attacked him first. Regardless of whether it was due to emotion or reason, his son had merely used a legitimate form of defense. What was wrong with that? When teacher Yuan heard this, his face turned red. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. He didn't know what to say. Chapter 1579. Pausing for a moment, teacher Yuan explained sincerely, everyone says that a school is a place to educate and educate. In the process of education, as a teacher, we do need to take up the responsibility of educating our children. But this responsibility is a responsibility, and as a parent, we have to shoulder it. In school, the 4 seasons of the year, 2 semesters, 7 hours a day. The rest of the time, we spend with our parents. In terms of education, parents also have an undeniable responsibility. But as you know, which child these days isn't precious? If the teachers are strict with their education, those parents who dote on their children will trample over the school's threshold. Especially Lin Feng's parents, they are especially tricky and cannot be provoked. I don't know how to educate them. I can only do my part. But in this aspect, I especially like Yu. Yu is young, but he is very mature and sensible. In class, he is obedient and respectful to his teachers. I especially like him. So, as a teacher, I can only hope that you don't let your child suffer too much in this aspect. More importantly, I don't want you to offend the Lin family. Maybe you will say that I am snobbish, but this is the cruel reality of society. I really have no choice. I am doing this for Yu's sake. This long speech sounded sincere, but Mu Yaja felt that it was too laughable and pompous. This kind of reason was not valid at all. Yu's face was also cold. From the beginning to the end, he remained silent and did not say a word. As he watched teacher Yuan patiently persuade him, he felt that it was ridiculous. Did you know why he worked so hard? He worked so hard to live a life far away from these idiots. Yu Yu pursed his lips and said unhappily, Teacher Yuan, I don't like what you are saying. What do you mean by can't afford to offend them? Yu Yu. Why are you disobedient? Teacher Yuan was so angry that she was about to cry. She helplessly glared at him. She sighed, turned her head and said to Muyaja, Yu Yu and Lin Feng don't see eye to eye. Wait until we resolve this peacefully. I'll see if we can separate Yu Yu and Lin Feng. Then, we'll be in different classes. Anyway, I think that Yu Yu is a very likable child. No matter which class he is in, the children are all willing to play with him. But this Lin Feng is an accident. Class allocation. The corners of Mu Yaja's lips curled up coldly. I don't think there's a need to divide classes. After today's incident, he would transfer Yu Yu to the same school as Xiao Yichen. Yu Yu went to this primary school because of the school district. Because of Yu Yu's household registration, he went to this primary school. He didn't expect that the teachers in this school were so bad. Coincidentally, he was transferred to the same primary school as Xiao Yichen. The two brothers could be companions and take care of each other. Compared to Yu Yu, Xiao Yichen was like the king of the mountain in school. Perhaps it was because he was handsome, so all the girls liked him. Perhaps it was also because he had a strong physique, so all the boys in the school admired him and were willing to be his fans. Xiao Yichen's school was funded by an education corporation that was working with Mu Group. Mu Group had also invested a large sum of money in the education of the teachers. The standards of the education were outstanding. In addition, with Xiao Yichen taking care of him, Yu didn't have to worry about being bullied. Chapter 1580. Teacher Yuan looked surprised. She couldn't hold it in any longer and said bluntly, Yu's father, I'll be honest with you. Previously, there was another child who didn't get along with Lin Feng. The parents of the two children got into a fight because of everyone. In the end, both parents refused to back down. In the end, Lin Feng's father stepped in and used some tricks. In the end, the child had no choice but to transfer to another school. That's why I told you not to go against the Lin family. Mu Yaja closed his eyes impatiently. He couldn't control himself and was about to explode when he heard Teacher Yuan's words. The door was suddenly pushed open. It was the principal of the school. She hadn't expected that the principal would be alarmed by this incident. Teacher Yuan stood up in shock. She said in a trembling voice, Principal Wu, why are you here? This is... Principal Wu glanced at Mu Yaja and asked. This is Yu Yu's father, Mr. Mu. Oh, nice to meet you, Mr. Mu. Principal Wu greeted him indifferently. Then, he regained his solemn expression and said, Teacher Yuan, please come to my office for a moment. After saying that, he turned around and left. Teacher Yuan suddenly felt uneasy. She said goodbye to Mu Yaja and left in a hurry. The moment the door closed, Yu suddenly covered the back of Mu Yaja's hand. Daddy, why did you come to school? I remember that you have a meeting in the morning. Why don't you go back to work? I'll take care of things here. It won't be a problem. Yu was considerate of him. He didn't want to delay his trip. Mu Yaja lowered his head and looked at him with his deep eyes. He asked coldly, has it always been like this? Huh? Everyone says that about you. Yu was stunned. He was probably referring to the fact that for the past few years, people had been saying that he had a mother but no father. He didn't want to talk about it. He only said, they all think that I'm an illegitimate child. Illegitimate child? Mu Yaja suddenly sounded a little angry. Mommy didn't explain. How do you explain that? It's obviously a humiliation. If Mommy tries to explain, wouldn't she be asking for humiliation? Yu sighed. Actually, it's not their fault. Why? That's because even I myself thought that they were right. Yu had always thought that he was an illegitimate child, the kind that could not be exposed to the public. Even so, he didn't blame his mother at all. He was very grateful. If it wasn't for his mommy, he wouldn't have been able to see such a beautiful world. It was his mommy who raised him. No matter how others slandered him or looked at him coldly, he did not care at all. The only one he cared about was his mommy. However, his tone could not hide his disappointment. Mu Yaja's heart was violently shaken. He immediately blurted out, "You're not." Mu Yaja gently caressed his little face. You're not an illegitimate child. You've never been one." He was anxious to let this little guy know that he was not an illegitimate child. He was not someone who could not be exposed to the public. Daddy really didn't know about your existence for the past 6 years. When Muyaja thought about how Yu had talked about those humiliating things in such a calm tone, he felt as if his heart had been pierced by a sharp sword. Yes, his heart ached. His heart ached for Yun Shishir. Chapter 1581. The guilt in his heart made him feel a little unbearable. He suddenly felt that he could never make up for the past 7 years of emptiness. Yu was only 7 years old. He should have had a beautiful and carefree childhood, but because of the lack of fatherly love, he had suffered so much. He didn't dare to imagine how painful it must be for a child to face such mockery and ridicule. Muyaja gently caressed Yu's rosy cheeks, his slender fingers brushing against his delicate skin. Then, he said in a low voice, "I'm sorry that Daddy has made you suffer for so many years. It's all Daddy's fault." Yu was stunned. He had never thought that Muyaja, who was usually not good with words, would say such warm words to him. In his heart, Muyaja had always been a cold and dignified figure. It seemed that he would never say such touching words. However, Yu was really touched by Muyaja's heartfelt words. He could tell that every word that Muyaja said was from the bottom of his heart. So much so that he forgot to react for a moment. He just stared at him in a daze, as if he couldn't believe it. The pain in Muyaja's eyes couldn't be faked. Yu saw it all. Daddy's heart was aching for him. This kind of feeling was really very warm. The position of the heart suddenly became warm and comfortable. He didn't know whether to be happy or worried. He was happy that Daddy cared for him. This feeling made him feel very warm. Very good. What made him worried was the dejected look on the man's face, which stung him a little. His heart ached. Muyaja didn't know what was going on in his little head. His handsome eyes curved slightly as he gently kissed his forehead. "Listen, in the future, with Daddy around, no one can bully you." Yu, on the other hand, smiled when he heard that. An unconcealable smile appeared on his adorable little face. Muyaja was stunned. "What are you smiling about?" Yu stopped smiling and raised his head to look at him. Pursing his lips, he opened up his heart to him, which was a rare sight to see. "Daddy, do you know? I'm so happy that you're here today." Muyaja was taken aback by her words. Yu leaned slightly into his embrace and lay on his chest. At an angle that Muyaja couldn't see, the tenderness in his eyes seemed to overflow. He took the initiative to throw himself into the man's arms, but the latter's body inadvertently stiffened a little. Yu actually hugged him. In the past. In his heart, he was actually a little excited. His son had hugged him. This was probably the highest reward Yu. After a moment's pause for a moment, his. This kind of hug was rare and precious. "Daddy, do you know? I hope that you'll be the one to attend the parent-teacher conference, not Mommy." "Okay, I promise you that I'll attend your parent-teacher conferences in the future." His promise was as solemn as a vow made at a wedding. His expression was solemn and respectful. This time, however, Yu was so amused that he lost his cool. "Daddy, you're so serious. You're so cute." Muyaja, actually, in the past, Mommy and I relied on each other for survival and were always looked down upon. I didn't feel wronged, I just felt indignant. Chapter 1582. Yu continued, "Grandpa used to ask Mommy to find a good man because he said that if the family didn't have a man of indomitable spirit, others would look down on us. But Mommy has always wanted to be strong. She has always been alone because of my feelings. So I thought that if I didn't have daddy, I would have to be strong to protect mommy and this family. Pausing for a moment, a smile appeared on his adorable face. But it's different now. Yu lifted his head from his arms and looked at him seriously. Daddy, I have you. Mu Yaja looked at him tenderly. Suddenly, he stroked his cheek gently. Yu placed his hand on the back of his father's hand. Daddy, you will always be with mommy and me, right? Yes, Mu Yaja said seriously. I will do it. That's great. But Daddy, if you were to resolve today's matter, how would you resolve it? Yu suddenly asked. He was a little curious about how his father would resolve this matter. If he hadn't stepped in this time, with his methods, he would have definitely bullied the Lin family. Now that he had the ability and capital to do so, he didn't need to be bullied by others anymore. But since his father had stepped in, he would naturally let him handle it. When Mu Yaja heard this, he said domineeringly, I won't let anyone who bullies my son off. Yu was once again amused. Very good, that's very daddy's style. As he spoke, he suddenly asked quietly, do you know why that brat Lin Feng doesn't see eye to eye with me? Why? Because he has a crush on a girl in class. She's always following me around all day long. That brat is probably jealous, so he's always looking for trouble with me. Yu's tone was as mature as an adult's. It didn't match his adorable appearance at all. Mu Yaja's lips twitched violently. He was still so young, but he already had the entanglement of love and hate in the adult world. Kids these days are so precocious. Because of a girl, he actually started to imitate adults to fight for a girl's affection. Are there many girls who like you in class? Mu Yaja brought up Yu's troubles. He let out a melancholy sigh, and the expression on his face instantly turned gloomy. Yeah, a lot. It's very annoying, isn't it great? Mu Yaja was very satisfied. Just like me back then. What's so good about it? Those girls are always chattering around me. I don't like it at all. Yu said honestly, I like quiet girls. He liked quiet girls, but he didn't like girls who always surrounded him and weren't reserved at all. Although children at this age might not know anything about love, they simply liked him and wanted to play with him because they were moved. But there were too many people chasing after him, and he couldn't handle it. The girl whom Lin Feng liked was recognized as the cutest girl in the class. He had been in love with her for a long time, but compared to the filthy Lin Feng who played all day long, she preferred the elegantly dressed Yu, who looked like a little prince. Because of this, many girls in class were jealous of Yu. Chapter 1583. As the father and son were talking, the door was pushed open. The principal led Lin Feng's mother and Lin Feng into the room, followed by teacher Yuan. The father and son raised their heads and saw Lin Feng's mother glaring at them like a tiger watching its prey. It seemed like the principal and Lin Feng's mother had reached a consensus. They were on the same side. As soon as they entered the room, Lin Feng's mother's expression was even more domineering than before. There was a provocative look in her eyes. As soon as she sat down, she announced arrogantly, I've already called my husband. He'll be here soon. She looked as if she was waiting for her husband to come and do something to them. In other words, she was telling him to wait. Mu Yaja remained expressionless while Yu looked disgusted. This was a classic example of using power to oppress others. The principal exchanged a few pleasantries and comforted them. Then, he said to Mu Yaja, Mr. Mu Yaja, is it convenient for me to say a few words? He had talked to Lin Feng's mother before. Lin Feng's mother had said that they couldn't let this matter go. They had to give her an explanation. She had to regain her dignity. The principal agreed and promised that he would ask Yu's parents to give her child an explanation and apologize. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of Lin Feng's mother's situation. He wanted to help Lin Feng's mother regain her dignity. Mu Yaja said coldly, it's not convenient. The principal was stunned. What do you mean? Mu Yaja said coldly, didn't you ask if it's convenient for me to say a few words? I said, it's not convenient. His arrogant reply left the principal dumbstruck. Naturally, he did not know Muyaja. He was just the principal of the school. With his status, he had never even seen Muyaja, let alone get close to him. When he saw that Muyaja was young, he thought that he was a youngster. Therefore, he wanted to use his status as an elder to oppress him. He did not expect to be humiliated at the beginning. The principal said, Mr. Mu, you're being unreasonable. Muyaja smiled coldly. Reason is for people to listen to. The principal and Lin Feng's mother didn't know what to say. When Yu heard this, he could not stop laughing. He finally understood who he had inherited his poisonous tongue from. It turned out that he had inherited it from his dear daddy. Who would have thought that his father's venomous tongue would be so frightening? Lin Feng's mother said impolitely, I advise you to keep your mouth clean. Don't make the situation too ugly when my husband comes and embarrass you. The moment she opened her mouth, it was a threat. Her bearing was overbearing. Her attitude was high and mighty. Yu laughed. He raised his head and snickered. Daddy, this auntie actually said that she's going to embarrass you. That's amazing. Although he was snickering, he did not hide the mockery on his face. His voice was not soft either. Therefore, everyone present could hear his mocking laughter loud and clear. Lin Feng's mother was completely enraged. After living for so long, she had actually been mocked by a 7-year-old child. She was flustered and exasperated as she shouted at Muyaja, Hey! Look at your son. Aren't you going to discipline him? Look at how young he is, what kind of nonsense is he spouting? Chapter 1584. I don't know how you educate your child. Not only is he like those delinquents in society, fighting and causing trouble, but he's also rude to his elders. He doesn't know how to be polite at all. It's the father's fault for not teaching him well. I really don't know how you teach your child. Her rude words made Teacher Yuan frown. However, she remained silent and did not interrupt. She did not want to get into trouble again. Yu suddenly snorted and asked, Auntie, have you studied before? What do you mean? Yu said coldly, I just want to ask, do you know what the idiom, frog in a well, means? Lin Feng's mother was furious. Yu smiled, look at your expression. You don't know what this idiom means, right? Sigh, you're so uncultured. She turned to Muyaja, why don't you teach him a lesson? Muyaja acted as if he did not hear her. He lowered his head and pinched Yu's cheek. Good son, don't tell the truth. Pfft, Yu was amused. However, he looked disgusted. Daddy, the teacher has always taught us that good children don't lie. He paused and continued, Auntie, it was your good son who started it. As the saying goes, don't do to others what you don't want done to you. You're accusing me of violence and fighting, but why don't you think about it? It was clearly your good son who started it. Even if it was school violence, it wasn't caused by me. The law calls it self-defense. Do you understand? I heard that Lin Feng's father is a judge. Since you're from a legal background, are you ignorant of the law? You keep saying that you want my daddy to give you an explanation. Before that, shouldn't you also give me an explanation? Why did you raise such a narrow-minded son who uses vulgar words all the time? You weren't there at the time. How can you judge the right and wrong based on your words alone? It's not up to you to decide whether I discipline him well or not, right? Before you say such things, you should look at your own status. Don't make a fool of yourself. You're really disgraceful. Lin Feng's mother was furious. She thought to herself, this father and son are really refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I've said all the good things I want to say. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The son is so arrogant, and the father is also so arrogant. Aren't you afraid of suffering in this society? As she scolded the man, she nagged like a shrew on the streets. I'll give you one more chance. are you apologizing or not? Ha! But there's no use your apology now. I want you to bring the child to my house and apologize in person. Otherwise, I won't acknowledge this debt. Oh. Mu Yaja sneered, his lips curling into a cold, impatient smile. Madam Lin, are you threatening me? Chapter 1585. She was starting to get excited. Therefore, some unpleasant words came out of her mouth. As the saying goes, nothing can be accomplished without rules. Mr. Mu, you should have heard of this saying before. If you do something wrong, as a parent, shouldn't you apologize? Let's put aside the fact that your son injured my baby. Shouldn't you teach your son a lesson for saying such outrageous things? Auntie, you should know that when a child does something wrong, he should be taught a lesson. Why don't you teach your child well? As for me, you don't have to worry about me. Lin Feng's mother was trembling with anger after hearing Yu Yu's words. She suddenly stood up and walked out of the door. She picked up her phone and made a call. As they were separated by a door, no one knew who she was calling. However, they could vaguely hear her angry voice. Where are you? Husband, come here quickly. Let's teach this father and son who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. Mu Yaja's hearing was amazing, so he caught her words. His lips curled up coldly, but it was a smile. When Lin Feng's mother returned to the office, she was even more arrogant than before. She looked as if she was looking down on everyone. Her eyes were full of contempt and mockery. I don't want to reason with you. My husband will be here soon. If you have anything to say it to him directly. Hee hee. Don't blame me for not reminding you. My husband is a judge in the city hall. You'd better be respectful, or else. Hee hee. This was clearly a threat. After saying that, Lin Feng was about to sit down proudly. Yu Yu mocked him. Typical nouveau riche temperament. It was said that Lin Feng's mother was called Wang Guimiao. Her family was nouveau riche. Her family used to live in a village in the city. Her ancestors had left a few acres of land for the younger generation to build houses. When the land was demolished, they received tens of millions of yuan as compensation. They used it to start a business. It was said that when Lin Feng's father fell in love with Wang Guimiao, he was still a poor university student. Later on, with her support, he became what he was today. The Lin family would bring honor to their ancestors. Yu Yu had already figured out the Lin family's background. Now, it seemed that she was a typical nouveau riche. When Wang Guimiao heard this, she almost couldn't sit still. Just as she was about to flare up, she forcefully held it in. Humph! Little vile spawn. She would see how her husband would deal with them when he arrived. She couldn't wait to see Yu Yu's father bow down in front of her husband. When he looked at Mu Yaja again, he saw that Mu Yaja had an indifferent look on his face. He was sitting elegantly on the chair and exuded a noble aura, just like a noble. Wang Guimiao glanced at him, but in her heart, she sneered. This man, he is quite good at pretending. Let's see if he can continue pretending when her husband is here. Soon, footsteps could be heard outside the door. A middle-aged man in a coat knocked on the door and walked in. The man was Lin Feng's father, Lin Anghua. Chapter 1586. One was standing, while the other was sitting. Even though he had the advantage of height, Lin Anghua could still feel an unusual sense of oppression from him. Noble, elegant, unruly, and insufferably arrogant. Even though he was just sitting there, expressionless and cold, when the man casually raised his eyes and shot his gaze over, there was a kind of imposing aura that pressured him without being angry. Lin Anghua actually felt an invisible pressure from the young and shockingly handsome man's eyes. He secretly avoided Mu Yaja's scrutiny and turned his gaze to the side, but there was some anger between his eyebrows. This man's gaze was too intimidating. However, he was a little suspicious. This man looked very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. However, his impression of him was not too deep. This time, he had taken some time off from his busy case, so his mind was still a little muddled. Seeing that it was him, the principal immediately stood up. His expression changed. His face was flushed, but his eyes were full of flattery and pandering. Even though it was restrained, it still gave people an indescribable feeling of discomfort. Judge Lin. You're here. There was no trace of the bureaucratic tone that he had in front of Muyaja. One level higher than the other, one level higher than the other. This was very true. However, Lin Onghua said, Principal, don't call me that. Now that I'm not in the court, you can't call me that. The principal smiled and nodded, but the flattery in his eyes did not decrease at all. He was still cheerfully welcoming Lin Onghua and waiting for him to sit down. When Wang Guimiao saw him, she immediately went up to him. Hubby. There was a hint of rebuke and coquettishness in her voice, which caught Yu off guard and caused goosebumps to appear all over his body. What a terrifying voice. Damn it. However, Lin Onghua's face still maintained a trace of restraint. After all, he was the chief judge of the Hall of Political Affairs. He was born with a proud background and had been doing things in the court for many years. As a result, his style of speech was full of strong bureaucratic tone. He was rigid and dignified. He cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "What is it? Your son is being bullied by other children in school." Wang Guimiao complained. "Lin Feng, come here," said Lin Onghua. Lin Feng obediently walked over. What happened? Dad. Lin Feng lowered his head. As soon as he said that, tears started rolling down his cheeks. You're a man, don't cry. Lin Onghua pretended to reprimand him, then asked with concern, Tell me, what's the matter? He hit me. Yun Tian, you hit me. Lin Feng pointed at Yu as his aggrieved tears rolled down his cheeks even more violently. When Lin Onghua heard this, he immediately pulled him in front of him and carefully examined him. He originally thought that it was only his head that was disfigured, but he did not expect that his body was full of scars. It was beyond his expectations. When Lin Onghua saw the bruises on Lin Feng's body, he was furious. He raised his head and looked at Muyaja. Are you Yun Tianyo's father? Muyaja, however, nodded nonchalantly. Yes. Hubby, let me tell you, not only is Yun Tianyo's father arrogant, but his words are also very harsh. Wang Guimiao exaggerated the story and then crossed her arms in front of her chest and gave an ultimatum. Anyway, you can deal with this matter as you see fit. Chapter 1587. Lin Onghua asked again, did he hit you first? Or did you hit him first? Of course, it was that uneducated guy who hit him first. Our Feng Feng has always been a good boy. He never causes trouble. In the end, our Feng Feng was framed and accused of being the one who attacked first. How is that possible? Feng Feng has always been protective of his classmates. Lin Onghua nodded. I understand. Wang Guimiao was secretly pleased. Her husband was amazing. He had just arrived, and the situation was completely under his control. Look at how Yu's father was so scared that he didn't say a word. He must have been scared out of his wits. Seeing that the situation had changed, she immediately put pressure on the principal. Principal, you have to deal with this matter fairly. Yu's father, you have to give us an explanation today. First, you have to apologize to our child. Then, you have to take our child to the hospital for a full body checkup and apologize. This is a must. Then, you have to pay for the medical fees, nutrition fees, and compensation for our Feng Feng's psychological damage. You have to be clear about all these. If you have a proper attitude, we won't pursue this matter further. Lin Onghua walked to Muyaja and sneered. Sir, tell me your name first. Muyaja looked up and said slowly, Muyaja. His voice was clear and cold. He had the elegance of a noble. However, the moment his voice fell, Lin Onghua was fiercely stunned. Muyaja. This name was too familiar. These 3 words were like a towering mountain. They resounded like thunder in his ears. How could he not have heard of it before? Could it be the same name? It couldn't be the real Mu Corporation, right? Lin Onguo wanted to get lucky and said, "Your name is so familiar. It's exactly the same as the name of the crown prince of the Mu family." Ha! Mu Yaja sneered. There's no one else with this name in the capital. Lin Onguo was stunned again. There was a hint of panic on his face. He stared at him blankly without blinking. He didn't dare to make any wild guesses. After a long while, he spoke in a provocative manner, but changed the way he addressed him. "You are, what?" Lin Onguo looked a little uneasy. "Are you the Chairman Mu of the Mu Corporation?" Mu Yaja was a little impatient. "You asked for my name, and I'll tell you. If you have anything to say, just say it. Don't waste my time. My time is more precious than yours." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Onguo's eyes widened and he staggered back a step. His eyebrows collapsed helplessly. This man's attitude was very clear. It looked like this time, his blind wife had offended a big shot that she shouldn't have offended. The person in front of him was probably the mysterious and noble crown prince of the Mu Corporation. At first, Lin Onguo had noticed him when he first entered the door. He only felt that this man had an arrogant aura, and he had the noble aura of a high-ranking official, as if he was a member of a powerful family. However, at this moment, he did not realize where he had seen this handsome face before. Chapter 1588. The Mu family's existence in the capital was enough to shake the entire financial market. As the #1 aristocratic family in the capital, the Mu family's inexhaustible wealth aside, the Mu family's inextricable connections between the black and white was enough to make him weak in the knees. He could offend anyone, but the Mu's offending them was akin to cutting off his own path of retreat. Lin Onguo wanted to cry but had no tears. He stood in front of Mu Yaja with a proper posture, but his face was no longer as haughty as before. Instead, his expression was filled with complicated conjecture. Faced with this suffocating atmosphere, for a moment, he did not know how to resolve it, even though he had been in the bureaucracy for a long time. When Wang Guimiao saw this strange scene, she was stunned. Then, she walked forward with her arms crossed. She didn't know what had happened, but when she saw Lin Onguo's dazed appearance, she felt strange. "Hubby, what's wrong with you?" She was even more confused when she saw his pale face. She could not help but push him. "What's wrong?" Yu chuckled. "He's scared silly." Wang Guimiao was infuriated when she heard that. Things were different now. With Lin Onguo around, she was confident that she had someone to rely on. Hence, she spoke without thinking. "Little b *st*rd, shut up. You don't have the right to speak here." Hearing this, Mu Yaja's eyes shot up and swept over him with a sharp gaze. Lin Onguo watched with trepidation. Wang Guimiao's words scared him so much that he almost suffocated. How could he have expected that his wife would be so ignorant as to not know how to size up the situation? She opened her mouth and spoke rudely. He immediately became furious and scolded, "Shut up. Don't be unreasonable." It was important to know one's place, but his wife did not know it at all. Thinking that he was teaching Yun Tianyu a lesson for her, she echoed, "That's right. Shut up." Yu suddenly felt like laughing as he looked at his wife as if she were a pitiful worm. Behind him, Mu Yaja's face turned uglier. Lin Onguo gritted his teeth, turned his head abruptly, and gave his wife a tight slap. Smack! "I told you to shut up." With that, he turned to face Mu Yaja with cold sweat dripping down his face. "Chairman Mu, I'm sorry. My wife has been presumptuous in front of you and said something she shouldn't have. A great man won't hold a grudge against a petty person, so please don't take it to heart. Just treat it as if she's spouting nonsense." His tone was full of flattery. Lin Onguo looked at him in cold sweat. Observing his expression, he felt that being in the king's company of a tiger. Everyone, especially teacher Yuan, was stunned into silence by the sudden turn of events. She thought that, with Lin Anggua's arrival, the boy's father would understand her words and begin to lower his head, apologize to the other party appropriately. As the chief judge of the Hall of Politics and Law, Lin Anggua had several titles above his head. His status was lofty, and he had an unquestionable majesty. What about now, though? Why was Lin Anggua the first to bow down to Muyaja? The principal was even more bewildered. He had no idea what was going on. Wang Guimiao felt the most aggrieved. Chapter 1589. Most importantly, even until now, she still didn't understand how this mysterious slap came about. Why did he slap her? Did she say anything wrong? What kind of insanity was this Lin Anggua suffering from? Was he crazy? Him? Why did he slap her for no reason? Wang Guimiao turned around angrily and pulled Lin Anggua's arm. With a red face, she roared with grievance and hysteria, "Lin Anggua, have you lost your mind?" Lin Anggua looked at her and sighed helplessly. He rolled his eyes at the ceiling and held his forehead. He turned around and pointed at Wang Guimiao. For a moment, he was so angry that he could not say anything. Wang Guimiao was even more confused. She held back her tears and yelled at him, "Say something. Say something. Why did you slap me for no reason? What's wrong with you? Stop talking. Be quiet, and sit back down obediently. Don't say anything, do you understand?" She was like a clown. Not only did she make a fool of herself, but Lin Anggua was also afraid that she would continue to blabber and offend the Mu group. Then, her whole family would have no way out. It was not easy for him to get to where he was today. He did not want his bright future to be ruined because of such a small matter. His worry was not unfounded. There were people from the Mu family in the city hall. Although Lin Anggua was a judge and had a good reputation, this man's words could make all his hard work go down the drain. However, he really did not know what to do now that the situation had developed to this stage. He could only hope that his wife, who had always been restless, would not add fuel to the fire. He did not want things to get out of hand when the time came. However, Wang Guimiao did not understand his good intentions. Instead, she questioned him sternly, "Wang Guimiao, I want to ask you, what's wrong with you?" "You," Lin Anggua looked at her in disbelief. He was so impulsive that he wanted to strangle her to death. Why was she so ignorant? Was she trying to get him killed? She was a burden. He looked at her. She could not do anything right, but she was good at ruining things. "You have no right to speak here. Get out of my way. Lin Anggua, don't be too, sit there." Lin Anggua's tone suddenly rose, and his sharp eyes signaled. Wang Guimiao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She was afraid of him from the bottom of her heart. The look in his eyes and the look on his face showed that he was really angry. No matter how unwilling Wang Guimiao was, she could only sit to the side dejectedly and listen obediently. Although she didn't know what she had done wrong, Wang Guimiao could only sit to the side and listen obediently. Lin Anggua turned around and apologized to Mu Yaja with an incomprehensible reverence. "Chairman Mu, I'm sorry. My wife is insensible and has offended you. Please forgive her." "Offended?" Mu Yaja cocked a brow, but his voice was filled with an irresistible authority. "Judge Lin, how can I dare to take the blame? She just said that she's going to teach us a lesson." Lin Anggua was so scared that he almost suffocated. He immediately shouted, "How dare she? Chairman Mu, she was just joking." Yu crossed her arms and did not give him a way out. "She was just joking. She even called me a little B*****starred. Chapter 1590. The principal watched from the side, trembling with fear. Seeing how respectful Lin Anggua was to Mu Yaja, he knew how to read people's expressions and size up the situation. Seeing how respectful Lin Anggua was to Mu Yaja, he thought to himself, how important must this man be? Hence, he kept quiet and did not dare to act rashly. Teacher Yuan's displeasure had also disappeared. When she looked at Mu Yaja, there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. It seemed that this man must be someone of high status. This Lin Anghua must have found out about his identity, which was why he was so respectful towards him. She recalled how she had advised him to give in to the Lin family and not offend them. Although this man did not show it on his face, the noble and awe-inspiring look in his eyes was still fresh in her memory. At first, she had thought that this man did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, but now that she thought about it, she shuddered. How many things had she said that she should not have said in front of this important person? She did not know if he would take it to heart. At this thought, Teacher Yuan trembled with fear, as if a cat's paw was scratching her heart. She desperately wanted to know who this man was. Why don't we do this? Chairman Mu. Lin Anghua thought for a moment. Suddenly, he carefully probed, I'll ask my wife and son to apologize to your son. I only hope that you won't take my wife's outrageous words to heart. Mu Yaja did not speak. He could not be bothered to argue with him. The boy, however, asked with great interest, how are you going to make amends? How? Lin Anghua was stunned. Yu raised her eyebrows and asked with a smile, kneel down. This. However, Lin Anghua hesitated. In the end, Wang Guimiao could not sit still any longer. She stood up abruptly and said furiously, Anghua, are you possessed by a ghost? Do you really want me to kneel down? Are you going to agree to such an unreasonable condition? Wang Guimiao felt that Yu's condition was unreasonable. What was even more unreasonable was that her husband was actually hesitating on whether to agree to it. What was the meaning of this? This was simply unbelievable. Yu asked, is it too much? Isn't that what you said before? You said that you wanted my father and I to kneel down and apologize to you. Weren't you very confident? Such blatant humiliation was still fresh in his memory. Although she didn't say it in front of Mu Yaja, Wang Guimiao shouted it in the office before Mu Yaja came. He heard it loud and clear. Mu Yaja frowned. She said that? Lin Anghua's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly turned around and asked, did you really say that? Wang Guimiao panicked. She did say that before, but those were just words spoken in a fit of anger. How could they be taken seriously? Mu Yaja's eyes turned even colder. Ha! Judge Lin, you're really good at disciplining him. Having said that, he carried Yu and stood up. He didn't want to waste his breath on these people. He was furious. He wanted to go back and teach the Lin family a lesson. Otherwise, who did they think his son was? That any Tom, Dick, or Harry could come and bully him. Ha! Chapter 1591. Wang Guimiao was flustered and exasperated. Her eyes were red, but Lin Anghua's expression was too flustered, to the point that she did not dare to say anything. She vaguely realized that perhaps it was because this man's identity was too powerful that her husband was so careful to plead for leniency. I think it's fine. Mu Yaja said as his gaze fell on Lin Anghua's arm. Get out of my way. Chairman Mu. Lin Anghua insisted. Mu Yaja's gaze turned even colder as he gave him a sidelong glance. Lin Anghua did not dare to be in a stalemate any longer. He could only step aside resentfully and watch him leave with regret. When Mu Yaja left, the office was in an uproar. Wang Guimiao was wiping her tears as she scolded Lin Anghua. Lin Anghua was upset. When he heard Wang Guimiao's nagging, he became even more irritated and scolded, shut up. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Haven't you caused enough trouble? Wang Guimiao, you'll only be satisfied when you see me die, right? Wang Guimiao widened her eyes in shock. What do you mean by that? Lin Anghua was so angry that he could not speak. She went up to him, crying as she questioned, what's going on? Who is he? Why are you giving in to him and being so respectful to him? To the extent that you want me to kneel down and apologize? Explain yourself. Lin Anghua sat aside angrily, but he was also upset. When he thought of Mu Yaja's deep and sullen gaze before he left, his heart raced and he could not sit still. Wang Guimiao, I think you're going to play me to death. Wang Guimiao was so anxious that her face turned red. The principal came up to him and asked, Mr. Lin, this Yu Yu's father, who is he? You seem to know him. Lin Onghua sneered, but it was more like he was mocking himself. If I could know such a person, everything would be easier. What a pity. I know him, but he doesn't know a nobody like me. This, Teacher Yuan was flabbergasted, too. Lin Onghua suddenly said in a low voice, do you know that this is Mu Yaja, the Mu Group's CEO? I've offended him this time, I don't know what he's going to do to me. Mu. Ah. The principal was stunned when he heard that. Mu Group. Isn't the capital's Mu? Oh, God. A name that reverberated like thunder in the ears. Impossible, right? Isn't Yun Tianyo's surname Yun? How does his father have anything to do with the Mu Group? The principal mumbled in confusion. How? When I saw him. His name's, that's why I thought of it. Lin Onghua was also extremely regretful. What? Wang Guimiao was stunned. Mu Group. Mu was to Mu. The Mu was of the aristocrats. There Onghua Mu's there, Yue Nouveau Riche might be able to become one overnight. The aristocrats, on the other hand, only appeared once every 300 years. The Mu family was such an aristocratic family. It was a century-old family with deep roots. Chapter 1592. On the other hand, a family like the Mu family was something that they could never hope to catch up to. Wang Guimiao was completely terrified. Even though she was ignorant and inexperienced, she knew that she should never offend the Mu family in the capital. That was, a century-old wealthy family with immense power. Mu Yaja carried Yu Yu to his class and packed his bag. He was supposed to attend the parent-teacher meeting in the afternoon, but he was not going to attend it. He decided to transfer his son to Xiao Yichen's school. It was recess time, and it was almost lunchtime, so the class was very noisy. However, when Mu Yaja stepped into the classroom, the huge classroom instantly quieted down. The group of little ones stared at him, and countless pairs of eyes stared at him. Some looked curiously, while others looked anxiously at him. They thought that he was a high-ranking official from the school who had come to inspect the class. Recently, the Ministry of Education had been conducting random inspections of the school's standards. Therefore, high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Education often came in and out. However, when Mu Yaja sat in Yu Yu's seat and started to pack his bag, the group of children suddenly realized that this was Yu Yu's father. Oh my God, he's so tall and handsome. He's even better looking than the celebrities on TV. However, it was Mu Yaja's first time in school, and it was also his first time walking into a class of little ones. It was his first time appearing in school as a parent. He started to pack his bag, but when he sat in front of the low desk, his face immediately darkened. His figure was tall and slender, and when he sat in front of the low desk, the sense of disparity and abruptness was immediately reflected. He moved around in embarrassment, trying to find a suitable angle, but it was in vain. In the end, he found that the bench here was too small, so he was trapped in such a narrow space, and it was difficult for him to make ends meet. On the other hand, Yu Yu enjoyed the process very much. He stood beside Mu Yaja and unceremoniously enjoyed the countless envious and surprised gazes. He accepted all of those stunned gazes and did not reject any of them. Many children were envious of Yu Yu for having such a young and handsome father. They were children after all. Although they were childish, there were all kinds of comparisons between them. At most, they would compare their parents. They would compare whose mother was younger and prettier, whose father was more handsome, whose family was wealthier. It was more or less these. Mu Yaja glanced at Yu Yu. At that moment, the little one had his hands behind his back. Mu Yaja was full of smiles, he was very happy, and proud of himself. If it was in the past, he would have been envious. He would have enviously looked at other students' fathers. Now, he had become the object of envy. He was in a good mood. Muyaja pursed his lips and could not help laughing. He was after all a 7-year-old child. Although some of his thoughts were childish, they were extremely cute. When Muyaja was packing his bag, some students quietly surrounded him and asked about his well-being. Classmate A, Yu, is this handsome uncle your father? Yu, yes. Classmate A, wow. Yu, I'm so envious of you. Your father is so handsome. Yu, of course. If my father isn't handsome, why would he give birth to me so cute? Classmate A cupped his face and looked infatuated. Muyaja. Chapter 1593. Classmate B said, Yu, your daddy looks so young. He looks like a celebrity on TV. Can I take a picture with your daddy? Yu replied, sure. All the little kids exclaimed, wow. That's awesome. Me too. Count me in. As Yu was feeling smug, he walked over to Muyaja and whispered into his ear, Daddy, cooperate with me. Muyaja's lips twitched slightly. At this moment, he even wanted to hug Yu tightly. He was afraid that he would float into the sky in the next second. However, looking at the little kid's smug expression, Muyaja felt a tinge of sweetness in his heart. His son was proud of him. This made him happy. It turned out that it was such a wonderful feeling to be proud of a son. As he thought of this, Muyaja's mood improved. He raised his eyebrows and asked, How do you want me to cooperate? You just have to sit there and don't move. Hence, Muyaja was like a model. He maintained his upright posture. Next, he was surrounded by the little kids and they jostled and jostled for a few group photos. He didn't like to be photographed. Even the reporters with the best methods didn't have the chance to take a picture of him from the front. Now, these little kids were taking advantage of Yu's relationship with him. There were also a number of infatuated little girls who were anxious to take a picture with him and secretly touched his slender hand. Muyaja didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Classmate C said, Yu, your daddy is so beautiful. Why don't I exchange places with you? I'll give you my daddy and you give me your daddy. When Yu heard this, his expression became serious and cold. No. Why not? I don't want your daddy. I only have one daddy. As she spoke, Yu leaned against Muyaja's side and held onto his arm. It was as if she was declaring her sovereignty and protecting her unquestionable position. Everyone sighed in disappointment. Muyaja looked at little Munchkin, who was about to fly into the sky. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he covered his face. However, his eyes were filled with love. Even though she felt that Yu's smug look was hilarious, she also felt that he was extremely cute. As Muyaja helped him pack his bag, he stopped to flip through Yu's textbook. However, when he flipped open Yu's history class notes, he saw the delicate and beautiful handwriting in the book. The entire book was neat and tidy. Other than the signs of pages being folded, it looked like a new book that had just been handed out. He could tell that Yu was more serious in class. He thought about how he had flipped through Xiao Yichen's textbook in the past. Even though they were brothers, in terms of academics, the difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. After packing his bag, the group of little kids saw Muyaja carrying Yu and looking like he was about to leave. They all surrounded him and asked, Yu, school hasn't ended yet. Are you leaving already? Yu, where are you going? Yu said, I have something to do. I have to go home. You guys focus in class. He only said that perfunctorily and didn't tell them that he was going to transfer schools. Firstly, it was because he had a headache dealing with these little kids. If they knew that he was going to transfer schools, they would definitely pester him non-stop and not let him go. One couldn't underestimate his charm. Chapter 1594. It had only been a month since school started, but the children in his class liked him very much. If they knew that he was going to transfer schools, they would definitely cry their hearts out. It was easy for children to become emotionally dependent. All right. Everyone was reluctant to see him leave. Goodbye, Yu. Goodbye, Yu, Daddy. The children walked Yu and Mu Yaja to the entrance of the classroom and watched them leave. Mu Yaja carried Yu. When he turned around and saw the scene of them sending him off, he could not help but smack his son's butt. Son, you're really popular in class. Yu snickered. Daddy is very popular too. The little guys in the class all like you very much. Little guys? Mu Yaja was amused by his son's adjective. Baby, you're the same age as them. You call them little guys as if you're an old man. When Yu heard this, he suddenly hugged his son's neck and kissed him on the cheek. Daddy, it's great that you're here today. Mu Yaja was stunned. Then he smiled and asked, what do you mean? I'm very happy today. Because your appearance proves that I'm just like them. I have a daddy who loves and dotes on me. Yu's little bit of self-esteem was greatly satisfied. Actually, his self-esteem was different from the children's. In the past, he really envied those children. They had a daddy, a mommy, and a happy family of 3. Today, his daddy was like a god who had descended from the sky and appeared by his side. Yu gently rested his head on his shoulder. His pink lips curved slightly as he snickered. To be honest, I've been dreaming of this day for as long as I can remember. In the past, he had imagined that when he was in school, his daddy would suddenly appear at the classroom window like the other children's fathers. He would look at him gently and lovingly. He had been waiting for this moment for a very, very long time. Mu Yaja carried him. Although he had a heavy backpack on his arm, he did not find it strenuous at all. While she was gratified to hear the boy's confession, she also tasted a tinge of heartache. As lucky as he was, meeting Yun Shishir was the luckiest thing that had ever happened to him. Because of her, he had a pair of obedient sons. After he carried Yu into the car, Mu Yaja drove back to the office of the office. If Headmaster Dong smiled politely. Hey! Chairman Mu. What are you saying? This is what I should do. Ha! Daddy, your office is so big. Is it? Chapter 1595. Yu nodded and gave a more pertinent comment. Yes. It's a little bigger than my office. Mu Yaja was speechless. This little guy. He did not bother to hide the arrogance and insolence in his words. He had really surpassed his father. His son, while he was still studying business, was already managing a company. But I don't like business. I always feel that it looks a little lifeless. In comparison, I prefer things with a technological feel. As he spoke, he was suddenly attracted by a pile of documents on the desk. He could not help but reach out to take them. Mu Yaja, on the other hand, seemed to be deliberately going against him as he quickly stopped the boy's hand from reaching out to grab it. Facing Yu's puzzled gaze, Mu Yaja blinked lightly and said mysteriously, "Baby, these are the financial group's trade secrets." With that, he narrowed his eyes and pretended to be wary as he sized him up. Yu's eyes twitched violently. "Daddy, you're wary of me. Do you think I'm wary of you? You broke through Dishing Financial Group's defense network so easily. I can't guard against you even if I wanted to." "Of course." Yu snorted proudly. "That's why I can't let you see these trade secrets." Yu's smile froze. Then, he huffed and crossed his arms. "Humph. Daddy, you're so petty. I'm just taking a look. I won't do anything. Can you understand them?" "Of course. Perhaps, I can give you some original suggestions." "That good?" Mu Yaja teased him. "Of course. Then show me how to read these documents." Yu made an okay gesture and took the documents. He sat on the desk, placed the documents on his lap, and flipped through them page by page. He was small, and Mu Yaja's desk was wide, long, and huge. Hence, when he sat cross-legged on the desk, he looked even smaller and skinnier. His chin gradually became sharper. In the past, it was still a little pink, but now it had a handsome face. Mu Yaja gazed at his side profile. Yu Yu quietly lowered his head and flipped through the documents. Perhaps it was because of the high temperature in the office, he loosened his tie casually. His casual action was gentlemanly and charming. When he grew up, the number of fans that would follow him would probably line up from Beijing to Paris. While Yu Yu was reading the documents for him, he thought for a while and called Lu Jinyu. Lu Jinyu was a mysterious subordinate of his. According to seniority, the man addressed him as Big Boss while Mu Yaja addressed him as Fourth Boss. Lu Jinyu looked like a gentle and refined man, but he was the most cunning one among his subordinates. The call went through quickly. Before Mu Yaja could say anything, Lu Jinyu smiled and said, "Boss, what orders do you have for me this time?" Lu Jinyu was used to going straight to the point. This was because he knew that time and efficiency were Mu Yaja's pursuit. He never liked to bluff. Mu Yaja ordered, "Jinyu, find out about Lin Anghua from the Legal Affairs Hall. Check his background." "Ha, boss, did this Lin Anghua offend you?" Chapter 1596. Lu Jinyu laughed sinisterly. The Hall of Political Affairs is an organization set up by the government. Naturally, the people inside are not simple. But, boss, you should know that not many of the people in the Hall of Political Affairs are clean. If you want to find out the background of this person, I might be able to find a lot of interesting things for you. This Lin Anghua is a bluff. He's very arrogant. If it were in the past, I wouldn't be willing to stoop to the level of a small fry like him. But today, he's made me a little unhappy. At the end of his sentence, Mu Yaja's voice suddenly deepened, and he gave a certain hint. On the other hand, Lu Jinyu received his hint and immediately said, "Boss, don't worry. The thing you want, I'll get it for you by tomorrow at the latest. When the time comes, you can do whatever you want with him." "Okay. Let me know as soon as possible." Lu Jinyu agreed. After the call ended, Mu Yaja stood up and walked to Yu Yu's side. The little munchkin was focused on flipping through the case. He glanced through 10 lines at a time and circled some data from time to time. He smiled satisfactorily and gently rubbed his little head. Walking to one side, he picked up an apple and sat on the sofa to peel it for him. After peeling the apple, he carefully cut it into small slices and skewered them with toothpicks before bringing them to the little munchkin's hand. His cell phone suddenly rang. Mu Yaja picked up his cell phone and glanced at the screen. It was an unknown number. After answering the call, an unfamiliar man's cautious voice came from the other end. "Hello. May I know if you're Chairman Mu from Dishing Financial Group?" Mu Yaja smiled slightly. Although the other party did not state his identity, he immediately guessed who this person was. "As the head of the city hall, you're indeed very capable. But don't you think it's inappropriate to use your power to investigate my personal number?" Jiang Hongwei was shocked. He thought to himself that this Mu Yaja was indeed not simple. He had already guessed who he was before he had even revealed his identity. At the same time, he felt guilty. In a moment of desperation, he had indeed used his power to investigate Mu Yaja's personal number through the internal network. However, Jiang Hongwei had been in the government for many years. He was also an old fox. He avoided the important points and dwell on the trivial points. He quickly avoided this topic. "Ha! Chairman Mu, it's like this. Just now, I got the news. I heard that your men are collecting information about Lin Anghua. I'd like to ask, what's going on? Did he offend you?" Jiang Hongwei was over 50 years old. To be able to sit in such a position as the city hall director, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Even if there was a slight disturbance, he would be extremely alert. As soon as he gave the order and Lu Jinyu did something, the news reached Jiang Hongwei's ears. People like them had always been very sensitive to this kind of thing. They had called in a hurry just to sound out the situation. Mu Yaja couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He lazily asked, "What do you think?" His words had a deep meaning, but it made Jiang Hongwei even more worried. "Chairman Mu, tell me, how did Lin Anghua offend you?" "Offend you?" Mu Yaja laughed mockingly. "I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to ask me this question." Chapter 1597. Mu Yaja said slowly, "The people in the city hall are all so capable. Director Jiang, if you don't control your subordinates, you won't be able to protect yourself if something fishy happens to them." These words made Jiang Hongwei extremely anxious. For someone as experienced as him, he could naturally sense that something was amiss with just a few words. It seemed that Lin Anghua had offended the person he shouldn't have offended the most. However, he had already expected this to happen. His phone call was just to sound out Lin Anghua. Naturally, he didn't care about Lin Anghua. Still, after working together for so many years, some interests were intertwined. Jiang Hongwei was worried that Lin Anghua would be foolish enough to provoke Mu Yaja into a fit of rage. If that were to happen, the whole city hall would be wiped out in one fell swoop. It wasn't easy for him to climb to his current position. He had worked hard for more than 20 years and settled down in the political arena where there was a knife hidden behind a smile for many years to achieve the glory he had today. He couldn't just let someone drag him down and take him down from his position. For people like them, benefits were intertwined. Hence, when necessary, he had to cast aside all his relationships to prevent himself from falling into the water. That would not be worth the loss. "Chairman Mu, it seems that Lin Anghua must have caused you trouble. I didn't mean anything else by making this call. I just wanted to ask, how are you going to deal with him? By the way, Chairman Mu, I hope that you won't implicate the innocent because of Lin Anghua." As he said this, Jiang Hongwei laughed awkwardly. Mu Yaja chuckled along, too, but he quickly stopped laughing. His voice deepened, but it was filled with an irresistible authority. "Implicating the innocent? Ha! Let's see how you stand on this matter, Director Jiang. Anyway, this Lin Anghua isn't reliable. He uses his status to do whatever he wants. If you keep such a subordinate by your side, he will only harm you. As for how I'm going to deal with him, you don't have to ask. If you know what's good for you, you probably know what to do next." Jiang Hongwei was silent for a while on the other end of the phone. He suddenly understood and said with a smile, "Chairman Mu, don't worry. I understand what you mean. Next, I'll do what you want me to do." After saying this, he thanked him profusely and hung up the phone. Less than 15 minutes later, Lu Jinyu called to say that an anonymous email had been sent to his mailbox. The email contained some evidence against Lin Anghua. How could a person like Lin Anghua not have any stains on him? For the time being, let's not talk about his corruption and bribery. Just the fact that he had embezzled a few bad assets through his connections with the government and business, and through his friends, he reinvested and rebuilt them. Moreover, the stolen money amounted to more than 1 billion, which was enough to send him to prison for the rest of his life. There was no need to think too much of him. Jiang Hongwei wasn't stupid. He was a shrewd person. Seeing Lin Anghua's decline, he couldn't just sit by and watch. He also couldn't let himself be dragged down by him. Lin Anghua was a very capable person. As his chess piece, he had also obtained many benefits for him. However, a chess piece was a chess piece after all. He had no value to be used, so he should be abandoned. Chapter 1598. He was a sly old fox. Since he was working with Lin Anghua, he naturally had a backup plan. Mu Yaja said, "Since someone has sent you these documents, you should know what to do next." On the other end of the line, Lu Jinyu laughed inwardly. Jiang Hongwei is indeed a sly old fox. He's really good at adding insult to injury. This kind of person is not easy to control. Fortunately, I still have some evidence of his crimes in my hands. Mu Yaja hummed in acknowledgement before changing the topic. "You can handle this matter. I'm at ease with you handling it." "What are you talking about, boss. When have I ever made a mistake? Just wait for my news. With that, he hung up the phone. Mu Yaja got up and walked to Yu Yu. He saw that the stack of cases beside him had already been dealt with. He picked them up and glanced at them. When his gaze fell on the comments at the end, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yu Yu was fully focused on reviewing the last document. When he looked up, he saw Mu Yaja's shocked expression. He was puzzled. Daddy, what's wrong? Mu Yaja was still in a daze. He had thought that Yu Yu was just being perfunctory when he said that he was going to review the documents for him. He did not expect that this guy would actually read through the documents seriously. He even drew out all the illogical parts of the documents and gave his own explanations. It was clear at a glance. Daddy. There's a problem with the financial affairs of the organization. Yu Yu said meaningfully. Mu Yaja sneered. There's something fishy about the financial affairs. It's nothing more than those sly old foxes from the Mu family stirring up trouble right under my nose to get a bigger share of the pie. However, they're timid and don't dare to do anything big. Ha! They're so naive to think that I can't see through them. Yu Yu clicked his tongue twice and sighed. No matter how high a mountain is, it's still made of rocks. Even if it's a small problem, once it gets worse, it'll be very serious. I know what to do. After saying that, Mu Yaja looked at him with gratification and couldn't help but scratch the bridge of his nose dotingly. Your shrewdness is just like your father's. Humph. Using me to boast, Daddy doesn't know how to be ashamed. Yu Yu stuck her tongue out mischievously. Then, she hooked her arms around his shoulders and snuggled into his embrace. Daddy, I miss Mommy. I miss her so much. I feel like I haven't seen her for hundreds of years. As he spoke, his little face collapsed in grievance, but his eyes were filled with sadness. Mu Yaja's face darkened slightly. For the past few days, Yun Shishir had not sent any messages. As for Yu Yu, the most recent time they had been in contact was during a video call last weekend. In the video call, Yun Shishir was dressed in an ancient costume. She didn't even have time to remove her exquisite makeup. Her clothes were scattered and she wore a golden hairpin with tassels on her head. She couldn't hide her fatigue. When she had the video call with him, she had been secretly hiding in the changing room during a break in filming. She had purposely lowered her voice when she spoke. After that, other than a few messages, they had lost contact. Yu Yu could only pitifully find out about Yun Shishir's updates from the production team's official Weibo account. He missed her dearly. For the past few days, Xiao Yichen wasn't as active as before. Sometimes, he would sit quietly on the sofa and browse the official Weibo account of the production team of Lethal Beauty. Chapter 1599. Yu Yu said, "It's Mommy's birthday next Monday. I've always been the one to celebrate Mommy's birthday in the past." As he spoke, he was reminded of Yun Shishir's busy schedule. After a pause, he said resentfully, "But Mommy is on set this year. Daddy, can't you think of a way?" Upon hearing this, Mu Yaja fell silent. At night, an uninvited guest appeared outside Shangdi Walk. It turned out that Lin Ongwa, who had caught wind of the news, had brought his wife and son to Yu Yu's doorstep to beg for Mu Yaja's forgiveness. Lu Jinyu acted quickly, and Lin Ongwa was well informed. When he heard the news that night, he felt uneasy. Hence, he personally brought his wife to apologize to them. Otherwise, his life would be ruined. Mu Yaja was in the study. Hence, Yu Yu put on a coat and walked out of the door. He saw Lin Ongwa and Wang Guimiao standing outside, looking uneasy and frightened. When they saw him, they looked as if they had seen their savior. Both of them went up to him and pleaded with him through the luxurious iron door, "Yu Yu. Is Chairman Mu home? Let me see Chairman Mu, will you? All right. Uncle is begging you." At this moment, Lin Ongwa was no longer as arrogant and overbearing as before. His worried face was full of helplessness. Beside him, Wang Guimiao looked even worse. She was bloated and looked gloomy. Her eyes were red and swollen, as if she had been crying miserably. At this moment, she was no longer wearing the exquisite makeup she had been wearing in the afternoon. Her face was gloomy and gloomy. After leaving school today, Lin Onghua had given Wang Guimiao and Lin Feng a good scolding, but he still could not vent his anger. Wang Guimiao felt wronged and indignant. However, she was stubborn, so she retorted stubbornly. In a fit of anger, Lin Onghua looked at her sternly and slapped her in front of everyone in the office. Wang Guimiao and Lin Feng were stupefied. After being married for so many years, the couple had always been very harmonious. The reason why Lin Onghua could be where he was today was because of the support of the Wang family. Therefore, even if there were many things about Wang Guimiao that made him unhappy, he still tolerated them. Today was the first time he had hit her. Wang Guimiao couldn't believe it. Filled with anger and grievance, she burst into tears in front of so many people. However, Lin Onghua didn't comfort her like before. Looking at her, he felt even more embarrassed. He had long lost his patience with her. Wang Guimiao did not study much. Not only was she uncultured, but she also had a low EQ, which caused him a lot of trouble. He had repeatedly warned her that there would always be someone better than her. When she was outside, she should not be too arrogant and domineering. Instead, she should keep a low profile. Given his position, he had to be careful in everything he did. The slightest carelessness could lead to a bottomless abyss. There was nothing wrong with keeping a low profile. How many people had died because of their high-profile style? However, Wang Guimiao did not understand this logic. Today, she had caused a huge disaster for him. Thus, even when she cried, he couldn't be bothered to comfort her. He was still worried about it. His heart was in a mess. He didn't know what to do at the moment. Wang Guimiao was crying beside him, which made him even more upset. The couple had a big fight because of this. Chapter 1600. In his anger, Lin Onghua yelled at her, "Wang Guimiao, oh Wang Guimiao. Do you know who you've offended today? Do you know? The person I've offended today can kill me with just one finger. Perhaps with just one word from him, my great future will be ruined." She shouted disapprovingly, "What are you afraid of? Don't you still have my family? Why are you so agitated?" She was so self-righteous that it was impossible to reason with her. Lin Onghua was so angry that he laughed. His face was ferocious, and he had never lost control like this before. "Ha! Wang Guimiao, I told you that you're a frog in a well, but you don't believe me. How powerful do you think your Wang family is? It's just tens of millions in assets. In other people's eyes, the Wang family is just a nouveau riche. Do you understand nouveau riche? Do you think you have the ability to go against the Mu family? It can't be that serious, right? What do you mean it can't be that serious? Don't you know how much the Mu group has? Hundreds of billions in assets, what kind of concept is that? There are many interests behind them. Even if they don't cover the sky with one hand, there's still a first-class family in the capital. Do you know what it means to offend the Mu family? They have connections in both the underworld and the government. With their background, who cares who you are? It's just a matter of opening and closing their mouths. I think you're muddle-headed. You still haven't recognized this point. I'll F***King. Lin Onghua was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He pointed at her and said word by word, "My F***King brilliant life will be ruined by your hands sooner or later." No. He paused and said sternly, "The Lin family and the Wang family will both be ruined by your hands." These words were said in anger to scare her. However, he didn't expect that his words would come true. Lin Onghua didn't expect Mu Yaja to make a move so quickly. The storm came suddenly and violently. After he heard the news, his mind went blank for a moment. According to the insider, Mu Yaja's side had already obtained some evidence of his crimes. The next step was to hand this evidence over to the Commission for Discipline Inspection. What was left was probably the end of his world. Over the years, Lin Ongwa had done a lot of things. His black income should be more than 1 billion, and this was not a small amount. 1 billion was more than enough to sentence him to death, let alone prison. He was so scared that his heart palpitated on the spot. Wang Guimiao was so scared that she gave him 2 quick-acting heart-relieving pills before he recovered. Logically speaking, given how careful he was with his actions, it was unlikely that he would leave behind any incriminating evidence. Therefore, he was also skeptical about it. However, when he dialed Jiang Hongwei's number, Jiang Hongwei only vaguely reminded him, haha. Ongwa, now that something like this has happened, you can only pray for yourself. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lin Ongwa was suddenly frightened. When he called again, he could not get through. Since Jiang Hongwei had already said so, he immediately felt disheartened. He went limp and fell to the ground, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. His first reaction was to run. Take the money and escape abroad, the further the better. However, when he thought about it carefully, even if he wanted to escape, where could he escape to? Mu Yaja must have had a backup plan. If he wanted to escape, it would be difficult for him to do so. He was determined to toy with him until he died. This man was rumored to be ruthless, but he had seen it with his own eyes. He was indeed ruthless. He didn't leave him any way out. Chapter 1601. He was in so much pain at the thought of his many years of hard work being destroyed in one day. He made a lot of phone calls, but he realized that he had accumulated so many connections overnight, but now, none of them had heard of him. At times like this, he had to be careful of which side he chose. If he was not careful, he would be implicated. No one was willing to help him, lest they get into trouble. He thought for a while and finally decided to bring Wang Guimiao to apologize to him personally. Perhaps, he would be lucky enough to get his forgiveness. Thus, the scene before him was born. Yu Yu stood expressionlessly at the door. He looked at the pleading couple without a trace of emotion in his eyes. How pitiful. Yu Yu said this coldly with an indifferent expression. Lin Ongwa saw his expression and was shocked by the little guy's calm state of mind. Usually, children of this age would run to their parents in fright upon seeing such a scene. However, at this moment, he stood at the door with his arms crossed and a cold expression on his face. Wang Guimiao looked at him with an ugly expression and felt extremely remorseful. She could not figure it out and found it strange. She had known about Yun Tianyu since he was in kindergarten, but she had only heard that he had a mother. She had never heard of him having a father. In the parents' group, it was said that the child was from a single-parent family and could not even be considered a single-parent family. His mother was still unmarried, so no one could say for sure how the child came about. It was said that he was an illegitimate child. His mother gave birth to him at the age of 18, which was an unmarried pregnancy. Many people looked down on her and despised her from the bottom of their hearts. Wang Guimiao looked down on her even more. Without an indomitable man in the family, it was indeed easy for people to gossip. A single mother would be subjected to a lot of malicious speculation and slander. Today, however, this child had a father out of nowhere. Moreover, this man's status was not low and was incomparably noble. He was actually one of the top figures in the Mu family. Even now, she still felt that she was in a dream. Who asked her to be unlucky, though? The only thing to blame was that she should not have gone overboard. Lin Ongwa went up to him and begged again, "Little master, can you please invite your father out? I have something to ask of you." "What is it? Can't you tell me?" Yu Yu said casually. Lin Ongwa was embarrassed for a moment, but he knew that this child was obviously making things difficult for him. Thus, his face turned red. He clenched his teeth and actually knelt on the ground with a plop. It was late at night and the ground was cold. He knelt down, almost without hesitation. Yu Yu was not surprised to see him kneel down. At the same time, she looked at Lin Ongwa meaningfully and smiled. "Mr. Lin, why are you doing this? What are you trying to do?" "Little lord, I I'm here to apologize to you and your father. As Lin Ongwa spoke, he fiercely pulled Wang Guimiao. Wang Guimiao was caught off guard and fell to her knees as well. A sharp pain came from his knee. However, she couldn't care about anything else. In any case, he had already lost all his face, and there was nothing he could do to regain it. Chapter 1602. Even though she did not believe it, Wang Guimiao knew that Lin Ongwa was in a panic. Lin Ongwa said that the Mu family had secretly obtained some evidence of his crimes. If they didn't take any action and beg the Mu family to be merciful, the only thing that awaited the Lin family and the Wang family would be death. Wang Guimiao knew a little about Lin Ongwa's actions in the past few years. She knew that if the evidence of his crimes was in the hands of others, it would be as good as having his life in the hands of others. Hence, she did not care about her pride anymore. She knelt down and kowtowed as hard as she could under Lin Ongwa's gaze. You. Auntie was wrong. Auntie was really wrong. Auntie shouldn't have called you a little b*****. Auntie shouldn't have listened to those rumors and humiliated you and your mother. Auntie knows her mistake. Can you forgive me? Then, she kowtowed as hard as she could. She was really kowtowing. She knocked her forehead on the ground so hard that her skin was bruised. However, she did it on purpose. She wanted to put on an act for him to see. A little bruise was nothing. If she could beg the Mu family to be merciful, so what if she got bruised and bled a little? Yu yawned and said lazily, okay. I know, I forgive you. Lin Ongwa was overjoyed when he heard that. Really? Wang Guimiao was surprised. She looked up with her eyes wide open and smiled through her tears. She was in a sorry state and her hair was disheveled. She looked disgusting. Yu did not want to look at her. Why should I be so calculative with an uncultured person? So now, all of you can disappear from my sight. Then, Lin Ongwa and Wang Guimiao looked at each other in surprise. They did not expect that it would be so easy to get forgiveness. They had to admit that children were easy to trick. Just a little bit of self-injury and she would be soft-hearted. Lin Ongwa rubbed his hands and chuckled. He asked tentatively, then, that tainted evidence, what evidence? Yu raised her eyebrows in confusion. It's like this. Chairman Mu, Can you plead for me? Ask him to be merciful and let me off. Don't hand over those things to the Commission for Discipline Inspection. Yu was confused. I don't know what you're talking about. It's so cold outside. I'm going home. Wait. Like a drowning man, Lin Ongwa called out to him hoarsely and asked, Yu, didn't you forgive your uncle? Yes, that's right. Then can you ask your father to let me go? This doesn't seem to work. Ah. Yu's lips curled into a sinister smile. My daddy hates you. Lin Ongwa froze. Beside him, Wang Guimiao's joy turned to sorrow. The smile on her face froze in an instant, and despair appeared in her eyes. Yu said slowly, no one can change my daddy's decision. I'm sorry, Uncle Lin. After that, he smiled elegantly like a little gentleman and turned to go back to the villa. The door slammed shut, completely isolating Lin Ongwa and Wang Guimiao from begging for mercy. That night, it rained heavily. Lin Ongwa and Wang Guimiao did not dare to leave. They insisted on kneeling at the door for the whole night. Yu ignored them. Chapter 1603. When the sun was about to rise, Yu got out of bed and opened the curtains, only to find the two still kneeling by the door. Wang Guimiao was in a daze and on the verge of collapsing as she leaned on Lin Ongwa. After kneeling in the rain for an entire night, the two of them fainted on the ground. Not long after, they were carried away by the ambulance. Lu Jinyu was also very efficient. After sorting out the documents, he submitted the evidence of Lin Ongwa's crimes to the disciplinary committee. Soon, the documents were issued. Lin Ongwa was taken away for investigation. After the investigation, Lin Ongwa was accused of corruption, embezzlement, collusion with illegal businesses, embezzlement of non-performing assets, and embezzlement of more than 1 billion yuan. This case caused a huge uproar. Even the Wangs were implicated and their family assets were destroyed. Of course, this was all in the future. Before the admission procedures were completed, it happened to be Friday. Yu Yu asked Li Hanlin to drive him to the supermarket to buy some baking ingredients. He planned to bake a birthday cake for Yun Shishir when he got home. He was the one who had made the cake last year. However, at that time, he had just started baking and was not very familiar with it. Hence, the cake did not taste good. However, Yun Shishir liked it very much. This time, Yu Yu secretly decided that he must bake a super delicious cake for Mommy's birthday. He would send it to Mommy when he visited her at work. When he got home, Yu Yu rushed into the kitchen and skillfully separated the egg yolk from the egg white. He then mixed the egg white evenly with the egg whisk. He was already extremely familiar with this series of processes. In the past, he would often bake some small cakes as a snack. He used a mold to create a heart-shaped cake embryo and placed it in the oven. Then, he started to think about what kind of cake he should make. After much consideration, he decided to draw a cartoon version of the family portrait on the cake. When Mu Yaja got home, he heard some noises coming from the kitchen. He walked in quietly and saw Yu Yu with his head lowered. He was so focused that he did not notice Mu Yaja's presence behind him. He was making a fondant cake. At this moment, the cartoon version of the character was more than half done. Yu Yu was very focused. Under the warm light, his handsome eyebrows and youthful side profile looked gentle and charming. From the side, his long and thick eyelashes were slightly lowered. His gaze was as gentle as water and his lips were slightly curved, as if he was smiling. Mu Yaja looked at his hands. It turned out that he was making a cartoon version of Yun Shishir. He held the fondant sculpture in his hands gently and carefully, as if he was holding her in his hands. His and Little Ichen's figurines were already made on the cake. After he was done with Yun Shishir, he began to work on Mu Yaja's character. Mu Yaja's interest was piqued. He was curious as to how he would look in this little guy's hands. Yu Yu first made a round face for him, then a round body. Then, he picked up a pen and dipped it in the icing. As if he was playing a prank, Yu Yu deliberately drew a fierce face for Mu Yaja. When Mu Yaja saw this, he frowned slightly and said unhappily, "Why did you draw me so fierce, Wah?" Yu Yu was startled by the sudden sound behind him. His hand trembled and the pen drew a distorted line on the doll's face. Thus, Mu Yaja's mouth became crooked. Mu Yaja was speechless. Chapter 1604. He looked at the sugar figurine with a crooked mouth and turned around, feeling wronged. He said angrily, "Daddy, why did you stand behind me without saying a word? It's very scary, okay? I didn't do it on purpose. Who knows how timid you are?" Mu Yaja said innocently, "Look at the birthday cake you made. The three of you look so cute, but you made me look fierce. I object." Objection overruled. Yu Yu held up the sugar figurine in his hand and looked left and right. He compared it to the real person and suddenly expressed his opinion. "It's very similar. Mu Yaja, it's your fault for always pulling a long face." Yu Yu then looked at the crooked mouth of the sugar figurine and laughed. "Daddy, you're so pitiful. Your mouth is crooked. It's all your fault." Mu Yaja said, feeling wronged. Yu Yu retorted, "It's your fault for not saying a word when you came in. You stood behind me and gave me a fright. Otherwise, I wouldn't have failed." Mu Yaja smiled and hugged him from behind. He rested his chin on little Munchkin's shoulder and looked at his frosted hand. He couldn't help but laugh. "Is this your birthday present for Mommy?" "Yes." Yu Yu fixed the adorable Mu Yaja figure on the cake and then remembered to finish it. He continued what he was doing and asked, "Daddy, does the cake look good?" Mu Yaja thought seriously for a while and then commented, "It's not bad." "What do you mean by not bad?" Yu Yu protested unwillingly. "I think it's great." Can I eat the sugar figurine on the cake? Other than mommy and me, you can eat the rest. Yu said generously. Muyaja frowned but pretended to be unhappy and teased him. Why can I only eat mine and Xiao Chen's but not yours and mommy's? Hee hee. Because mommies are the cutest, no one is allowed to eat them. After completing the last step, Yu looked at the finished product and reveled in her exquisite craftsmanship. What a beautiful cake. I made it myself. Mommy will definitely like it. After speaking, Yu turned around and hooked her arm around Muyaja's shoulder. Daddy, when are we going to visit the set? When Xiao Chen is out of school, we'll visit the set. Long live. Yu was elated. I can finally see my dearest mommy. Last night, I missed her so much that I couldn't sleep. Mommy must have forgotten that today is her birthday. I must give her a birthday surprise from the sky. Muyaja scratched his nose affectionately. Okay. When Xiao Chen came home from school at 3:00, he saw Yu placing the finished cake in the kitchen. He went over and looked at it for a long time. He was so hungry that he almost drooled. He turned around and ran over to Yu, chirping happily like a little bird. Yu, did you personally make that birthday cake for mommy? Yes. I made it. Yu was very pleased with herself. Xiao Chen was very hungry. He pestered him and asked, when are we going to visit her at the set? Last night, the three of them had discussed that on her birthday, they must visit the set and give Yunshishir a birthday surprise. The two little lads were so excited about their birthday that they couldn't sleep well. Chapter 1605. Yu snorted. Mommy will definitely like my cake more. Xiao Chen whimpered and looked down pitifully. Yu, you're a bully. Are you saying that my present isn't nice? I can't help it. It's your fault for being so stupid. But you're so stupid, so you've already improved a lot. Xiao Chen wagged his tail again. Really? I think so too, hee hee. Then, he pestered Muyaja and asked, Daddy, what birthday present did you prepare for mommy? Muyaja smiled deeply and pressed his slender fingers against his lips, pretending to be mysterious. Xiao Chen shouted, Stingy. Daddy is so stingy. Just as Yu had expected, Yunshishir had indeed forgotten that it was her birthday today. She was completely unaware of the upcoming birthday surprise. Early in the morning, she rushed to the set, changed into an ancient costume, put on makeup, and participated in the filming. The sun was shining brightly these few days, so there were many outdoor scenes. Yunshishir was inevitably nervous because it was her first time using a wire. On the set, director Gu and the martial arts master were nervously discussing the upcoming wire scene. Yunshishir changed into a pink silk dress. The next scene was her encounter with the male lead, Yun Cheng, played by Hua Jin. In the plot, the prince's mansion was holding a birthday party. Qin Shueyao, who was playing the role of Qin Shueyao, climbed a tree to pick up a kite. She accidentally slipped and fell from the tree. The male lead appeared and saved her. When the two met, Qin Shueyao fell in love with Yun Cheng at first sight. There were two scenes today. One was between Yunshishir and Hua Jin, and the other was between Yunshishir and Lin Ji. Yunshishir changed into her costume and was familiarizing herself with the camera position. Positioning was very important when filming, so she had to familiarize herself with it in advance. In addition, she was worried that she would not perform well in the wire scene and was under a lot of pressure. Suddenly, there was a fierce commotion on the set. Yunshishir turned around and saw countless flashing lights. It turned out that Lin Ji had changed into her costume and appeared on the set. Today, there were many reporters visiting the set. However, as the media, the main visitors were naturally the female lead, Lin Ji, and the male lead, Hua Jin. The audience was looking forward to the collision and sparks between the number one young man in ancient costumes and the number one actress in ancient costumes. Therefore, as soon as Lin Ji appeared on the set, all the reporters were on the move. They aimed their cameras at her and flashed wildly. Many other actors and actresses were looking at Lin Ji enviously. As expected of Lin Ji. As the female lead, she has so many media reporters visiting her. How glorious! A female supporting character sighed with envy. Humph. Who knew if these reporters were hired by her? Lin Ji hasn't been in the limelight recently. She's not even as popular as Yun Shishir. These reporters might have been hired. Another supporting character cursed inwardly. Along the way, Lin Ji's appearance caused a stir on the set. She seemed to enjoy the sensation and smiled at the reporters from time to time. She seemed to have come prepared. She had on exquisite makeup and was posing and flirting under the flashing lights. All the reporters surrounded her excitedly and handed microphones to her from time to time to interview her. Lin Ji noticed that Yun Shishir was also looking at her. The corners of her mouth curled up and her eyes revealed a smug look, as if she was silently showing off. Yun Shishir frowned. This Lin Ji. Chapter 1606. Didn't she know that her pretentious appearance made her look like a clown? She turned around and continued reading her script. Gu Xiaoyang heard the commotion and turned around abruptly. He frowned when he saw Lin Ji surrounded by reporters. Director Gu had a strange temper. He was very particular about the rules of the set. During filming, he strictly forbade any form of visits, let alone a high-profile one like Lin Ji's. If the media were to enter the set during filming, it would be detrimental to the set. It wasn't that they weren't allowed to visit the set, but they were filming and were not allowed to do anything unrelated to the filming. Old Zhang, where did these reporters come from? Director Gu asked with a frown. The script editor shook his head. Director Gu slammed the table and said angrily, "Didn't I order time and time again to seal off the set during filming and not allow any media or fans to enter? Director Gu, I've already sent people to seal off the set. I don't know what's going on either." Director Gu threw down his script and walked up to Lin Ji. He waved his hand and said, "Now is not the time to visit the set. Get lost." Director Gu was known for his fiery temper. The reporters didn't dare to offend him, so they scrambled away with their equipment at his command. Lin Ji was left behind with an awkward expression. Director Gu Xiaoyang didn't wait for her to explain and scolded, "Shut up. Lin Ji, didn't I warn you not to cause any trouble on set? You're acting in my film as the female lead. Do you think you're good at acting? Or do you think you're so good that you can be so lawless and arrogant on set? How dare you let the reporters in during filming? Don't you know that I hate it when outsiders come in during filming?" Director Gu didn't give Lin Ji any face in front of everyone. Lin Ji's face turned green and red. She was extremely embarrassed. Director Gu, You've misunderstood me. I don't know how these reporters got in. You don't know? Director Gu sneered. Don't you know best how they got in? Why are you acting dumb in front of me? Do you think I'm easy to fool? Are you a best actress? Or an A-lister? Why did those reporters only take pictures of you and not the others? Do I have to be more straightforward? Why did you disregard the interests of the crew and consider the feelings of others? Have you considered my thoughts? Gu Xiaoyang mercilessly exposed her in front of everyone, making Lin Ji even more embarrassed. The supporting actress who had guessed that Lin Ji had hired a reporter to visit her on set sneered. I knew it. Ha! Lin Ji still wanted to explain. Gu Xiaoyang didn't want to listen to her excuses. Look at your face. What the hell is that makeup on? Didn't I ask the makeup artist to do willowy eyebrows and cherry lips for you? Take a look at yourself and look in the mirror. Lin Ji hired a reporter to visit her at work. In order to look more photogenic, she especially asked the makeup artist to put on Korean-style makeup. Gu Xiaoyang scolded her harshly. Lin Ji felt too ashamed to show her face. Director Gu, Lin Ji's eyes were misty with tears, and she was about to cry. She deliberately acted pitiful in order to gain Director Gu's understanding. Chapter 1607. Lin Ji, I'm warning you for the last time, don't play any more tricks. If you anger me, I don't care if you're the female lead or not, I'll cut you into a side character. Hee hee. I'll also give you a heads up while I'm at it. Anyway, the filming has just started, so it doesn't matter even if I kick you out of the cast. Don't blame me for falling out with you when the time comes. Anyway, the female lead in his heart was never this actress. If she were to play any tricks again, he did not mind kicking her out, and replacing Yoon Shusher with her was exactly what he wanted. Yoon Shusher was the Chin Changel in his heart. Not only did she look good, but her acting skills were also better than the actress's. Alas, the actress was one step ahead and snatched the role from him. Gu Xiaoyang was still sulking because of this matter. Lin Ji's financial backer had invested a lot in the movie, so director Gu suppressed his anger. Go wash my makeup and redo it. Gu Xiaoyang said and left. Under the mocking and curious gazes of the crowd, the actress could only grit her teeth awkwardly and return to the dressing room unhappily to do her makeup. The director walked over to Yoon Shusher, who was seriously reading the script. He nodded in satisfaction when he saw that she was focused on it. Only then did he return to discuss the wire arrangement with the martial arts director. Mu Shi happened to be delivering water to Yoon Shusher. When she saw this scene, she excitedly went up to her and said with a smile, "Shusher, the director has been looking at you just now." "What?" "He stood beside you and looked at you for a long time. I think he saw that you were seriously reading the script and was very satisfied with your attitude. That's why he smiled in relief." Yoon Shusher smiled and said, "Mu Shi, I'm a little nervous. I heard that if I'm not careful with the wire, I'll fall down." "Oh, please. Do you think the martial arts director on set is just for decoration?" "Don't worry, it'll be very safe." Mu Shi comforted her. Hua Jin also finished his makeup and rushed to the set. Yoon Shusher looked up and saw him appear. She was stunned. His first reaction was that Hua Jin's title of the best young actor in ancient costumes was not undeserved. He was dressed in a crescent white robe and had an elegant demeanor. His handsome hair was draped over his shoulders, and his beautiful and exquisite facial features were embellished with makeup. His beauty was even more breathtaking. Her charm was so outstanding that it overshadowed the beauty of the female lead. Her every frown and smile was captivating. This was the first time she had acted with Hua Jin in a scene. Hence, it was also the first time she had seen Hua Jin in his ancient costume. It wasn't that she hadn't seen Hua Jin without makeup. His skin was very good, his facial features were very three-dimensional, and his eyebrows and eyes had the unique charm of an ancient handsome man. His charming eyes were like silk, the corners of his eyes were long and narrow, and when he looked back, his smile was enchanting. Yoon Shusher's mind wandered for a moment before she exclaimed in shock, "Gosh! Hua Jin's ancient costume shocked me." At the side, Mu Shi also came back to her senses. Shusher! Shusher! Gosh! Hua Jin's ancient costume is so stunning. Even if it's the real person, it's better than many of the photos of young actors in ancient costumes. It's so beautiful. She could not suppress her voice, so everyone heard her praise and could not help but look over. Even Hua Jin could vaguely hear her excited voice. He looked in Yoon Shusher and Mu Shi's direction with a meaningful gaze. Yoon Shusher felt embarrassed. "Mu Shi, can you speak a little louder?" Chapter 1608. Hua Jin suddenly walked toward Yoon Shusher. Yoon Shusher was stunned. She turned around and thought that Hua Jin was going behind her, but she realized that there was no one behind her. When she turned around, Hua Jin was already in front of her. He was not as tall as Mu Yaja, but he was still very tall at 1.8 meters. When he bent down to look at her up close, she could even see his flawless and perfect skin. It was as if it could be broken by the slightest breeze. What was even more stunning was his pair of deep eyes that seemed to be bewitching and could make people fall for him uncontrollably. Mu Shi was already stunned when she saw Hua Jin walking over. Yoon Shusher came back to her senses and pursed her lips. She could not help but take a step back. Just as she took a step back, Hua Jin took a step forward. Yun Shishir frowned and took 2 more steps back with displeasure in her eyes. Hua Jin, on the other hand, smiled and took 2 more steps forward. His strides were bigger than hers, so he could not wait to be right in front of her. Yun Shishir could even feel his warm breath on her forehead. Her heart was beating like thunder. This man, what was he trying to do? He approached her silently, just like the first time backstage at the press conference. Yun Shishir could not understand what he was trying to do. Hua Jin's good-looking lips curled up. He lowered his head to look at her and smiled. Are you shy? When he spoke, his voice was gentle and pleasant. His voice was not as rough as a man's, nor was it as deep and mellow as Mu Yaja's. Instead, it was as magnetic as a clear spring. Yun Shishir could not help but ask, what are you trying to do? Yun Shishir. He called her name and smiled devilishly as he tilted his head slightly. It's our first time acting together. Yes. So. Hua Jin dragged out the last word and suddenly blinked at her. Don't you think we should cultivate some chemistry? Mu Shi, who was standing at the side, finally reacted. Seeing this scene, her eyes twitched hard. No matter how one looked at this scene, why did it seem like Hua Jin was flirting with Shishir? Could it be, was Hua Jin interested in her Shishir? However, at this moment, Mu Shi was completely immersed in Hua Jin's beautiful side profile and had no time to care about anything else. Yun Shishir laughed dryly. Develop tacit understanding? I don't know what you're talking about. But, can you not stick so close to me? Close? Hua Jin didn't think so. Is it close? Men and women don't know what they're doing. It's best if we keep our distance. However, Hua Jin felt that her answer was very cute. This distance isn't considered close. He lowered his head slightly and whispered into her ear, little fool, between men and women, only negative distance is considered close. Negative distance, Yun Shishir was confused and didn't even think of the evil side. Hua Jin felt that her reaction was very interesting. How could there be such an innocent woman in the entertainment industry? She was so silly that it was cute. Looking at his meaningful smile, Yun Shishir realized what he meant by negative distance. She suddenly stretched out her hands and pushed him away. Jerk! Do you think it's fun to tease me like this? With that, Yun Shishir glared at him fiercely and walked around him. Hua Jin pursed his lips and covered his mouth to hide his laughter. He was as mischievous as a lazy kitten that had secretly eaten meat. He relentlessly chased after her and followed behind her. A strand of his handsome hair hung by his ear, making his skin seem even fairer than snow. Chapter 1609. Hua Jin's voice was as gentle as a clear spring, youthful and magnetic. He was very close to her. No matter how Yun Shishir tried to avoid him, he would still come up to her and stick to her side. Mu Shi came back to her senses abruptly and followed him. There were many supporting roles and extras on the set. Among them, many were Hua Jin's fans. Lethal Beauty was recruiting extras for the sake of Hua Jin being the male lead. Many of them did not want to be paid to join the cast, all for the sake of being able to catch a glimpse of the most handsome man in ancient costume from the nearest distance. Hence, when Yun Shishir and Hua Jin walked one after another, many people cast strange and passionate gazes at them. Yun Shishir was very sensitive. When she realized that there were many piercing gazes on her, she became even more annoyed with Hua Jin. She originally admired Hua Jin's costume. However, this handsome man who looked noble and otherworldly was actually like this in private. He seemed to like to be ambiguous. Yun Shishir frowned. Her footsteps quickened as she walked to her seat and sat down. Hua Jin immediately dragged a small stool over and sat opposite her. How old are you? Yun Shishir flipped open the script and ignored him. Her indifference did not make him retreat. Instead, Hua Jin's eyes were filled with interest. Shishir, pay attention to me. Yun Shishir looked up and glared at him with a distant gaze. Shishir is not for you to call me that. Hua Jin, please keep a distance from me. Hua Jin's eyes lit up when he heard this. He smiled slightly. Sure, you're finally talking to me. Why do you want me to keep a distance from you, though? He lazily propped his chin with both hands, his beautiful eyes smiling. I don't want to keep a distance from the person I like. Hua Jin, you haven't started filming yet. Yun Shishir suppressed her anger and turned around, not wanting to talk to him. Go away and don't bother me. Shishir, you're so cold to me. Hua Jin leaned forward slightly. Looking at your appearance, are you even 20 years old? She passed a blanket to Shishir from the side and said with a smile, Shishir is already 24. Seeing that she had been betrayed, Yun Shishir turned pale with fright. She raised her head abruptly and glared at her assistant. Mushi knew that she had misspoken and bit her lower lip in frustration. Hua Jin's eyes widened slightly when he heard this. 24 years old. Then. She was about to reject him when he sweetly called out, Sister. This man. Yun Shishir sucked in a deep breath of cold air. She could not hold it in any longer. Ever since she joined the production team, she had always kept her manager's words in mind to keep a distance from Hua Jin. She did not know what kind of demon was in this man's mind, but whenever he saw her, he would stare at her with an unfathomable gaze. Now, he even took the initiative to tease her. She could not chase him away. Did he not know how to read people's expressions? Couldn't he tell that she was annoyed with him? The moment the other supporting actresses saw Hua Jin, they surrounded him with adoration. Hua Jin's beauty could move anyone's heart. Hence, many people on the set wanted to strike up a conversation with Hua Jin. However, Hua Jin seemed to be aloof to everyone, so they knew that they were not interested. Now, they saw Hua Jin taking the initiative to chat with Yun Shishir, but Yun Shishir ignored him. Chapter 16:10. Therefore, they mustered their courage and walked forward, surrounding Hua Jin and Yun Shishir in the middle, trying to blend in with them. Hua Jin, you look so beautiful in ancient costume. Hua Jin, I'm your little fan. I've been following you since you debuted. The supporting actresses blushed and clenched their fists, clearly nervous. Just as they were eagerly anticipating his reply, he merely propped his chin on his hand and gazed at Yun Shishir's face with a wide smile. It was as if he had not heard their attempts to strike up a conversation with him. Instead, he persistently asked, Sister, why are you ignoring me? Yun Shishir couldn't take it anymore. Hey. Who's your sister? You. Hua Jin's beautiful eyes lit up. You're my sister, Shishir, Jie. Stop fooling around, okay? Yun Shishir looked like she was about to break down. I'm very busy, I have to memorize my lines. Today's filming is a scene between you and me, we can practice our lines. Yun Shishir frowned, but heartlessly rejected, no. Why not? Yun Shishir was about to flare up, she suddenly looked up and said in a slightly heavier tone, Hey, Hua Jin, you're so annoying. I'm busy memorizing my lines, can you stop bothering me? Hua Jin was stunned, then an extremely hurt expression appeared on her face. She looked pitiful, and her peach blossom eyes turned slightly red. The supporting actresses were originally immersed in the awkwardness of Hua Jin ignoring them, but when they saw Hua Jin being wronged and helpless, they immediately felt pity for her and accused her with righteous indignation, Hey! Yun Shishir, don't go overboard. Why are you bullying Hua Jin like this? Exactly. Big brother Hua Jin was kind enough to help you rehearse your lines. It's fine if you don't appreciate it, but you're being so aggressive and bullying big brother Hua Jin. What's the meaning of this? Don't you know that even though she's a newcomer who just debuted, her background is much better than ours? So now, she knows how to act like a big shot. Hee hee. Hua Jin didn't put on any airs and kindly wanted to practice with her, but she pretended to be reserved and embarrassed Hua Jin in front of everyone. That's too much. Mocking voices rose one after another. She could not take it anymore. With her hands on her hips, she defended, Hey! What are you doing? What does it have to do with you? You don't have to worry about Shirshir. Have you memorized your lines? Are you familiar with the positioning? If you're so free, then wait for one more shot if you're so capable. Don't ng. Yun Shirshir pressed the back of her hand. That's enough. Mu Shi. Pausing for a moment, she turned around and looked at the cold faces around her. She sneered, my background is none of your concern. If you have the time, you should worry more about yourself, alright? Everyone was stunned. They gritted their teeth and were about to retort when they heard Yun Shirshir say, can you not block me? You, hey. Hua Jin suddenly spoke. Seeing him speak, a supporting female character immediately said agitatedly, Hua Jin, don't lower yourself to her level. She thinks she's a big shot and doesn't care about you at all. Hua Jin impatiently cut her off. What does it have to do with you? Supporting female character, Hua Jin's face suddenly darkened. I like her personality. This has nothing to do with you guys. Get lost. Chapter 1611. She had lost all her face, so those who knew what was good for them dispersed. At last, those female supporting characters, who were jealous, did not forget to glare fiercely at Yun Shirshir. Yun Shirshir's eyes twitched hard. This Hua Jin, if placed in ancient times, would be a femme fatale. Hua Jin said, Shirshir, don't be afraid. With me around, no one can bully you. I don't need you to speak for me. Wasn't it all because of him that she was being ganged up on? This man was really a femme fatale. Qin Zhou was indeed right. She should indeed keep a distance from him. Mu Shi said that he had a formidable sugar daddy behind him. Yun Shirshir was even more vigilant now. Not to mention that mysterious sugar daddy, those fans of his in the production team were people she could not afford to offend. Hence, she said, just don't bother me, okay? Woo. I just like you. Yun Shirshir could not take it anymore. Even if she could not afford to offend him, could she not avoid him? Hence, she stood up abruptly. Hua Jin followed suit and asked with a smile, where are you going? Don't follow me. Hey. Hua Jin hurriedly reached out to hold her hand when he saw her walking quickly. Yun Shirshir's body trembled as if she had been scalded by fire. She flung his hand away violently. She turned around angrily and glared at him, only to see that he still had that playful and mischievous expression on his face. She looked around angrily and saw that not many people were paying attention to them. She calmed down and asked with gritted teeth, what is your purpose? Motive? Hua Jin tilted his head and pondered for a moment. His lips suddenly curled into a mischievous smile as he leaned closer to her. His ambiguous breath brushed against her cheek. Is wanting to sleep with you considered my motive? With a loud bang, Yun Shirshir's head seemed to explode. What did he mean? She looked at him in disbelief, only to see that his expression was half joking and half serious. She couldn't tell from his tone whether he was serious or joking. But, this wasn't a joke, was it? Yun Shirshir widened her eyes in shock. You, she suddenly stretched out her hand and pushed hard. Hua Jin was caught off guard and was pushed to the ground. The ground was made of cement. Hua Jin fell to the ground, and a layer of skin was slightly scratched on his palm. He frowned in pain, but his brows were knitted in an innocent arc. She was as beautiful as a painting. Even when she was frowning, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. This sudden scene attracted everyone's attention. Gu Xiaoyang turned around and saw this scene. He frowned slightly. He put aside the matter at hand and walked over. What happened? Yun Shirshir was stunned for a moment. She had lost her mind in a fit of anger and did not expect to have such a strong hand. For a moment, she did not know how to answer. Director Gu, what happened? Nothing. Hua Jin got up from the ground, brushed off the dust on his body and smiled lightly. I was just fooling around with Shirshir. Gu Xiaoyang glanced at him with a sullen expression. The corners of his mouth moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. As if he had suppressed some anger, he took a deep breath and said with a frown, "Don't play around on the set. There are equipment everywhere. Be careful not to break it and delay the filming process." Yun Shishir was a little surprised. Chapter 16:12. Gu Xiaoyang wanted to protect her, so he warned Hua Jin not to cause any more trouble. Hua Jin glanced at Yun Shishir and then at Gu Xiaoyang before pursing his lips. "Got it. Director Gu. Go and get ready. Your scene with Yun Shishir is about to start." Gu Xiaoyang instructed. Hua Jin reluctantly hummed an "oh" and nodded. However, the moment Gu Xiaoyang turned around, he suddenly leaned forward and planted a kiss on Yun Shishir's cheek. Yun Shishir did not react in time and widened her eyes in shock. By the time she came back to her senses, Hua Jin had already returned to his assistant's side to revise the script. She was angry and frustrated, thinking that Hua Jin was simply unreasonable. He actually stole a kiss from me. Why is this Hua Jin so annoying? Gu Xiaoyang happened to see this scene as well. His lips moved, but he did not say anything. He only reminded Yun Shishir to get ready for her role and then went back to work. It seemed that this Hua Jin was not simple. Even the bad-tempered director Gu did not dare to lose his temper in front of him. It seemed that he had a strong backing. Did he do whatever he wanted on set just because he had a sugar daddy's favor? Yun Shishir trembled in anger. Beside her, Mushi looked at her with envy. She clenched her little fists and gritted her teeth in jealousy. "Shishir, you have good luck with men. Hua Jin took the initiative to kiss you. I'm so envious of you." Yun Shishir glared at her weakly. Seeing that she was really angry, Mushi felt guilty and quickly explained, "Shishir, don't be angry. I was just joking, don't take it seriously." "Mushi. This joke isn't funny at all." Yun Shishir lost her usual calmness. For the first time in her life, she showed anger in front of Mushi. Knowing that she was really trying her best, the assistant hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry. Shishir, I didn't care about the occasion and made a joke. I'm sorry, I won't do it again." Yun Shishir looked in the direction of Hua Jin with a complicated expression. Then, she took out a soft towel from her sleeve and fiercely wiped the place where Hua Jin had just kissed. The next scene officially began filming. Yun Shishir tried her best to immerse herself in her character. However, when it came to her scene with Hua Jin, just standing in front of him and thinking about how he had teased her earlier, she couldn't help but feel angry. He didn't manage to pass a few of them. His eyes, emotions, and the tone of his lines were all wrong. It should have been an expression of incomparable adoration, but the camera caught a trace of annoyance in her eyes. Because of this, Gu Xiaoyang completely lost his temper and scolded Yun Shishir in front of everyone. Lin Ji finished her makeup and rushed to the set. When she saw Yun Shishir in a sorry state, she was secretly delighted. Serves her right. Seeing Yun Shishir being scolded so harshly, she openly mocked her. Yun Shishir felt aggrieved. In the end, Gu Xiaoyang lost his patience and stopped filming for this scene. He waved his hand and said, "You're not even in the right mood, why are you wasting my time? Everyone's time is precious. You spent so much energy on the script, and in the end, you acted like this? Who are you trying to fool?" With that, he waved his hand and dismissed Yun Shishir. Yun Shishir felt that her condition had been ruined, so she asked for leave from the director and went back. This Hua Jin is really despicable. Chapter 16:13. Damn it, if it wasn't for him, she would have been able to perform well. Yun Shishir was so angry that when she returned to the hotel, she was still a little depressed. She was a perfectionist. When she was filming, she hoped to get the director's approval. She had worked so hard, but because of Hua Jin, all her preparations had gone down the drain. Yun Shishir changed into her casual clothes and sat on the bed. Her anger had yet to subside. The doorbell suddenly rang. She frowned, got up and walked to the door. Through the peephole, she saw a man in a suit standing at the door. His posture was elegant and respectful. Standing behind him were two elegantly dressed women. They were holding a set of things in their hands. Through the peephole, she couldn't see clearly. Yun Shishir asked warily, "Who is it?" The man replied, "Miss Yun, please open the door. I was sent by Chairman Mu to bring you to a place." Yun Shishir hesitated for a moment. Seeing that this man didn't look like a dangerous person, she opened the door. Just as she opened the door, the man saw her and bowed in a gentlemanly manner. "Good afternoon, Your Highness the Princess. May I know if it's convenient to go in now?" Yun Shishir was confused by his strange way of addressing her. However, she still nodded and said, "It's convenient." The man smiled and signaled with his eyes. The two women walked into the room politely, but the man didn't come in. After closing the door, Yun Shishir looked at them strangely and asked suspiciously, "You were sent by Mu Yaja too?" "Yes, Your Royal Highness." Yun Shishir was confused by their way of addressing her. She smiled awkwardly and didn't know what to say. "What Royal Highness?" "Your Royal Highness, please change into a dress first." One of the women carried a gown and greeted her with a perfect smile. Yun Shishir frowned. She didn't know what this Mu Yaja was up to. Why did he want her to change into a dress for no reason? Was he bringing her to a banquet? If that was the case, why didn't he inform her in advance? As a result, she was caught off guard. She glanced at the gown. When the gown was unfolded, Yun Shishir was shocked. What a beautiful dress! The champagne-colored gown had a skirt that reached the ground. The design of the flat-shouldered gown seemed to have been tailor-made for her, revealing her jade-like collarbone and graceful neck. The chest area was adorned with a few pink roses that extended from the waistline all the way to the hem of the skirt. The flower adornment was beautiful and flawless. The petals were especially lifelike, almost to the point of passing them off as genuine. If one did not examine them carefully, one would not be able to tell that the petals on the dress were fake. "Your Highness, please change into your formal attire." Yun Shishir hesitated for a moment, then nodded. After changing into the gown in the bedroom, she walked in front of the full-length mirror. She was like a flower fairy standing in the mirror, refined and beautiful. The two women went up to her and helped her to the dressing mirror. One was in charge of her hair, and the other was in charge of her makeup. An hour later, she was dressed up like a princess from a fairy tale, noble and elegant. Yun Shishir looked at herself in the mirror. The person in the mirror really looked like a princess from a fairy tale movie. But, this dreamy crystal makeup was not suitable for a banquet. Chapter 1614. Through the window, the scenery of the street flashed by quickly. She didn't know where the car was taking her. She was in a daze the entire way. When she got out of the carriage, the sky was getting dark and the night was beautiful. When she lifted the hem of her dress and got out of the car, the scene in front of her shocked her greatly. The carriage stopped at the entrance of Fairy Tale Valley. Fairy Tale Valley, a theme park that looked like a fairy tale wonderland. Yun Shishir had brought Yu here before, so she had a deep impression of Fairy Tale Valley. Fairy Tale Valley was closed for a period of time because of the shooting incident. After some repairs, it was put back into operation. However, at this moment, the Fairy Tale Valley in front of her eyes was completely different from the one she remembered. The night was getting late, and the moonlight was like silver in the starry sky. Under the illumination of the starry sky, the iconic castle of Fairy Tale Valley stood in the distance between the canyons. It was resplendent and majestic, just like a medieval European royal castle. It was retro and luxurious, and it was magnificent as the lights constantly changed colors. The huge Fairy Tale Valley was surrounded by a classical and romantic atmosphere. There was a crystal carriage parked at the entrance. The attendant stood beside the white horse respectfully and gently welcomed her. "Your Highness, beautiful princess, please get on the carriage." Yun Shishir was slightly stunned when she saw the hand reaching out to her. Her brain stopped working for a few seconds before she slowly reached out and allowed the attendant to welcome her into the crystal carriage. What's going on? Yun Shishir sat in the carriage, her thoughts still in a mess. Everything happened too suddenly. She was still in a daze and didn't know what was going on. The crystal carriage passed through the garden path that was covered with pink rose petals. Yun Shishir was stunned, but she was stunned by the dreamy scene in front of her. She couldn't help but lean against the window and enjoy the fragrant breeze. So beautiful. So dreamy. It was really like a dream. The breeze blew, and the petals on the ground were swept up, invading her face. Yun Shishir brushed her face with her fingertips and gently rubbed the petals on her face. She sniffed lightly, and the fragrance assailed her nose. On the road, there were many tourists coming and going. When the crowd saw the crystal carriage approaching, they all widened their eyes in amazement. They looked at Yun Shishir, who was sitting on the crystal carriage, with jealousy. Some of the young girls couldn't help but chase after the carriage as they were pleasantly surprised. Wow! It's a crystal carriage. I've only seen this kind of carriage in fairy tale movies. It was a real crystal carriage, so beautiful. I want to sit down too. The woman in the carriage is so beautiful, like a princess. She looks like a flower fairy. There are so many flower petals on her body, how mesmerizing. This woman looks a little familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. When Yun Shishir heard this, she was so shocked that she retracted her head back into the carriage. The crystal carriage slowly passed through the romantic garden arch, and a huge Ferris wheel came into view. Under the background of the bright starry sky, the huge Ferris wheel slowly rotated along with the music. The attendants helped Yun Shishir down from the crystal carriage. In an instant, it was as if several beams of light from the sky were projected onto her body. The beautiful lights surrounded her, so much so that when she stood in the middle of the bright light, it made her surroundings seem dark. Chapter 16:15. For a moment, she couldn't see her surroundings clearly. She took a small step forward, but the light followed her. Yun Shishir stopped in her tracks and was a little surprised. Just as she was at a loss of what to do, she suddenly saw a tall and slender figure slowly walking towards her from not far away. Yun Shishir widened her eyes. Standing in the light, she couldn't see clearly. In her curious and surprised gaze, a man in a snow-white suit appeared in front of her like a god. His tall and handsome figure pierced through the light and appeared in front of her. Mu! Yun Shishir's mouth gaped open in shock as she uttered a single word. Mu Yaja's appearance gave her a dreamy surprise. He was dressed in a medieval aristocratic suit. His posture was noble and arrogant, and his aura was extraordinary. He was like a prince charming who had appeared in front of her without warning. She had imagined countless dreamy scenes, but now, they were displayed in front of her without warning. She couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Yun Shishir stared at the handsome man in front of her in a daze. She was a little speechless. Did he prepare everything in this fairy tale-like fantasy for her? Yun Shishir's body stiffened slightly. In front of her, the strong light left a deep impression on his exquisite facial features. In the dreamy light and shadow, his handsome face was like an ancient Greek sculpture, handsome as if it was cast. Amidst the gentle breeze, his black hair brushed past his ears, his proud jawline, and his deep, serene eyes were breathtaking. His thin lips gently curved into a charming arc. Mu Yaja gently reached out to her and opened his palm. He raised his eyebrows slightly and gave her a silent invitation with his eyes. She raised her hand and placed it in his palm. Suddenly, her breathing became tight. Yun Shishir couldn't believe that everything in front of her was real. So much so that she asked a silly question at this romantic moment. Mu Yaja, she looked up and her eyes flashed. Is it really you? What answered her was the man's powerful palm. He held her hand and took the opportunity to pull her into his embrace. Yun Shishir was caught off guard and fell into his embrace. Her swaying body was supported by his strong arms. She raised her head and looked into the man's deep and doting eyes. Little fool, it's me. Little fool, it's me. This intimate and affectionate form of address made her slightly startled. Just a few hours ago, Hua Jin had called her that. She felt impatient and didn't like him calling her that. However, when Mu Yaja called her little idiot, it actually made her feel a trace of warmth and sweetness in her heart. Yun Shusher still couldn't believe everything in front of her eyes. She was afraid that in the blink of an eye, she would wake up from her dream. When she woke up, she would still be on set, sitting in a deserted hotel. She couldn't help but stretch out her arm and gently wrap it around his waist, greedily longing for this moment. Behind them, the Ferris wheel stopped. Mu Yaja grabbed her chin and dotted her lips. He asked gently, "Do you like the Ferris wheel?" Yun Shusher nodded and pursed her lips into a smile. "I like it. Do you want to sit?" "Yes." Mu Yaja smiled and held her hand as they boarded the Ferris wheel. There were only two of them on the huge Ferris wheel. Chapter 16:16. As the Ferris wheel slowly rose into the air, the spectacular scenery of Fairy Tale Valley could be seen. The two of them sat in the spacious cabin, and Yun Shusher looked very surprised. "Mu Yaja, did you prepare all these?" Mu Yaja saw her childlike expression and couldn't help but laugh. "Is this your first time?" "Yes." Yun Shusher's expression changed slightly, and she looked a little lonely. She pursed her lips dejectedly. "This is my first time. I've never had the chance to sit here before. It's rare to come to a place like an amusement park." He leaned back gracefully. "Do you like it?" Yun Shusher smiled in satisfaction. "I like it. I really like it." In the hearts of young girls, there was always a princess dream. They dreamed of becoming the prince in their hearts, Cinderella. Yun Shusher was no exception. But fairy tales were fairy tales, and dreams were just dreams. That crystal carriage is really beautiful, just like in fairy tales. Have you seen Cinderella before? No. The carriage in Cinderella is a carriage made from a pumpkin by the fairy godmother. Mu Yaja merely watched her gesticulate excitedly without saying a word. Yun Shusher said longingly, "When I was young, I also dreamed that when night fell and the Ferris wheel rose to the peak, I would be able to see the beautiful starry sky with my beloved prince." She was too embarrassed to say what she wanted to say next. When the Ferris wheel rose to the sky, fireworks would be dazzling in the starry sky, and the prince would take out a beautiful diamond ring, propose to her, and kiss her in the beautiful night. She only hid these beautiful fantasies in her diary. She smiled embarrassedly. "This dream must be very silly, right?" "I think so too." Mu Yaja's lips curled into a smile as he lowered his head to light a cigarette. Holding the cigarette between his lips and smiling eyes, he actually made her heart palpitate with excitement. Yun Shusher's cheeks burned strangely. She turned her face away guiltily, but secretly glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Usually, he liked to wear black shirts, but today, he was wearing a noble suit and looked very handsome. So much so that she was embarrassed to look him in the eye. Mu Yaja leaned back in his seat. His fair and flawless skin, his gentle gaze, and his thick and long eyelashes intertwined with each other. There was a faint dimple at the corner of his lips. When he smiled, it was very beautiful, revealing a trace of freshness and purity. It was the complete opposite of his expressionless face, making people involuntarily want to get close to him. She didn't know why, but she didn't like men who smoked, yet she didn't dislike him. She was even a little obsessed with how he looked when he smoked. Yun Shusher stared blankly and couldn't help but curve her lips. Mu Yaja suddenly raised his eyes and looked at her calmly. Yun Shusher was startled. She turned her head abruptly, only to find that the Ferris wheel had already risen to the highest point. She stood up excitedly and leaned against the windowsill. She looked up at the starry sky and held her face in her hands in amazement. "It's so beautiful." Yun Shusher smiled happily like a child. Mu Yaja took a deep puff of his cigarette and put it out. He got up casually and slowly approached her from behind. Aware of the movement behind her, Yun Shusher smiled and turned her face. Suddenly, her chin was gently lifted by slender fingers. Chapter 16:17. Mu Yaja's perfect, handsome face inched closer to hers. His thin, moist lips gently covered the corner of her lips. The faint smell of tobacco permeated between his lips and teeth. Together with his unique fragrance, it refreshed her heart and mind. Yun Shishir was stunned. Her eyes suddenly widened and she furrowed her brows in disbelief. Mu Yaja covered her eyes in dissatisfaction and gently lowered his eyelids. She tossed and turned in his soft kiss. His deep affection for her, which seeped into her bones, made her heart pound like thunder for a moment. Outside the window, the moonlight flowed gently and the mottled shadows of the stars contrasted with the white light. His face seemed to be plated with a layer of moonlight, making his skin look even more jade-like. Through the gaps between her fingers, Yun Shishir carefully opened her eyes. Mu Yaja's beautiful face was faintly discernible. The Ferris wheel slowly rotated, and she slowly closed her eyes. Mu Yaja imprisoned her in front of his chest. He lifted her chin with one hand and stroked the soft hair by the side of her face with the other. The tip of his tongue gently hooked into the gap between her lips and her pearly white teeth. The tips of their tongues seemed to touch each other. Yun Shishir's cheeks suddenly flushed red and her hands moved restlessly in front of his chest. She seemed to be a little nervous. She suddenly felt, the scene in front of her was extremely familiar. Where had she seen it before? Yun Shishir was a little confused but she couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Mu Yaja comfortingly grabbed her wrist and slowly moved it to his waist. Thus, she obediently wrapped her arms around his waist. Their fingers interlocked, but her knuckles were white from nervousness. A bunch of fireworks suddenly rose in the sky and bloomed beautifully. Mu Yaja lifted his head. Yun Shishir lowered her head shyly and bit her lip hard. He smiled and lifted her chin, giving her a light peck on the lips. Shishir, marry me, Mu Yaja's voice was slightly deep as he slowly said those words. He raised his eyebrows and gazed at her face gently. Shishir, marry me, those words sounded so pleasant when he said them in such a mellow and magnetic voice. His large palm grabbed her hand. Immediately after, a circle of coldness stuck to her ring finger and slid down to the base of her finger. Yun Shishir's heart seemed to have skipped a beat and her eyes kept widening. His sudden proposal caught her off guard. So much so that after Mu Yaja said that sentence, her mind seemed to explode violently. White light flashed and it was as if she was flying to the clouds. Happiness came too suddenly. Caught off guard, she was stunned by the surprise that fell from the sky. Marry me, okay? Mu Yaja's devilish lips curled into a doting smile. Let's be together forever, okay? Sure. He stopped her from continuing. Let me finish. She pursed her lips and held her breath, wondering what he was going to say next. I swear, Mu Yaja took a deep breath and lowered his head. He touched the tip of her nose and rubbed it intimately. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze was deep. I'll use my life to dote on you and protect you. Yun Shishir's red lips trembled slightly. She could not help but feel like crying because of him. I'll dote on you forever. Are you willing to be my little princess forever? Behind him, a bunch of fireworks rose and bloomed beautifully in the sky. Mu Yaja held her hand gracefully. Yun Shishir's gaze fell on her ring finger. Chapter 16-18. It was a 1-carat pink diamond ring, exquisite and luxurious. Yun Shishir recognized it at a glance. This was a rare custom-made pink diamond from Dairy Ring. Dairy Ring was a romantic luxury brand. Men could only customize one diamond ring in their lifetime based on their ID card. A man could only customize one diamond ring in his lifetime. It symbolized the most romantic promise. The ring he put on for her was from the Dairy Ring With You series. It was worth 8 figures. Yun Shishir's eyes suddenly moistened. She was touched, but at the same time, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could this man be so domineering in his proposal? He put the ring on her ring finger without any explanation. It was obvious that he wouldn't allow her to refuse. She could feel that in his eyes, she had really become a little princess who was doted on by thousands. She really couldn't believe everything that was happening in front of her eyes. It should have only appeared in her diary, everything that was in her fantasy. Getting on the Ferris wheel with the person she loved, proposing to her in the sky full of fireworks, begging her to marry him. This was clearly a beautiful fairy tale plot, but it actually appeared in her life. Muyaja saw that she was so touched and happy that she lost control. His heart ached a little, but in an instant, it softened beyond belief. Sure, promise me. Muyaja cupped her face, his gaze sincere. He wasn't a man who understood romance. Therefore, perhaps tonight's romantic proposal was the most romantic proposal he could imagine. In business, he had always been cold, decisive, and wise. However, he had always been lacking in romance cells. Therefore, perhaps in her eyes, even a proposal seemed so domineering that she couldn't refuse. However, he really wanted to protect her for the rest of her life. He had prepared for this proposal for a long time. Everything was done by him personally, all for the sake of giving her a dreamy surprise on this day. Perhaps in the past, he also couldn't believe that he would secretly spend so much effort for a woman, just for a proposal. As long as he waved his hand, there probably wouldn't be a woman who would refuse his proposal. In the past, marriage to him was nothing more than a ritual and a shackle. But now, because of her, he had changed his view of marriage. If he had to say that marriage was a shackle, then he was willing to be trapped. Trapped by her. Yun Shishir was crying and laughing at the same time. She nodded and agreed, okay. Okay. Idiot. Yun Shishir didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What I mean is, I'm willing. He had formally proposed to her. And she was willing to marry him. She was willing, she was really willing. These words kept repeating in Yun Shishir's mind, and her mood also climbed to the clouds along with the gorgeous fireworks in the night sky. When Muyaja heard this, a satisfied smile bloomed on his face. He hugged her in his arms and kissed her passionately under the fireworks in the sky. The Ferris wheel climbed to the highest point. Yun Shishir nestled in Muyaja's arms and looked at the beautiful night sky outside the window. She couldn't help hugging her arms tighter. Do you know? Right now, I feel like I'm in a dream. Until now, I still can't believe it. Chapter 16-19. When I was young, I yearned for the princes and princesses in fairy tales. I fantasized that one day, I would sit on a Ferris wheel with my beloved, and he would propose to me with fireworks in the sky. Halfway through her speech, she suddenly felt that something was amiss. Yun Shishir furrowed her brows and glared at him. Hey! Did you peek at my diary? Muyaja's face showed a hint of awkwardness at being exposed. Seeing his evasive expression, Yun Shishir cupped his face with both hands, forcing him to look at her directly. Tell me the truth. Did you secretly flip through my diary? She had the habit of keeping a diary when she was young. Hence, be it her mood, her ideals, her thoughts, or even her trivial matters, she liked to record them in her diary. Yun Shishir felt that something was amiss no matter how she thought about it. Today's proposal was similar to the one she had imagined in her diary. Could it be that this man had secretly peeked at her diary and directed this scene? Muyaja coughed awkwardly and then hummed in acknowledgement. He had indeed secretly flipped through her diary, but that was because Yu had accidentally left it behind when she was tidying up her things. He did not know that it was a diary, so he picked it up and flipped through a few pages until he reached one of them. On top of it were the notes of Yun Shishir when she was young. He skimmed through it and memorized her wish in just a few glances. Muyaja told her everything truthfully. Yun Shishir did not show it on her face when she heard it, but she was very touched inside. Muyaja, she lowered her head and hesitated for a moment before smiling. Thank you. She had to thank him for silently fulfilling a wish of hers that she could only dream of. The Ferris wheel descended. When the door opened, fireworks rose from the ground. Yun Tianyu and Xiao Yichen appeared before her like two little angels, holding birthday cakes in their hands. Mommy! Happy birthday! The two children's tender voices were pure and cute. Yun Shishir was pleasantly surprised once again. So much so that she stared blankly at the scene in front of her, unable to react in time. So today was her birthday. She didn't realize it, but she didn't expect the two little guys to remember her birthday. They even prepared a cake and a gift in advance. There was such a big surprise. Yun Shishir was so moved that tears gushed out of her eyes. She had been on set for so long and had been separated from the two little guys for so long. She missed them very much. Yun Shishir lowered her body slightly and opened her arms. My two darlings, Mommy missed you so much. Mommy, little Ichen let out a whimper as tears welled up in his eyes as he threw himself into her embrace. Yu couldn't help but laugh. He pursed his lips and walked to Yun Shishir's side a little bashfully. He put the crown he made on her head. Dear Mommy, happy birthday. I hope you will be happy forever. Yu will love you forever. He cupped her face and kissed her affectionately on the cheek. Yun Shishir was touched and pulled him into her embrace. She hugged the two little lads tightly, unwilling to let go. Mommy missed you guys so much. Xiao Yichen heard that and a few drops of tears fell. Mommy, why didn't you come home for so long? I missed you so much. Chapter 1620. Mommy, even if you know you're wrong, I won't forgive you so easily. Xiao Yichen pretended to be reserved as he counted with his fingers. Yun Shishir pursed her lips and asked teasingly, then, Xiao Yichen, what do I have to do to make you forgive Mommy? Unless. Xiao Yichen blinked mysteriously, tapped his cheek, and smiled. Mommy, give me a kiss. Yun Shishir was amused by him. Then, she kissed him hard on the cheek. Xiao Yichen was satisfied. Then, he took out the handmade gift that he had hidden behind his back and held it in front of her. It was a bouquet of handmade roses. Xiao Yichen had specially asked a handmade teacher to make it for him. He thought that since it was his mommy's birthday, he had to give her a happy present. After much thought, he decided to give her a bouquet of handmade roses. Handmade flowers would never wither. The meaning behind the bouquet was that he hoped his mommy would be like a beautiful flower that would bloom forever. Yun Shishir held the bouquet in her hands. Her heart was filled with warmth. Xiao Yichen's handwork skills were not as good as Yu's. He was a little clumsy. When he was in school, he did not like to do handwork. Hence, the handmade flowers were a little rough. However, it was obvious that he had put a lot of effort into it. Every edge was carefully trimmed and neat. The coloring was also very serious. Although there were not enough details, the overall product was very beautiful. Yun Shishir loved it very much. She looked at the flowers with a smile on her face. She felt a sense of satisfaction that she had never felt before. Xiao Yichen asked nervously, Mommy. Mommy, do you like the flowers I made? Of course I like them. Mommy really likes the gift you gave me. Really? Xiao Yichen was instantly elated. He was so proud that he wanted to fly to the clouds. Mommy had praised his handwork. Mommy liked the flowers he made. His little tail was about to curl up into the sky. Yun Shishir's affirmation was better than anyone else's praise. Mu Yaja's eyes twitched as he watched from the side. On the way there, he praised Xiao Yichen and said that his handiwork had improved, but Xiao Yichen was still unhappy. Yun Shishir's praise actually made him so proud. Unfair. Yu was jealous. She quickly grabbed Yun Shishir's arm and walked over to the cake. Then, she said proudly, Mommy, this is Yu's birthday cake. As he spoke, he snorted and glanced at Xiao Yichen provocatively. The latter crossed his arms in front of his chest unhappily. Clearly, he didn't think much of it. His eyes seemed to say, Mommy would definitely like the flowers I sent her. Yu replied with a cold stare, naive. Mommy would definitely like the cake I made the most. Yun Shishir walked over to the cake and saw that Yu had meticulously kneaded sugar figurines. Mu Yaja, Yun Shishir, Yu, and Xiao Yichen's family of 4 were used as the template. The figurines were pink and sticky, cute and charming. Xiao Yichen's and Yun Shishir's facial features were especially lively. However, Yun Shishir's gaze landed on Mu Yaja's face. Pfft! She burst out laughing. Not only was Mu Yaja's face fiercely pinched by Yu Yu, but his mouth was also tilted to one side due to the accident when he was making the cake. Ha ha ha. The expression of the sugar figurines was so funny that Yun Shishir couldn't help but burst out laughing. Mu Yaja walked over and took a look. His face darkened and he rubbed his forehead with a headache.
Chapter 621. Inside the house, Han Yushi motioned for Li Zixuan to let go of her hand. Then, she took a deep breath. Although she looked excited, she tried her best to lower her voice and said, "Husband, I haven't even seen His Majesty today. Why would he give me the title of nobility?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "What's so strange about that? Although you haven't seen His Majesty, you have trained your husband well and cultivated such an outstanding talent like me. Of course, His Majesty will reward you." Li Zixuan shamelessly praised himself as he combed Han Yushi's long hair. In his previous life, he liked girls with long black hair very much. However, many modern girls found it too troublesome to take care of long hair. It was too hot in the summer and too cold in the winter when they washed their hair, so they usually couldn't keep it. Now that he was back in ancient times, he could finally fulfill this small wish of his. Han Yushi's was the standard long hair that reached her waist. She was extremely beautiful. Trained your husband well?" Han Yushi's expression froze. After she reacted, she said angrily, "Husband, you're talking nonsense again. You're already very outstanding. What does it have to do with me?" After saying that, her mood inexplicably became a little depressed. When Li Zixuan saw this, he quickly turned sideways and caressed Han Yushi's little face with his hand. He said softly, "I'm not talking nonsense. If it weren't for my wife urging me, I might be walking around with a group of rich playboys in Chang'an City right now, or hanging around in brothels. How would I have the perseverance and willpower to go to that Yanhuang college? Husband, don't go to that kind of place. The women there are not worthy of you." When Han Yushi heard about brothels, her nerves immediately became sensitive. She said anxiously. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Yes. I'm not going. In this world, only my wife is worthy of me. I only want to be intimate with my wife." Han Yushi's ears turned red. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito as she sighed, This concubine is also not worthy of my husband." Li Zixuan's eyes widened and he suddenly shouted excitedly, "You are worthy. Who dares to say that my wife is not worthy of him? Even if you're from a commoner's family, even if you don't understand poetry, even if you're not from a noble family, you're still worthy. If I say you're worthy, then you're worthy. You don't need to learn poetry, you don't need to learn accounting, and you don't need to worry about other people's gossip. Do you understand?" "Husband," Han Yushi's eyes were filled with tears as she stared blankly at Li Zixuan. She wanted to say something, but nothing came out of her mouth. Li Zixuan held Han Yushi in his arms and rested his chin on her forehead. He said softly, "Remember, my wife, from now on, you only need to accompany me and grow old together. I will help you solve other things. If others feel that your status is low and you're not worthy of me, then I will find an official position for you. Let's see who dares to gossip behind my back in the future. Wife, it's fine if you don't know how to do accounting and manage the family. I will earn mountains of gold and silver for you. Even if our children and grandchildren are all prodigals, they will never be able to squander the family fortune. Wife, it's even more fine if you don't know poetry. When you want to write poems, tell me, and I will write them for you. You can write whatever you want. Actually, our life doesn't need to be so complicated. I love you, you love me. It's that simple. We will love simply in the future and live together simply, okay? Wah." These ordinary and touching words of love, which seemed to be a reprimand on the surface but were actually full of concern, made Han Yushi unable to hold it in anymore. She burst into tears and buried her head in Li Zixuan's arms as she sobbed, "Husband." Sob, sob. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't have those messy thoughts in the future. I'll accompany you well in the future. I won't study poetry anymore." At this moment, she realized that Li Zixuan wasn't lying to her when he said that this surprise was related to her future life. In the past, in order to make herself worthy of Li Zixuan, she had been working hard to learn this and that. She originally thought that he couldn't tell, but she didn't expect that the man beside her had long noticed all of this and kept it in his heart. He even put in a lot of effort to untie the knot in her heart. When she thought of this, self-reproach, sweetness, happiness, and gratitude instantly surged into her heart. Han Yushi's tears flowed endlessly like a flood breaking through a dam. In just a short while, Li Zixuan's chest was already wet. Li Zixuan quickly patted Han Yushi's back and comforted her gently. All right. Wife, don't cry. Now that you have an official position, even the county magistrate will have to bow to you when you see him in the future. This is a joyous occasion. Wife, don't cry. Stand, cough, cough. In the modern era, there were all kinds of nonsense. Li Zixuan almost said, "Wife, don't cry, stand up and masturbate." Fortunately, the old driver drove steadily and braked in time. Otherwise, there would definitely be a car accident. Han Yushi, who was in a complicated mood, didn't notice the abnormality. She sobbed twice and then wiped her tears, cough. She used Li Zixuan's clothes to wipe her tears. She raised her head and said, "You're right, husband. This is a joyous occasion. I won't cry." "Ah. It's so late." "Oh no, since His Majesty has given me an imperial edict, then there should be an imperial edict in the afternoon." "But husband, did we miss the imperial edict?" Han Yushi looked at the sky and only then did she notice that the sun was about to set. She suddenly thought of the 6th rank title and couldn't help but exclaim with a panicked expression. Li Zixuan patted Han Yushi's shoulder and said with a smile, Wife, you're thinking too much. His Majesty drank a lot in the afternoon. He's probably still in the land of tenderness. Where would he have the time to get someone to draft an imperial edict? The imperial edict bestowing the title of wife will probably only be sent tomorrow." Han Yushi heard that and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. She patted her chest and said, "Oh, that's good, that's good. It's all your fault, husband. Xiao He and the others must have noticed something. Forget it, let's not care about this. I have to go to the kitchen and arrange for someone to cook. Otherwise, father and mother will be anxious from waiting." After that, she left Li Zixuan and got up in a hurry to go out. Li Zixuan was speechless. He thought to himself, is it my fault for lasting too long? He looked at Han Yushi's back and added, "Wife, remember to make a plate of scrambled eggs with chives and roast a plate of pork kidney tonight." Han Yushi's tender face turned red when she heard that. She said unhappily, "Stinky husband, you haven't been serious all day. I'm ignoring you." After she finished speaking, she really didn't bother with Li Zixuan and directly fled. Chapter 622. The next day, Li Zixuan slept in, which was rare. On one hand, it was because he had been in seclusion for the past month to compile teaching materials. He would work overtime every night, which exhausted a lot of his physical and mental strength. On the other hand, it was because this guy had another wave last night and worked overtime in bed. Under such circumstances, he could not get up in the morning. But as the person involved, Han Yushi didn't feel sleepy at all. She didn't feel sleepy at all. She knew that Li Zixuan was very tired during this period of time, so she didn't wake him up. Instead, she walked out of the room alone and brought Xiao He, Xiao Shi, and the others to practice Tai Chi. Today, Han Yushi felt more and more that Tai Chi was very beneficial to the body. Not to mention that her husband and her adoptive father had broken through because of Tai Chi. After practicing Tai Chi for more than 2 months, the most direct feeling was that she was very energetic every day. Secondly, she could barely cope with Li Zixuan's various torments at night. The three beauties were practicing Tai Chi outside. The scenery was very beautiful, but Li Zixuan had no time to care about it. He lay in bed and slept soundly, going on a date with Zhou Gong. "Hubby. Get up quickly, Mr. Li Gang is here." After an unknown period of time, Li Zixuan faintly heard a melodious voice ringing in his ears. He muttered somewhat unwillingly, "Oh. Who's here?" Han Yushi had no choice but to repeat, "Hubby, Mr. Li Gang is here. He's waiting in the front yard. Get up quickly." Li Zixuan heard it clearly this time. He immediately turned over and jumped off the bed, saying, "Mr. Li is here? How long has he been here?" This guy looked at the sunlight outside and knew that it was not early. As he spoke, he hurriedly put on his clothes and buttoned a button wrong in his hurry. Seeing this, Han Yushi sighed helplessly. Without any hesitation, she stepped forward to help Li Zixuan put on his clothes. She said, "Husband, don't worry. Mr. Li Gang has just arrived. There are two other people who came with him. They look quite old. Father is accompanying them in the front hall." Li Zixuan asked, "Oh? Dad, didn't you go out to play chess with someone today?" The chess he was talking about was Go. Of course, it didn't mean that there was only Go in the Tang dynasty and no Chinese chess. In fact, there were both types of chess in the Tang dynasty. Go had been circulating in China's upper class since the spring and autumn period. Chinese chess was relatively late and only became popular during the Warring States period. A few months ago, after Li Jingma handed over the family business to Li Zixuan, he happily became a rich man. In the morning, he usually played chess with others in the tea house, and in the afternoon, he usually went shopping with Mrs. Li or went sightseeing in the suburbs of Chang'an. He was really comfortable. Not yet. Mother said that the imperial edict might come to our house today. She asked father not to go out. After Han Yushi helped Li Zixuan put on his clothes, she began to pull Li Zixuan to the dressing table to help him comb his hair. At this time, when she heard Li Zixuan's question, she answered softly. "Oh." Li Zixuan responded. Then, he complained in his heart, "I don't know if old Li has recovered today after drinking so much yesterday. He's not like me, who can sleep in the morning." Li Er, who had dark circles under his eyes and was in low spirits, yawned inexplicably on the dragon throne. Wei Zheng, who was standing below, couldn't help but frown. "Mr. Li, you're here. We're honored by your presence. Please forgive us for not going out to meet you." After washing up, Li Zixuan came to the main hall in the front yard. When he saw Li Gang and two unfamiliar old men, he quickly went forward and greeted them politely. Li Gang didn't buy it. He pointed at Li Zixuan and scolded, "What do you mean by not going out to meet you? I think you just woke up, right?" He had been with Li Zixuan for so long and had long regarded Li Zixuan as his own junior. When he saw this situation, he couldn't help but say a few more words. Cough, cough. Li Zixuan blushed and said awkwardly, "Well, I've been too tired to compile teaching materials for the academy recently, so I woke up a little late today. I didn't expect Mr. Li to come in person. Otherwise, I wouldn't have woken up so late." Li Gang glanced at Li Zixuan's legs and wanted to say, "Young people should pay attention to self-control." But when he considered that it would embarrass Li Zixuan in front of others, he could only change his words and say, "Diligence is the key to success. Yanhuang College will soon be on the right track. Little Xian, don't slack off at this time." Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, "I understand." At this time, Li Jingma finally had a chance to interrupt. He stood up and said to Li Zixuan, "Little Xian, Mr. Li Gang has come to our house. You have to treat him well and don't neglect him. Father will go and order people to prepare lunch. You stay here and accompany these gentlemen." The people who came today were all influential figures. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. When Li Gang reprimanded his son, he could only listen. He couldn't say that Li Gang's reprimand was wrong. After all, Li Gang's name was so famous. Li Zixuan knew that his father wanted to sneak away, but he didn't expose him. He replied, "Father, go do what you need to do. I'll stay here." Li Jingma nodded and cupped his hands to everyone. Then, he hurried out. Haha. This kid is in a high position, but he can still accept criticism. His temperament is not bad. After Li Gang left, an old man with half-white hair sitting on Li Gang's right stroked his beard and laughed. "Sir, you flatter me." Although Li Zishuan didn't know who this person was, he still cupped his hands and thanked him. This was because he understood that the person who was brought here by Li Gang must have an extraordinary identity and ability. Li Gang pointed at the old man and introduced him to Li Zishuan. "Little Xian, let me introduce you. This is Dragon Gate's Wang Ji, Wang Wugong. People call him Dong Gaozi. You must have read his biography of Mr. Wu Dou, right? Mr. Wang is a true literary figure. This old man spent a lot of effort to invite him over. You mustn't neglect him." Li Zishuan was confused. Wang Wugong, Dong Gaozi, biography of Mr. Wu Dou. He had never heard of any of these before. He was a complete engineering guy in his previous life. If you were talking about awesome people like Li Bai, Du Fu, Bai Ji, he would definitely know them. However, he had never heard of Wang Ji. But it didn't matter because this guy knew how to act. "Ah. So it's you, Mr. Wang. I'm sorry for the disrespect. After I read your biography of Mr. Wu Dou, I admired your noble character very much. I'm really lucky to be able to see you in person today." Li Zishuan silently gave Li Gang 32 likes. Old Li was really a good friend. He even mentioned Wang Ji's representative work. This teammate was really 66666. Chapter 623. Wang Ji, courtesy name Wugong, also known as Donggaozi, was from Jiangzhou Longmen, a Tang dynasty doctor and famous poet. Many people might not know the name Wang Ji, but this person had a very powerful grandnephew, Wang Bo, the head of the 4 heroes of the Tang dynasty. Wang Bo was the grandson of Wang Ji's brother, Wang Tong. Speaking of Wang Tong, he was also a famous doctor and a very famous scholar. In the 3rd year of Emperor Wen's life, Wang Tong once traveled west to Chang'an, met Emperor Wen, and presented the 12 strategies for Taiping, respected the way of the king, and analyzed the past and the present. But he was not used. Probably because of the recommendation of his hometown friend, Xue Daoheng, he was given the position of Assistant Secretary of Shu County and Assistant Minister of Shu King. But Wang Tong was not satisfied, so he resigned and became a private educator in his hometown. Later on he devoted himself to the study of Confucius's 6 classics. It is said that he once studied under Li Yu of the Eastern Sea, studied poetry under Xia Dian of the Huiji, and inquired about etiquette under Guan Ziming of the River East. After studying, Wang Tong felt that he had learned something, so he imitated Confucius and wrote Wang's 6 classics, or continued 6 classics. He began to gather disciples and give lectures at Bainyoshi in his hometown. The number of disciples is often in the hundreds. Only Hunan Donghang, Nanyang Qingyuan, Zhongshan Jia Qiong, Hedong Shueshou, Taishan Yao Yi, Taiyuan Wen Yanba, Jing Zhao Duyan, and a dozen others are outstanding. Yao Yi is generous, so Zhongyu, Shueshou is knowledgeable, so Zhuangzhou. Other than that, it was said that Tang dynasty officials like Fang Xianling and Wei Zhang were also Wang Tong's disciples, but there was no direct evidence to prove it. As for Wang Ji, he was promoted to the position of secretary during the end of the Sui dynasty. But he was not happy in the court, so he resigned on the pretext of illness and returned to being Yangzhou's 6 harmonies minister. When the world was in chaos, he resigned and returned to his hometown. In the Tang dynasty, he ordered the court officials to wait for the imperial decree. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, he resigned and returned to Hezhou to farm in Donggaozi, calling himself Donggaozi. He was arrogant, addicted to alcohol, and could drink Wudou. He wrote biography of Mr. Wudou, Wine Classic, Wine, and Zhuang. In history, this person's literary achievements were quite high. Later generations evaluated him as follows: his poetry is close but not shallow. His quality is not ordinary. He is frank and unrestrained. He is open-minded and lofty. He chases after the high winds of Wei and Jin. The body of laws originated from the 6 dynasties, and took shape between the Sui and Tang dynasties. Wang Ji was depressed all his life. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, he was an official and retired 3 times. His heart was set on an official career, but he knew that it would be difficult for him to achieve great things. Therefore, he retired to the mountains and the countryside, entertaining himself with music, wine, and poetry. After he abandoned his official position and lived in seclusion in his hometown, Donghao village, he indulged himself in alcohol and indulged himself. His thinking was deeply influenced by Taoism. Most of his poems were based on the love of wine, praising Ji Kong and Wan Ji, and praising Tao Yuanming with the content of the idyllic and leisurely life. Later generations compiled it into the collection of Dong Gaozi. At this time, in the main hall, Wang Ji heard Li Zishuan's sincere praise, and a smile appeared on his old face. He said humbly, "Ah, you really know how to talk, but I'm just a country bumpkin. I don't deserve your praise. I heard that you've set up an academy. I'd like to see it for myself." Actually, Wang Ji couldn't be blamed for not being able to see that Li Zishuan was acting. It was just that Li Zishuan's acting was too realistic. The admiration and praise on his face were just right. If it was more, it would appear hypocritical, and if it was less, it would appear insincere. If he was in modern times, he could be an Oscar winner. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Since ancient times, learning has always been the most important thing in every dynasty. However, it is harder for the poor to enter the academy than to ascend to the heavens. Therefore, I founded Yanhuang Academy to establish my heart for the world and life for the people. I want everyone who is interested in learning to be able to learn useful things." Good. What a good heart for the world. What a good life for the people. The Li family's boy is really bold. When Wang Ji heard these 2 sentences, he couldn't help but slap the table and praise. He laughed and said, "Just based on these 2 sentences, I'll drink to the heavens." After saying that, he picked up the teacup beside him and tilted his head back to pour it into his mouth. As a result, ba ba ba. It's actually tea. You're not honest. Why didn't you serve me wine when I came here? Wang Ji complained as he spat out the sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty tea in his mouth. Li Zishuan blushed with shame. He hurriedly asked someone to bring the iced wine from home and said, "Cough, cough. Mr. Wugong, please wait a moment. The wine will be here soon." Another old man on the side pointed at Wang Ji and scolded jokingly, "Wugong, Wugong, after so many years, you're still so addicted to wine." Wang Ji didn't feel ashamed. Instead, he felt proud and said, "So what? If a person lives a lifetime without wine, what's the point of living? It's better to die." Everyone was shocked by these words. What did he mean by addicted to wine? This was what it meant to be addicted to wine. In comparison, those drunkards in other people's mouths were simply too weak. Fragrant. 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 So fragrant. At this moment, a maid from the Li residence brought in a pot of wine. The spout of the wine pot was emitting cold air, and at the same time, it also brought out bursts of wine fragrance. Wang Ji's nose twitched like a pug as he greedily sniffed the wine fragrance in the air. The image of an otherworldly expert from before instantly disappeared without a trace. Li Zishuan's jaw dropped to the ground. Wang Ji didn't care about these things, or rather, he didn't care about these things at all. At this moment, he closed his eyes and was deeply intoxicated. Soft and mellow, mixed with the fragrance of mountain fruits. The ratio of each is just right. The fruit borrows the strength of the wine, but the wine dissolves the fragrance of the wine. Wonderful. 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 It's really wonderful. This winemaker can be called a master. Li Zishuan was speechless. Wasn't this the most ordinary of warm and gentle wine? Why did Wang Ji's words make it sound like the nectar of heaven? With the expansion of the winery and the improvement of the technology, although the current Drunken Immortal and Warm and Gentle wine were not cheap goods that could be found on the streets, the daily production capacity was already 2 to 3 times higher than before. At the very least, there was no need to line up everywhere to drink Drunken Immortal now. As long as you had the money, you could drink it. Therefore, Li Zishuan was very puzzled by Wang Ji's current behavior. Li Gang's old face turned red. He secretly thought that his old friend was really embarrassing. He coughed dryly and said, "Cough, cough. Wugong, this is Warm and Gentle wine. It's sold in all the major restaurants in Chang'an City. If you like it, I'll ask Xiao Xian to give you some later." The expression on Wang Ji's face suddenly froze. However, this guy was also a clever person. Seeing his frozen old face, he immediately changed into an expression of reminiscence and said, "Oh. So it's Warm and Gentle wine. I drank it a few times in the past, but I didn't drink it after that. After such a long time, I almost forgot the taste." Li Zishuan was stunned for 2 seconds. He thought to himself, "I don't believe you. Warm and Gentle wine and Drunken Immortal only appeared this year. You still have the nerve to say that you haven't drunk it for so long and have forgotten the taste?" He never expected this old guy to start acting with him. Life is really like a play, and it all depends on acting. Chapter 624. Ha! You old thing. In the main hall of the Li residence, after Wang Ji finished speaking, Li Zishuan did not expose the lie in front of him in order to give him some face. However, another old man sitting opposite him pointed at Wang Ji and scolded him with a smile. However, that old man only scolded him jokingly and didn't probe further. He probably knew that Wang Ji was living in seclusion in the remote Donghao village, and his family wasn't well off. It was normal that he hadn't heard of the Gentle village. Li Zishuan stood up and said, "I haven't asked for this gentleman's name yet." Li Gang patted his head and said, "Oh. I forgot to introduce you, this is." He. "Wenji, why do you have to go through so much trouble?" That old man saw that Li Gang was going to introduce himself like how he introduced Wang Ji. He quickly waved his hand and interrupted him. Then, he looked at Li Zishuan and said casually, "I'm Yen Silu. I don't have as much fame as Wang Wugong. I'm just a scholar who relied on my late father's shadow." "Oh, right, my late father, Yen Jitue. I'm sure you've heard of it before." Li Zishuan was stunned for a moment. He only felt that the name Yen Jitue sounded very familiar. After searching his mind carefully, he was suddenly shocked. Yen Jitue. It was actually Yen Jitue, the man who wrote Yen Family Teachings. Yen Jitue lived his life and served 4 dynasties. 3 times, he was a man of a fallen country. He suffered the pain of separation and was deeply worried. Throughout his life, he didn't have any outstanding achievements, nor was he a prominent official. However, because of Yen Family Teachings, he enjoyed 1,000 years of fame. From this, one could see the far-reaching influence of his family teachings. Yen Family Teachings was written by Yen Jitue during the northern and southern dynasties. It influenced China's ancient family teachings for more than 2,000 years. It had the reputation of ancient and modern family teachings, with this as the ancestor. It was the most famous family teachings in China's history. Back then, Lu Sun's younger brother, Zhou Zuoren, greatly respected and admired Yen Jitue and the Yen Family Teachings. He specially wrote a note on the Yen Family Teachings in the night reading. Moreover, throughout history, the descendants of the Yen family had astonishing performances in terms of integrity and talent. Just in the Tang dynasty alone, people like Yen Shirgu, Yen Silu's eldest son, who annotated the Book of Han, Yen Jinxing whose calligraphy was a model for the world, and Yen Gaoqing whose awe-inspiring integrity shook the world for thousands of years, and Yen Gaoqing who died for the country, and so on, all gave people an extraordinary and deep impression of the Yen family, and also proved the effectiveness of the family teachings set by their ancestors. Even in the Song and Yuan dynasties, the Yen clan members continued to be officials, making the people of the Ming and Qing dynasties extremely envious. "So you're a descendant of Master Yen?" Sorry for the disrespect. Sir, you must be joking. If you are a sour Confucian, then there is no real Confucian in this world. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and cupped his hands solemnly at Yen Silu. His solemnity was not fake, but sincere. In that moment just now, he had already recalled some of Yen Jitue's deeds. If he remembered correctly, Yen Jitue had an extremely famous descendant, and that was Yen Jinxing, the man who was known as the four great families of regular calligraphy, along with Zhao Mengfu, Lu Gongquan, and Ouyang Sun. Later generations said that Yen Jinxing's status in the history of calligraphy in China was very high. Other than Wang Shiji, no one could be compared to him. Since Yen Jinxing was a descendant of Yen Jitue, then wasn't he also a descendant of Yen Silu in front of him? Yen Jinxing was Yen Silu's sixth grandson. Phew. You changed your mind so quickly. You were just praising this old man. Now you're praising this sour old man. Wang Ji, who was drinking at the side, couldn't help but say sourly when he saw Li Zishuan's appearance. Li Zishuan couldn't help but sweat. What do you mean by changing my mind so quickly? You're not AF * King Beauty, so why would I change my mind? Eating and sitting without manners, Wang Wugong, you really don't act like an elder at all. As soon as Wang Ji finished speaking, Yen Silu beat him to it and mocked him. Li Zishuan could see that these two old men were completely different from the old-fashioned scholars he usually saw. One had a carefree personality, and the other was easygoing and didn't put on airs. No matter what, Li Zishuan felt that it was a pleasant thing to get along with these two old men, so he couldn't help but give Li Gang 32 likes in his heart. Hee hee. Both of you are people of virtue and prestige. No matter who it is, I have admired you for a long time. There's no need to quarrel over such a small matter. Li Zishuan smiled and tried to smooth things over. Yen Silu's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, Li family's boy, don't beat around the bush. Tell me the truth, do you want to invite the two of us to teach at your college? Li Zishuan was slightly speechless. He originally planned to chat a bit more, then have a meal and drink together later, and then invite them to join Yanhuang College. After all, in modern times, wasn't this the process of inviting people to do things? He didn't expect Yen Silu to be so direct, but since things had already come to this, he had nothing to hide, so he cupped his hands and said to the two of them, to be honest, I have the same intention. I hope the two of you can come to Yanhuang College to teach and educate people. Yanhuang College has just been built, and other than Mr. Li Gang, there is no one else of virtue and prestige. If the two of you can join, Yanhuang College will definitely be able to reach a higher level. Among them, Li Zishuan didn't know what other skills Wang Ji had other than writing good essays. However, Yen Silu was different. First, he had scholarly prestige, and second, he had personal cultivation. If he could come to Yanhuang College to help manage the students, Li Zishuan felt that he would be able to save a lot of trouble. As for Wang Ji, Li Zishuan felt that his personality was good, and he was pleasing to the eye. In addition, he was recommended by Li Gang, so Li Zishuan felt that he might as well hire both of them. Wang Ji, who was enjoying the warmth of a woman while listening to the compliments, had no idea that he had become a buy one get one free gift in someone's heart. Hee hee. I have nothing to do at home. If it weren't for Li Wenji's multiple invitations, I wouldn't have come here today. You are also a famous person in Chang and this year, and I've heard a lot of rumors about you. But today, you said, set your heart for heaven and earth, and set your life for the people, which made me see you and Yanhuang College in a new light. I'm even a little glad that I came here today. Yen Silu shook his head and sighed. Li Zishuan saw this and was delighted. He asked, so, Mr. Yen, you agree? Yes. You, a young man, can set your heart for heaven and earth, and set your life for the people. How can an old man like me, who is about to know his destiny, shrink back? Yen Silu stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. Chapter 625. Oh. This old man also agreed. How about it? Kid, don't you feel honored? You must know that over the years, many people have wanted to invite this old man to come out of retirement, but this old man rejected them all. Seeing Li Zishuan and Yen Sila chatting passionately, Wang Ji felt that he was being neglected, so he interrupted somewhat unwillingly. Li Zishuan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Sure enough, some people couldn't be judged by their appearance. When he first saw Wang Ji, he thought that this old man was an otherworldly expert, but now, let's not talk about it anymore. Mr. Wang also agreed. That's really great. To be able to invite the two of you is this kid's honor, and it's also the honor of the thousands of students of Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan was still a very polite and good young man. He didn't slap Wang Ji's face, but instead put on a happy expression and cooperated with him. Sure enough, Wang Ji stroked his beard with a comforted look on his face. Li Zishuan's hands were itching when he saw this. Oh. That's right. This old man isn't that easy to invite. If you want this old man to help you teach students, you have to agree to one condition. Wang Ji stroked his beard for a while and suddenly said seriously. Li Zishuan's cheeks twitched imperceptibly. He restrained his emotions and said, "What condition?" "Sir, just say it." But in his heart, he secretly thought, when did a free gift become so troublesome? This old man doesn't have any self-awareness. Li Gang and Yen Silu immediately cast a contemptuous look over. Wang Ji's old face turned red, and he hurriedly coughed twice to hide his embarrassment, but he still insisted and said, "Cough, cough. Kid, if this old man goes to your college to teach, will there be good wine for me?" Just this kind of gentle village will do. How about 5 buckets a month? 5 buckets a month? Li Zishuan almost fell to the ground when he heard this. What kind of concept was 5 dough? 1 bucket of wine in the Tang dynasty was about 6,000 milliliters in modern times, which was about 12 caddies. 5 buckets was 60 caddies. Drinking 60 caddies of wine in 1 month, Li Zishuan only wanted to say one sentence at this moment. Furthermore, according to the current market price of 2 strings of coins per liter, these 5 buckets of gentle village would be 100 strings of coins. 100 strings of coins. Even though Li Zishuan wasn't lacking in money, the salary of a Yanhuang College teacher was still there. Previously, Yanhuang College's salary was 10 strings of cash per month for teaching assistants, 20 strings of cash per month for lecturers, 50 strings of cash per month for associate professors, and 100 strings of cash per month for professors, and 100 strings of cash per month for professors, and 100 strings of cash per month for Yanhuang College. Wang Wugong, you old man, do you really think you're Mr. Wudo? You want 5 buckets of wine as soon as you open your mouth. Yen Silu was a native of Chang'an. He was very clear about the current market price of gentle village. At this time, after hearing Wang Ji's request, he spoke out with some dissatisfaction. Speaking of Wang Ji's title of Mr. Wudo, it could be said that there was a lot of history behind it. First of all, Wang Ji himself wasn't as bad as Li Zishuan thought. Someone who treated him as a gift was a bit ignorant. Actually, Wang Ji was a very talented person. In the 20th year of Sui Kai Huang, Wang Ji, who was only 15 years old, traveled to the capital and Chang'an to visit the powerful minister Yang Su. He was called the child prodigy fairy by the ministers present. In the first year of the Dai dynasty, Wang Ji was a filial and honest official. But this guy was smart, but he was a bit lazy. Moreover, he was addicted to alcohol. At first, because of his arrogant nature, he didn't want to serve in the imperial court, so he was appointed as the deputy county magistrate of Yangzhou. But because he was addicted to alcohol, he was impeached and dismissed. Actually, he didn't care about the official position. He sighed and said, "The net is in the sky, I'll settle down." At this time, the Sui dynasty was in chaos. He and the hermit Zhong Zongguang were drinking wine, composing poems and raising birds for fun. In the 8th year of Tang Wuda, the imperial court recruited the officials of the previous dynasty. Wang Ji was appointed as an official under the imperial court. According to the rules of the imperial court, he was given 3 liters of good wine every day. His brother Wang Jing asked, "Are you happy waiting for the imperial court?" He replied, waiting for the imperial court's salary is low and lonely. Only the 3 liters of good wine makes people reluctant to part with it. When Chen Shuda heard about it, he increased the wine from 3 liters to 1 do. At the end of the 9th year of Wuda, Li Er killed his brother and imprisoned his father. Wang Ji was once again recruited by the imperial court and appointed as a minister. At that time, Shi Jiaoge of the Tai Li department was good at brewing wine. After Wang Ji heard about it, he was a bit restless. He hesitated for a long time and finally made up his mind. He told the big boss of the Ministry of Personnel that he requested to be transferred to the Tai Li department to be the Tai Li minister. At that time, the Minister of Personnel should have been Zhang Sun Wuji. When the old fox heard Wang Ji's strange request, his old face turned black. He then refuted it with the reason that it did not match the rank. Minister of Personnel is a concubine of the 4th rank, while the Tai Li minister is a concubine of the 8th rank. I have to say, for the sake of drinking wine, this guy is really capable of doing anything. After Wang Ji received Zhang Sun Wuji's reply, he did not give up. He sent Zhang Sun Wuji a request again and again, stating that he had to go to the Tai Li department. At first, Zhang Sun Wuji did not take it to heart. However, he could not stand this guy's daily harassment and finally appointed him according to his request. When Wang Ji received the appointment, he was naturally overjoyed. He felt that he could finally drink good wine every day. However, the good times did not last long. At the beginning of the Jingguan period, Jiao Ge passed away. However, Jiao Ji's wife continued to send wine to Wang Ji. However, not long after, Jiao Ji's wife also passed away. Wang Ji could not help but look up to the sky and sigh, "The heavens do not want me to indulge in good wine? Is it because the heavens do not want me to indulge in good wine?" After a few days, this guy felt that there was no point in continuing to stay in Chang'an. Thus, he gave up his position and left. After that, he wrote the biography of Mr. Wu Dou, in the Donghao village where he lived in seclusion. It was unintentionally spread by others and he instantly became famous. That was how the title of Mr. Wu Dou came to be. At this moment, when Wang Ji heard Yan Silu's dissatisfied words, he glared at him and said, "Ha! I, Wang Wugong, dare to ask for 5 do of wine because I am worth the price. Can you, Yan Silu, do you think you can do it?" Yan Silu said angrily, "What do you mean? You, Wang Wugong, other than drinking wine and writing a few lines of poetry, what else can you do? Why are you worthy of 5 do of gentle wine? Do you know that these 5 do of gentle wine are worth 100 strings of coins? Worth 100 strings of coins?" When Wang Ji heard this, he immediately panicked. If Yan Silu did not mention it, he really would not know that the wine he was drinking now was actually so expensive. Oh my God! The price of 1 do of wine is enough for this old man to drink for half a year. Oh no, oh no. Am I going to let Yan Silu see this old man as a joke? Wang Ji's heart was a little bitter at this moment, but he could not say it out loud. Chapter 626. Hey! So what if it's worth 100 strings of coins? Seeing Yan Shilu looking at him provocatively, the temper buried in Wang Ji's heart surged. He straightened his neck and said indignantly, "Who said this old man only knows how to write poems and drink wine? The best thing about me is that no matter what I learn, I'm faster than you, Yan Kong." Yan Shilu glared at him and said, "Heh! You're really a toad yawning. What big words." Wang Ji seemed to have recovered by now. He raised his chin slightly and said proudly, "Ah! I'm telling the truth. Don't doubt me when you return, Yan Kong. Let's talk about playing the zither first. I learned it for less than half a month and mastered it thoroughly. Can you do it? There's also bird training. I learned how to raise birds from others in my early years, and I mastered the knack of it in just a month. I even tamed 2 owls. Can you do it?" "Oh, right, Anne. Stop." Yan Shilu, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot because of Wang Ji's repeated questions of, "Can you do it if you're in my place?" hurriedly interrupted him. "Are you flaunting your idleness as capital? I only found out today that you, Wang Wugong, are so thick-skinned. Wang Ji wasn't annoyed by Yan Shilu's sarcasm. Instead, he smiled meaningfully and said, "What is a proper occupation? What is a side occupation? I, Wang Wugong, don't have a proper occupation to begin with. Or rather, everything is my proper occupation. The world is big, but life is short. Why don't I do what I want to do while I'm alive? Why do I have to work so hard?" Li Zishuan's eyes flickered slightly. He thought to himself, this Wang Ji's personality is really open-minded. Yan Shilu didn't buy it. He said directly, "Then why do you still go to Yanhuang College to teach? Aren't you afraid of being troubled by your work?" Wang Ji seemed to be prepared for this question. He didn't even think about it and answered, "Haha. I'm going to the Yanhuang Academy because I'm interested, not because I'm working on a case." Speaking of which, the Yanhuang Academy that Xiao Xian built was probably built to teach the 4 books and 5 classics, right? Right now, he is in need of a talented person like me who has an extraordinary learning ability. Do you think this old man is worth his monthly salary of 5 buckets of wine? Yan Shilu said with a straight face, "Nonsense. Don't tell me you think that with your talent in playing with chickens and dogs, you can be like a fish in water in little Xian's engineering? You're just being arrogant. Sooner or later, you'll harm others and yourself." Wang Jimmy took a sip of wine and said nonchalantly, "I, Wang Jimmy, have never tried it before. How do you know it won't work? Could it be that you're feeling guilty?" Humph. Yan Shilu was so angry that he rolled his eyes. He simply couldn't be bothered with this egomaniac. Li Zishuan saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward. He thought for a while and said, "I am deeply honored that the 3 of you could come to my humble abode today. Moreover, we will be colleagues soon. There's no need to be angry over such a small matter. To show my sincerity, I will personally cook a few dishes for all of you. I will also send someone to invite Elder Mo over. The academy is about to start, so let's have a gathering today." Li Gang clapped and laughed. "Good. I've long heard that your skills in food are at the peak of perfection. You must have cooked lunch at Qin Manor yesterday, right? I heard that even His Majesty was full of praise for your culinary skills. Today, us old fellows are in for a treat." When Wang Ji heard Li Gang's words, he suddenly felt a little saliva in his mouth. He licked his lips and said excitedly, "Very good. Very good. Only good dishes are worthy of good wine. Today, let's see if your culinary skills are worthy of this winemaking skill." Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to bicker with this old fellow. He stood up and prepared to leave. "Hey! Kid, wait!" As Li Zishuan stood up, Wang Ji's voice came from behind him. "Kid, let me take a look at the knowledge that Yanhuang College is going to impart to you in the future. Firstly, it's so that you know what to do. Secondly, as the host, you abandoned your guests and ran away. You should at least leave a few books for us old fellows to relieve our boredom." Li Zishuan thought that it made sense. He thought to himself that this old fellow had finally said something serious. Thus, he called a servant girl over and whispered a few words to her. After the servant girl received his orders and left, Li Zishuan cupped his fists and said to the 3 old men sitting in the main hall, "Please wait for a moment. Sirs, please wait here for a moment. In a while, the servants will send over the 4 teaching materials compiled by this kid. Please feel free to take a look. I'm going to arrange for lunch." Li Gang waved his hand and said, "Go." Li Zishuan cupped his fists and left. When he arrived at the back kitchen, he didn't see Li Jingma. Li Zishuan thought to himself that it was as expected. He knew that his father was just declining when he said that he was going to the back kitchen to arrange lunch. Now that the Li family had a young mistress, how could Li Jingma be the one to worry about cooking? Not only did he not have to worry about it, but the food had also improved a lot. As a matter of fact, Li Jingma had started to put on weight recently. "Husband, why don't you let me do it? You can help me watch from the side." "You?" But perhaps this was telepathy. As soon as Li Zishuan walked into the kitchen, Han Yushi seemed to have guessed the purpose of Li Zishuan's visit before he said anything. Thus, the two of them had a conversation. "Husband, you should still be cooking the 5 dishes from yesterday, right?" Han Yushi asked with a faint smile. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. Look at how confident you are. Could it be that you know how to cook?" He indeed didn't intend to develop new dishes. With his abnormal mental strength, he could recall the cooking methods of many dishes. However, good things had to be developed slowly, right? If he took them all out at once, how boring would that be? Han Yushi wrung her hands and thought seriously. She replied, "I can try, but it would be great if husband could watch from the side." Li Zishuan was slightly surprised. Han Yushi had only seen the entire cooking process of the 5 dishes at the Qin residence yesterday. She could cook by herself after seeing it once? With curiosity and doubt, Li Zishuan replied, "Yes. No problem." Han Yushi smiled happily. Then, she turned around and began to get busy with the Li family's chef, Aunt Zhao, and the 2 maids. Cutting the meat, blanching it, drying it, frying it, and steaming it. Next, Han Yushi skillfully followed the steps of Li Zishuan making braised pork with preserved vegetables yesterday. Li Zishuan, who was watching from the side, only thought that he was cooking. As time slowly passed, the new dishes that Li Zishuan made yesterday, vinegar-spiced radish skin, big bowl of braised pork, white-cut chicken, fried fish pieces, and fried chicken cubes were all perfectly replicated by Han Yushi. "Husband, try the taste." Han Yushi knew that Li Zishuan didn't like to eat fatty meat, so she picked up a piece of fried chicken cubes and handed it to Li Zishuan's mouth. Then, she asked, "Oh. Genius. Genius. Wife, you are actually a genius." Chapter 627. Li Zishuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when the fragrant and refreshing fried chicken cubes that were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside entered his mouth. The tenderness of the chicken breast mixed with the aroma of various spices instantly exploded in his mouth and flooded his taste buds. Logically speaking, the standard of Han Yushi's fried chicken was about the same as his. There was even a trace of her own unique style in it. Li Zishuan tasted the taste of home from it, so when he said, "Wife, you're actually a genius," just now, he was sincere. "So, I'm considered qualified?" Han Yushi blinked her eyes and said expectantly. She couldn't help Li Zishuan with the matters of Yanhuang College, so she could only hope to be able to share Li Zishuan's worries on these small matters. Therefore, she now looked like an obedient child who had done a good deed and was waiting for her parents to praise her. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Hee hee. "Wife, you're not only qualified, you're even better than your master." The Li family's kitchen maid, Auntie Zhao, also laughed at this moment. "I've lived for so long, but I've never seen a young lady with such good culinary skills as young madam. In comparison, this old woman's craftsmanship is somewhat unpresentable." At this moment, she sighed and said, "I plan to tell old madam that I'm going back to my hometown at the end of this month. The Li family has such a virtuous mistress like young madam who can cook so well, why would they need me? Although old master and old madam didn't fire me, but..." Hey. Auntie Zhao, don't say such things." Li Zishuan saw that she was getting more and more wrong, so he quickly interrupted, "Auntie Zhao. It's true that Yushi's culinary skills are good, but your culinary skills aren't bad either. Otherwise, my father and mother wouldn't have kept you in the residence for so many years. Also, Yushi usually has her own things to do. She can't cook for every meal, right? Even if she's willing, I don't want her to be tired. Don't you think so?" When Aunt Zhao heard Li Zishuan's words, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy on her face. She hurriedly bowed and said, "Hey, young master, you're right. Young madam is Lord Ju's wife. Of course, she can't personally cook every day. She was inexplicably deprived of the right to cook." Han Yushi opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but when she felt her hand being pinched, she quickly shut her mouth. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Yes. So, Auntie Zhao, you shouldn't talk about going back to your hometown in the future. If you want to go back to your hometown, you can take a few days off. My mother isn't an unreasonable person. Why wouldn't she let you go home? Aunt Zhao hurriedly waved her hands and said, No, no. Young master, you're exaggerating. Old master and old madam are good people. Young master, young madam, someone from the palace is here. Old master and old madam want you to go to the front yard. As they were talking, Sanbao ran to the back kitchen and told Li Zishuan and Han Yushi. Hearing this, the husband and wife looked at each other. Almost at the same time, they guessed why the people from the palace had come at this time. Han Yushi's breathing quickened a bit, and her face showed some excitement. It could be seen that she was forcefully suppressing her excitement because Li Zishuan felt that the beauty's small hand was still trembling. Hee. Wife, let's go quickly then. Don't let the angel wait too long. Li Zishuan squeezed Han Yushi's little hand and chuckled softly. Han Yushi bit her lip and replied with an yes. Then, she let Li Zishuan drag her away. The Tang Empire's emperor decrees that Li Zishuan's wife, Han Yushi, has adhered to her principles ever since she entered the Li family. She is neither arrogant nor rash. She takes care of her husband and herself. She is virtuous and has a pure heart. She is a role model for women in the Tang Empire. This time, the imperial edict was very short. Li Zishuan felt very comfortable listening to it. Even the little eunuch reading the imperial edict was much more pleasing to the eye. Of course, the eunuch reading the imperial edict was not Zhao Song. Our chief steward Zhao is probably still recuperating from his injuries. Han Yushi also felt very comfortable listening to it. As for the reason, it was obviously different from Li Zishuan's. After she married into the Li family, she had accompanied Li Zishuan to listen to many imperial edicts. However, in the past, she was happy because Li Zishuan was rewarded and put in an important position. Today, she was truly happy for herself. I accept the imperial edict. Thank you, Your Majesty. Han Yushi suppressed the excitement in her heart and walked to the eunuch with dignified steps. She took the imperial edict with both hands. A palace maid next to her saw this and took the opportunity to send the neatly folded noble dress to Han Yushi. He saw that Han Yushi was holding the imperial edict with both hands and it was not easy to receive the dress. She was very perceptive and helped Han Yushi to receive it. Li Zishuan smiled and waved at Sanbao. This matter was originally under his father's care. However, his father had completely abandoned all responsibilities and no longer cared about matters outside the family. Li Zishuan had no choice but to come personally. Sanbao brought over the prepared gift tray. Li Zishuan chuckled and said, Little eunuch, it must have been hard on you to come all the way here. Please come in and have a cup of tea. The little eunuch was flattered and said, Lord Zhu, you are too courteous. You can just call me Little Un. Mr. Zhao Song, is so close to you. I dare not accept your gift. We still have matters to attend to in the palace, so we will take our leave first. Lord Zhu, please wait. After that, he cupped his hands and excused himself from the crowd. Then, he left with his men. Li Zishuan was stunned and couldn't help but wonder, do I look that scary? Well, since they don't want money, I can save some for myself. In just a short while, Madame Li Jingma, and the two little maidservants had already begun to look at the imperial edict. This imperial edict was of great significance. From now on, the Li family had another official position besides Li Zishuan. Although it was just an empty title, it was a title that all women in the world wanted. Li Gang, Wang Ji, Yen Silu, Mo Huai, and the others who came to the Li family as guests also came out to watch the ceremony when the imperial edict arrived. At this moment, when they saw how happy the family was, they couldn't help but feel happy for Li Zishuan. Haha. Looking at the time, it's time for lunch. Today is a joyous occasion. Father, why don't you accompany the gentleman for a drink or two? Li Zishuan looked at the time and laughed loudly at Li Jingma and the few old men beside him. Li Jingma and Madame Li only then realized that there were guests in the house today. The two of them quickly restrained their expressions. Li Jingma coughed lightly and said with a flushed face, "Okay. Old misters are all people of virtue and prestige. How can this old man not accompany you? Serve the dishes. Gentlemen, please come in and have a seat." Chapter 628. Wang Ji couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he saw that there were only 5 dishes and 1 soup on the table. However, when he heard Li Zishuan say that these were the dishes that Li Er and the others ate at Qin's mansion yesterday, the disappointment in his heart disappeared without a trace. The rest of the people were also flattered. After all, the dishes on the table could be considered a sacred feast to some extent. Li Zishuan laughed secretly when he saw this. He thought to himself, although these dishes are the same as what Li Er ate yesterday, the person who cooked them is different. However, this doesn't affect much. Han Yushi's culinary skills can completely pass off as genuine. Hey! Let this old man try your cooking first and see if it's as good as what they say. Wang Ji couldn't wait to pick up a piece of braised pork with preserved vegetables and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Li Zishuan frowned and muttered to himself, "This old man is already so old. He better not choke himself to death from eating fatty meat." If Wang Ji knew what Li Zishuan was thinking, he would definitely roll up his sleeves and fight it out with Li Zishuan. However, he was destined not to know. Tisk, tisk. It's fatty but not greasy. The taste is excellent. To be able to make pork taste so good, this is the first time this old man has seen such a thing in my life. Old man Wang's mouth was full of oil, but he didn't forget to exclaim. At the side, Yen Silu didn't have the time to reprimand Wang Ji for not eating properly because he was also enjoying his meal at the moment. Mo Huai didn't come alone today. When they heard that the Li family had come to the inn to invite Mo Huai for a meal, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun's eyes rolled around. They had been in Chang and for a few days and had heard a lot about Li Zishuan, the man of the hour in Chang and city this year. The Li family's banquet was almost the most delicious in Chang and city. Of course, they wanted to experience it very much. The two of them spoke up almost at the same time and requested to go together under the pretext of protecting the tycoon. Mo Huai's heart was as clear as a mirror. He originally didn't want to bring the two of them over, but when he saw their eager looks, his heart softened. At this moment, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun could not help but swallow their saliva when they heard Wang Ji's praise. The two brothers guiltily looked at Mo Huai beside them. Seeing that there was no displeasure on Mo Huai's face, they were slightly relieved. Then, they picked up their chopsticks and started attacking the large plate of braised meat on the table. Ugh! As soon as the braised meat entered his mouth, a burst of rich fragrance immediately exploded. The preserved vegetables absorbed the juices of the meat, and the meat also brought out the fragrance of the preserved vegetables. The combination of the two was really incomparable. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun widened their eyes in disbelief. Why is pork so delicious? It was fatty but not greasy, melted in the mouth, and was salty and fresh. How is this pork made? As the last descendants of the Mo family, they had lived in a bitter and cold place for a long time. The high-ranking officials and dignitaries ate beef and mutton, while they could only eat pork during festivals. At that time, they thought that they were eating the best pork in the world, but now, the two brothers stared blankly at the remaining half of the braised pork in their bowls. Their feelings were very complicated. At this moment, they completely understood why people said that no place in Chang and city could compete with the Li family in terms of food. As they ate the delicious food, a certain persistence in their hearts began to waver slightly. It's rare for us to gather together today. How can there be meat but no wine? Come, 3 sirs, let me give you a toast. After hearing Wang Ji's exclamation, Li Zishuan picked up a glass of wine, stood up, and said with a smile. At this time, there were naturally servants who poured wine for them. Of course, it was the best immortal drunken wine. As for the reaction of the two Mo brothers, Li Zishuan naturally saw it and was very satisfied. This was because Mo Huai still had some misgivings about the Mo family entering the world. Since that was the case, Li Zishuan would dispel Mo Huai's misgivings through the other members of the Mo family. It had to be said that Mo Zhong and Mo Yun came at the right time today. Good. Well said. Little Xian. This old man is completely convinced by your culinary skills. There's not a single dish on this table that this old man can find fault with. What wine is this? Why is the wine aroma so strong? Wang Ji first praised the dishes on the table sincerely. In just a short while, the old man had already tasted every dish. As he spoke, the maids had already poured the wine. The rich aroma of the immortal drunken wine instantly wafted out. Wang Ji couldn't help but take a deep breath and ask. Haha. Wang Wugong, this is the immortal drunken wine. And it's the best immortal drunken wine. The most famous wine in Chang'an City this year is none other than this. Yen Silu was also a wine lover. He could tell that the wine in the cup was the immortal drunken wine. However, his love of wine was not the same as Wang Ji's love of wine. The two were fundamentally different. At this moment, he smiled slightly and explained to Wang Ji. Immortal drunken wine, this name is good. This old man wants to see if it lives up to its name. Come, brother Jingma, thank you and your son for your hospitality today. Sitting beside Wang Ji was Li Jingma. It was rare for him to think of old man Li at this moment, so he spoke politely. Old man Li's face was flushed red, and he said happily, "Ah. You're too kind. Gentlemen, you're all full of wisdom. Since you're here to help my son, this old man should be the one toasting you. Come, let this old man drink first. Brother Jingma, you're too kind." Li Gang, Yen Silu, and Mo Huai smiled slightly and also raised their wine cups. However, they didn't dare to drink it in one go because they knew that the wine in the cup was abnormally strong just by smelling it. They couldn't bear it. Cough, cough. Ha. This wine is really strong. This old man has also studied the art of winemaking, but I don't know how to make such strong wine. I'll have to ask Xiao Xian for advice later. Wang Ji drank a cup of drunken immortal in one go and almost choked to death. When he recovered, his first reaction was to be concerned about the winemaking method of drunken immortal. Well, if Mr. Wang is interested, we'll talk about it in detail later. Li Zishuan replied. While they were chatting happily, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun didn't have time to pay attention to them. The two of them ate happily. At first, they were afraid of Mo Huai's power and didn't dare to go overboard. However, once they started eating, how could they resist the temptation of delicious food? They opened their stomachs and started eating. Vinegar choking radish skin. Crispy and refreshing, delicious. Big bowl of braised pork, fatty but not greasy, salty and just right, delicious. White cut chicken, fragrant meat, delicious. Fried fish, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, fresh and delicious. Fried chicken cubes, crispy and tender, also delicious. At first, they felt that there were too few dishes, but now they didn't know which dish to eat. Every dish was the best taste, how could they choose? They could only eat whatever they picked up randomly. Chapter 629. Little Xian, how much of the content in this chemistry book is true? Why do I feel like it's a little mysterious? After the meal, they didn't leave. Instead, they stayed in the main hall and chatted while drinking tea. Wang Ji picked up a book from the table next to him, pointed at the book and asked Li Zishuan. It's worth mentioning that Wang Ji drank a lot of drunken immortal at noon. At this moment, only his cheeks were red and he wasn't drunk. Li Zishuan admired his alcohol tolerance from the bottom of his heart. This chemistry book, I can guarantee that it's 100% true. Chemistry is about the study of transformations. If you just look at the book, you'll feel that it's a little mysterious. Li Zishuan laughed when he heard this. He was still very confident in the course of chemistry. In his previous life, he had been a chemistry class representative and was always at the top of the class in every exam. In this life, he had an abnormal spiritual force, so he was even more confident that he would not make any mistakes. Wang Ji nodded thoughtfully. After a while, he asked tentatively, "This book's structure is really big. It's really rare in the world. Although I didn't have time to read it, based on the first half of the book, doesn't it mean that all substances in the world can be transformed into each other?" Li Zishuan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Wang Ji, this old urchin, would be interested in chemistry. He thought for a while and replied, "If it's based on the transformation between elements, Mr. Wang's theory is correct. But sometimes we have to consider reality because many chemical reactions have very strict requirements for external conditions. For example, temperature, catalyst, etc. If you don't meet certain conditions, even if you put two substances together, they won't have a chemical reaction, let alone complete the transformation between substances." Wang Ji frowned and said in surprise, "This little chemistry actually has so many tricks." Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Of course. Strictly speaking, the content of this class covers everything in the world. You have to know that there are millions of substances in the world and there are even more chemical reactions between them. So there's a lot of knowledge in this." As Wang Ji listened, he pinched his chin and pondered seriously. After a while, he opened the book and pointed to a page. "You used chemical symbols to represent many substances according to their elemental composition. Of course, I don't know if your representation is right or wrong, so I'll follow your thinking first. For example, in this chapter, you said that hydrogen can be burned in oxygen to produce water. According to what you said earlier, doesn't it mean that water can also be converted into hydrogen and oxygen under certain special conditions?" Li Zishuan was really surprised this time. Wang Ji's way of thinking and his ability to draw inferences was really different from the capable people of this era. Moreover, how long had he been reading this book? How could he reach such a level? He had to admit that geniuses were geniuses. They learned things very quickly. Perhaps this person could really do it. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan explained seriously, "Sir, you are right. Water can indeed be decomposed into oxygen and hydrogen. If you read further, you will see this in the later chapters. But now, I can also explain it to you seriously. The so-called chemical change is the process of molecules being divided into atoms, and the atoms being recombined into new molecules. If you read the previous chapters, you will have a general understanding of the concept of molecules and atoms. Hydrogen and oxygen are both diatomic molecules. A water molecule is composed of 3 atoms. In comparison, hydrogen is more active chemically. It can be burned in oxygen. While releasing heat, it can produce more chemically stable water. You can calculate their ratio to be 2:1:2 according to the number of atoms between the 3. In the process of the reaction, the number of atoms is conserved. Just now, you asked how water can be converted into hydrogen and oxygen. This kid will also explain it to you. Previously, I said that when hydrogen is burned in oxygen, it releases heat and produces more chemically stable water. Now, if you want to turn chemically stable water into chemically active hydrogen and oxygen, we have to pay a certain amount of energy to promote this chemical reaction to proceed normally. What I want to tell you is that no matter when, energy is conserved." Wang Ji was startled. He seemed to have thought of something and muttered involuntarily, "Energy conservation, matter conservation, all things engender each other. This little chemistry actually contains the heavenly Tao." In Wang Ji's life, he was an official and retired man. In order to achieve spiritual satisfaction, he studied Taoist culture very much. Moreover, his thoughts and some of his later works were deeply influenced by Taoist culture. At this moment, after listening to Li Zishuan's explanation, he suddenly thought of the Taoist ideology that all things were related to each other and the conservation of yin and yang. Wang Ji, who was originally very interested in chemistry, felt that the door to a new world was opening to him. He wanted to understand this knowledge even more. Then, what kind of energy is needed to turn water into hydrogen and oxygen? Does it need to be heated? No, when we boil water, we don't see water turning into hydrogen and oxygen. After secretly sighing for a while, Wang Ji couldn't help but ask. Li Zishuan was about to explain, but Yen Silu interrupted at this time. Wang Wugong, you've just read the book for less than 2 hours, and you're already starting to have ideas? Don't pretend to know when you don't and make a fool of yourself in front of the juniors. Li Zishuan talked about chemistry with Wang Ji, but he, Li Gang, and Mo Huai were confused and didn't understand half of it. After being depressed for a long time, he finally couldn't help but ask. Pfft. Wang Ji curled his lips and sneered. You, Yan Konggui, can't do it, but it doesn't mean that I, Wang Ji, can't do it. I've long said that I, Wang Ji, am better than you. I'm better at learning everything fast, but you didn't believe it. Wang Wugong. How arrogant of you. You only know some superficial knowledge, how can you brag here? Do you have any shame? How could Yen Silu stand such humiliation, so he said angrily. Wang Ji retorted, a little. It's indeed a little, but I can understand a little in less than 2 hours. Doesn't this mean that I'm a faster learner than you? Now, Yan Konggui, do you dare to say that I, Wang Ji, am not worth a monthly salary of 5 buckets of wine? Yen Silu said indignantly, Yanhuang College is going to be the elite college of the Tang dynasty in the future. How can I ask you, a teacher who only knows a little, to mislead the students? Not to mention 5 buckets of wine, in my opinion, even 1 bucket of wine is too much for you. Humph. I only know a little now, but it doesn't mean that I'll be like this when school starts. Yen Konggui, do you dare to make a bet with me? Chapter 630. Bet? What bet? What kind of bet? In the main hall, Yen Silu heard that Wang Ji wanted to bet with him. He raised his eyebrows and asked in a deep voice. Wang Ji thought about it and didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked at Li Zishuan and asked, Xiao Xian, how much longer until Yanhuang College starts school? When Li Zishuan heard this, he could roughly guess what Wang Ji wanted to do. He thought for a while and replied, the academy will officially open on the 18th of September. Counting the days, there are only 8 days left. However, I don't plan to let the students attend classes in the first month of their enrollment. I have other plans for this month. So, if Mr. Wang wants to read chemistry in this period of time, I can give you 40 days. Wang Ji's heart tightened when he heard that there were still 10 days left. However, when he heard the second half of the sentence, he couldn't help but smile. He laughed and said, okay. I don't need 40 days. 30 days is enough. Then, he looked at Yen Silu and said, Konggui, let's set a limit of 1 month. After a month, Xiao Xian can choose from this book. At that time, if I can't answer all of them correctly, I won't be able to bring up the matter of teaching at the academy anymore. If I can pass Xiao Xian's test, then it should be worth the salary of 5 buckets of wine a month, right? At that time, I don't need you to apologize to me. You just need to treat me to wine for a month. How about that? Yen Silu's face darkened. He wasn't an idiot. How could he not see the loophole in this bet? Old man Yan's face darkened. He said unhappily, no matter if I win or lose, it doesn't benefit me at all. Why should I bet? Wang Ji defended himself. Hey! Brother Yen, you can't say that. If you don't accept this bet, what if I really have an undeserved reputation like you said? When I enter the academy to teach, won't I lead the students astray? And aren't those students also your students, Brother Yen? So, if Brother Yen is really thinking about the future of your future students, then you must accept this bet. Don't you think so? Speaking of this, Wang Ji couldn't help but despise himself in his heart. Shameless, really too shameless, but what can I do? He used to be a hermit. Not only did he not have a way to earn money, but he also had to drink every meal. In this way, he was really penniless now. What could he use to gamble with Yen Silu? He couldn't possibly ask his brother Wang Jing for it, right? In any case, Wang Ji couldn't bring himself to do it. Thus, he could only use his mouth to gain something without risking anything. Encountering such a shameless old rogue, everyone in the room was a little embarrassed. They all wanted to cover their faces to show that they didn't know this person. Yen Silu was even more speechless. He pursed his lips and resisted the urge to curse. Finally, he said gloomily, all right. This old man will accept this bet. I hope you remember what I said today. If you can't pass little Xian's test after 30 days, please leave the Yanhuang Academy. Little Xian, you can't take extra care of him when the time comes. He wasn't deliberately targeting Wang Ji. In terms of personal relationships, he and Wang Ji could be considered good friends. The reason why he was acting like this was because he felt that Wang Ji's personality wasn't suitable to be a teacher at all. That was why he was strongly against it. Li Zishuan quickly replied, I understand. Wang Ji was very dissatisfied and snorted, Humph. What kind of person do you think I am? Even if I lose, I will lose fair and square. Then, he said to Li Zishuan, Little Xian, how about this old man also make a bet with you? Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. After this old guy tricked Wanyan Silu, he wanted to trick him too. However, Li Zishuan was also very curious as to whether Wang Ji could thoroughly study the first volume of chemistry within a month. Thus, he said, Mr. Wang, feel free to say it. Wang Ji squinted his eyes and smiled, Little Xian, as the Yamacho of the college, if this old man can pass the test in 30 days, then this old man's salary will be set at 5 buckets of tenderness. If this old man can't pass the test, then this old man won't disturb you and will go back to my hometown. At this moment, Wang Ji was ruthless in his heart and thought to himself, this old man is going all out for this 1 month. Last year, this old man was willing to drop 8 levels in order to drink at the Tai Le department. Now, in order to drink more delicious tenderness, this old man is willing to study hard for a month. Sure enough, this is another cunning bet. The corner of Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. After a moment, he stretched out a finger and said, without rules, nothing can be accomplished. This old man has already stated clearly on the newspaper about the treatment that you will receive from the college. How about this, a bucket of immortal drunken wine and 5 buckets of money, this is the most this old man can do for you. What do you think? Li Zishuan did this to uphold the rules of the college. Secondly, he was afraid that Wang Ji would really give him 5 buckets of wine every month. At that time, Wang Ji would probably be so poor that he would have no food to eat and would have to drink every day. Wang Ji was slightly disappointed. However, when he thought that Li Zishuan had promised that the wine was immortal drunken wine, he felt somewhat better. After all, immortal drunken wine was much stronger than tenderness. If he drank every day sparingly, a bucket of wine would be enough to last him a month. This old man was actually afraid that 12 buckets of highly concentrated white wine would not be enough for a month. If Li Zishuan knew what this old man was thinking, he would definitely vomit blood. Thus, he nodded and said, That's good. This old man is not an unreasonable person. It's settled then. In the following days, this old man will often look for you to teach me. You brat, don't think that this old man is annoying. Li Zishuan had already said this. How could he refuse? He could only say, Sir, feel free to come. This old man will definitely not have any complaints. After hearing this, Wang Ji happily hugged the chemistry textbook, stood up and said, Haha. That's good. Kong Gui, Wen Ji, brother Mo, this old man will go back to study first. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man actually slipped away nimbly. His speed was so fast that it did not seem like a person of his age. Li Zishuan could not help but shout from behind, Hey, Mr. Wang, wait. Do you have a place to stay in Chang'an? From the conversation between Li Gang, Yan Silu, and the others, he vaguely understood Wang Ji's current situation. That was why he asked this question. Old man Wang's reply came from outside the door. Oh. Little Xian, you don't have to worry. This old man has a younger brother in Chang'an. I can stay with him for a few days. When Yanhuang College reopens, this old man will move to the college to live. There should be a place for this old man to stay. Li Zishuan said, Of course there is. But in a while, I plan to bring all of you to visit Yanhuang College. Why don't Mr. Wang come along? I'm not going. No matter how luxurious it is, it's just a pile of dead things. There will be opportunities to meet in the future. Don't delay this old man's studies. After saying this, the sound of the mansion door opening could be heard. After that, Wang Ji's movements could no longer be heard. Chapter 631. Li Zixuan disagreed with Wang Ji's remark that the academy was just a bunch of dead things. He felt that a school's environment was still beneficial to the students' studies. Therefore, in the afternoon, he brought Li Gang, Yen Silu, Mo Huai, and the others to Yun Mountain to visit Yanhuang College. Speaking of which, he also wanted to see how Yanhuang College would look like after it was completed. Li Zixuan, Li Gang, and Yen Silu were in one, while Mo Huai, Mo Zhong, and Mo Yun were in the other. Li Gang had ridden in this new carriage a few months ago when he participated in the compilation of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary, so he was not surprised at all. Although Yen Silu was a local of Chang'an, he had heard about the comfort of the new carriages from the Wonderful Taste Pavilion. However, this thing was too expensive, and there was no market for it. In Yen Silu's opinion, this was just a toy for the rich kids to compare with each other. It was not practical, so the Yen family naturally did not buy this kind of carriage. However, when he sat on the soft sofa and looked at the rapidly passing street outside the window, he could not help but sigh in his heart. This carriage is a little expensive, but it's really worth it. No wonder so many people are fighting to buy it. Uncle, this carriage. In the other carriage, Mo Zhong looked at the luxurious interior decoration and felt the stable posture of the carriage. He could not help but widen his eyes and murmur in disbelief. In fact, Mo Huai was also in shock. Their Mo family had always had a deep understanding of the art of making carriages. However, judging from the current carriage, the craftsmanship of the carriage was already above their Mo families. Furthermore, these sofas and other things that they didn't recognize were simply an eye-opener for him. Perhaps, this is engineering. After staying silent for a long time, Mo Huai sighed with slight disappointment. Seeing this, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun did not dare to say anything more. The two of them sat quietly on the sofa in the carriage. Feeling the unusual softness of the seat under them, the two brothers were shocked again. After carefully counting the number of times they had been shocked when they followed Mo Huai to the banquet today, they had already lost count. So this is the life of the rich. That's great. Mo Zhong leaned on the back of the sofa and looked at the endless stream of people outside the window. He couldn't help but think. At this moment, for some reason, Mo Zhong suddenly felt a little lucky that their magnate had been defeated by Li Zixuan that day. However, after realizing his thoughts, Mo Zhong's heart was instantly filled with shame. He glanced at Mo Huai with a slightly guilty conscience, and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he noticed that Mo Huai wasn't paying attention to him. He hurriedly moved his gaze away. However, during the process of moving his gaze away, he seemed to have sensed something and noticed that Mo Yun was actually doing the same thing as him. Their gazes met in the air for a moment before they moved their gazes away, and then they both lowered their heads with tacit understanding. Haha. Little Xian, you really know how to pick a place. The environment here is serene and beautiful, with verdant hills and limpid waters. It makes one feel relaxed and happy. It's really a good place to study and cultivate. After stopping the carriage at the foot of the mountain, the few of them alighted and walked up the newly built stairs. Looking at the dense forest around them, mixed with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, Li Gang smiled and said with his hands behind his back. Yen Silu raised his head and looked at the top of the mountain. He stroked his beard and said, "It's indeed a good place to study. Compared to the directorate, it's too noisy. However, isn't this cloud mountain a little too high?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "It's good to be a little higher. A little higher can allow the students to train their bodies more. This is what they mean by, suffering makes one's spirit grow, and toiling makes one's muscles and bones grow. A little higher can allow one to stand at the top and see how small the mountains are. It also means that our Yanhuang disciples will definitely stand at the top in the future." "Good. You're ambitious, kid." Yen Silu patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and laughed heartily. The few of them chatted and laughed as they walked up the stairs. Soon, they arrived at the top of the mountain. Everyone's eyes lit up at once. Reflecting the evening sun, the rows of glass windows on the majestic cathedral of Yanhuang College reflected the sunlight into everyone's eyes. The group of people couldn't help but squint their eyes. After getting used to the strong light, everyone finally saw the true appearance of Yanhuang College. Then, inevitably, they were all shocked. The wide and flat cement roads, the tall and majestic buildings made of cement bricks, the rather different architectural styles, and the extravagant glass windows and glass walls made Li Gang, Yen Silu, Mo Huai, and the others freeze on the spot. Oh my goodness! This is heaven, right? Mo Zhong's eyes widened, and his heart trembled violently. Just the corner of the college that he saw from here had already subverted his understanding of the world. He couldn't imagine how unexpected the full picture of the college would be. Gulp. Mo Yun couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. His eyes stared straight at the cathedral of Yanhuang College, Guanghua Building. This guy was probably still wondering how much it would cost to buy so much glass, right? Previously, Wang Wugong said that Yanhuang College was just a pile of dead things and not worth looking at. He'll probably be shocked when he sees what Yanhuang College looks like in the future. Li Gang was, after all, someone who had seen the world. He was the first to come back to his senses. At this moment, he smiled meaningfully. Yes. I have to say, little Xian, this college of yours is really beyond this old man's expectations. Yen Silu stroked his beard and sighed. Mo Huai glanced at the structure of Guanghua Building, and surprise flashed across his eyes. Then, he looked at the road and couldn't help but exclaim, Lord Li, what material is this road made of? Why haven't I seen it before? Because of the previous bet, Mo Huai had always addressed Li Zishuan by his title. He didn't dare to address him as Little Xian like Li Gang and Yen Silu. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Mr. Mo, there's no need to be so formal. You can just call me Little Xian. The material used for the road is a new material that this kid's workshop invented. It's called cement. This material is extremely sticky. Not only is it incomparably hard to build roads, but it's also abnormally flat. It won't be affected at all on a rainy day. Other than that, cement can also be used to build houses. Its firmness is even stronger than glutinous rice mortar. Yanhuang College's buildings are all made of cement and bricks. Mo Huai raised his brows and seemed to be lost in thought. Li Zishuan smiled and said, It's boring to just stand here and look. Gentlemen, let's go in and take a look. Li Gang, Yen Silu, Mo Huai, and the others naturally agreed, and the group walked toward the gate of the college. What Li Zishuan didn't expect was that he would meet someone he didn't expect to see here. Young man, what a coincidence. We meet again. Chapter 632. This voice sounded familiar to Li Zishuan. He turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. It was indeed someone he knew, the candidate from the Yanhuang Academy, Di Zhishuan, whom he had met on the way. Yo! Brother Di. What a coincidence. You also came to Cloud Mountain today? Li Zishuan smiled as he walked in Di Zhishuan's direction. Di Zhishuan stepped forward and cupped his hands. I've been in Chang'an City for a few days. After finishing my homework today, I remembered what you said the other day. I suddenly wanted to visit Cloud Mountain on a whim. First, I wanted to familiarize myself with the environment in advance. Second, I wanted to see if Yanhuang College was really as amazing as you said it was. Li Zishuan felt that what he had said the other day had indeed worked. Thus, he asked with a smile, Brother Di, did you see anything special? Di Zhishuan answered, from the outside, Yanhuang College can indeed be called the most luxurious school in Tang Dynasty. Although I've never seen the style of its buildings before, I can feel its magnificence from afar. Moreover, there are many novel things in the college, such as the road surface and the walls of the buildings. I've never seen the materials used on them before. It's really incredible. Previously, I might have had some doubts about applying for Yanhuang College. However, after seeing the true face of Yanhuang College, I'm even more determined to get into Yanhuang College. If I can't study in such a magical academy, it will be my life's regret. Moreover, I may fall behind an era because of this. Oh. Why will you fall behind if you don't study in Yanhuang College? Li Gang, who had been following them for a while, suddenly interrupted. Di Jixuan glanced at Li Gang and asked Li Zishuan, "Brother, who is this old gentleman?" He saw that Li Gang had an elegant temperament and didn't seem like an ordinary person, so he called him old gentleman. Cough. They are the elders of this little brother's clan. They heard that the Yanhuang College on Yunshan has been completed, so we came to visit together. I didn't expect to meet you here, little brother. Li Gang was about to introduce himself, but Li Zishuan quickly took over and said. The main reason was that each of the 3 old men he brought here had a great background. He was afraid that he would scare Di Jixuan. On the other hand, if Di Jixuan knew his identity, there would be nothing to talk about. After all, he was equivalent to the headmaster. Oh. Greetings to all of you, gentlemen. Di Jixuan's eyes flashed. He seemed to have realized something, but also seemed to have not. He cupped his fists at Li Gang, Yen Silu, and Mo Huai and said. The 3 of them nodded in greeting. Di Jixuan continued. This old gentleman just asked why not go to Yanhuang College to study and why we will fall behind the times. I have some shallow opinions. From the introduction of Yanhuang College on Datang Daily, it can be seen that the engineering taught by Yanhuang College is very likely to contain some technologies that have never appeared in this world. Today, after seeing the real Yanhuang College, I am even more certain of this point. Think about it, 3 years later, or 5 years later, thousands of students from the Yanhuang Academy will enter the various departments of the Tang Empire. It can be foreseen that at that time, all kinds of new technologies will emerge like bamboo shoots after the rain. No one can predict what kind of huge changes the Academy of Engineering will bring to the Tang Empire. At that time, those who don't know engineering will fall behind the times. Li Zishuan couldn't help but think highly of Di Jixuan when he heard this. In his original plan, he wanted to rely on the talents cultivated by Yanhuang College in the next 3 years to quickly form a group of top technical teams and develop some new technologies that were now qualified to be launched. He really didn't expect that there would be someone who could see so far ahead. Li Gang didn't understand this, so he just nodded reservedly and didn't make any comments. Li Zishuan praised him when he saw this. I agree with Brother Di's judgment very much. In terms of the foresight of engineering alone, I think many people can't compare to Brother Di. I'm looking forward to Brother Di's brilliant future with your engineering skills. Di Jixuan's eyes flashed imperceptibly. He smiled and said, Little brother, you think too highly of me. I'm not good at engineering. I want to enter Yanhuang College because I don't want to fall behind the times. Li Zishuan seemed to understand something. He looked at the sky and said, It's getting late. Brother Di, why don't you go to the academy with us now? Di Jixuan laughed and said, Haha. If I could go in, I would have gone in long ago. I'm afraid you and I won't be able to go in today. Li Zishuan asked curiously, why is that? As far as he could remember, ever since Yanhuang College had been built until the last time he came to Cloud Mountain, the academy had never stopped outsiders from visiting. Why did Di Jixuan say that? Di Jixuan pointed at the entrance of the academy. Li Zishuan looked in the direction he was pointing at and noticed 2 guards with bright armor and sabers standing there. Di Jixuan said, Don't worry. Di Jixuan said, I've come at the wrong time. I've never heard from my classmates that Yanhuang College doesn't allow strangers to visit. However, looking at the situation today, I guess some big shot has come to Yanhuang College. Therefore, I can only watch from afar. Forget it, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Besides, didn't I meet an acquaintance like you, little brother? This trip was not in vain. It's getting late, so I have to return to Chang'an. Little brother, do you want to go down the mountain with me? Li Zishuan looked away from the 2 guards at the entrance of the academy and said, No, even if I can't go in, it's good for me to take a look outside. Speaking of which, after Yanhuang College was built, I, a native of Chang'an, haven't even seen the whole picture. Then, I'll take my leave first. Di Jixuan cupped his hands and said goodbye to everyone. Then, he went down the mountain alone. After Di Jixuan left, Li Gang stroked his beard and said, "Those are the Imperial Guards. Could it be that His Majesty has come to the academy?" Li Zishuan recognized the two guards just now, so he deliberately let Di Jixuan go first. At this moment, he nodded and said, "Yes, it's very likely. Since we're here, let's go in and take a look." At this time, it was obvious that they couldn't escape. Li Zishuan didn't believe that the two guards at the entrance didn't see them. Li Gang and Yen Sila naturally agreed. However, Mo Huai hesitated and said, "Well, why don't I go down the mountain first?" The Mo family's big son was the target of the emperors in the previous dynasties. Now that he was going to see Li Er, this. Chapter 633. Mr. Mo, you worry too much. On Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan heard Mo Huai's hesitant words. He turned around and said, "Actually, His Majesty already knew your identities the moment you entered Chang'an City. However, His Majesty didn't do anything to you after such a long time. This means that His Majesty doesn't intend to exterminate the Mo family. Naturally, he doesn't have any evil intentions. But, even so, Mo Huai couldn't help but worry." Li Zishuan said bluntly, "His Majesty is the saint of this generation. Moreover, the Tang Empire has been peaceful for many years. The Mo family is no longer the Mo family in its heyday. His Majesty won't punish the current followers of the school of Mo for what happened in the past. Moreover, His Majesty sent me a verbal order a few days ago regarding your matter." Mo Huai's expression changed. He asked, "Oh? Lord Ju, what did His Majesty say?" Li Zishuan organized his words and said, "His Majesty's general meaning is that although he won't find trouble with you, your identities are sensitive. When you enter Yanhuang College, you have to hide your identities well and don't cause trouble. As long as you do these two things, you can live in peace." Mo Huai's eyes widened. He exclaimed, "Are you serious, Lord Ju?" He couldn't be blamed for making a fuss. The imperial court had suppressed the Mo family too harshly for thousands of years. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, although the emperors didn't openly pursue the followers of the school of Mo, as members of the Mo family, they usually tried their best to avoid the imperial court. Now that Li Er had sent such an imperial order, didn't it mean that they could live in peace with the ruler? Li Zishuan nodded and said affirmatively, "It's absolutely true. I'm not lying." Li Gang smiled and said, "In that case, Brother Mo, come in with us." Mo Huai nodded, and the few of them walked to the entrance of the college. "Father. Brother Xiao Xian's college is so beautiful. Chang'e wants to live in it." In the conference room, in the middle of Yanhuang College's main building, Li Er brought his wife and children to sit on the sofa. Their ancient costume, coupled with the modern decoration in the room, looked very strange. However, old Li obviously didn't think so. Today, he brought his family here for a vacation. At this moment, when he heard Chang'e's laughter, Li Er couldn't help but laugh. This academy is indeed well built. But if Chang'e lives here, what will father and mother do when they miss you? Chang'e blinked and thought for a while before replying, "Oh. Forget it. Chang'e can't bear to part with father and mother." Haha. Chang'e was extremely adorable to begin with. When she said this, Li Er immediately laughed heartily. At this moment, he was no longer the ruler of a nation, but a gratified father. Li Qingxian, Li Tai, Empress Zhangsun, concubine Yang, Li Ku, and the others also burst into laughter. It looked like a happy and harmonious family. However, no one noticed the flash of disappointment in the corner of Chang Li's eyes. "Your Majesty, Li Xiannan is here. Should I let him in?" At this moment, a chamberlain walked in quietly from outside the door and bowed. Li Er was a little surprised. He didn't expect Li Zishuan to be willing to leave the house today after staying at home for more than a month. Thus, he said, "Let him in." Logically speaking, if Li Er had come to the college alone today, he definitely wouldn't have arranged guards at the entrance of the college. As an emperor who was about to go to war, Li Er had never been particular about ostentation. He also didn't like to have people clear the place in advance wherever he went. However, he had brought his family here today. In order to avoid being offended by outsiders, he had to make an exception. Your Majesty, there are 5 people who came with Lord Li. There is the former Grand Scholar Li Gang, the former Army Adjutant Yen Silu, an old man, and 2 young people. Your Majesty, should I let them in? The Chamberlain asked cautiously. Li Er thought for a moment and guessed the origins of the other 3 people. Thus, he ordered, let Li Zishuan, Li Gang, Yen Silu, and Mo Huai in. The other 2 wait outside the courtyard. Yes. The Chamberlain received the order and left. A trace of joy flashed in Chang Li's eyes, but it was quickly concealed. She came in front of Li Er and said half-jokingly, hee hee. This college originally belonged to Brother Xiao Xian. Now that he wants to enter the college, he needs to report. Father, are we considered as a dove occupying a magpie's nest? Among Li Er's many children, only Chang Lu dared to speak to Li Er like this. It could be seen that this little girl was greatly favored by the emperor. As expected, Li Er wasn't angry. Instead, he pretended to pinch his chin and think. After thinking about it, he also felt that Chang Li's words made some sense. He couldn't help but find it interesting and laughed. Haha. This way of saying it is interesting. We are occupying a magpie's nest. Who asked that kid to not return after building the nest for so long? He has harmed official Yan's beloved son. As they chatted and laughed, Li Zishuan and the others had already walked in under the lead of the Chamberlain. Official Li Zishuan, Official Li Gang, Official Yen Silu, Official Mo Huai, greets Your Majesty and the Empress. Li Gang and Yen Silu were both high-ranking officials of the imperial court during the era of martial virtue, so it was understandable that they called themselves officials at this moment. Other than his identity as the Mo family's son, Mo Huai was just a commoner. Of course, he wasn't qualified to call himself a minister, but he wouldn't call himself a commoner like in some television dramas. He could just say his name or call himself someone. Although the term commoner originally originated from Confucius's Analects of Confucius, the virtue of a gentleman is the wind, and the virtue of a villain is the grass. The wind on the grass will bend. However, it only started to be called by commoners when they met officials during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Besides, in order to avoid using Li Er's name in the Jingguan dynasty, there were very few titles such as commoner or commoner's daughter. You may dispense with the formalities. Officially, it's really been a long time. Is your health well? Li Er nodded, then looked at Li Gang and said with a pleasant expression. During the era of martial virtue, although Li Gang had been the teacher of the hidden crown Prince Li Gang, this didn't affect Li Er's respect for the old man's character and knowledge. After he ascended the throne, he also thought about reviving Li Gang, but the latter always used the excuse of being too old to refuse. Li Er could only stare at him helplessly. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. This old official's health has always been good. Although this cloud mountain is high, this old official walked up step by step just now and didn't feel tired. Li Gang cupped his hands and smiled. He was already 81 years old this year, but he could still go out and walk around. It was really rare to see someone as healthy as him. Haha. That's good. Official Li's health is the blessing of the Tang dynasty. I originally wanted you to go out and teach Qingxian, but now it seems that Li Zishuan has beaten me to it. Chapter 634. As expected, this little brother's identity is also extraordinary. Li Zishuan, who was talking to Li Er in Yanhuang College, didn't know that when he entered the gate of the college, a sigh came from behind a big tree not far away. It was Di Jixuan. This guy just told Li Zishuan that he would go down the mountain first, but he secretly came back halfway because he didn't believe that Li Zishuan and the others would only look at the college from the outside. In the end, it was just as he expected. Di Jixuan shook his head and walked down the mountain. He murmured to himself on the mountain path. That guard's armor is bright, and his lower body is very stable. His martial arts must be extraordinary. This kind of soldier is the best of the best among the 16 guards of Tang. The capital is an important place, and someone who dares to bring soldiers to block Yanhuang College must be extraordinary. Could it be Duke Yi and Duke Lu? No, although they have a close relationship with the founder of Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan, and it's understandable that they came to visit Yanhuang College. With the temperament of the two dukes, they wouldn't let the guards block the gate of the college. Then, who was the person inside? Could it be the Crown Prince or Prince Wei? Father once said in the letter that the Crown Prince and Prince Wei are close friends with Li Zishuan. They have the conditions and the ability to do such a thing. But isn't this considered a disturbance to the people? Aren't they afraid of being impeached by the imperial censor? Also, if the person in the college is really the Crown Prince or Prince Wei, then what is the identity of that little brother? He looks to be at most 15 years old, and he seems to be skilled in martial arts. In addition, his speech and temperament are not like that of an ordinary person, and he can easily pass the guards at the gate. Could he be the descendant of a famous minister or general? Sigh. My bad habit flared up again. If that little brother wants me to know his identity, he will naturally tell me. Why do I have to spend so much effort and guess here and there? In the end, a sigh was left on the mountain path, and then Di Zhishuan's figure disappeared. Ha! Wen Ji. Kong Gui, the two of you used old age as an excuse to resign from your positions. Now, you've both entered Yanhuang College. Oh, I heard that there's also that Mr. Wu Dou, Wang Ji. Is that right? In the meeting room. Li Er leaned against the soft back of the chair and asked with a smile. Li Gang and Yen Silu looked at each other. Li Er's question was not easy to answer. Li Gang pursed his lips and pondered for a moment. He then cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, Wang Wugong will indeed enter Yanhuang College. Li Er narrowed his eyes and said, Then Wen Ji, Kong Gui, why are you unwilling to serve me? With your talents, there will definitely be a place for you in my court. Li Gang had already expected Li Er to say this. He quickly bowed and replied, Your Majesty, it's not that I don't want to, but I can't. Most of us are already old. If we still hold important positions, it's inevitable that we won't be able to do as we wish and delay Your Majesty's important matters. We only wish to pass down our lifelong knowledge to others while we're at Yanhuang College. It's our last contribution to Tang Empire. Yen Silu also bowed and said, I also have the same intention. I hope Your Majesty can understand. Li Er quickly got up and helped the two of them up. He comforted them and said, My two beloved subjects, you're overthinking. I don't mean to blame you. I just feel a little regretful. Empress Zhongsun also added, Both of you are people of virtue and prestige. His Majesty is just thirsty for talents. Don't misunderstand. Li Gang straightened his body and said, Your Majesty, you're too serious. I can't bear such great favor. Now that the court is filled with civil and military talents, and all the talents of Tang Empire have been recruited by Your Majesty, I'd better use my old bones in the academy to nurture some young people for Tang Empire. Li Er pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. I just hope that Wen Ji will take care of yourself. Then, he looked at Li Zishuan and said in a deep voice, Mr. Li Gang is not young anymore, but he's still teaching students for you. You have to take good care of him in the future. Don't let any accidents happen. Li Zishuan quickly replied, Don't worry, Your Majesty. I won't let Mr. Li tire himself out. At this moment, Li Er shot his gaze towards Mo Huai. Mo Huai's heart instantly tightened, and his clenched fists couldn't help but sweat. At the same time, he was secretly calculating how confident he was in escaping if Li Er suddenly attacked. Mo Huai. Li Er looked at Mo Huai for a long time, and only spoke when Mo Huai's forehead was sweating. Mo Huai's eyebrows twitched. He stepped forward and bowed. Mo Huai is here. There was no joy or anger on Li Er's face. He said calmly, I don't object to the Mo school. Of course, as long as it's beneficial to the people of Tang Empire, I won't object. So you don't have to worry that I will harm your Mo family. Although he had already known Li Er's attitude from Li Zishuan, Mo Huai couldn't help but say excitedly now that he had personally confirmed it from Li Er's mouth. Mo Huai thanks your majesty on behalf of the Mo school. Li Er waved his hand and said, don't be happy too early. I'm not done yet. As for the school of Mo entering the Yanhuang Academy, I need to make 3 rules with you. First, the followers of the school of Mo are proficient in martial arts. As a magnate, you must control them well and prevent them from using their martial arts to break the law. Otherwise, when the time comes, the Supreme Court will personally come and demand an explanation from the offenders. Mo Huai didn't even think about it and replied, that's how it should be. Your Majesty, don't worry. I, Mo Huai, will do my best to restrain the people of the Mo school. Li Er nodded and continued, second, now that Confucianism has become the orthodox school of thought in the world, I don't want the Mo family to stir up disputes between the schools again. You have to hide your identity as a member of the Mo school in Yanhuang College. You are not allowed to leak secrets without permission. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Although Mo Huai was unwilling to accept this request, there was nothing he could do. With the few remaining followers of the Mo school, fighting with the established Confucianism was tantamount to a moth flying into a flame. Even if Li Er didn't mention it, they didn't have the strength to do so. Mo Huai understands. Third, after everyone of the Mo family comes to Chang'an, their household registration will be transferred to Li Zishuan's fief, Plum Village. Someone will naturally allocate farmland and houses for you. From now on, you don't have to hide from the imperial court. However, in Yanhuang College, you must fulfill your responsibilities. As a teacher, you must take on the responsibility of a teacher. Do you understand? Li Er stared at Mo Huai with bright eyes and said the third request. In other words, he was reminding Mo Huai to teach well in Yanhuang College and not have any crooked thoughts. Mo Huai obviously understood the meaning behind his words. He couldn't help but feel a little wary of Li Er. Then, he bowed deeply and said, Mo Huai obeys. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Chapter 635. All right. You guys must be here today to visit Yanhuang College, right? Go. I won't keep you guys here. After greeting Li Gang, Yen Silu, and beating Mo Huai, Li Er had achieved his goal. He smiled and said to everyone. Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel elated. He thought to himself that it was fortunate that old Li didn't find trouble with him. Thus, he cupped his hands together with Li Gang and the others and left. However, he heard a gentle female voice coming from inside the room. Li Zishuan, you stay. I have something to tell you. Li Zishuan's face darkened, and he stopped in his tracks. Li Gang threw him a helpless look and left with Yen Silu and Mo Huai. What orders does your majesty have? Li Zishuan turned around and cupped his hands to Empress Zhongsun. The person who just asked him to stay was Empress Zhongsun. Li Er also looked at Empress Zhongsun curiously at this moment. It seemed that he also didn't know what Zhongsun wanted to tell Li Zishuan. Zhongsun stood up from the sofa beside Li Er, then waved to the side and said, Ku'er, come here. Yes, mother. Li Zishuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a 7 or 8-year-old boy who looked 70% similar to Li Er. He was simply a miniature version of Li Er. When the little boy heard Zhongsun calling him, he quickly responded and walked over. Greetings, Your Highness. Li Zishuan was helpless. Although he didn't know why Empress Zhongsun did this, he couldn't pretend that he didn't see Li Ku standing in front of him, right? So he could only salute. At the same time, he muttered in his heart, isn't this Li Ku the son of concubine Yang? Why is he so close to Zhongsun? Li Ku, 3rd year and 6th month of Wuda, was conferred the title of Prince of Changsha, 8th year of Wuda, was conferred the title of Prince of Hanzhong. In the 1st year of Zhengguan, he was conferred the title of Prince of Hanzhong. In the 2nd year of Zhengguan, he was conferred the title of Prince of Shu and was conferred the title of Governor of Izhou. In the 11th year of Zhengguan, he was conferred the title of King of Wu and was given the title of Governor of An Province. What was slightly gratifying was that Li Ke was not the kind of arrogant prince with his nose in the air. When he saw Li Zishuan salute him, he also hurriedly bowed in return and said, "It should be Li Ke greeting, sir. Sir is a talent that transcends the heavens and earth. Li Ke has long admired you. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face." Li Zishuan smiled modestly and said, "Your Highness is too kind." At this time, Empress Zhangsun patted Li Zishuan's shoulder, then looked at Li Zishuan and said, "Mr. Li, I told you before that I would give you a few students. Do you remember?" Li Ke, who was next to Empress Zhangsun, had a hint of excitement on his face. Li Zishuan's eyes flashed. Could it be that Zhangsun wanted to send Li Ke to Yanhuang College? Of Li Er's 14 sons, the most outstanding one was not the intelligent and quick-witted eldest son Li Qingqian, the fourth son Li Tai, who had outstanding literary talent and could write well. It was also not the brave and brave eighth son Li Zhen or the honest and honest 10th son Li Shen. Of course, it was definitely not the cowardly 9th son Li Ji, but rather the 3rd son Li Ke. Not only was Li Ke proficient in horseback archery, but he was also well versed in literature and history. His reputation was also high, and he was well versed in both literature and martial arts. His reputation was very high, so Li Er had praised Li Ke more than once in front of all the officials that he was, like me. However, it was also this, "Li Ke is similar to me," that led to Li Ke's final tragedy. Now, Zhangsun wanted to send Li Ke to Yanhuang College. Could it be that she wanted Li Ke to leave the center of the power struggle? If that was really the case, then Empress Zhangsun's move was really clever. However, Li Zishuan did not like to be someone else's chess piece, even if that person was Empress Zhangsun. Thus, he said seriously, "I remember. Could it be that your Majesty wants to send His Highness the King of Han to the college?" Empress Zhangsun nodded and said, "That's right. Does Li Xiannan agree?" Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said, "Since it is your Majesty's order, how can I not agree? However, I want to know if His Highness the King of Han really likes engineering." Zhangsun was a very clever person. She raised her eyebrows and said somewhat angrily, "What do you mean? Do you think that because Ke doesn't like engineering, I will force him to go to Yanhuang College?" Li Zishuan was joking with Chang'e and Li Tai on the side and did not pay attention to what was going on. At this time, when he heard Zhang Suan's angry words, he could not help but turn his head and stare unkindly at Li Zishuan. "Sister, don't be angry. Li Xiannan, don't misunderstand the Empress." Just as Li Zishuan was feeling pressured, a voice as gentle as water came from the side. Then, he saw a woman with a slightly plump figure, exuding a graceful and seductive aura, walking over. "Li Xiannan, Ke was born and raised by me. How can I, as his mother, not know what this child likes and dislikes? Previously, I wanted to ask Sister Empress to help me and let you accept Ke as a student, but I did not expect that it would cause a misunderstanding. This is my fault. I hope Sister Empress and Li Xiannan will not take it to heart." After such a commotion, Li Ke, who was still a little confused, seemed to have understood something at this time. He looked at Li Zishuan with an inexplicable look in his eyes. After Yang Fei finished speaking, he cupped his hands and said, "Sir, Ke's yearning for engineering is absolutely sincere, there is not a bit of falsehood." Li Zishuan felt a little better. Just as he was about to speak, Li Er's dissatisfied voice came from the side. "What? Is my son not worthy of entering your Yanhuang College?" Li Zishuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, "I didn't say anything. It was all your husband and wife's blind guesses. How can you blame me for this? Your Majesty, this subject has never said that I would not let the King of Han enter Yanhuang College." Li Zishuan turned around gloomily and cupped his hands. This subject only wanted to confirm the King of Han's interest, there is no other meaning. Yanhuang College also welcomes His Highness the King of Han. On September 20th, Your Highness can directly report to the college. Since Li Ke voluntarily left the palace to study, and it was Li Er's 2 wives who begged him, Li Zishuan naturally had to open the back door for Li Ke. Li Er nodded and no longer paid attention to this side. However, Li Ke asked, "Sir, doesn't the college start on September 18th? Why did you let Ke go on September 20th? Li Zishuan smiled and explained, September 18th is the entrance exam for Yanhuang College. Since the king of Han was personally entrusted to this subject by the empress, he naturally does not need to participate in this exam. The reason why he opened this back door was not only to give face to Empress Zhongsun, but more importantly, when he thought that this clever child in front of him would be framed to death by Zhongsun Wuji in the future, he could not help but feel a trace of sympathy in his heart. Perhaps putting Li Ku in Yanhuang College could be considered a form of protection for this child. This was originally just a normal process of going through the back door. Unexpectedly, when Li Ku heard this, it was as if he had been greatly insulted. He stubbornly raised his small face and said, "No. Sir. The rules cannot be broken." Previously, Ke did not know that there was an entrance exam. Now that I know, Ke must participate in this exam. If Ke does not pass, Ke will not talk about going to Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan's face suddenly darkened. He really did want to curse Li Ku, but he did not know if he should say it. Chapter 636. Li Zishuan was confused by Li Er and his family. After figuring out Li Ku's logical thinking and confirming that Li Ku's foundation in mathematics was enough to pass the entrance exam of Yanhuang Academy, Li Zishuan resentfully took the four little guys out of the bishop's office and left the conference room to Li Er and his two wives. I hope old Li won't do such shameless things in my conference room. Li Zishuan thought to himself in an indecent manner. Brother Xiao Xian. Where are we going to play? Chang'e hadn't left the palace for a long time and hadn't seen Li Zishuan for a long time. She happily followed Li Zishuan and looked up at him with her blushing face. Li Zishuan had always been very patient with Chang'e, a girl with bright eyes and white teeth. He smiled and replied, "Let's go and see where Mr. Li and the others are first. Then I'll take you around for a stroll." "Oh, by the way, Chang'e, didn't you look around earlier?" Chang'e shook her head and said, "Not yet. Father thought that the building we saw earlier was very grand, so he brought us in to wander around. Who knew that it would be so big inside? Later on, when we were tired from walking around, Father brought us to that room to rest. Not long after, Brother Xiao Xian, you came." "Oh. So that's how it is. Then I'll take you to see some interesting things in the library." Li Zishuan thought for a while and smiled. Yes. "Oh right, Brother Xiao Xian, why didn't Sister Lan come with you today?" "Oh, her. She's not familiar with old Mr. Li and the rest, so she didn't come with us. Here, this is Yanhuang College's library. What do you think? Isn't it grand?" After finding Li Gang and the others who were enjoying the cool air under a pavilion in the academy, Li Zishuan informed a few of the old gentlemen before bringing the four second generations to tour the academy. At this moment, he was a bit like a tour guide in his previous life. "Little Xian, why is the shape of this library so weird?" Li Qingxian complained after looking at it for a while. Li Tai immediately retorted, "Tai doesn't agree with Big Brother's words. This is clearly grand, not weird. I think that among all the buildings in the academy, only this library is similar to the style of our central plains." Li Zishuan couldn't help but nod secretly. Li Tai was right. Yanhuang College's library, the red building, used a lot of China's traditional multi-eave roofs, China's ancient auspicious patterns, and China's traditional red beams and pillars. Compared to the other high-rise buildings in the academy that were purely made of cement, this library contained a lot of ancient style. But I still feel that the overall shape of this building is very weird. Li Qingxian muttered to himself. This is the academy's cafeteria. In the future, all students will line up here to eat after class. Li Zishuan didn't bring them into the library. In fact, every building in Yanhuang College was quite large. If they went into every building, they wouldn't be able to finish it even by nightfall. Wow! This place is so big. Brother Xiao Xian, how many people can eat here at the same time? Looking at the spacious and bright cafeteria with large glass doors and windows, Chang'e couldn't help but exclaim. Before Li Zishuan could answer, Li Tai said, if every table is full, this floor can seat 800 people, and there's another floor above. So, this building can completely satisfy the needs of the entire academy's teachers and students. The little fatty obviously didn't work for nothing in Yunshan for the past 2 months. What he said was reasonable and methodical. Wow! It can actually accommodate so many people. How many students will the academy recruit this time? Changle's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she asked again. Li Tai didn't know this, so the little fatty decisively shut up. Li Zishuan saw this and replied, there's no conclusion on how many students will be recruited, and there won't be a fixed number. This will completely depend on the abilities of this batch of students. If they all do well in the exams, then what's wrong with me recruiting all of them? If only a few people's answers are passable, then I'll only recruit those few people. Oh. Brother Xiaoxian, does your academy recruit female students? Changle suddenly blinked and asked. When everyone heard this strange question, they couldn't help but be stunned. Li Zishuan thought for a while before answering, Changle, this isn't a question of whether I'm willing to recruit or not. It's a question of whether the officials in the imperial court will allow women to enroll or not. The current Yanhuang College is still too weak. Perhaps one day, when Yanhuang College is strong enough to dominate the secular etiquette, then a female branch of Yanhuang College may appear on Yunshan. Oh. Changle nodded as if she understood. Li Ku, on the other hand, looked at Li Zishuan in surprise. He thought to himself, Sir, you're really daring. Allowing women to enroll is simply too crazy. Ugh. At this moment, Li Qingxian suddenly let out a muffled groan. Li Zishuan's hearing was amazing, and he was the first to detect the abnormality. He hurriedly asked, Qingxian, what's wrong? Li Qingxian's expression was extremely awkward. He clutched his stomach and said with a bitter face, No, nothing. I just felt uncomfortable in my stomach and wanted to go to the toilet. Xiaoxian, where is your academy? Ah. When Li Tai heard this, he almost wanted to curse. He immediately jumped away and kept a distance from Li Qingxian, which made Li Qingxian so embarrassed that he wanted to die. Changle and Li Ke's actions weren't as obvious as Li Tai's. The two of them moved imperceptibly, wanting to get away from that troublesome place. Li Zishuan didn't immediately understand what Li Qingxian meant. He was stunned for a while, and combined with Li Tai's reaction and Li Qingxian's action of clutching his stomach, he finally understood what this unlucky child meant by going to the toilet. He pointed at the library that they had just passed and said, There's one in that building. Qingxian, go quickly. Li Qingxian glanced at the library and said anxiously, No. This building is so big. How do I know which one is the toilet? Changle couldn't help but cover her little face, feeling that her brother Crown Prince had lost a lot of face today. Li Zishuan said, Qingke, quickly take Qingxian there. Li Tai said gloomily, Why don't you go? Li Zishuan thought to himself, This is your brother, not mine. Why should I go? However, he could only say this in his heart. At this moment, he glared at Li Tai and said, Qingxian definitely didn't bring toilet paper. I have to find Xiaoning to get some. Quickly take Qingxian there. Oh. Li Tai grunted in response and obediently went to lead the way for Li Qingxian. Other people didn't know what toilet paper was, but he obviously knew after hanging out with Li Zishuan for so long. Li Zishuan looked at the two brothers walking away and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did he meet someone who didn't bring toilet paper to the toilet today? The unlucky thing was that he had to help deliver toilet paper. Fate really made fools of people. Brother Xiaoxian. What is the toilet paper you were talking about? As expected, when Changle started asking, Li Ke's eyes also stared at him without blinking. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, It's a very sanitary type of paper. I don't have time to explain now. You two wait here. I'll be right back. With that, Li Zishuan used cloud-piercing steps and instantly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 637. I've long heard that you've become a martial Dao master. Looks like it's true. Looking in the direction Li Zishuan left, Li Ke couldn't help but fall into a daze. He was also very interested in martial arts, so after seeing Li Zixuan's amazing speed, he couldn't help but yearn for it. Does third brother want to learn martial arts from brother Xiaoxian too? At first, Chang'e was also attracted by Li Zixuan's graceful movements. However, when she came back to her senses, she realized that Li Ku was still in a daze. She thought for a moment and guessed what Li Ku was thinking. Hence, she tugged at Li Ku's sleeve and asked. Cough, cough. That's not true. Third brother, learning martial arts from General Dugu is pretty good too. Li Ku quickly came back to his senses and tried to cover it up. After knowing that he liked martial arts, Li Er arranged for Dugu Xian to be his martial arts master. As the saying went, a teacher for a day, a teacher for life. Li Ku was very principled when it came to conduct himself. Hee hee. Chang'e laughed and skipped the topic. She started to talk about the academy's architecture with Li Ku. The siblings didn't wait for long before Li Zixuan came over with a roll of toilet paper. Brother Xiaoxian, you're back. Chang'e exclaimed in surprise. Li Zixuan nodded. He estimated that Li Qingxian should have just squatted down. Hence, he took out the toilet paper and said, "Here, Chang'e, look, this is toilet paper." Chang'e took it curiously and touched it with her hand. Feeling the soft touch, the little girl exclaimed, "Ah! Brother Xiaoxian, this paper is so soft. But why does Brother Crown Prince need this?" Cough, cough, cough. The overly naive Chang'e couldn't figure out the use of the toilet paper. Li Ku, on the other hand, suddenly coughed. It was obvious that this kid had figured it out. Third brother? Do you know the reason? Chang'e asked Li Ku. Li Ku didn't know how to explain it to his naive sister. He could only stutter. This. What is this? Third brother, why are you hesitating? Chang'e rolled her eyes and said anxiously. Seeing this, Li Zixuan could only helplessly explain, this thing can be used as a substitute for toilet paper. Of course, it can also be used in other places. Just in time. Qingke, since you're back, help me send the toilet paper to Qingxian. Li Tai, who had just walked over, suddenly had a dark expression. Just as he was about to retort, he heard Li Zixuan say, "Brothers have to love each other. Qingke, if you don't go, Qingxian will be anxious." All right. Little Fatty thought for a while, and finally decided to listen to Li Zixuan's suggestion. He brought the scroll of paper to the library. After Li Qingxian came out, he naturally had an awkward expression. However, he still very solemnly instructed Li Tai and Li Kun not to mention his stomach discomfort in front of Li Er. Otherwise, a few more people in the imperial kitchen would probably die. Li Zixuan was quite satisfied with Li Qingxian's arrangement. Although ruthlessness was the most royal family, at this time, Li Qingxian was only less than 10 years old. If a 10-year-old child could really be cold-blooded and treat human lives like grass, then Li Zixuan would definitely not have any interaction with Li Qingxian. Next, Li Zixuan took the four of them to see the academy sports field, dormitory, and even bathhouse. They visited all of them. The sun was setting in the west. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Zixuan followed Li Gang and the others back to Chang'an. As for Li Qingxian, Chang'e, and the others, of course, they followed the guards that Li Er brought back to the palace. However, before leaving, Li Zixuan promised to give Chang'e 10 boxes of toilet paper. Thinking of the shy look on the little girl's face when she asked for toilet paper, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a little amused. "Hey, wife. I haven't seen enough yet. Do you want to try it on?" After dinner at night, Li Zixuan accompanied Lan Er to play around crazily for a while before returning to his room. However, he saw Han Yushi using her hand to caress the honorary dress sent by the palace. Li Zixuan couldn't help but tease. "Husband." Han Yushi was startled when she heard the voice. Then, she panicked and said, "No. I was just packing my clothes." "Really?" Li Zixuan moved closer to Han Yushi's ear and chuckled. Then, he came to the desk where the honorary robe was placed. He sighed and said, "So this is what the honorary robe looks like. This is the first time I've seen it." "Sigh, wife, you don't say, this honorary robe looks quite good." What he said was true. Although he had seen it in a TV series in his previous life, how could the TV series be real? The director and the costume designer weren't historians. Han Yushi thought that Li Zixuan was teasing her again. She quickly came over and took away the honorary robe and the imperial edict on it. Then, she said angrily, "All right, husband, stop fooling around. Go to sleep." Sigh. That's not right. Why is this imperial edict made of wood? Could it be that it was replaced by someone? Li Zixuan inadvertently glanced at the imperial edict and suddenly said in surprise. Han Yushi turned around and said speechlessly, "Husband, are you sleepy?" The side of this imperial edict was originally made of sunflower ebony. Li Zixuan frowned and said, "Wood? How can His Majesty be so stingy? Shouldn't it be made of gold or jade?" He remembered that when he was conferred a title, the side of the imperial edict given by the palace was made of gold. Han Yushi put away the robe and the imperial edict, then walked over and said, "Husband, don't talk nonsense. His Majesty gave me a 6th rank official. How can I be qualified to use a jade or golden scroll?" Li Zixuan said, "Oh." He really didn't know anything about this, so he asked, then, "Wife, do you know what rank of honorary title one needs to use a golden or jade scroll?" Han Yushi didn't know why Li Zixuan had to get to the bottom of this matter. She thought for a while and replied, "It should be above the 3rd rank, right? I'm not very sure about the specifics. Under normal circumstances, a 1st-rank madam would use a jade scroll, a 2nd-rank madam would use a rhinoceros horn scroll, a 3rd-rank and 4th-rank virtuous and respectful person would use a golden scroll, a 5th-rank pleasant person would use a horn scroll, a 6th-rank and 7th-rank official would use a sunflower ebony scroll, and a 8th-rank and 9th-rank official would also use a sunflower ebony scroll." The room fell into silence. Then, Li Zixuan said firmly, "Okay. I'll help you get a 3rd-rank honorary title later." Han Yushi was shocked. She hurriedly said, "Husband, this 3rd-rank honorary title is not a joke. Besides, I don't care about the rank of the honorary title. As long as I can stay by your side, I'm willing even if I'm a commoner." Li Zixuan's heart warmed, but he smiled mischievously and said, "Hee hee. Whether you care or not, we'll talk about it later. It's late now. Wife, shouldn't we go to bed?" Chapter 638. On September 15th of the first year of Jingguan, Yanhuang College held its first teachers' meeting on Yunshan. In addition to letting all the hired teachers know each other in advance, Li Zixuan also announced a series of important personnel appointments. Mr. Li Gang will be the acting Yamacho of the academy, in charge of teaching and administration. Mr. Yen will be the director of the academy's teaching department, in charge of the daily management of the academy. He has the right to supervise all the teachers and students of the academy, and can directly report to the Yamacho or the acting Yamacho. In addition, the academy will be divided into 5 sections according to the disciplines: classics, chemistry, mathematics, physics, and geography. Each section will have a discipline leader, who will be in charge of the curriculum planning, teaching schedule, and compilation of exam questions. The leader of the classics section will be Mr. Ma Zhou, and the leader of the chemistry section will be temporarily replaced by Mr. Wang Ji. Mr. Su Hongji will be the leader of the mathematics section, Mr. Mo Huai will be the leader of the physics section, and Mr. Xiao Dian will be the head of the geography section. Every year, the academy will conduct an academic evaluation. All the teachers in the department with the worst results will lose the year-end bonus that the academy gives at the end of every year, which is 3 months of extra salary. It had been nearly 5 days since the last time he visited Yanhuang College with Li Gang and the others. Many things had happened in these 5 days. First of all, as the opening day of Yanhuang College approached, all the candidates from all over the Tang Empire gathered in Chang'an. This made the people of Chang'an see a grand occasion similar to this year's imperial examinations. Then there was Wang Ji. This old guy had become a frequent visitor of the Li family in these 5 days. Every morning when Li Zixuan woke up, he could almost see him waiting in the front yard with a book in his hand. However, although it was troublesome, it was undeniable that Wang Ji's learning progress was really fast. It was so fast that Li Zixuan wondered if this old man had super strong mental strength like himself. Therefore, this time, Li Zixuan directly appointed him as the acting team leader of the chemistry department. The reason why he wasn't the official team leader was because Wang Ji and Yen Silu's bet hadn't been completed yet. Another more important matter was that Li Tai had recommended Li Zixuan a scholar who specialized in geography, Xiao Dian. After Li Zixuan tested him, he agreed to hire him. This time, among all the teachers in Yanhuang College, there was indeed no one more proficient in geography than Xiao Dian. At this moment, after hearing Li Zixuan's last sentence, the 48 teachers in the conference room all felt a chill in their hearts. They secretly thought that coming to Yanhuang College didn't mean that they could sit back and relax. There was also fierce competition here. Li Zixuan continued, "From today onwards, all the teachers of the academy will start working. Everyone, please perform your duties. The academy has specially built a dormitory for the teachers. If your home is far away, you can choose to live in the academy's dormitory. The academy has a 2-day break every 5 days. During the break, all the teachers can go home. In addition, every 6 months, the academy will evaluate the teaching ability of the teachers in each department. Teachers who are confident in their ability can sign up for a title defense. Teachers who pass the defense will receive the corresponding title. Currently, most of your titles are teaching assistants. Above teaching assistants, there are lecturers. Above lecturers, there are associate professors, and above associate professors, there are professors. The higher the title, the higher the salary. When you reach the title of professor, the academy will also give you a house with a similar architectural style to the academy. It will be located on Yunshan Mountain, in the northwest corner of the academy. Therefore, I hope that everyone can work hard, for the students and for yourself." This was the real clear distinction between reward and punishment. As a leader, you can't only give pressure to your subordinates, you also have to give them some motivation. Otherwise, under the pressure, they will all become pressure monsters. How can they do normal things? Sure enough, after Li Zixuan finished speaking, many people in the conference room were eager to give it a try. "Yamacho, may I ask what the content of the teaching ability assessment is?" The person who spoke was a young man in his early 30s. His name was Tang Yu, a frustrated scholar who failed 3 times. In the previous round of interviews, Li Zixuan asked him to explain a passage of the Analects of Confucius. In the end, this person not only explained it clearly and logically, but also explained it in a very interesting style. Even Li Zixuan, who didn't know the 5 classics, was fascinated by it. Therefore, Li Zixuan hired him. In terms of age, Tang Yu was considered one of the younger ones. Of course, the most important reason why Li Zixuan hired Tang Yu was that although Tang Yu studied Confucianism, he wasn't a defender of Confucianism. He only saw Confucianism as a stepping stone. In fact, none of the teachers recruited by Li Zixuan were stubborn Confucians. He wouldn't hire stubborn and inflexible people. The teaching ability assessment is divided into 2 parts. One is the assessment of the teacher's mastery of the subject taught. The other is the evaluation of the teacher's teaching method. Of course, those who follow the book will obviously not get a high score. The specific assessment rules will be distributed to each department after the academy's teaching office has formulated them. Tang Yu, when the time comes, you can ask the leader of your geography department, Mr. Xiao. Li Zixuan replied faintly. What was interesting was that when Tang Yu, a scholar who failed the exam, chose geography instead of Confucianism. The reason was that he felt bored after studying Confucianism for so many years. Li Zixuan thought that most of the teachers in Yanhuang College would undergo unified training after school started anyway. Therefore, he agreed to Tang Yu's request. This Tang understands. Tang Yu nodded and cupped his hands. Li Zixuan looked at everyone and said, "The most important thing now is not the title evaluation, but the student entrance exam and the induction training for all teachers." After the meeting is over, Mr. Yen will be responsible for organizing people to clean up every classroom in Guanghua building. Also, check carefully. If there are any shortages, report to me as soon as possible. Okay. Yen Si Lu nodded in response. Li Zishuan continued to arrange, all teachers, please find Mr. Li Gang as soon as possible according to the subject you are teaching. In the first month of Yanhuang College's term, the students will be organized for training, and there will be no classes. During this period, all teachers will undergo training. I know that most of you have never been exposed to this knowledge, so please hurry up. If there is something you don't understand in the teaching materials, you can ask the leaders of your respective departments. If the leaders of your departments don't understand, then come and ask me. I will be in the academy during this period. Chapter 639. Li Zishuan's performance today was unusually strong. His tone was not to discuss, but to inform and command. This was also the dignity that a principal should have. Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the others were also very cooperative because they all understood that in order for Yanhuang College to operate normally in the future, they must first establish a certain prestige for Li Zishuan. Seeing that the arrangements were almost done, Li Zishuan stood up and gave everyone a bowl of chicken soup for the soul. He encouraged them and said, then, from today onwards, Yanhuang College will officially operate. Everyone, please work together with me. For the Tang dynasty and for the continuation of our descendants, let's carry forward work in Yanhuang College. What we need to do is to establish our hearts for the world and our lives for the people. Good. What a good, establish our hearts for the world and our lives for the people. Good. Let's carry forward Yanhuang College together. This bowl of inspiring chicken soup for the soul was still very popular. As soon as Li Zishuan's voice fell, there was a burst of applause in the conference room. Meeting adjourned. Li Zishuan waved his hand and announced the adjournment of the meeting. Then, he took the lead and went out. At this moment, the people in the room had long lost the curiosity that they had when they first entered Yanhuang College. At this time, they put away the meeting notes, this was specially requested by Li Zishuan before the meeting, and went to do their own things. The Guanghua building, which used to be silent, suddenly became lively at this moment. This huge college also had a trace of vitality because of this. The Bishop of Yanhuang College, Guanghua building, was a typical building with 2 towers. The 2 towers in the center were 10 stories high. The towers were the offices of the college's teachers. As the top boss of Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan's office was of course not shabby. His office was on the 10th floor of the tower on the right side of Guanghua building. With this huge glass wall, he could overlook the scenery within a 10-mile radius from his office. It was really crazy cool. However, Yanhuang College did not have elevators. Probably only people like him who knew martial arts would be willing to use this place as an office. After all, not everyone was willing to climb such high stairs every day. After opening the office door, Li Zishuan found Yen Xiaoning inside. At this moment, this guy was sitting on his leather chair with his legs crossed and looking at the scenery outside the window. Li Zishuan could not help but tease him. Hey! Xiaoning, it seems like you're quite relaxed now. He had been at the college frequently these few days. He also knew that Yen Xiaoning would usually come to his office to drink tea and look at the scenery when he was free. He did not feel uncomfortable about this. After all, this was his buddy. Be reasonable, your buddy occasionally uses your office, is that too much? Is it really too much? Not too much. Heh. That's. Previously, you were just a hands-off shopkeeper and it really tired me out. Now that it's finally your turn to be busy, can't I rest for a while? Yen Xiaoning did not even turn his head. He just had his back facing Li Zishuan and gloated. Thinking about the huge pile of things that he had to deal with later, Li Zishuan felt a headache. He sat down on the sofa next to him and said angrily, T. When have I ever been a hands-off shopkeeper? When you were busy helping me build the college, I was also busy writing teaching materials. That stuff is not much easier than yours. Yen Xiaoning picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. Then, He turned his chair around and said smugly, "Hey. That's none of my business. Anyway, my task is almost done now. Next, your task is going to be heavy. Haha. I heard that the students who came to take the Yanhuang College exam this time are already in time for this year's imperial examination. What a bad friend." Li Zishuan was speechless. However, what Yan Xiaoning said was also the truth. There was indeed nothing for this guy to do. Li Zishuan leaned on the sofa and felt rather depressed. After a while, he asked, "Are the 10 villas in the northwest completed?" Yan Xiaoning nodded and said, "Yes, they're all completed. Now, the construction team is building other unimportant buildings in the college. Don't worry, the construction area is all separated from the distant teaching area. When the time comes, it won't affect the students." This construction progress was all planned. Li Zishuan wasn't too surprised about this. He sighed and said, "When do you estimate it will all be completed?" Yan Xiaoning must have made an estimate before this question. At this moment, he didn't even think and answered, "About a month." So fast? Li Zishuan was a little surprised. Yan Xiaoning said matter-of-factly, "What's so strange about that? Now that the construction team is getting more and more skilled, their cooperation is also getting better. Plus, with the crane that you made, the construction speed is of course a few times faster than at the beginning." Speaking of this, Yan Xiaoning patted his head and suddenly shouted, "Oh. Oh right, I forgot to tell you something." "What is it?" Li Zishuan asked subconsciously. Yan Xiaoning laughed and said, "That, Xiao Xian, can we exchange the villas on Yunshan?" Li Zishuan suddenly became alert. He didn't agree or disagree, but instead asked, "Why? Didn't you build your villas according to the blueprint of mine?" The first batch of villas on Yunshan had a total of 10 villas. At first, they were allocated to the professors of the college, but later on, Li Zishuan felt that the scenery on Yunshan was very good, so he also wanted to build a villa for himself here. This way, if he was too busy at the college and didn't have time to go home in the future, he would have a place to stay. Since he was building a villa for himself, Li Zishuan of course put in 120% of his effort. The villa he designed for himself was bigger than the professor's villas, and it was also 1 floor higher. When Yan Xiaoning saw it, he immediately wanted to change his villa to the same one. How could Li Zishuan have a reason to object? Now that the construction team was in Yan Xiaoning's hands, this guy could just abuse his position for personal gain, a little, and their villa could be built however he wanted. At this time, Yan Xiaoning rolled his eyes and said, "Although the blueprint is the same, my villa is facing away from the sun, Xiaoshuan's villa is facing the sun. My dad's legs can't stand the cold, and he loves the sun the most. So, Xiao Xian, why don't we exchange?" At this moment, Yan Xiaoning no longer gloated as before. Instead, he became a little flattering, which made Li Zishuan feel very strange. Chapter 640. *T. Uncle Yan's steps are steady. How does he look like he has a leg problem? You're too shameless. How could you say something like that to achieve an ulterior motive? Inside the principal's office, Li Zishuan, who felt that something was wrong, was seriously thinking about the loopholes in Yan Xiaoning's words. After a while, he suddenly said angrily. Yan Xiaoning's expression changed slightly, but he still said firmly, "That's just on the surface. In fact, my dad's leg hurts when he gets cold." Li Zishuan's lips curled into a smile. He then said, "Okay. Then I'll go visit Uncle Yan now and see if there's really something wrong with his leg." After saying that, he actually turned around and was about to leave. Yan Xiaoning immediately became anxious. He quickly stood up from the chair and shouted from behind, "Hey, don't. Xiao Xian, don't go. I was just joking." "Oh? Joking? Xiaoning, you've got guts. You even joked about Uncle Yan. What kind of power made you do such a rebellious thing?" Li Zishuan turned around and sneered as he stared at Yan Xiaoning with burning eyes. Yan Xiaoning's face turned red. He coughed twice and said embarrassedly, "This Xiao Xian, what are you talking about? I was just joking because I wanted to change houses with you. Li Zishuan smiled but didn't say anything. He didn't believe that there wasn't something fishy. Therefore, he just stared at Yan Xiaoning, trying to use his gaze to influence this dishonest youth. After staring for a full 15 minutes, Yan Xiaoning finally couldn't take it anymore. He said dejectedly, okay, I'll tell you the truth. Previously, after the construction team finished building the houses in the area you circled, a craftsman accidentally found that your backyard would emit steam every morning. He used a bamboo tube to poke 3 inches down, and the result was... Li Zishuan's curiosity was already piqued, but Yan Xiaoning suddenly stopped at this crucial moment. This made him a little mad. He couldn't help but urge, what's the result? Hurry up and tell me. Sigh. Yan Xiaoning sat back on the chair and let out a long sigh. There's actually a hot spring under the garden. You're really lucky. That's why I want to trade with you. As early as in the pre-Qin dynasty's classic of mountains and seas, there was a record of hot spring. At that time, it was called Hot Spring. Bandit's water came from Kunling Mound County's high-pressure mountain. It was also called Dongha Hot Spring. The water came from the northwest Clamor Valley. The water was as warm as hot soup, and could cure all kinds of diseases. Therefore, it was called Hot Spring. Later on, people began to call it hot springs. For example, in the Han Dynasty, an astronomer wrote a book called Hot Springs Prose. In the text, he wrote, looking at the treasures of the central region, there is no god of water. Staying in the hot springs, to pass the time, to get rid of the harshness, to serve the righteous. Emperor Shiyu, save your own life. F***ck. Hot spring. Li Zishuan's eyes widened. His expression was wild with joy as he said, haha. That's great. I can't believe I found a hot spring in such a beautiful place. In the future, I'll build a house on top of it and soak in the hot spring during winter while eating delicious food. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Yan Xiaoning's old face darkened. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said, F***ck. You're too much. Li Zishuan curled his lips and said, TSK. Who's the one who's too much? Someone wanted to cheat me of my hot spring just now. When Yan Xiaoning heard that, he immediately stopped talking. Li Zishuan saw that this guy was unhappy and couldn't help but say, Xiaoning, didn't you try digging in your backyard? What if your house has a hot spring too? Yan Xiaoning looked at Li Zishuan with a strange expression and then said unhappily, how do you know I didn't dig it? Not only my backyard, I dug everywhere except my house. In the end, I didn't dig anything. Li Zishuan was sweating profusely. The image of Yan Xiaoning instructing a group of craftsmen to dig his house involuntarily appeared in his mind. TSK, so ruthless. Sigh. But speaking of which, why do you want a hot spring? This thing can cure some diseases, and it's good for women's skin. Xiaoning, you're healthy, so the hot spring doesn't seem to be attractive to you? Don't tell me you want to be a gigolo? Li Zishuan suddenly thought of something wrong and couldn't help but ask with a strange expression. The ancient people had a certain understanding of the medical and health effects of hot springs. The Han Dynasty's 3 Qin records recorded the legend of hot springs curing diseases. The first emperor traveled with the goddess and disobeyed her orders. The goddess spat on him and caused him to have ulcers. The first emperor thanked her, but the goddess washed off the ulcers in order to get out of the hot spring. The goddess used the hot spring to cure Qin Shi Huang's ulcers. Therefore, Qin Shi Huang called the Li Mountain hot spring goddess soup. Yan Xiaoning said angrily, you're the one who wants to be a gigolo. I want a hot spring only because I'm afraid of the cold in winter. You don't know how cold Chang'an's winters are these years. Even charcoal can't cure it. Is it that exaggerated? Li Zishuan didn't think much of it, but he was too lazy to argue with Yan Xiaoning over such a small matter. He looked at the sky and said, then I'll go take a look at my house first. If it's all renovated, I'll immediately arrange for people to buy furniture for it. Maybe I'll really have to live here in a few days. Yan Xiaoning felt a little hurt when he thought of the hot spring. He waved his hand and said, "Go quickly. Go quickly. Oh, right, if you're buying furniture, help me buy one while you're at it. I always feel that the house we're building will look very awkward with the furniture bought from the East Market." "Okay." Li Zixuan responded and went out. Thinking of Yan Xiaoning's words just now, he couldn't help but think to himself, a modern house should of course be equipped with modern furniture. If you put some couches and screens in the house, of course it will look awkward. After leaving Yanhuang College, he walked towards the northwest. After passing through a tree-lined path, he could see a few modern-style villas scattered not far ahead. The main buildings of the villas were mostly two-story bungalows. Only 2 villas in the south were 3-story bungalows. There were fences in front of the buildings and ancient trees. Behind the buildings was a very spacious courtyard with a garden, rockery, pavilion, and all kinds of low shrubs. It was actually a simplified version of a modern villa. Sigh. It feels like a lifetime ago. Li Zixuan looked at the modern villas in front of him and couldn't help but think of his previous life. Although he was living well in ancient times, his soul was still from the 21st century. His family, friends, lovers, and more than 10 years of memories were there. But he couldn't go back anymore. Chapter 641. After sighing inexplicably for a while, Li Zixuan lifted his feet and walked towards the southernmost courtyard. That place was an area that he randomly picked with better lighting, but he didn't expect there to be a hot spring there. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have designed this courtyard so stingily. This was because he only wanted to build a temporary residence here. After all, this place was only a few steps away from Yanhuang College. But now that there was a hot spring here, Li Zixuan wanted to build a bigger residence, at least the size of the Li mansion. When the time comes, it could be a manor for the Li family outside of Chang'an City. Although this would cost a lot more money, Li Zixuan didn't lack money now. In his opinion, he had earned so much money. If he didn't know how to enjoy it, wouldn't it be a waste? "Hey! Boss, you're here?" When Li Zixuan arrived at the entrance of his courtyard, he met an acquaintance. "Gu Xiaomao. What are you doing here?" Li Zixuan asked curiously. According to Yan Xiaoning, all the craftsmen in Yanhuang College were focused on building the remaining buildings. As the captain of the 8th team of the 1st Regiment, Gu Xiaomao had no reason to hang around here. Gu Xiaomao quickly replied, "Boss, Commander Yan asked me to take some time today to bring a few people here today to check the construction drawings to see if there are any omissions. He said that the academy is about to start classes, and these courtyards are likely to be put into use soon. There can't be any mistakes." Li Zixuan heard and was instantly angry. "Good for you, Yan Xiaoning. You already arranged for people to check, but you purposely didn't tell me. You made me come here specially. This brat is definitely doing it on purpose." "Oh. Are you done checking?" Li Zixuan adjusted his emotions and asked. Gu Xiaomao took out a piece of paper, nodded and said, "Hey, boss, I've finished checking. Your courtyard didn't miss anything. However, the 7th courtyard is missing 2 fences and a stone bench. After I report to Commander Yan, I'll bring people over to fix it." Li Zixuan glanced at the paper and found that there wasn't a single Chinese character on it. It was just some scribbles. Obviously, Gu Xiaomao didn't go to school. But even so, his work attitude was commendable. "Xiaomao, in last month's evaluation, what was your regiment's rank?" Li Zixuan seemed to ask casually. "Ha!" Gu Xiaomao scratched his head embarrassedly and answered, "Last month, our first team got first place, so everyone's salary was doubled. Also, the team I was leading was rated as one of the 5 most outstanding teams, so we were rewarded with 5 strings of cash. Including our salary and some rewards in the middle of the month, we got nearly 10 strings of cash. I've never seen so much money in my life. Thank you, boss." Feeling the youth's heartfelt happiness, Li Zixuan's originally slightly gloomy mood gradually improved. He smiled and said, "You don't have to thank me. You exchanged all of this with your own 2 hands. Also, you led the 8th team of the 1st Regiment to achieve such good results. Qing Ke, the original team leader, should be thanking you. Gu Xiaomao didn't dare to answer him. He knew Li Tai's real identity. Oh right, Xiaomao, is the autumn harvest at home affected by your work here? Gu Xiaomao bowed and said, it's not affected much. But I heard from my father that this year's harvest is 10% to 20% lower than last year's. Luckily, you're kind enough to give me such a high salary. With this money, my family's reduced grain production won't be affected. Li Zishuan's expression became a little serious. He suddenly remembered that Han Yushi had told him a while ago about the Han village's grain yield problem, so he asked, Xiaomao, is it only your family's grain yield that has decreased? Gu Xiaomao shook his head and said, no, boss. No one in our village has a higher harvest than last year. A few families' harvests have decreased by 30%. Sigh. They're not as lucky as me to have such a good boss like you. I think they'll starve before next year's autumn harvest. Li Zishuan was silent. He could save one family, but he couldn't save thousands of families. He patted Gu Xiaomao's shoulder and said, all right, you don't have to worry. The imperial court will definitely find a way. Gu Xiaomao nodded dejectedly. Li Zishuan saw this and changed the topic. Xiaomao, how much money have you earned in the past 2 months? If someone else asked this, Gu Xiaomao's first thought would be that the other party was eyeing his money. However, since Li Zishuan asked, it was different. Gu Xiaomao thought for a while and answered, it should be 15 strings. Gu Xiaomao's team was very active. They often came in at the top of the rankings. Their salary wasn't much, but they received a lot of bonuses. That was why they had the miracle of earning 15 strings of strings in 2 months. After transmigrating for so long, Li Zishuan was no longer the naive person who didn't know anything. He knew very well what 15 strings of strings meant to an ordinary family. He asked, Xiaomao, have you thought about what you want to do with this money? Gu Xiaomao was stunned for a moment before he scratched his head and said, my father and mother want me to use this money to get a wife, but I don't want to get married so early. I want to use this money to buy medicine for my mother to treat her illness. If there's any money left, I plan to use it as capital to start a small business in Chang'an. Li Zishuan was surprised and asked, your mother is sick? Gu Xiaomao answered sadly, yes, my mother got sick when she gave birth to me. Later on, she often felt dizzy and her legs hurt easily. In recent years, it has gotten worse. My father doesn't even dare to let her get out of bed to work. In the past, the doctor said that my mother could recover if she took some nourishing medicine, but the medicine is too expensive. My family can't afford it, so it has been delayed until now. So, this time, I must cure my mother's illness. Li Zishuan praised, good. Xiaomao, you're right. Filial piety is the most important virtue. I support your decision. Gu Xiaomao was a little embarrassed by the praise. He said shyly, thank you, boss. Then, what kind of business do you plan to do after curing your mother's illness? For some reason, Li Zishuan suddenly wanted to enter the world of this simple farmer's son. Perhaps it was because he was also a farmer's son in his previous life. Gu Xiaomao thought for a moment and said, as long as it's not against the law. I'm willing to do any business that can make money. I want to make more money and build a big house like these villas in the future. When that time comes, I'll go find a wife. Later on, I'll send my son to a prestigious school like Yanhuang College to study. If he can't pass in 1 year, I'll let him take 2 years. If he can't pass in 2 years, I'll let him take 3 years. Chapter 642. Gu Xiaomao's dream was so simple that Li Zishuan only needed to move his lips to help him realize it. But at the same time, his dream was so difficult that even if an ordinary person spent their entire life, they would not be able to achieve even a small goal in his dream. Xiaomao, I have a long-term task here. The more you are unwilling to do it, the more you are unwilling to do it. Li Zishuan did not directly give Gu Xiaomao a large sum of money to let him realize his dream, nor did he leave him to fend for himself. As the saying goes, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a day. He intended to give Gu Xiaomao a shortcut to success. Gu Xiaomao was stunned and then said excitedly, "Boss, please say it. I'm definitely willing to do it." Li Zishuan could not help but laugh. "You agreed so decisively. Aren't you afraid that I'll ask you to commit murder and arson?" Gu Xiaomao grinned and said, "Hey, boss, you're such a kind person. How can you ask me to commit murder and arson?" Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Haha. Since that's the case, I'll tell you about this task. Yanhuang College will have more and more students in the future. Xiaomao, you can open a snack shop in the college." No, open a snack shop. The monthly surplus will definitely be enough for you to realize your dream. In Taiji Palace, the morning court was in progress. "Your Majesty, now that the autumn harvest is over, according to the situation reported by the counties near Chang and City, this year's harvest is not good. Most of the harvests have decreased by about 20%. In some places, the harvest has decreased by 30% to 40% compared to last year. In this way, after the people have finished their grain, I'm afraid that the remaining grain in their hands will not last until next year." Fang Xianling stood in front of the team and bowed to Li Er to report. As soon as his voice fell, there was a buzz of whispers in the court. In this era of relying on the sky to make a living, grain was the lifeline of a country. This was a fragile and sensitive nerve that no one would ignore. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, could not help but feel his heart sink. At the same time, his mind was reminded of Li Zishuan's locust plague language. Li Er found it hard to imagine what kind of calamity would befall the Great Tang if it hadn't made preparations in advance. Then order all the provinces and counties to exempt citizens from 20% of their taxes. After a moment of silence, Li Er instructed in a deep voice. "Your Majesty, you mustn't." An old man in his 50s hurriedly stepped forward and retorted, "Your Majesty, although this move can relieve the pain of the people, it is no different from drinking poison to quench thirst. If the various regions follow His Majesty's decree, it will cause the official storehouses of the various provinces and counties to be filled with rations. Once there is a famine or natural disaster, the various provinces and prefectures will face a situation where they have no food to use and can only wait for the imperial court to rescue them." The person who spoke was Xiao Yu. "Your Majesty, I also feel that this is inappropriate." As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, Wei Jing also stepped forward and clasped his hands together. "Forgive me for speaking bluntly, Your Majesty's move can only solve the problems of a small portion of the citizens. Most of the citizens rely on the rich and powerful. If Your Majesty reduces taxes, they won't feel any gratitude." Clearly, Wei Zheng had already noticed some loopholes and shortcomings in the Tang dynasty's equal field system. However, he could not come up with a more perfect and reasonable land system. This subject agrees. This old subject also agrees. Not long after, 2 or 3 officials stepped forward to express their agreement. Li Er frowned and said, "This is not drinking poison to quench thirst, but weighing the pros and cons. You may have all forgotten, but counting the days, the fleet that went south should return with a full load within a month. At that time, with the food brought back by the fleet, the Great Tang dynasty will no longer lack food." All the ministers were shocked. They had really forgotten about this. "But Your Majesty," Fang Xianling thought for a while and felt that it was not reliable to rely on a fleet with an unknown harvest. He opened his mouth and wanted to refute, but Li Er waved his hand and interrupted him. "Minister Fang, there is no need to say more. I have made up my mind. Instead of collecting more food and causing famine and the imperial court to allocate more food, it is better to keep it for the benefit of the people and save a lot of trouble and waste." Just like that, Li Er made the final decision to reduce the tax rate by 20%. When the news spread, the whole country cheered. "Oh, 20% tax reduction? What is Your Majesty thinking?" Li Zishuan, who was in Yanhuang College, received the news in the afternoon. Like Fang Xianling, he also felt that Li Er's move was tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. The land tax system had existed in China for more than 2,000 years, and it was only abolished 50 years after the founding of New China. From this, one could see how deeply the ruling group relied on the land tax. Given the current economic level of the Great Tang, reducing the land tax by 20% was akin to cutting flesh and playing with fire. What gave Li Er the confidence to do this? I can't guess your Majesty's intention. But this move can alleviate the urgent needs of the people, but it is a test of the ability of the various provinces to withstand disasters. Ma Zhou sat opposite Li Zishuan and pondered. Forget it, let's not think about it. By the way, Brother Ma, how is the expansion of the workshop going? After thinking for a long time, Li Zishuan still couldn't think of anything. After all, this guy had forgotten about the large number of ships going south. He suddenly thought of the new workshop, so he asked. In order to expand the workshop, Li Zishuan had originally planned to move the workshop to Plum Village. But because of the construction of the academy, money was tight, so Li Zishuan had Faubert temporarily suspend this plan. Later on, with the introduction of the immortal mirror and the glass utensils, Li Zishuan had made a fortune, and the financial crisis was quickly alleviated. Only then could the expansion and relocation of the workshop be restarted. Ma Zhou and Faubert had been busy for the past few months. Lord Zhu, the site for the new workshop has been arranged. It was built on the riverside according to your wishes. Everything is basically ready and can start production at any time. Ma Zhou replied with a smile. Li Zishuan nodded, his heart calming down a little. He had been too busy these past few months, so he definitely couldn't take care of everything. Fortunately, the people around him could often take care of things on their own. In that case, Brother Ma, I'll have to trouble you in the future. You have to take care of Datong daily and the academy. Li Zishuan sighed with emotion. Ma Zhou smiled bitterly and said helplessly, Lord Zhu, I've told you before. I'm not cut out to be a teacher, but you. Chapter 643. The reason why Ma Zhou said that he was not suitable to be a teacher was mainly because he knew that he had a criminal record. During the reign of Wu De, he was once promoted by the provincial governor of Bo Province to be an assistant teacher in Bo Province. However, he was fired by the provincial governor of Bo Province because he often drank and made mistakes. Now, Ma Zhou couldn't help but feel ashamed every time he thought about it. Li Zishuan knew a little about Ma Zhou's past. He waved his hand and said, I think Brother Ma was young and impetuous back then, but that's all in the past. What's the point of bringing it up now? In the future, as long as Brother Ma doesn't drink during lectures, it'll be fine. What's more, there's a drunkard in our academy who is even bigger than you. Ma Zhou couldn't help but laugh. Lord Zhu, are you talking about Mr. Wu De? The old man is carefree and open-minded. I've admired him for a long time. I didn't expect Lord Zhu to invite him here. Hey. In my opinion, Brother Ma admires him for his alcohol tolerance, right? Haha. Sigh. There are only 2 days left. Reading a little more won't affect the final results. I might as well go to Yanhuang College again. It's a pity that I didn't go in last time. In the afternoon, Chongren Lane, Tongfu Inn. Di Jishuan sat in front of the window with a book in his arms and muttered to himself. Then, this guy really did what he said. He put down the book and began to change his clothes. In less than a quarter of an hour, Di Jishuan had finished packing. He straightened his clothes, opened the door, and walked out. Ah. Father. You. Why are you here? Di Jishuan never dreamed that he would encounter such a big surprise the moment he opened the door. It really scared him out of his wits. Humph. Why am I here? You brat, if I didn't come, when would you come to see your father? Opposite Di Jishuan stood an old man in a purple robe with round eyes. At this moment, he was reprimanding Di Jishuan aggressively. Feeling the power of the old man, the waiter who had rushed over after hearing the commotion did not dare to go forward and question him. The old man was none other than Di Jishuan's father, Di Xiaoxiu, the minister of the imperial court's left prime minister. Father, your son is actually preparing to meet you. I didn't expect you to find me here. How did you know I live here? Di Zhishuan forced a smile and then lied through his teeth. As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. How could Di Xiaoshu not see that his son was lying? He angrily said, "Bastard. You still want to deceive your father? If I hadn't received your mother's letter the day before yesterday, I wouldn't have known that you've arrived in Chang'an. Furthermore, you haven't come to find me for so long. You're getting bolder and bolder." Di Zhishuan thought to himself, so that's how it is. What a miscalculation. After feeling regretful for a while, Di Zhishuan licked his lips and said, "That's my fault. Father, please calm down. Do you want to go in and have a drink?" At a time like this guy still wants to let Di Xiaoshu drink water to calm down. He's simply too naive. Di Xiaoshu flicked his sleeves and said, "Drink what? Hurry up and go back with your father. Don't embarrass yourself here." Father, that. Di Zhishuan still wanted to struggle, but Di Xiaoshu did not give him a chance at all. He directly ordered, "Tie him up and bring him back." I was wondering why you secretly came to Chang'an City. So you're here to take the Yanhuang College exam. You little brat, what did I teach you in the past? I told you to read more books and pay more attention to current affairs. You actually dared to spend your time on this miscellaneous subject. This is outrageous. Qinren Square, D Mansion. Di Xiaoshu pointed at a mathematics textbook on the ground and roared at Di Zhishuan with his eyes wide open. Di Zhishuan shrank his neck and said weakly, "Father, who said that mathematics is a miscellaneous subject? Even His Majesty didn't say that, right?" Di Xiaoshu did not expect his son to dare to refute. He was so angry that he took 2 deep breaths and said, "I said it. If I say it's a miscellaneous subject, it's a miscellaneous subject. You don't agree?" Di Zhishuan lowered his head and muttered softly, "The imperial examination is considered a subject. How can it be a miscellaneous subject? What did you say?" Di Xiaoshu's volume suddenly increased, and Di Zhishuan felt an inexplicable sense of danger. He quickly shook his head and said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Bastard. How dare you say that it's a subject? I only allowed you to take the imperial examination. If you dare to have any other ideas, I will break your legs. Father, you can't do this. It's my freedom to choose what subject to take the examination. You can't take it away from me." These were all advanced ideas that Di Zhishuan learned from the newspaper. He used them here, but he also used them in the wrong place. Di Xiaoshu's nose was almost crooked when he heard this. He trembled and said, "Unfilial son. Stubborn. Someone, bring the family discipline." "Master, you can't. A middle-aged man who looked like a butler hurriedly came forward to persuade him. "The young master is young and inexperienced. Why do you have to be so calculative with him? Give the young master some time, and he will definitely think it through. Young master, hurry up and apologize to master." As the old butler spoke, he madly winked at Di Zhishuan. Butler, you don't have to persuade me anymore. Hurry up and bring the family discipline. Today, I will. Father, I was wrong. Di Xiaoshu was in a fit of anger. How could he listen to advice? He hurriedly urged the butler to bring the family discipline, but Di Zhishuan actually gave in. Didn't you just say that mathematics is not a miscellaneous subject? Di Xiaoshu was a little doubtful of his son's sincerity, so he snorted angrily. He heard Di Zhishuan say sincerely, "Father, I was wrong. I was not sensible. You are right, mathematics is a miscellaneous subject. Then don't you still want to take the imperial examination for mathematics?" "Father, I was wrong. I will only take the imperial examination for literature in my life. Didn't you plan to go to Yanhuang College in the beginning?" "Father, I was wrong. I will never think about going to Yanhuang College again." I will return to Bingzhou tomorrow to study hard. You, father, I was wrong, I was wrong. The father and son's questions and answers stunned the servants outside the house. Di Zhishuan, who was a spineless person, admitted his mistake over and over again in the face of Di Xiaoshu's questioning. In short, don't ask. If you did, he would say, Father, I was wrong. A wise man submits to circumstances. However, only the heavens knew what this fellow was thinking in his heart. However, the older, the wiser. Di Xiaoshu added one last sentence, from today until the day after tomorrow, which is the day of the entrance examination for Yanhuang College, you are not allowed to step out of the house for 3 days. Do you understand? Chapter 644. Li Zishuan didn't know what had happened to Di Zhishuan, but even if he knew, he couldn't do anything about it. Even an upright official couldn't settle a family dispute. Di Xiaoshu had taught his son a lesson, so even if Li Er came, he couldn't do anything about it. What's more, Di Xiaoshu's current official position and title were no worse than Li Zishuan's. What right did Li Zishuan have to help Di Zhishuan? Moreover, Li Zishuan had so many things to do that he couldn't handle them all. Yamacho, all the examination rooms have been assigned, and the exam number has been pasted on each seat. Well, inform Mazhou to inform all the candidates who have arrived in Chang and on the Datang Daily tomorrow to come to the academy to get their exam number the day after tomorrow. All candidates will enter the academy according to their exam number. Yes, Yamacho. By the way, ask Mazhou to arrange a few people to make a notice. Draw the distribution of the examination rooms clearly, and then paste it on the notice board at the entrance of the academy. Okay. The teachers of the economics department had the least work at the academy because they had a certain level of attainment in Confucianism, so they didn't need to learn professional knowledge from scratch like other subjects. Therefore, the teachers of the economics department were arranged to prepare for the admission exam the day after tomorrow. Yamacho, I don't understand these symbols in the physics textbook. Can you tell me what they mean? Why don't you ask Mr. Mo? The Mo family was very good at physics. After receiving the physics textbook a while ago, Mo Huai studied it seriously for a long time. He also asked Li Zishuan a lot of questions. Logically speaking, with his current knowledge, it was more than enough to answer the questions of these physics beginners. Therefore, Li Zishuan was a little puzzled. Yamacho, group leader Mo isn't here right now? How could he not be here? Where did he go? Group leader Mo said he had something to do at home, so he went back first. Something to do at home? Well, what symbols did you say you didn't understand? Li Zishuan frowned and took the book from the hands of a middle-aged man who came forward to ask questions. It's these symbols. There are many more such symbols behind, but I've never seen them before. The man leaned over and pointed at a line of Arabic numerals on the book. Smack. Damn, I almost forgot about this. Li Zishuan couldn't help but pat his forehead and said to that person, Mr. Yu, immediately inform all the teachers in the academy. Other than those in the mathematics department, everyone else should go to Mr. Li Gang to get a mathematics textbook. You don't need to be proficient in the new mathematics, but you must understand some of the basic concepts in it. The symbols you asked about are all mentioned in the mathematics textbook. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. He stammered, Sean. Yamacho. It's already difficult for us to learn physics, so how can we have the time to learn mathematics? The other teachers who were queuing up to look for Li Zishuan also complained, that's right. Yamacho, chemistry is also difficult to learn. Geography is also difficult to learn, okay? No, mountain leader, don't tell me that we from the economics department also have to learn mathematics. We don't need it. Li Zishuan listened to their noisy voices and couldn't help but frown. You have to learn all of them. What don't you need? How can you not need it? As teachers of Yanhuang College, if you don't even know about the new mathematics, then won't you be embarrassing the academy when you go out? You have to learn. When everyone saw that Li Zishuan was serious, they were all silenced. Li Zishuan added worriedly, if you have any problems with mathematics, feel free to look for Su Hongji. Everyone, don't treat mathematics lightly. I'll check it later. If you don't pass, I'll find someone to tutor you. Mr. Yu, go and inform the other teachers now. Yes, Yamacho. The middle-aged man paused, then cupped his hands and said. The rest of the people felt a chill in their hearts. It wasn't easy to be a teacher of Yanhuang College, even though the salary was quite high. Li Zishuan stayed in the academy until 3:00 in the afternoon. Only then did he settle all the matters in the academy. There were many things that he couldn't think of in detail at the beginning. He would only realize the problems when he actually did it. For example, the problem of notifying the examinees of their exam numbers. This way, he could determine the actual number of examinees participating in the exam in advance and simplify the process of finding the exam venue. He didn't think of this before. There was also the problem of Arabic numerals in physics, chemistry, and geography. He didn't think about this before, and this made it difficult for many teachers to get started. Li Zishuan saw that no one was looking for him, so he returned to Chang'an. However, he didn't go straight home. He wanted to find someone, Qin Shubao. Xiao Xian. Why are you here? At the entrance of Qin Manor, he met Qin Huayu. It seemed that he had just returned from outside, but he didn't know where he came from. Yes. I'm here to find Uncle Qin. Huayu, where have you been? Li Zishuan asked with a smile. Qin Huayu made a please gesture and invited Li Zishuan into the house. Then, he said, I just went to the Qing family. Chumo has been busy preparing for the exam and encountered some problems. He asked me to help him. Li Zishuan asked curiously, what? When did Chonyo become so serious? Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Qin Huayu also felt that it was a little funny. He said, isn't he afraid that he won't be able to get into Yanhuang College? You know that he's not good at classical studies, so he can only rely on mathematics to score points. He said that if he can't even beat some students from other places who haven't been exposed to new mathematics, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Li Zishuan smiled and said, yes, that would be embarrassing. As the two talked, they entered the front yard and came to the front hall. Not only was Qin Xiong inside, but Sheng Yaojin was also there. Hey! Huayu is back. How was it? Chonyo should have no problems taking the exam the day after tomorrow, right? Sheng Yaojin stood up and asked with wide eyes. Qin Huayu cupped his hands and said, with Chimo's wit, there shouldn't be any problems. Bullsh *T. Sheng Yaojin heard this and sneered, that little brat's with my ass. I say, Xiao Xian, if my Chonyo really can't pass the exam, you have to give him more points. Otherwise, I won't be able to save my face. Li Zishuan almost fell to the ground. Qing Yaojin, how could you say such things in front of a junior? How shameless could you be? However, the friendship between the two families was obvious. This kind of small matter didn't affect the big picture. It wouldn't take much to pull strings under the table. Thus, he said sullenly, okay. Chapter 645. Jijia, you. How can you say something like that? And Xiao Xian, you're now the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. How can you agree to something like that? Qin Xiong's face turned red when he saw that Li Zishuan had agreed. Yes, he was embarrassed. He was embarrassed to be in the same group as Qing Yaojin and Li Zishuan. Qin Huayu covered his face and pretended that he did not hear anything. He quickly left this place of trouble. Qing Yaojin shrugged and said helplessly, second brother, what do you want me to do? I don't want that brat to be as smart as Xiao Xian, I just want him to be as smart as your Huayu. But look, he's so much worse than Huayu. What else can I do other than give up my dignity and find a way out for him? Qin Xiong was speechless. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Uncle Cheng, you're too narrow-minded. Chonyo might not be good at studying, but that doesn't mean he's not good at other things. As a general of the imperial court, shouldn't you be training him to fight? It would have been better if Qin Xiong did not say that. Qing Yaojin was furious when he said that. He said angrily, hey! That brat is my son, but he hasn't even reached the threshold of the Qi transformation realm. He's embarrassing his father. Li Zishuan said helplessly, fighting a war doesn't depend on one's martial arts. Uncle Li Jing, he's not that strong, is not good at martial arts, but he can still win battles? How can that brat be compared to Medicine Master? Medicine Master is proficient in the art of war and strategy. Even His Majesty is inferior to him. Even if there are 10 of Cho Nyo. Sigh. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about that brat. Xiao Xian, what are you doing here today? Shouldn't you be busy with your academy? Qing Yaojin sighed and suddenly looked at Li Zishuan. Qin Xiong raised his head and looked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan smiled and said, I'm here today to invite Uncle Qin to be the academy's martial arts instructor. Before Qin Xiong could answer, Qing Yaojin couldn't help but interrupt, martial arts instructor? Don't tell me you plan to teach martial arts at Yanhuang College? Li Zishuan shook his head and explained, that's not the case. What I'm thinking is to give the new students a month of military training. It's similar to military training. First, it's to strengthen their bodies. After all, these people usually study and their bodies are weak. Second, I want them to learn to understand the rules through this month of training. I want them to understand the rules like the sergeants of the Tang Empire's 16 guards. This was actually similar to the modern university military training. Those who had personally experienced the military training would definitely be able to sense the huge changes in a person's mental state before and after the military training. Living in ancient times, although he couldn't copy the modern model for everything, Li Zishuan felt that the military training system of the school in his previous life could still be copied. After hearing this, Qing Yaojin felt that Li Zishuan was taking things for granted. He smacked his lips and shook his head, tisk tisk. You're dreaming, kid. But from what I see, if I were to train these students of yours for 2 days, they'd probably lose an arm or a leg and never be able to get out of bed again. Li Zishuan's face darkened. He cursed this old devil for not knowing how to talk. Qin Xiong was more mature than Qing Yaojin. He stroked his beard and said, Xiao Xian, your idea is indeed good. No matter when there are more people, discipline is needed. Otherwise, it will become a mess. But what Jijia said just now, although it's a bit rough, you have to seriously consider it. After all, these students are only here to learn, not to sell their lives. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Uncle Qin, don't worry. I've already thought about this. We can do something about the amount of training. This definitely can't be compared to the 16th Guard and the others. During the military training in the academy, the amount of training at the beginning is only half of that of the Imperial Guard. Later on, we'll slowly increase it, giving the students a gradual process of adaptation. This way, they should be able to endure it. Qin Xiong thought about it seriously for a while and finally nodded. Okay. I'll be the martial arts instructor for the academy. Li Zishuan said happily, thank you, Uncle Qin. The academy will start the military training on the 20th of this month. Remember to go. Qin Xiong laughed and said, haha. Don't worry, I'll remember. Hey. Xiao Xian, how can one martial arts instructor be enough? Why don't you invite me over? Are you looking down on old Chang's kung fu, or are you looking down on old Chang's ability to lead an army? At the side, Qing Yaojin was unhappy and snorted. Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. When meeting such an unreasonable old man, you can only follow his wishes. Otherwise, he will continue to argue with you. Cough cough. Uncle Cheng, I saw that Uncle Qin was idle at home and didn't have much work to do, so I invited him to be a martial arts instructor. I didn't mean to look down on you. Li Zishuan explained reluctantly. However, his words were not without reason. Previously, Qin Xiong was injured and didn't have to attend morning court or do any work. Although he still had the position of general of the Left Guards, in reality, in the current stable and unified environment of the Tang Empire, the position of general of the 16th Guard was only an empty position. He didn't have much work to do, and the ones who really handled the internal military affairs were the generals under him. Not long ago, Qin Xiong had completely recovered from his illness and made a breakthrough. Li Zixuan had thought of giving Qin Xiong some real work, but first, there was no war in the Tang Empire, and there were very few places where Qin Xiong could use his skills. Second, even if there were suitable positions, there were already people in those positions. He couldn't just give Qin Xiong a position just because he had recovered from his illness, right? Therefore, things were delayed, and Qin Xiong was still in a state of idleness. But Qing Yaojin was different. This old demon's body was very good, and he ate very well. It was very rare to see him take sick leave. Therefore, he had a lot of responsibilities. Other than the empty title of Left Guard General, he was also the provincial governor of Luzhou, inspecting troops and garrison troops, and envoy, in charge of the military of Lu, Rong, and Rong. He was a very busy man. After hearing Li Zixuan's explanation, Qing Yaojin felt a little better. He thought for a moment and said, "When I'm free, I'll help second brother Qin teach those kids. Although my kung fu is not as good as second brother Qin's, I'm still very good at training troops." "Xiao Xian, you're lucky." Li Zixuan secretly rolled his eyes and thought to himself, "I don't think I'm the lucky one, but the new students of the academy are the unlucky ones." Chapter 646. After leaving the Qin residence, Li Zixuan rode his horse to the Li residence in satisfaction. It was September, and the weather was much cooler than before. Therefore, Li Zixuan chose to ride a horse when he went out. Big White's hooves, which had been nailed with iron, stepped on the limestone streets of Pucheng, making clear clattering sounds. Looking at the various pedestrians on the streets, Li Zixuan sighed. Busy, busy, busy. Who are all the people busy for? Suddenly, Li Zixuan saw a familiar figure in front of him. Mr. Mo? Li Zixuan rode his horse and chased after him before shouting loudly. That person was Mo Huai, the Mo Huai who had applied for leave on his first day at work. However, there was a small group of people behind a Mo Huai. There were both men and women, and there were about 40 people in total. Yamacho. Mo Huai stopped in his tracks when he heard that. He turned around and was shocked. He quickly cupped his hands at Li Zixuan. After Li Zixuan officially became the Yamacho of Yanhuang College today, all the teachers of the college, including Li Gang, directly called Li Zixuan Yamacho on formal occasions. They would only occasionally call him by his name in private. This was also to establish prestige for Li Zixuan. Okay. Li Zixuan responded. Then, he got off his horse and looked at the people behind Mo Huai. He asked, "Mr. Mo, these are..." Mo Huai came to a realization and hurriedly introduced, "Yamacho. These are the remaining core disciples of the Mo family. Previously, under the persuasion of you and Mr. Li Gang, I decided to let the Mo family enter the world. That day, I sent a command to the Mo family's encampment. Then, they traveled day and night and finally arrived in Cheng, and before Yanhuang College opened." Li Zixuan was moved. "Mr. Mo, why are you in such a hurry? It won't affect them much even if they come later. It's too hurtful for them to travel like this." "Humph. What do you mean by it doesn't matter if we come later? Are you looking down on us?" While the two of them were talking, a clear and melodious female voice sounded from the side. Then, a bright-eyed young woman wearing a light blue dress and a green pleated skirt with scattered flowers and mist walked out from behind the Mo Huai tree. The girl was about 13 or 14 years old. Her shoulders were slender, her waist was slender, her skin was creamy, and her aura was like an orchid. Folding her slender waist and taking small steps, she presented her white wrist under the light muslin. Her eyes were like clear spring water, and her hair was tied up in a bun with a golden hairpin. It was decorated with purple jade, and its tassels sprinkled on her black hair. Her eyes were like water, but they were cold as ice, as if she could see through everything. Her fingers were slender, white with a hint of pink, as if water could be wrung out of them. Her red lips smiled sweetly, and her every move was like a dance. Although her delicate little face was cute and charming, her slightly furrowed eyebrows and unfriendly gaze made it obvious that this girl was not someone who could be easily bullied. "How dare you? Wei, this is the current Yamacho of Yanhuang College. From now on, you will all be working in Yanhuang College. Hurry up and apologize to Yamacho. Mo Huai's expression changed, and he reprimanded sternly. No. Of course, the little girl was unconvinced. Li Zishuan smiled and said, It's fine, it's fine. It's my fault for not making it clear just now and causing this girl to misunderstand. Humph. That's more like it. The little girl in blue snorted proudly. Wei, Don't be rude. Mo Huai reprimanded again. It was obvious that his attitude towards this girl was different from his attitude towards Mo Zhong and Mo Yun. The girl didn't speak anymore. She lowered her head and secretly stuck out her tongue twice, looking very naughty. Mo Huai helplessly cupped his hands at Li Zishuan and said, Yamacho, this is my daughter, Mo Lingwei. I've neglected her since she was young. Please don't take it to heart. Li Zishuan smiled and shook his head. Mr. Mo, you're thinking too much. Your daughter is lively and active. This is her nature. There's nothing bad about it. Besides, do I look like a petty person to you? When Mo Lingwei heard Li Zishuan praising her, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a beautiful arc. She thought to herself, this person is quite good with words. He's also quite good-looking. However, when she heard Li Zishuan's second half of the sentence, she was instantly unhappy. What did he mean by, do I look like a petty person to you? Wasn't he still saying that she was the one who had done something wrong? When she thought of this, Mo Lingwei couldn't help but raise her head. Her long, shapely eyebrows furrowed as she glared at Li Zishuan angrily. It had to be said that this girl was a person who liked to pick at words and haggle over them. Li Zishuan suddenly felt a murderous aura for no reason. When he found the source of the murderous aura, he couldn't help but touch his nose. He didn't know how he had offended this girl again. Mo Huai, who was opposite them, didn't notice the small movements of the two young people. At this moment, he said gratefully, Thank you, Yamacho, for your magnanimity. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, Mr. Mo, you're welcome. Seeing her father, whom she had always admired, being polite to a young man who was about the same age as her, Mo Lingwei felt somewhat indignant. She tugged at Mo Zhong's arm and whispered, You, come here. Mo Zhong, who was listening attentively to his leader's speech, was instantly alerted by the girl's call. He gritted his teeth and quietly retreated to the back of the crowd with Mo Lingwei. Mo Zhong, tell me honestly. Who is that man? Why is father so polite to him? When Mo Huai issued the order, he didn't mention what had happened before. He only ordered all the core disciples of the Mo family to immediately head to Cheng and City with light luggage. After Cheng and City was settled, they could return to the encampment to pick up their families. That was why Mo Lingwei asked this question. Mo Zhong carefully glanced in front. When he saw that Mo Huai wasn't paying attention to this side, he explained in a low voice, Little sister Wei, that man is called Li Zishuan. He is the Crown Prince John Shi and His Majesty personally conferred the title of founding magistrate of the country. He is also the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. The newspapers with novels that you were reading earlier were founded by him. About half a month ago, he came to Cheng and City at the invitation of the former Crown Prince's Grand Preceptor, Li Gang. While Li Zishuan and Mo Huai were talking in front, Mo Zhong told Mo Lingwei about their bizarre experience in Cheng and City in full. After listening, Mo Lingwei couldn't help but open her mouth wide and murmur softly, This man is actually so amazing? Oh no, oh no. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that I, Mo Lingwei, am the most knowledgeable among my peers? Little sister Wei, you, what did you say? What's amazing? Mo Lingwei's voice was too soft, and they were on the street, so Mo Zhong couldn't hear her clearly. He asked in a low voice. Nothing. Nothing. Let's go and see if they're done talking. I'm so tired from walking all the way here. I want to take a good bath and sleep until tomorrow afternoon. Chapter 647. Dad, it's getting late. Let's go back to the inn. Mo Lingwei saw that Mo Huai and Li Zixuan were still chatting after so long, so she couldn't help but interrupt them. At the same time, she looked at Li Zixuan with a complicated expression. She was indeed very tired after walking all the way here. Oh. Indeed. I almost forgot the time. Mr. Mo, are you staying at an inn tonight? Li Zixuan hurriedly said. Mo Huai nodded and said, yes, we've been staying at inns recently. Since His Majesty transferred our household registration to Plum Village, then we'll go to Plum Village to build houses in the future. However, I really don't have time recently, so I can only stay at an inn for the time being. Fortunately, His Majesty personally instructed, so the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs sent the Mo family's household registration over a few days ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to stay at an inn now. In ancient TV dramas or wuxia TV dramas, we often see a certain hero entering the door and shouting, "Waiter, 2 good guest rooms." Okay. Then, the guests would immediately check in. Doesn't it seem very simple? However, the reality is definitely not like that. At this time, if you want to stay at an inn, you have to register your identity. Not only do you have to, but you also have to be checked very closely. However, it's not the modern ID registration. Foreigners need a customs clearance document, but locals need your household registration certificate. China's household registration system originated very early. During the spring and autumn period, it developed into a book club system. 25 houses formed a club. The club's household registration book is in the territory. During the Warring States period, the strong countries did not pay much attention to their people and implemented a system of counting. The local officials had to report the household registration status and tax revenue budget to the king every year. After Shang Yang's reform, the state of Qin strictly controlled household registration and combined it with military organization. 5 houses were the guarantee, and 10 houses were the company. After the Qin dynasty unified the country, the head of the Qin dynasty made the land real, and the fields were included in the household registration. In the Han dynasty, the household registration law was in August, and the land and other property owned by each household would be recorded in the household registration book as the basis for collecting population tax and assigning military service and labor. The household register was a combination of population, land, and taxes. The Han household register was created once every 3 years, and it was called the Big Competition. It was also recorded once every 3 years. The annual verification before the collection of taxes was called the Small Case Competition. The Tang dynasty also had a census every 3 years. It was up to the commoners to declare their household registration and fields themselves, and record them into their hands. Li Zheng would then create a household register based on their hands. According to the amount of assets of each household and the strength of its members, the officials would determine the number of households. Households were divided into 9 grades, and collect tax accordingly. The previous record had been changed to once a year, and the years between the 2 records would be recorded in the record book according to the handwritten reports of each year, which was equivalent to a record of abnormalities. In order to prevent people from understating their age or making false claims about sickness and old age, the officials would inspect the appearance of the people and call them group appearance. From this, it could be seen how strict the household registration system was in this era. If Mo Huai and the others were to register themselves, they would have to go through many obstacles in the process, and it would be easy to expose their identities as followers of the school of Mo. But if Li Er personally stepped in, the whole thing would be much simpler. This was equivalent to a country's #1 leader in the modern world personally helping people to apply for an ID card. Wouldn't that mean that they could set up a household register wherever they wanted? Mr. Mo. It's my fault. I didn't expect the Mo family to arrive so quickly, and I didn't even have time to arrange your accommodations for you. I shouldn't have done that. I really shouldn't have done that. How about this, Mr. Mo, you take them to an inn for the next few days and ask for the best room. I'll bear all the expenses, including your and Mo Zhong's expenses these days. Li Zixuan suddenly remembered that he had promised Mo Huai that he would be in charge of settling everyone in the Mo family. In the end, they were all here, but he hadn't even prepared a place for them to stay. Wouldn't he have slapped his own face until it was swollen? Li Zishuan couldn't take it anymore. Hee hee. I didn't expect you to be so generous, Yamacho. Mo Lingwei's eyes couldn't help but light up as she laughed. Men didn't care about their living environment when they were outside, but women cared more. Therefore, Mo Lingwei was very happy when she heard Li Zishuan say that he would let them stay in the best rooms. Wei, Mo Huai scolded her with a headache. Then, he said to Li Zishuan, Yamacho, actually, there's no need, sigh. Mr. Mo, you don't have to say any more. I didn't make proper arrangements for this matter. Just do as I say. Besides, you know that I don't lack money. Li Zishuan really didn't say this last sentence to show off. It was because he really didn't lack money. Hey. That's right, that's right. Daddy, let's go back to the inn. Mo Lingwei pulled Mo Huai's arm and said. Mo Huai said helplessly, thank you, Yamacho. In the next few days, I'll instruct the Mo family to build houses in Plum Village. Once they're done, we'll go to Plum Village to stay. Wait. When Li Zishuan heard that Mo Huai was going to Plum Village to build houses, he suddenly thought of something. After thinking seriously for a moment, he said, Mr. Mo, actually, there's no need for you to build houses. There's a ready-made mansion in Plum Village that's empty now. Mo Huai said in surprise, oh? May I ask, Yamacho, whose house is it? Can it be sold? Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, you don't have to buy it. I'll be able to get it by using my connections. However, it's been a long time since anyone lived there. It needs to be tidied up. Moreover, that house occupies a very large area. It's more time-consuming to tidy it up. It's already late today. You should go back to the inn to rest first. I'll bring you there tomorrow. Wow. There's such a good thing. Yamacho, quickly tell me who lived in this house before. Why did he move away? Mo Lingwei found it unbelievable that they had obtained a mansion as soon as they arrived in Chang'an. Hee hee. That house used to belong to a landlord in Plum Village. As for why he moved away, I'll tell you in detail tomorrow. Ink Girl and my brothers must be tired from the long journey. So, let's go back to the inn to rest early. Li Zishuan smiled slightly. That's right. The house he was talking about was the Lu family's mansion. It was Lu Shuren who was chased away by the people of Plum Village. Half a year ago, Lu Shuren was attacked by all the villagers and was forced to flee. After that, his mansion had been empty. Occasionally, beggars would pass by and sneak in to stay for 2 nights. However, they would usually be discovered by the people of Plum Village within 2 days and be chased away. How wasteful would it be to leave this house empty? It would be better to renovate it and give it to Mo Huai. Anyway, this house was big enough. It wouldn't be a problem for these people to stay in it for a while. Chapter 648. The next day. Li Zishuan arrived at Yanhuang College early in the morning because he received news that there was a mess at the college. It was just a small mess, but it was really funny. The situation was like this. Yesterday afternoon, some of the college teachers who lived in Chang and naturally went home when they saw that it was time. However, a considerable number of them were not from Chang and their homes were far from the college, so they enjoyed the treatment of living in a dormitory for the first time in their lives. However, this dormitory was different from any room they had lived in before. Yanhuang College's classroom dormitory was similar to a modern university or middle school teacher's dormitory. Correspondingly, the student dormitory was also similar to a modern student dormitory. The teachers who lived in this dormitory for the first time used the keys they received from Li Gang during the day and smoothly opened the room door. They lit the candlesticks in the room first and looked at the neatly arranged bedside cabinets and quilts in the room. They were quite happy and felt that the environment here was better than some of the big inns in Chang'an City. Then they went to wash up and sleep. They saw that there was a small room in the innermost part of the dormitory. Many people guessed that it was a place to wash up. They went in and took a look. Well, there was a snow-white porcelain wash basin, a shiny water pipe, and even a small fairy mirror. Everyone felt that this dormitory was really too extravagant. Then, when they went to the toilet, they were instantly dumbfounded. Well, this white and smooth pit was the toilet. They used it during the day. Sigh, they had a stomachache, so they went to the toilet. But this place was connected to the sleeping area. And there was no water next to the toilet to flush the poop. If they pooped here, how would they sleep at night? It should be noted that Yanhuang College only has the dormitory and bathhouse water pipes. The other buildings are relatively tall and use a lot of water overall. The amount of work needed to send enough water to the water tower at the top of the building is very large. Currently, there is no water supply for these buildings. Therefore, in Guanghua Building, Red Building, and other buildings, there is a bucket of water next to the toilet. Damn, this was not the most important point. The most important point was that after they pooped, they suddenly found that there was no toilet paper. How could this be? These people didn't notice the roll of white toilet paper in the display window. Perhaps even if someone saw it, they wouldn't think that it was used to wipe one's butt. After all, to the ancient scholars, paper was a very precious thing. As a result, many dormitories were instantly filled with the sound of calling friends. Brother Sima, are you there? I'll have to trouble you to help me get a toilet token. Toilet token? Oh. Wait a moment, Brother Han. I'll go out and take a look. Brother Shangguan, do you have any toilet chips in your house? Can you lend it to me? Brother Yuan, wait, let me see. Hey, I don't have any toilet chips in my room. Then, Brother Shangguan, can you go out and help me find a piece? I remember that there is a bamboo forest behind our academy. Alright, Brother Yuan, please wait for a moment. I'll get 2 more pieces while I'm at it. This was the idea of those who knew the names of their neighbors. But some people were assigned dorms, and they did not even know the people next to them. What should they do? I can't chop bamboo naked, right? Hey, it seems like I can. Anyway, it's dark at night and no one can see, therefore, no one would have thought that the world's top academy 10 years later would have such an unbearable scene when it was just established. Oh. Here comes another one. It stinks. Ugh. Isn't it 2F** king smelly? One can imagine how smelly it is to make a group of cultured people swear. No, I have to finish chopping quickly and go back. Hey, who the F*** touched my butt? F***, old gong, was it you? There are so many calluses on your hands. It must be you. Last night, the night was dark and the wind was strong. There was no moon or stars, and it could be said that one could not see his fingers in front of him. These people painstakingly found the location of the bamboo forest and helplessly found that there were so many accomplices there. Therefore, such a conversation occurred. Li Zishuan had previously asked people to transplant the bamboo forest for the students to enjoy and cultivate their moral character. Because of this, they made a foul atmosphere. Mo Zhong, ask all the teachers to gather at the teachers' dormitory. When they arrived at Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan said to Mo Zhong with a dark face. Mo Huai was now the head of the physics department of the academy and was also one of the big shots of the academy. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun were not as capable as Mo Huai. Originally, the two of them had applied to Li Zishuan to be the guards at the academy's gate. However, Li Zishuan felt that their kung fu was good and it would be a waste to use them as gatekeepers. Therefore, he asked them to run errands and pass on messages to him. 23333, speaking of which, there doesn't seem to be much of a difference between gatekeepers and runners. Yes, Yamacho. A quarter of an hour later, all the teachers of Yanhuang College came downstairs to the teachers' dormitory. When they saw Li Zishuan's expression, the people who stayed at the academy last night lowered their heads in guilt. Those who did not stay at the academy also looked very embarrassed. Obviously, they knew about the setback that happened at the academy last night. Li Gang came later. After all, he was old, so he did not know. At this moment, looking at this strange scene, the old man felt that his brain was not enough to process. Dear teachers, I am very sorry about what happened at the academy last night. I am responsible for it. For many people, Yanhuang College is a new thing that they have never seen before. However, as Yamacho, I did not teach you how to use these new things in advance. This is my fault. Today, I will take you to familiarize yourself with all the things in the academy. In the future, when the students enter the academy, don't forget to teach them all of these things. Li Zishuan did not blame them. His expression was ugly because too many problems were exposed on the first day of operation of Yanhuang College. These problems proved that there was a big blind spot in his thinking. He always felt that these modern things in Yanhuang College were very convenient for him, but he forgot that the people around him were all from the Tang dynasty. Thus, there was the absurd phenomenon that the physics teacher could not understand the formulas with Arabic numerals in the book, and the residential teachers did not use ready-made toilet paper to use the toilet and had to go out to chop bamboo naked. When everyone heard this, they secretly thought that Yamacho was really reasonable today. Therefore, they all said politely, "Hey, Yamacho, you are too serious." Yes. No wonder Yamacho. Chapter 649. Li Zishuan spent more than 2 hours showing all the teachers how to use the water pipes, shower nozzles, toilet paper, and other new things in the academy. After confirming that they knew how to use them, Li Zishuan let them do their own things. The teachers in the academy were suddenly taught so many new things. While they were excited, they couldn't help but talk among themselves. Hey! The disc-shaped thing in our dormitory is actually used for bathing. This thing is much more convenient than a bathtub. Yes. And that water pipe can actually continuously discharge water. I don't know how they did it. The most amazing thing is that the thing next to the toilet flushes when pressed. Last night, I was wondering why the toilet was so close to the sleeping area. Aren't they afraid of the stench? So it's because I don't know how to use it. Hey! Isn't that right? I don't know who came up with these things. The most incredible thing is that the Yamacho actually made us use that toilet paper to wipe our butts. It's too extravagant. Ha! It's quite extravagant, but this thing is cleaner than toilet paper. It's also more comfortable to wipe. That's true. I just don't know how much it costs. Actually, these things in the academy might feel a little complicated at first, but I have to say that when you get used to it, you'll find them very convenient. That makes sense. Sigh. I realized that in our dormitory, only that candlestick is familiar to us. Li Zishuan, who was observant and alert, suddenly thought of something when he heard the last sentence of the discussion. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, I haven't developed electricity and lights. Otherwise, someone would have died last night. Mr. Mo, you can assign all the work in the physics department in the morning. I'll take you to see the house in the afternoon. Li Zishuan said to Mo Huai as he walked. Mo Huai was still in shock. When he heard the voice, he suddenly came back to his senses and said, Thank you, Yamacho. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, Ha! How many times have I told you, Mr. Mo? You and I are working together now. So why are you being so polite? Sigh. By the way, where are your daughter and the rest of the Mo family? The reason why he mentioned Mo Lingwei wasn't because Li Zishuan was interested in her, but because he suddenly thought of that beautiful girl who liked to nitpick, so he casually asked. When Mo Huai heard that, his old face turned red as he said, Cough, cough. My daughter. My daughter should still be resting right now. After all, the journey was tiring. As for the other disciples, they are still waiting in the inn. I didn't let them go out for fear of causing trouble. Li Zishuan wasn't someone who hadn't seen the world, so how could he not understand what old man Mo was trying to say? He wondered if Mo Huai was lying. But why was there a need to lie about such a small matter? Could it be that Mo Lingwei didn't wake up so late because she was tired from the journey, but because this girl always liked to sleep in? Li Zishuan thought randomly in his heart, but he didn't know that his random thoughts actually hit the right answer. As the head of the Mo family, Mo Huai had always been very strict with the people around him. After all, the Mo family's motto was to wear clothes and wear clothes, to work day and night, and to suffer to the extreme. One couldn't be blindly greedy for worldly pleasures. Therefore, Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, and the rest were all trembling with fear when they saw Mo Zhong. However, Mo Huai couldn't be strict with his daughter. Mo Lingwei lost her mother when she was young. There were many women who died during childbirth in ancient times. As the spiritual continuation of her mother in this world, Mo Huai only treated Mo Lingwei with love and couldn't bear to be harsh with her. Therefore, it was natural that Mo Lingwei's lazy and unruly personality had long been adopted. They are so bored in the inn. Mr. Mo, why don't you let them come to the academy? The academy is really in need of people now. Li Zishuan asked casually. Mo Huai immediately changed his expression and said sternly, the academy is an important place for learning. Although some of them are somewhat talented, you didn't assign them a position in the Yamacho, so they are not considered to be part of the academy. How can they enter as they wish? The current Mo Huai had returned to his old-fashioned and strict mode. Li Zishuan was a little speechless. He said in a muffled voice, then after I show you the house in the afternoon, I will assign the rest of the disciples. You don't have to tidy up the house, I will send someone to do it. After Li Zishuan finished his official business in the morning, he returned to Cheng and in advance. Li Zishuan estimated that it was about time for the imperial court to end, so he rode to the imperial city and found the Ministry of Civil Affairs, later known as the Ministry of Revenue. If he wanted to legally obtain Lu Shuren's house, the Ministry of Civil Affairs had to file a record and go through the procedures. After notifying someone, he was invited in and met with the Minister of Civil Affairs, Xiao Yu. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Zishuan briefly explained the purpose of his visit. When Xiao Yu heard this, he didn't hesitate and asked a servant to bring the corresponding documents. The reason why he was so straightforward was that this matter couldn't be any more trivial for a court official like Li Zishuan and him. Even if he didn't help Li Zishuan today, Li Zishuan still had 100 ways to obtain that house. Secondly, he still had some friendship with Li Zishuan. Last time, his grandson had bought a new carriage and mirror, which made him owe Li Zishuan a small favor. Today, he could use this small matter to return that small favor. Wouldn't that be perfect? Moreover, this matter itself was not against the rules, so no one could find fault with it. Xiao Yu smiled as he guided Li Zishuan to sign and stamp his thumbprint on a few documents. After a few operations, Li Zishuan obtained the new title deed of the Lu family's mansion at the price of 200 strings of cash. Now, even if Lu Shuren came back, the mansion would no longer belong to him, because his previous title deed had been destroyed in the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Haha. Thank you, Elder Xiao. After the matter was settled, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said. In June of this year, Feng Luan, the minister of the right servant, passed away due to illness. Previously, Xiao Yu was replaced as the minister of the left servant, so this position has been vacant ever since. Up to this point, the positions of Minister of War, 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 Minister of War Li Er reappointed Xiao Yu as the Minister of the Left. This was the second time Xiao Yu was the Prime Minister of the court during the Jingguan era, so Li Zishuan addressed him as Elder Xiao. Of course, at this moment, Xiao Yu was still the Minister of Civil Affairs. Haha. You're too polite. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Xiao Yu cupped his hands and returned the greeting. Seeing that the matter was more or less settled, Li Zishuan didn't continue to stay here and took his leave. Chapter 650. After leaving the Ministry of Civil Affairs, Li Zishuan left the city with his documents and headed back to Yun Mountain. Back to his Yun Mountain residence. Li Zishuan asked San Bao to gather people to move after finding out that the Yun Mountain residence had been renovated yesterday morning. As the mistress of the house, how could Han Yushi not participate in such a big event like moving house? Moreover, she was also Li Zishuan's wife and knew what Li Zishuan liked the most. She knew what to move and what not to move. With her guidance, the speed of moving house was more than twice as fast. Sanbao said that the Yun Mountain residence had been fully renovated this morning. Actually, although he said he was only moving the furniture that Li Zishuan had prepared for the Yunshan residence. He didn't mean that he was moving everything from the Li residence. After all, Yunshan was only his temporary residence. His home in Chang'an City was his real headquarters. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the foot of Yun Mountain. It was worth mentioning that the mountain path of Cloud Mountain was very unique. One side of the path was in the form of a staircase for pedestrians to climb the mountain, while the other side was in the form of a slope for carts and horses to climb the mountain. In fact, the mountain path was not steep. The overall slope was only about 15 degrees. With Big White's physical strength, climbing such a slope was naturally no problem. They rode up the mountain and headed west. After passing through the tree-lined path, they saw their own residence, Yun Mountain Residence No. 1. Husband. You're back. Li Zishuan arrived at the entrance of the residence. Han Yushi, who was wearing a snow-white dress, hurriedly came out from the house and greeted him with a smile. Li Zishuan was stunned. Beside a modern European-style building, a stunning woman in a white ancient costume was smiling as she welcomed her husband who had just returned home. The woman was wearing a snow-white dress with pink flower patterns embroidered on the wide hem of her dress. She had a purple silk scarf around her arm, and a purple belt inlaid with jadeite was tied around her slender waist. Her black hair was tied up with a light purple ribbon. A few strands of hair fell mischievously over her shoulders, making her delicate skin look even fairer. She didn't have any makeup on her face, but she looked fresh and attractive. Beautiful. Although it was a mixture of two different styles, Li Zishuan still wanted to say that the scene was beautiful. So moving. What's more, what was even more beautiful and moving than this scene was the phrase, "Hubby, you're back." It made Li Zishuan feel as if a lifetime had passed. Many people did not understand why Li Zishuan married Han Yushi. It was undeniable that Han Yushi was very beautiful, but her identity was her biggest shortcoming. Moreover, among the daughters of the rich and powerful families in Chang'an City, there were many who were more beautiful than Han Yushi. Li Zishuan had achieved success at a young age, and he was an influential figure in Chang'an City. It was reasonable to say that there were many better choices, but he chose Han Yushi. In fact, only Li Zishuan knew the reason in his heart. Han Yushi was gentle but strong. She was obedient to Li Zishuan, but she also had her own opinions. This kind of personality was too similar to Li Zishuan's girlfriend in his previous life. Wife, thank you for your hard work. Li Zishuan recovered from his shock, then grabbed Han Yushi's little hand and smiled slightly. Han Yushi was now used to Li Zishuan's little actions, so she didn't blush or shy. Instead, she tugged at Li Zishuan excitedly and said, "Hubby, come and see how I decorated it." Li Zishuan followed his wife's intention and entered the house. Looking at the modern furniture in the main hall, such as the sofa, coffee table, mahogany cabinets, long dining table, and back chairs, as well as the marble floor that was as smooth as a mirror, the clear glass windows, the orange-white curtains, and the snow-white walls, Li Zishuan was once again stunned. Except for the lack of chandeliers, televisions, refrigerators, air conditioners, and other home appliances, this living room was no different from a modern living room. It should be noted that the marble floor was not a modern one. It had already appeared as early as the Qin and Han dynasties. However, most of the indoor floors in the Qin and Han dynasties were rammed earth. The more exquisite ones were bricks. Stone was rarely used to pave the floor because stone would be very cold in winter compared to rammed earth or bricks. As for the wooden floor, it was not common in ancient times. It was only used in pavilions. A layer of wooden floor used for construction had no other effect except to rot and attract insects. "Hubby? How is it? Do you like it?" Han Yushi saw that Li Zishuan didn't speak, so she took the initiative to ask. Li Zishuan took her into his arms and laughed, "Haha. I like it, I like it. This layout is to my liking. Wife, you are a genius." When Han Yushi heard this, her heart was like eating honey. She broke away from Li Zishuan's embrace and said, "Hubby, you must not have eaten yet, right? It just so happens that I am already halfway through cooking. Hubby, you can go to the other rooms. The food will be ready in a while. Li Zishuan touched his stomach, nodded, and praised, you know me. Haha. Han Yushi pursed her lips and smiled. Then she turned around and took the white apron on the sofa. This thing was called the apron in ancient times. She went to the kitchen to cook. In the kitchen, Xiao He and Xiao Shi were helping her look after it. Li Zishuan, on the other hand, began to tour around his own small villa. This fellow actually went to every room. Of course, the one that satisfied him the most was the large mahogany bed in the bedroom. It was not the wooden bed that was enclosed on 3 sides like a large cabinet in the Tang dynasty. Instead, it was the large bed in the modern era with arched back pillows. A lot of thought was put into this bed. First of all, the width alone was more than 3 meters. It would not be crowded even if 3 people slept side by side. Then, there was the mattress. It was installed with the most elastic spring in the workshop. It was very elastic to sit on it. The bed was covered with layers of kapok. At the top, there was a good kapok brocade quilt. Its fluffy appearance made people want to sleep on it. In the Tang dynasty, cotton was only used as an ornamental flower. It was not planted on a large scale. Ordinary people's quilts were made of cloth, linen, or animal leather. The rich people's quilts were made of kapok. The yield of kapok was not as good as cotton, but it was thin and soft. It was very suitable to be used as a warm item. Its effect was similar to cotton. Of course, Li Zishuan would never admit that he had bad intentions when he made this bed. His thoughts were very pure. Hubby. It's time to eat. Oh. Okay, coming right up. Han Yushi's shout came from downstairs. Li Zishuan responded and quickly went downstairs. TSK. This is our first meal in our new home. Come. Let's have a drink to celebrate. Li Zishuan was in high spirits today. He picked up the wine jug and poured a bowl for Han Yushi, Xiao He, and Xiao Shi. Then, he laughed loudly. Although Xiao He and Xiao Shi did not know how to drink, they did not want to dampen Li Zishuan's spirits. They all picked up their wine cups and took a sip. Oh. Xiao He, Xiao Shi, do you like this new house? NN. I like it. Young master, this new house is really beautiful. He. Xiao He, didn't you tell me before that this place was very quiet? Great. Xiao Shi, you dare to betray me. Chapter 651. Mo Zhong. Are you saying that Yamacho is already married? In the afternoon, Mo Huai returned to Chang'an City and brought Mo Lingwei and a group of Mahis disciples to Yunshan. On the way, Mo Lingwei asked Mo Zhong a lot of information about Li Zishuan. At this moment, the little girl was starting to care about Li Zishuan's marriage. Mo Zhong was actually unwilling to be alone with this domineering little devil. Not only him, but almost all the followers of Mahist sect kept a respectful distance from this young lady. As for why, Mo Zhong could only say, don't ask, she's so ruthless. Only those who come will know. Sister Wei, Yamacho is indeed married. Everyone in Chang'an City knows this. Mo Zhong replied sullenly. Oh. Mo Lingwei nodded. She frowned her cute eyebrows and muttered softly as she picked up the pebbles on the road with her feet, Aya. Why is he married at such a young age? Sister Wei, what are you talking about? Mo Zhong sweated. He didn't know if he had an illusion just now, but he seemed to have seen a trace of regret in Mo Lingwei's eyes. Or was it disappointment? Nothing. Mo Lingwei's reaction made Mo Zhong feel that something was wrong. This little devil would actually panic? Hey! Mo Zhong, what's with that look? Do you believe that I won't gouge out your eyeballs? Reality proved that the so-called demure girl only existed for 3 seconds to Mo Lingwei. The little girl realized that something was wrong and immediately changed her expression. Mo Zhong quivered and quickly looked away. He waved his hand and said, "Nothing, nothing." Humph. Mo Lingwei thought for a while and asked, "Then let me ask you, is the Yamacho's wife beautiful?" Mo Zhong was speechless. "How would I know? I've never seen it before." TSK. Useless. Yamacho, this old man has brought all 39 core disciples of the Mahist clan. After Mo Huai and the others went up the mountain, Li Zishuan arranged for them to stay in the bishop's conference room. When they saw the strange and magnificent buildings of Yanhuang College, they naturally exclaimed in disbelief. The one who had the biggest reaction was, of course, a certain young lady. Mr. Mo, you've worked hard. Brothers of the Mo family, thank you for your hard work. Li Zishuan said politely and then gestured for everyone to take a seat. Looking at the nearly 40 followers of the school of Mo in black, Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh. The school of Mo prospered during the Warring States period of the 100 schools of thought. As the only prominent school that could compete with the Confucian school, it has declined to the point where there are less than 100 core disciples of the school of Mo. I'm very sorry about this. I've always admired your sect's founder, MOD. I believe that if he saw the school of Mo's current situation, he wouldn't feel good, right? Hearing this, all the followers of the school of Mo couldn't help but change their expressions. Some of them were so angry that their faces turned red. They wanted to stand up and scold Li Zishuan for exposing their scars in front of them. Li Zishuan saw the expressions of these people. He pressed his hand down and continued, "Everyone, please calm down. I'm not saying this to humiliate the school of Mo. The school of Mo prospered for the benefit of the world and got rid of the world's evils. Even today, it's only respected. No one has the right to mock it." As soon as he finished speaking, the followers of the school of Mo felt a little better. The frost in Mo Lingwei's eyes also gradually faded. However, the school of Mo's decline today is an indisputable fact. I'm sure you know the reason for the school of Mo's decline better than I do. Let's not talk about this here today. It's useless to talk about it. However, for the school of Mo, if they continue to hide from the world, they will definitely die. Entering the world is the only way out for the school of Mo. A while ago, Mr. Mo and I came to an agreement that the school of Mo could impart knowledge in Yanhuang College. Didn't the school of Mo prospered for the benefit of the world? The school of engineering today is also for the benefit of the world. As Mr. Mo is very skilled in physics, he was appointed as the leader of the physics department in Yanhuang College. I know that some of you are skilled in physics, mathematics, and engineering. No matter what you are skilled in, as long as you join Yanhuang College, there will be opportunities for you to display your talents. As the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, I invite all of you to join us. For the continuation of the school of Mo, for the sake of the world, and for the sake of the people, let's spread the knowledge that is useful to the world. Here, you can teach the most outstanding students of Tang Dynasty. At the same time, you will also receive the most generous treatment. Fame and fortune at the same time. Why not? Li Zishuan gave a long speech and began to bewitch the group. Although their leader, Mo Huai, had already agreed to join Yanhuang College, he did not know how Mo Huai's prestige was among these people. Therefore, he felt that it was necessary to introduce the advantages of Yanhuang College to them. However, it turned out that he was overthinking. We'll listen to you, Juzi. We'll go wherever Juzi tells us to go. Yes. We'll listen to you. Although Li Zishuan's speech was quite provocative, and some people were indeed tempted, they had been influenced by the discipline of the organization for many years and reacted in unison. Mo Lingwei's lips curled into a smile when she saw this. Li Zishuan almost vomited blood. Did I just say so much for nothing? It was a classic case of playing the lute to a cow. At the same time, a sense of vigilance rose in his heart. The discipline of the school of Mo was too strong. If he did not think of a way to assimilate them in the future, they might assimilate the other teachers. This was a cooperation that coexisted with risk and opportunity. However, Li Zixuan felt that his chances of success were greater. Mr. Mo, what do you mean? Li Zixuan urged Mo Huai to quickly state his position. Mo Huai did not dare to delay. He looked at the people of the Mo family and said in a deep voice, "What Yamacho said just now is what I mean. In the future, in Yanhuang College, you must fulfill your responsibilities and preach to the students. You must not mislead them. Also, from now on, there is no Juzi of the Mo family here, only colleagues. You are not allowed to call me Juzi in the academy. Do you understand?" Li Zixuan nodded secretly. He thought that Mo Huai was quite self-aware. He had straightened out his position and attitude as soon as he came up. The other disciples of the Mo family were shocked. "Juzi, you can't. The Mo family's Juzi has never given such an order." "That's right. You're our Juzi. How can we be disrespectful to you?" Mo Huai's face stiffened, and he said sternly, "I've made up my mind. If you still recognize me as your Juzi, do as I say." Chapter 652. Under Mo Huai's strong pressure, the Mo family finally accepted reality. This reality referred to the fact that they were colleagues in Yanhuang College, not the reality of joining Yanhuang College. In fact, after witnessing the prosperity of Chang and city, they no longer wanted to return to the bitter cold place where the Mo family stayed. Today, after witnessing the extreme luxury of Yanhuang College and hearing Li Zixuan's inspiring speech, they were no longer against teaching in Yanhuang College, which was both fame and fortune. Some of them were even tempted. Next, they were divided into subjects according to their respective fields of expertise. Li Zixuan wasn't familiar with these people, so he could only let Mo Huai assign them. In the end, 8 followers of the school of Mo were assigned to the mathematics department, 5 to the chemistry department, 10 to the physics department, and 5 to the geography department. The remaining 11 followers of the school of Mo specialized in martial arts and were not suitable for teaching. In order to give them something to do, Li Zixuan had no choice but to let them become the academy's guards. Of course, the so-called 39 followers of the school of Mo didn't include Mo Lingwei. This was because Mo Huai had never raised Mo Lingwei as a follower of the school of Mo. He only hoped that his daughter could cultivate her moral character and become a gentle lady. Cough cough. Old man Mo's wish was destined to never come true, so that she could marry into a good family in the future. Therefore, this girl was considered to be the only one who wasn't assigned a job. "Hey! Yamacho, you haven't assigned me to a department." As expected, Mo Lingwei was instantly unhappy when she saw that everyone else had a corresponding position but she didn't. She stood up and protested. Everyone in the room was stunned. Mo Huai's expression was ugly as he said, "Wait, don't be ridiculous. Yanhuang College is an important place for learning. As a girl, what are you going to do? Go back to your seat." Although the Tang dynasty was more liberal and the social status of women was higher than during the Ming and Qing dynasties, there were still no women in schools and academies. Therefore, Mo Huai, who had always doted on his daughter, became a little unreasonable at this moment. His expression and tone were very strict. "Dad." Mo Lingwei was unwilling to give up and decided to act coquettishly. "Sit back down." However, the little girl's coquettishness didn't seem to work at all. Not only did Mo Huai's tone not soften at all, it even seemed to be getting worse. Mo Lingwei also knew that the situation was hopeless. She pursed her lips and looked at Li Zixuan pitifully. Li Zixuan shrugged at her with a helpless expression. The girl finally gave up and sat back down with a huff. "Yamacho, I'm really sorry. My daughter doesn't know any better and made you laugh." Mo Huai turned around and cupped his hands towards Li Zixuan in embarrassment. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "It's okay." Then, he noticed that the atmosphere in the room was a little heavy, so he deliberately changed the topic and said, "Since everyone has a place to belong now, I'll bring you to see the house in Plum Village." Mo Lingwei, who was sitting on the chair and sulking, suddenly heard Li Zixuan say that they were going to see the mansion. Her eyes suddenly lit up, but she didn't say anything out of her restraint as a girl. Mo Huai said, "Thank you, Yamacho." It would be best if they could have a temporary place to stay in Plum Village. Living in an inn every day wasn't a good idea either. Alright, let's set off now. I've already told the village chief of Plum Village in advance. We can go there directly. Li Zishuan said with a smile, then led Mo Huai and the others out of the meeting room. Mo Lingwei naturally pouted and followed behind. Lord Zhu, you're here. I received your message in the morning. I've already asked the villagers to tidy up Lu Shuren's house. It's basically cleaned up now. Do you want to take a look? When they arrived at Plum Village, Li Zishuan happened to meet Lu Qingfeng, who reported to him enthusiastically. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction and said, Lu Qingfeng has worked hard. However, from today onwards, this house no longer belongs to Lu Shuren and his son. It belongs to me. At this point, Li Zishuan took out a deed from his pocket. Lu Qingfeng glanced at it and was instantly shocked. He secretly thought that his Lord Zhu was very resourceful. Li Zishuan waited for Lu Qingfeng to finish reading the deed before saying, Now, I'm giving this house to Mr. Mo, and these people are all teachers from Yanhuang College. From now on, they are also villagers of Plum Village. They will temporarily stay in the Lu family's house for the time being. At the same time, I'll find someone to build a house for them in Plum Village. When the time comes, Lu Qingfeng, you have to persuade the villagers of Plum Village. Don't let them feel conflicted about these new teachers. Lu Qingfeng smiled excitedly and said, Of course, of course. Lord Zhu, don't worry. Since these teachers are from Yanhuang College, the villagers will only have respect for them. They will definitely not neglect or be conflicted. Lu Qingfeng was more or less a scholar. He knew that Yanhuang College was currently the focus of the entire Tang Empire. Yanhuang College's location just happened to be next to Plum Village. In this way, Plum Village would be basking in the glory of Yanhuang College. If Yanhuang College really became famous in the future, wouldn't Plum Village, as the birthplace of Yanhuang College, benefit from it? Therefore, when he heard that Mo Huai and the others were teachers from Yanhuang College, Lu Qingfeng was extremely excited. Let's go see the house. Under Lu Qingfeng's lead, the group of people arrived at Lu Shuren's mansion. When they pushed open the courtyard door, the fishy smell of grass juice hit them in the face. Looking at the scattered grass on the ground, it was obvious that someone had just finished plucking the grass in the yard. Wow! This house is just as Yamacho said. It takes up a lot of space. There's a rockery, a pond, and so many rooms. The people who lived here in the past were really rich. Some girls' anger came and went quickly. In just half an hour, Mo Lingwei was no longer as angry as before. At the very least, this little girl finally opened her mouth to speak. The previous owner of this house was a big villain. This house was a pearl covered in dust in his hands. Today, I'll give it to Ink Girl and the others. Li Zishuan handed over the title deed and said with a smile. Ah. You're really giving it to us? Although Mo Lingwei's personality was very cheerful, she didn't dare to accept such a valuable thing. She stared at him and said weakly. Yamacho, you can't do this. We're only staying here temporarily. Mo Huai also objected. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to waste time. He directly stuffed the title deed into Mo Lingwei's hands and said, Just take it. Anyway, this house is an abandoned building. I didn't spend much money to get it. Chapter 653. The Lu family's residence was really quite big. It was only about 10% or 20% smaller than the Li family's residence. Previously, the Lu family had over 100 servants. Now, Mo Huai and the rest of the 40 people were more than enough to live in. Of course, they could not live in this residence forever. Li Er's imperial edict made them all villagers of Plum Village. Now, they were all independent individuals. There was no superior or subordinate relationship. Therefore, once their houses in Plum Village were built, they would move out separately. However, no matter what, today was considered a housewarming celebration. Li Zishuan was quite open-minded and didn't let the Mo family officially go to work today. Instead, he gave them half a day off to let them settle down first. Yamacho. You really don't want me? Unknowingly, Mo Lingwei actually sneaked up to Li Zishuan's side. At this moment, there was no one around them. Mo Lingwei blinked her eyes and said pitifully. Li Zishuan suddenly quivered. What a vixen. This little girl's words were too King ambiguous, right? Coupled with her beautiful face, if it was any other man, he probably wouldn't be able to hold himself back. Cough cough. Ink girl. Whether you can go to the academy or not, I don't have the final say. You have to ask old Master Mo. Li Zishuan moved 2 steps to the side without a trace. He couldn't help it, this girl's lethality was a little too strong, then coughed twice and said. Mo Lingwei wrinkled her nose and snorted unhappily. Humph. My stubborn father won't agree. Li Zishuan wiped his sweat and spread his hands. Then. I have no choice. But you're the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. Aren't you the boss here? Doesn't my father have to listen to you? Mo Lingwei rolled her eyes and complained. Li Zishuan's face darkened. He said, Old Master Mo is your father. You have to do whatever he asks you to do. This is your family's business. Even if I am the Yamacho, I can't interfere. You. Mo Lingwei was furious. She stomped her feet and wanted to beat Li Zishuan up. However, when she thought about what Mo Zhong had told her about Li Zishuan, she felt that she couldn't beat him. She thought about how she couldn't enter the academy despite her talent and knowledge. She could only watch her fellow disciples display their strengths in Yanhuang College. She couldn't beat them in a fight and couldn't win in a debate. Suddenly, her heart was filled with grievances. With a hurrah, she squatted on the ground and cried. None of you are good people. Isn't it because I, Mo Lingwei, am a girl? What's wrong with women? Can't women enter the academy? Can't they be stronger than men? Woo-woo. What a bully. I didn't expect the people in Chang'an to be so stingy. Li Zishuan was dumbfounded. Why did this girl cry just like that? She didn't even try to build up her feelings. When did this young master look down on women? Also, what did she mean by, I didn't expect the people in Chang'an to be so stingy? As they talked, not only did it involve gender discrimination, but it also involved regional discrimination. Ink girl, calm down. Let's calm down first. Li Zishuan wanted to pull Mo Lingwei up, but the ancient etiquette was strict. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Thus, he could only squat down and say anxiously, This one has never meant to look down on women. To be honest, in my family, my mother's status is higher than my father's. If my mother says 1, my father doesn't dare to say 2. My wife and I are the same. Tell me, how can I look down on women? If this girl kept crying like this, it was hard to guarantee that no one would pass by and see her. At that time, people would think that he did something to her. Then, wouldn't he be unable to explain himself even if he had 8 mouths? Therefore, in order to make Mo Lingwei stop crying as soon as possible, Li Zishuan also put in a lot of effort. He instantly sold himself and his father out. Pfft. As expected, Mo Lingwei paused for a moment and suddenly laughed. Perhaps she felt that it was inappropriate for her to laugh at this time, so she quickly stopped laughing and rolled her eyes at Li Zishuan. Is that really the case? Yamacho, you're a dignified county man. Are you afraid of your wife? Li Zishuan touched his nose and said, I'm not lying to you. It's really like that in my family. Speaking of this, he suddenly said seriously, but this isn't called fear, it's respect. My father respects my mother, and I also respect my wife. There's no such thing as fear. Everyone said that people were afraid of their wives or were henpecked, but in fact, there were very few people who were truly afraid of their wives. Most people's fear wasn't real fear, but respect for their wives. For example, Fang Xianling, a famous official who was afraid of his wife, was he really afraid of his wife? In fact, that wasn't the case. Everyone thought that Fang Xianling was afraid of Lady Fang, but they didn't know that the couple had a touching story. Before Fang Xianling became famous, he was sick and dying. He said to his wife, "Madam Lu, I'm dying. You're still young and can't be a widow. You should remarry and serve the new husband well." When Madame Lu heard Fang Xuanling's considerate words, she was very sad. She cried and went into the room. She stabbed one of her eyes with a sharp weapon to show her husband that she was determined not to remarry. Later, Fang Xianling recovered from his illness and was very grateful to Madame Lu. He treated her with courtesy for the rest of his life. Therefore, the virtuous official of the Great Tang, Fang Xianling, should be said to respect his wife, who could resolutely drink poisoned wine, and not be afraid. Respect? When Mo Lingwei heard this, her expression became a little inexplicable. At this moment, this girl didn't have time to cry. She opened her mouth and looked at Li Zixuan with a complicated expression. After a while, she said, "Your mother and wife are really happy." Li Zixuan grinned and said, "Hey. Of course. When my mother was willing to marry my father, didn't she believe that my father could give her happiness? As a man, how can I let down a woman's trust?" "Ah. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Ink girl, take it easy. There are so many fun places in Chang'an. You don't have to go to the academy." Li Zixuan noticed that Mo Lingwei's gaze was becoming more and more strange. He quickly stopped the previous topic and tried to persuade her. He didn't intend to flirt with other women. Besides, although Mo Lingwei was cute and lively, she was not his cup of tea. He didn't want to have a headache every day. After that, Li Zixuan stood up and prepared to go back to the academy. As long as Mo Lingwei stopped crying, it would be fine. He didn't have the obligation to help her solve her family problems. Ah. But Yanhuang College is more fun than Chang'an. I still want to go to the academy. Yacho, don't underestimate me. Mo Lingwei, know everything that the followers of the Mo family know. Li Zixuan staggered and hurriedly quickened his pace to escape. There was no way to reason with this girl. Chapter 654. Whoa. Second Master Lu, why did you buy so many cold melons? After getting rid of the little witch, Li Zixuan planned to return to Yanhuang College to deal with official business. When he walked to the entrance of the village, he saw Second Master Lu driving an ox cart towards him. The ox cart was filled with watermelons. He was puzzled and couldn't help but go forward and ask. "Yo! Lord Ju, you're here." When Second Master Lu saw that it was Li Zixuan, he quickly stopped the ox cart and greeted him. Then, he replied, "Hey! Aren't the students about to go up the mountain for the exam? I was thinking of getting a cart of watermelons and selling them to the examinees to quench their thirst." When Li Zixuan heard this, he said happily, I didn't expect Second Master Lu to be so business-minded." Lu Wanshan waved his hand and said, "This wasn't my idea. It was Mei Jun's wife, Han Xiaomei. Yes, she's the sister of Han Xiaodong from the Han family village. You should know her, Lord Ju." Han Xiaodong? Li Zixuan suddenly understood. He still had an impression of Han Xiaodong, so he smiled and said, "Well, Mei Jun married a good wife. She's quite smart. Did the other farmers in our village also prepare all kinds of goods?" Lu Wanshan grinned and said, "Of course. Of course, everyone has to earn money together. But don't worry, Lord Ju. We won't raise the price. We'll sell it at whatever price is sold in Chang'an City. Anyway, we have nothing to do. We'll be satisfied with the travel expenses." Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "I still believe in Second Master Lu's character. It's not that I won't let you raise the price. After all, Yunshan is so high. It's quite hard to go up and down. It's not impossible to raise the price a little. But there must be a limit to everything. Second Master Lu, go back and discuss with Lu Lizheng and my father-in-law. We will set up a standard for the price of goods and set up a monitoring team. In the future, Yanhuang College will attract a lot of people to Plum Village. I won't allow there to be any malicious cheating here. According to Li Zishuan's plan, they would rely on Yanhuang College to develop a batch of new technologies in the next few years. These new technologies would definitely bring about new industries and more people. This would also bring about considerable profits for the Han family manor and Plum Village's villagers. However, as the saying goes, huge profits move people's hearts. When that time came, it was inevitable that some villagers would deliberately rip off their customers in order to make quick money. Once this situation was spread out, the reputation of Plum Village and the Han family manor would be completely ruined. Even Yanhuang College would be affected. Such examples could be found everywhere in his previous life. Li Zishuan had no choice but to guard against them. Lu Wanshan frowned and said with an ugly expression, "Don't worry, Lord Zhu. We will tell everyone in advance. At that time, if anyone dares to tarnish the reputation of our Plum Village and the Han family village, this set of old bones will personally knock on their door." Thank you for your trouble, Second Master Lu. Li Zishuan said politely, then said goodbye to Second Master Lu and walked in the direction of Yunshan. In the afternoon, he accompanied Mo Huai and the others to look at the courtyard, so he didn't ride a horse. "Uncle Zhong, help me think of a way. I have to go out today." The next day, in the backyard of the D residence, Di Zhishuan dragged the old housekeeper into the study and whispered sneakily. Housekeeper Zhong's face was bitter. He pushed Di Zhishuan's hand away and said, "Young master, why haven't you given up yet? If old master finds out that you still want to go to Yanhuang College, you will suffer again." Di Zhishuan said anxiously, "Uncle Zhong, if you don't tell him, how will my father know? Besides, this time I just want to take the exam and see how I am doing in mathematics. After all, I have been studying this course by myself for more than a month. You have to let me see how good I am, right? Don't worry, whether I can pass the exam or not, I will not go to Yanhuang College. I will definitely go back to Bingzhou to prepare for the exam." Housekeeper Zhong shook his head and said, "No. Young master. Old master has ordered that whoever dares to let you out in these 3 days will have their legs broken. There are 4 or 5 guards watching the front yard." When Di Zhishuan heard this, he couldn't help but think that his father was really ruthless. His brain was working very fast. After a while, he said to the old housekeeper, "Uncle Zhong, if I don't take the exam, I'm afraid I will feel uneasy. It will affect my progress in preparing for the exam. How about this, I will secretly climb over the wall and leave. You can pretend that you didn't see it. Even if my father finds out, he won't blame you. How about that?" The old housekeeper was shocked and hurriedly pulled Di Zhishuan, afraid that he would really climb over the wall. Then, he said, "Young master, you can't. The wall in the mansion is so high. If you accidentally fall and something bad happens to you, no one in the mansion can bear the responsibility." In fact, the wall in the D mansion was quite high. It was definitely not like some ancient dramas where the young lady could easily climb over by stepping on the back of the servant girl. Seeing that Di Zhishuan didn't seem to give up, the old housekeeper continued, "Besides, old master will come back after the court. He will definitely look for you. Young master, even if you go to Yanhuang College to register, once old master finds you coming back, he will lock you up. You won't be able to go to Yanhuang College to take the exam tomorrow." According to Li Zishuan's instructions, Ma Zhou had published a notice in the most eye-catching headline of yesterday's Datang Daily, informing all the students in Chang and City who were preparing to take the entrance exam of Yanhuang College to go to Yanhuang College on September 17th, which was today, to get the exam number and enter the exam with the number. This was the real reason why Di Zhishuan was in a hurry to escape from the D mansion today. If he couldn't get the exam number today, he wouldn't be qualified to take the exam tomorrow. In fact, according to the rules, it wasn't that others couldn't help him get the exam number, but the problem now was, who in the D mansion dared to help Di Zhishuan get the exam number? Wasn't that asking for death? That was why Di Zhishuan wanted to sneak out. However, what housekeeper Zhong said was not unreasonable. His house was 4 or 5 miles away from Yanhuang College. Even if he rode a horse, it would take nearly 2 hours to go back and forth. What's more, there might be many people waiting in line on Yunshan Mountain. In that case, he couldn't guarantee that he would come back before his father, and his intentions would be exposed. He would have even less chance to sneak out and take the entrance exam of Yanhuang College tomorrow. What should I do? At this moment, Di Jixuan was like an ant on a hot pan. He was very anxious. Once he set his mind on something, he would do whatever it took to accomplish it. Now, this feeling of helplessness made him very unhappy. Young master, I think you'd better give up. Old master is doing this for your own good. Don't do anything stupid. Alas. The old housekeeper persuaded and then left with a sigh. Only Di Jixuan was left in the room with a bitter face. Chapter 655. Haha. It's finally the day of the exam. After 2 months of hard work, we'll finally be able to see if we succeed or fail tomorrow. South of Chang'an City, Jinyu Academy. 3 unkempt men with unkempt hair and dirty faces stood in the courtyard, ready to go. One of the men laughed loudly. Looking at the man's face, it was Chen Tianhua, the down-and-out scholar who serialized Zhang Xiaohua's Legend of Cultivation in the newspaper. Haha. For the past 2 months, we have been in seclusion and studying hard. Luckily, Tianhua, you gave that child from the Wang family some benefits and let him send us newspapers every day. Otherwise, wouldn't we have missed the exam number plate today? Hua Hongyi's image was not much better at the moment. However, this guy's actions were naturally graceful, as if he was not affected by any external factors. He always looked so comfortable and indifferent. Chen Tianhua smiled and said, perhaps this is the saying, a scholar doesn't go out, but knows everything in the world. I have to say, Li Xiannan's Datang Daily has really given us a lot of convenience. A scholar doesn't go out, but knows everything in the world. This saying first came from chapter 47 of Laozi. One doesn't go out, but knows everything in the world. One doesn't follow the rules, but knows the heavenly Tao. One goes out far, but one knows little. That's why the saints don't know, don't see, and don't do. Hua Hongyi nodded in agreement. Seeing the two of them chatting, Liao Feichen couldn't help but say gloomily, I say, why are the two of you so confident? You don't seem to be nervous about tomorrow's exam at all? Hua Hongyi smiled faintly and said, nervous? What's the use of being nervous? Besides, we're all prepared for the exam, what's there to be nervous about? If we unfortunately don't make it, it only means that our qualifications are not good enough. It's useless to be nervous now. Chen Tianhua was more attentive. He felt that Liao Feichen seemed to be a little nervous, so he pondered for a moment and said, Feichen, Brother Hua is right. The most important thing in the exam is to prepare for it. It's useless to be nervous. Besides, the 3 of us don't have any reason to be nervous. Liao Feichen asked curiously, why? You must know that the number of students who applied for Yanhuang College this time is more than the number of people who took the imperial examination. Of course, he had also read this information from the newspaper. Chen Tianhua smiled confidently and said, because we were the first batch to know about Yanhuang College's enrollment information, and we also started preparing for the exam as soon as possible. This time, the students who applied for Yanhuang College came from the 365 provinces and counties of Great Tang. Although the Tang Dynasty daily used fast horses to teleport us, we had at least half a month to prepare compared to the examinees from other provinces and counties. This is our biggest advantage. In addition, we also got someone to buy the May exam papers from the School of Mathematics, so we have a certain understanding of the style of the male examinees from Li County. Therefore, in this entrance exam, other than the students from the School of Mathematics, the 3 of us have the biggest advantage. What reason do we have not to be confident? If we really don't get in, then we can only say, Heaven's death is not my fault for fighting. Heaven's death is not my fault for fighting. From the 7th volume of the Records of the Western Han Dynasty, Xiangyu Benji, Hua Hongyi nodded repeatedly when he heard Chen Tianhua's explanation. In the end, he couldn't help but praise, Tianhua, your analysis is still the best. I presume Feichen's heart will be at ease after hearing what you said. I realize that I'm even more confident now. Liao Feichen was obviously relieved. He nodded and said, "That's right. After hearing what Tianhua said, I feel more at ease. Let's go to Yanhuang College." Chen Tianhua and Hua Hongyi had no objections, and the three of them went out together. On the way, smelling the fresh air and looking at the birds and flowers, Chen Tianhua sighed and said, "It's so comfortable outside. Even breathing is so much smoother." Liao Feichen was speechless and said, "Let's go quickly. If we're late, we'll have to queue for a long time again." This kid obviously knew everything about Li Zixuan very well. For the scooters, carriages, mirrors, etc., one had to queue. For the newspapers and cheap books, one had to queue. For the Drunken Immortal restaurant's chicken, Drunken Immortal, Dompa pork, meatballs, etc., one also had to queue. Therefore, Liao Feichen believed that there was an 80% chance that they would have to queue to get the exam number this time. The other two felt that it was reasonable and quickened their pace. However, Hua Hongyi was still walking and said, "If the three of us all pass this time, then we'll have to help each other in Yanhuang College. How about giving the three of us a title?" Liao Feichen rolled his eyes and said disinterestedly, "Boring." Chen Tianhua was interested and said, "That's a good idea. In my opinion, how about we call ourselves the Three Heroes of Jinyu? After all, the three of us met at Jinyu Academy and spent more than 4 years there." Hua Hongyi laughed and said, "Good. That's a good name. I agree." Liao Feichen thought about it and also felt that the name was not bad. He nodded and said, "Then I agree." Chen Tianhua clapped his hands and said, "Then it's settled. From now on, the three of us will be called the Three Heroes of Jinyu." After deciding on the name, the three of them seemed to be in high spirits. They walked with a majestic gait. After a while, Hua Hongyi suddenly said, "Oh. That's right. After this exam, Tianhua, your Zhang Xiaohua's biography of a cultivator, and Feichen, your long immortal journey, have to be updated as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll all have nothing to eat." It's time to update. Chen Tianhua subconsciously agreed. However, after saying that, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He said angrily, "F***CK. Hongyi, you still have the nerve to say that? You've been freeloading off me and Feichen for several months. Every day, you said that you wouldn't freeload off us after your novel was published. In the end, until now, there's not even a shadow of your novel." Liao Feichen also quickly agreed and said, that's right. Hongyi, tell us quickly. How long more before your novel is published?" Although they spoke fiercely, the two of them were not really angry. This was because before they started writing novels, they were the poorest. At that time, Hua Hongyi was the one who helped them. Therefore, now that Hua Hongyi was freeloading off them for several months, they were willing to accept it. When Hua Hongyi heard the condemnation of his two classmates, he couldn't help but blush. He coughed twice and said embarrassedly, "Cough. This, soon, I'll be able to publish it." Actually, only he knew that he hadn't even started writing his novel. Chapter 656. A while ago, Chen Tianhua and Hua Hongyi stopped updating their novels in order to prepare for Yanhuang College's entrance exam. Of course, they told the Datong Daily's editorial department the reason for the suspension. The editorial department issued 2 statements in their names. Regardless of whether the readers understood or not, the two of them resolutely began to prepare for the exam wholeheartedly. After all, the two of them were not like Li Zixuan, who had ready-made novels in his mind to copy. Moreover, their writing speed could not be compared to Li Zixuan's. Therefore, in order to prepare for the exam, they could only give up updating their novels. Hey! Did you notice that during this period of time, it's not only me and Tianhua who stopped updating their novels on Datong Daily? Many novels have stopped updating. Liao Feichen suddenly said as the three of them walked out of the city. Thinking about it carefully, it's true. Could it be that the other authors are also preparing for the Yanhuang College's entrance exam? Hua Hongyi pondered for a moment and guessed. Chen Tianhua nodded and said, "It's possible. This collective suspension of updating will probably have a great impact on Datang Daily's Dahua Jianghu section. However, fortunately, the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality stood up at the critical moment and updated 15 times a day, directly filling the gap in this section. Otherwise, the Dahua Jianghu section would very likely be drowned by the reader's saliva." Liao Feichen thought for a moment and said, "That's true, but that leather knight is really a monster. 15 times a day, how did he do it? He's simply not human." 3 months ago, after Li Zishuan broke through to the Grandmaster realm, not only did his true qi and spiritual power have been greatly improved, but his ability to control the various parts of his body naturally became more proficient. Therefore, with the support of the Grandmaster realm, his writing speed was also faster. He often wrote more than 100 chapters a day, which was really abnormal. Chen Tianhua also found it somewhat difficult to understand. He wondered, maybe he really is not human. Originally, the three of them didn't know the specific location of Yanhuang College. But today, there were many students from Chang and City heading to Yanhuang College. They followed a group of people and found their way there. Standing at the foot of the Cloud Mountain, Hua Hongyi exclaimed as he looked at the majestic peak, the straight and wide mountain path, as well as the crowds coming and going on the mountain path. Who would have thought that there would be so many people coming and going in such a remote place? Li Xiannan is really a strange person. He actually built the academy on top of the mountain. This way, the construction difficulty and cost will increase by a lot. Chen Tianhua smiled and said, "After a few more years, there will definitely be more and more people here. As for the problem of cost that you mentioned, Hong Yi, this is not something we should consider. Haha. Let's go up quickly. Along the way, I've heard other students praise Yanhuang College as a heavenly palace. I can't wait to go up and see it." Hua Hongyi shook his head and said, "No matter how luxurious the building is, it's just a pile of dead things. In comparison, I'm more interested in the knowledge that Yanhuang College wants to impart." Haha. Young friend, at first, this old man thought the same as you. But after seeing the true face of Yanhuang College, this old man no longer said that. At this moment, on the mountain path, an old man in a blue shirt holding a book walked over while laughing. Liao Feichen, Hua Hongyi, and Chen Tianhua were shocked and took 2 steps back. There was no other reason other than the strong smell of alcohol on this old man. Haha. Fine. Fine. This old man won't say much. You kids can go up the mountain and have a look. After all, what you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. When the old man saw the reactions of the 3 people, he laughed awkwardly and then floated away. Hua Hongyi felt that he was a little rude and couldn't help but shout from behind, "Hey! Old mister, please wait." Who knew that the old man would walk away as if he didn't hear him? This old man reeks of alcohol and he just came down from the mountain. Why do you think he's going to Yanhuang College? Liao Feichen looked at the old man's back and muttered. Chen Tianhua frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, looking at his words and actions, he's free and unrestrained. Since he's so old, he's definitely not here to apply like us. He looks more like a teacher from Yanhuang College. Ah. Liao Feichen was dumbfounded. He muttered, "Are the teachers from Yanhuang College all drunkards?" At this moment, Li Zishuan, who was sitting in the principal's office of Yanhuang College, didn't know that Wang Ji, who had just asked him a question, had tarnished the image of Yanhuang College. "You can't say that." Hua Hongyi chuckled and said, "First of all, we don't know if that old man is a teacher from Yanhuang College or not. Second of all, although he reeks of alcohol, his demeanor and movements are extremely sober. This means that he's not drunk, so what if he's a teacher from Yanhuang College? Drinking a few glasses won't affect the teaching, right, Feichen?" Liao Feichen waved his hand and said, yes, what you said is reasonable. Since Hong Yi is so analytical, when will your novel be published? Hua Hongyi choked and said helplessly, "Why are you talking about this all of a sudden?" Ha ha ha. Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Alright, alright. Stop laughing. Let's go up the mountain. Hua Hongyi urged with a dark expression. Yes. Let's go up the mountain. Liao Feichen came to his senses and said anxiously. Chen Tianhua finally remembered what they were here for today. He quickly said, yes, let's go up the mountain. Thus, the three fellows who were chatting happily only started to climb up the stairs to the top of the mountain. Half an hour later. Phew. We're finally here. I'm so tired. Oh my god. Liao Feichen was the first to reach the peak. Hua Hongyi and Chen Tianhua, who were behind him, first heard this guy say that he was tired, then they heard an extremely exaggerated scream. Chen Tianhua shouted in puzzlement, Feichen, what's wrong? Liao Feichen was in a state of deep shock and naturally didn't have time to answer. Chen Tianhua didn't hear a response and thought that something had happened to Chen Tianhua. He hurriedly said to Hua Hongyi beside him, Hongyi. Let's go up and take a look. Okay. The two of them quickened their pace. After a while, they both reached the top of the mountain. Seeing Liao Feichen standing there in a daze, Chen Tianhua couldn't help but nudge him and say, Feichen, why, my god. Chapter 657. This. When Hua Hongyi saw that Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen were both staring blankly in front of them, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. When he followed the direction of their gazes, he was also stunned. What kind of scene was that? The road was greenish-gray, and the wall was surrounded by black iron bars. Behind the wall, there was a huge building with a very different style. Many large pieces of colored glass on the wall of the building reflected the morning sun, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. In the middle of the building, there were two steeples, like two sharp swords piercing the sky. Moreover, they could vaguely see that behind the building, there were many other similar buildings. From their angle, they couldn't see the whole picture of the college. From this, it could be seen that the college occupied a large area. Oh my god. This Yanhuang College's construction is too. Hua Hongyi was so shocked that his mouth was wide open, and he didn't know what to say. Those examinees weren't talking nonsense. This Yanhuang College is really like a palace of immortals. Liao Feichen had never seen such a domineering college. He wiped his saliva and added on Hua Hongyi's unfinished words. The architectural style is very different from ordinary buildings, but if you look carefully, you can still feel a majestic aura coming from it. Moreover, the materials used for this building are rare, and its height is amazing. It's really uncanny workmanship, and it's not an exaggeration to call it a palace of immortals. Chen Tianhua looked up at the central twin steeples of the Guanghua building, and his heart was surging with emotions. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. At this moment, Hua Hongyi suddenly thought of the old man in blue he had just met at the foot of the mountain. He said, that old man was right. Now that I see the true appearance of Yanhuang College, I can't say those words. That sentence was naturally referring to him saying that Yanhuang College's buildings were just a pile of dead things. Okay. Hurry up and line up. Don't you see that there are so many people in front of you? Liao Feichen urged. The other two were stunned. Only then did they notice that there were dozens of long lines at the entrance of Yanhuang College. Their attention had just been attracted by the magnificent Guanghua building, so they didn't pay attention to this side. Now that they saw it, they didn't dare to blindly sigh here and hurriedly walked to the place where the crowd was queuing. Among the sea of people, there were many who knew each other, and a large portion of them were former students of the School of Mathematics. Haha. Iron Egg, you're here too. Sun Zifen, who was in the first row on the east side, laughed out loud. Iron Egg smiled and said, well, today is such an important day, of course I have to come. But Zifen, why did you come in person? Today's Iron Egg's words and actions were far beyond those of his peers. It could only be said that the people he came into contact with were different, and the speed at which his abilities and thoughts improved was also different. Hee hee. Anyway, since I have nothing to do at home, why don't I come to the academy to see my former classmates and catch up on the old days? Besides, the establishment of Yanhuang College is due to our efforts. Isn't it wonderful to come and see the fruits of our labor praised by others? Sun Zifen smiled proudly. Iron Egg was speechless. He thought that the reason of seeing his former classmates and so on was definitely secondary. The main reason was at the back, right? Hey! Iron Egg, this is? After Sun Zifen was done being proud, he noticed that there was a chubby boy behind Iron Egg, who was following Iron Egg step by step. Sun Zifen asked. Oh. This is a friend of mine from the same village. His name is Huguchi. Because of some things, he has some contact with my master. He has taught himself pinyin and arithmetic before. He is still young, and this time he is mainly here to see the entrance exam of Yanhuang College. It doesn't matter if he can pass or not. Iron Egg pulled Huguchi out and introduced him. Then he saw that Huguchi was a little confused and uneasy, so he patted Huguchi's shoulder and said, "Sure enough, don't be nervous. This is Sun Zifen, a very good classmate of mine. He is very easygoing." Haha. Iron Egg is right, I like to make friends the most. Sure enough, it is nice to meet you for the first time. When Sun Zifen heard that Huguchi had some contact with Li Zixuan, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity, so he took the initiative to greet Huguchi. Huguchi was a little at a loss and scratched his head. After a long while, he stuttered, Brother Zifen. The academy you built, the academy is really beautiful." His stuttering had been cured long ago, but the habit of speaking over the years made him unable to help but stutter whenever he was nervous. Sun Zifen didn't care about this, because Huguchi's last sentence made him feel a little smug. Haha. Sure enough, you have a good eye. If you can pass the entrance exam to Yanhuang College this time, then I, Sun Zifen, will protect you in the future. If anyone dares to bully you, just use my name. Iron Egg's eyebrows twitched as he listened. What did he mean by, sure enough, you have a good eye? Sun Zifen's words were getting more and more ridiculous. He couldn't help but criticize him in his heart. Huguchi liked to be praised the most. Sun Zifen's unintentional words made him feel that this person in front of him was quite easy to get along with, so he scratched his head and smiled. Hey. Thank you, Brother Zifen. Iron Egg rolled his eyes and was speechless as he looked at the two people who he had never met before chatting so enthusiastically. Yamacho, as of now, there are nearly 800 candidates who have received the exam number plates, and there are still a large number of candidates lining up in front of the academy. Therefore, a conservative estimate is that there will be at least 2,000 candidates taking the entrance exam this year. I'm afraid that such a grand occasion can't even be compared to the imperial examination. On the 10th floor of the Guanghua building, in the principal's office, Yen Silu excitedly reported to Li Zixuan. At first, he agreed to join Yanhuang College only because of Li Gang's invitation and Li Zixuan's school philosophy. In fact, he himself was not optimistic about Yanhuang College's situation in the first few years. He never expected such a grand occasion to happen today, which made him very excited. Li Zixuan stood in front of the bed and looked down at the bustling students at the entrance of the academy. The imperial examination and Yanhuang College's exam are two different things. There is nothing to compare. In the future, most of the students from Yanhuang College will take the imperial examination. To some extent, we are like the imperial college, cultivating talents for the Tang Empire. But since they have chosen Yanhuang College, we have to teach them something different. Rigorous scholarship is the foundation of Yanhuang College. We don't have to compare with others. Chapter 658. Yamacho is right. I didn't expect someone of my age to be obsessed with looks. I'm ashamed of myself. After hearing Li Zixuan's plain words, Yen Silu felt both ashamed and ashamed. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your generosity." Li Zixuan shook his head and said meaningfully, Sir, you're exaggerating. I'm not saying that Yanhuang College can't compete. We don't have to compete for things like the number of students, but we have to compete for academics. Since we've chosen academics, we only need to care about academics. In the future, Yanhuang College will be the holy land of Tang Empire. Yan Silla pondered for a moment and understood the meaning behind Li Zishuan's words. He praised, Yamacho is right. Knowing when to advance and when to retreat is the way to survive for Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't say anything. He thought that Yan Silla's perception was quite high. After a while, he suddenly remembered something and asked, Mr. Yan, did the palace send the plaque to the college? If he remembered correctly, Li Er had promised to personally write the plaque for Yanhuang College. However, when he came to the college this morning, he didn't see the plaque at the entrance. How could this be? Tomorrow, Yanhuang College would have its entrance exam. Yan Silla was stunned and wondered, why would the palace send us a plaque? This old man saw that the college didn't have a plaque, so I thought that Yamacho had his own plans. Li Zishuan almost vomited blood. What plans did he have? If Li Er wanted to write the plaque for the college, would he dare to ask someone else to write it for him? Even if he dared to ask, would anyone else dare to write it for him? Other than waiting for Li Er to send the plaque over, there was nothing he could do. Okay. Mr. Yan, you go ahead and do your work. I have my own plans for the plaque. Li Zishuan rubbed his eyebrows and said helplessly. He couldn't tell Yan Silla that he was stood up by Li Er, right? If that happened, Li Er would definitely mess with him. Although Yan Silla guessed that there was more to this, since Li Zishuan didn't want to talk about it, he didn't want to ask, so he cupped his hands and left. Li Zishuan stood alone in front of the large glass wall of the office, looking down at the examinees who were lining up and discussing with each other. He thought gloomily, did old Li forget about the signboard? Then how should I remind him? What a pain in the ass. Isn't that Li Tai? That's right, I'll let this little fatty do it. At that time, even if old Li gets angry, he won't be able to vent his anger on me, right? Li Tai, who was chatting and laughing with Meng Wenhao, Sun Zifan, and the others, did not realize that he had been given the title of a scapegoat. In the morning, almost all the 44 students from the School of Mathematics came to the Yanhuang Academy to collect their exam number plates. After collecting their number plates, they sat on the grass beside them and started chatting. It was very lively. When the surrounding candidates found out that they used to be students of the School of Mathematics, they naturally couldn't help but feel envious. After all, those who were slightly more informed knew that the School of Mathematics was personally taught by Li Zishuan. At this moment, Sun Zifan glanced at the many classmates around him and laughed happily, I'm sorry. TSK. Who else is missing from the School of Mathematics? Are they all here? A few students heard him and started counting. After a while, someone said, we're still missing one person. Why are there only 43 people? I remember that there are 44 students in the School of Mathematics and Mathematics. Yes, we're indeed missing one. Another voice echoed. Sun Zifan frowned and said, who else is missing? As Mr. Li's students, even Qing K came in person on such an important day. Why is there someone else missing? Qin Huayu rubbed his eyebrows and said, cough, cough. Chimo didn't come. He's reviewing his homework now, so he asked me to help him get his number plate. Everyone, please don't blame him for this. Li Huiran shouted, wow. How can this be? Cho Nyo is working so hard. It seems that I'm in danger this time. Everyone, I'm here today, so I have to go back and review my homework now. See you in the examination room tomorrow. After saying that, he didn't care about the stunned eyes of the crowd and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Among the final 44 students of the School of Mathematics, he studied in the School of Mathematics for the shortest time. Strictly speaking, he and Qing Chimo were about the same in terms of mathematics. Therefore, when he heard that Qing Chimo was working so hard, Li Huiran suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. For him, it was not terrible to do badly. What was terrible was to be in the last place. That would be fatal. Because counting the days, his father, Li Xiaogong, would be back soon. If he really dared to be in the last place at this juncture, the consequences were simply unimaginable. F***ck. These two cowards are really the shame of our school of mathematics. Sun Zifen pointed in the direction where Li Huiran disappeared and complained to the classmates next to him. Yes. That's right. Everyone agreed one after another. Unexpectedly, Sun Zifen's next sentence was, cough. That little brother has some urgent matters at home, so he has to go first. Everyone, and little brother who, I'll see you in the examination room tomorrow. After that, this fellow was afraid of being stopped and ran away. After all, his results were not that good. The other examinees thought that as Li Zishuan's former students, they would have a great advantage. However, Li Zishuan had only taught in the School of Mathematics for less than 2 months. Moreover, the students of the School of Mathematics had participated in the construction of Yanhuang College during the field break. In total, they did not have much time to revise. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, they got up one after another and cursed in the direction where Sun Zifen escaped. Bah! Sun Zifen, you're a coward who's worse than what you look like. Shameless. I, Wang Meng, have never seen such a shameless person. Everyone, please wait here for a moment. I'll go and catch that bastard Sun Zifen. F***ck. Wang Meng, you. Facts had proven that the former underachievers of the School of Mathematics were generally more timid. After knowing what Qing Chumo had done, they all slipped away and planned to do last-minute cramming. Li Tai saw that half of the people around him had disappeared in an instant. He said resentfully, a bunch of cowards. What a disgrace. Your Highness Prince Wei, Yamacho invites you to go to his place. At this moment, Mo Zhong came from afar and cupped his hands carefully. Oh. Why did Xiao Xian call me? Li Tai muttered softly and then flicked his sleeves. Okay. I got it. I'll go now. Chapter 659. Huff. Xiao Xian, you're looking for me? Li Tai spent a tremendous amount of effort and finally climbed to the 10th floor of the Guanghua Building's twin towers. He then came to Li Zishuan's office and asked while panting. He had been to Li Zishuan's office once before, so he didn't make a big fuss. Instead, he was cursing Li Zishuan in his heart. Was there something wrong with his brain? Why did he have to choose this office? It was such a **king trap. Li Tai felt that he almost lost half his life after coming up here. Sigh. It couldn't be helped. Who asked him to be so fat? Although Li Zishuan had become Yanhuang College's Yamacho, and Li Gang, Yan Silu, and the others of the older generation had changed to calling him Yamacho, Li Tai, Qing Chumo, and the others who were close friends with Li Zishuan still called Li Zishuan by his name in private. Qingke, do you have to go this far? The last time you came to my office, you were also like this. In my opinion, you need to lose some weight. Li Zishuan wanted to get straight to the point, but when he saw Li Tai looking like he would collapse at any moment, he couldn't help but speak out of turn. After all, Li Tai was really too fat. In the long run, there would definitely be problems. Only he dared to say this. If it was someone else, Li Tai would definitely flip out. Li Tai panted for a while, then gulped down a cup of tea and said, It wasn't easy for me to get this fat. Why should I lose weight? Besides, it's so hard to lose weight. I can't stand it. This reason was so strong. Li Zishuan was instantly speechless. After pausing for a while, he said somewhat maliciously, Hey. Since you don't want to reduce it, there will be someone willing to help you in a few days. Li Tai immediately sensed danger. He widened his eyes and pointed at Li Zishuan. Damn. Little Xian, I've always treated you well. If you need help, I'll help you without asking for anything in return. What do you mean by this? Tell me, what are you plotting? Li Zishuan said unhappily, Qingke, why are you so agitated? I'm not going to cut off your flesh. Look at how scared you are. Li Tai said angrily, who knows what kind of evil ideas you have in mind? Who would be able to stand it if you deliberately set people up? In the end, the little fatty suddenly reacted and said, "Oh right, when I helped you complete the geography textbook, you promised me that I could take 3 days off in the first month of school. Does that still count?" Li Zishuan thought about it. 3 days was 3 days. The military training lasted for a month. What was the harm in letting this kid off for 3 days? So he nodded and said, "Of course it counts." Li Tai was instantly relieved and said happily, "That's good. That's good." Then he returned to the topic and asked, "Little Xian, why are you looking for me today?" Li Zishuan sighed and pointed at Yanhuang College's gate downstairs. "It's about the academy's plaque." Previously, His Majesty said that he would personally inscribe the plaque for Yanhuang College. Perhaps because it was a long time ago and His Majesty was usually very busy, he forgot about this matter. "I want you to help remind His Majesty. After all, Yanhuang College is about to start." Li Tai couldn't help but be stunned. It was the first time he heard that his father would go back on his word. He smacked his lips and was about to agree when he suddenly rolled his eyes, crossed his arms, and said calmly, "So that's how it is. I can help you, but little Xian, shouldn't you also give me something?" Li Zishuan was confused and said, "What do I have to give you? I'll give you a string of money? F***ck. Li Tai was so angry that he couldn't help but curse. Li Zishuan didn't lack money, but Li Tai didn't lack money now either. "I don't want your money. I want to say that I'll help you get the plaque for the academy. When school starts, you'll give me 3 days off, how about that?" This time it was Li Zishuan's turn to be angry. His old face darkened and he said, "You wish, kid. You'll also be a student of the academy in the future. You have a part in the academy's affairs. If you can't get the plaque done this time, do you believe that I won't cancel your previous 3 days of leave?" Faced with this almost shameless method, Li Tai was immediately dumbfounded. He said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "You. As a Yamacho of Yanhuang College, how can you do something so untrustworthy?" Li Zishuan immediately retorted, "Then as a member of Yanhuang College, how can you not have a sense of collective responsibility?" Li Tai was speechless. After a while, he said hatefully, "Fine. Very good. You win." After saying that, the little fatty's face darkened and he left the principal's office. Li Zishuan looked at his back and said to himself, "Hey. This little fatty always likes to think of ways to take advantage of loopholes. However, it won't be long before you'll thank me for my persistence today. Your Majesty, the Prince of Wei requests an audience." In Ganlu Hall, after the morning court, Li Er didn't hurry to read the memorials. Instead, he came here on a whim to practice calligraphy. Just as he was in a trance, the chamberlain suddenly came in and whispered, "Announce." Li Er didn't even raise his head and spat out a word from his mouth. "Your son greets Imperial Father." In a flash, Li Tai came in from outside the hall and bowed to Li Er. Didn't Qin go to Yanhuang College in the morning? Why are you back so soon?" Under normal circumstances, when Li Er was practicing calligraphy, he hated being disturbed by others the most. But today, the person who disturbed him was Li Tai, so the result was naturally different. He loved his son Li Tai very much. So, at this moment, he was earnestly copying calligraphy as he spoke to Li Tai. "Imperial Father, I came back after catching up with my classmates. Imperial Father is in a good mood today. Are you copying Wang Youjuan's calligraphy again?" Li Tai didn't know how to tell Li Er about the plaque of the Yanhuang Academy, but when he saw that Li Er was practicing calligraphy, he suddenly had a good idea. He took a step forward and whispered to Li Er, "Brother Li Er, I'll tell you about it. Qin, come and take a look at Imperial Father's calligraphy. How is it?" Coincidentally, at this moment, Li Er finished the last stroke. He put the pen aside and let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he smiled at Li Tai. At this moment, he naturally didn't know that Li Tai was harboring evil intentions. "Yes, Imperial Father." Li Tai took small steps and came to the side of the desk. He looked at the calligraphy seriously from beginning to end for a long time. Then, he saw his body trembling with excitement and said, looking at the exquisite workmanship of this calligraphy, the method is pure and beautiful, comparable to Wang Youjuan's. Your son congratulates Imperial Father on improving his calligraphy. Chapter 660. Ha! Qingke, you've learned how to flatter people too. Within the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er pointed at Li Tai and reprimanded him with a stern face. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see a smile on Li Er's face. Obviously, he was not really angry. Li Tai hurriedly bowed and said, I'm afraid. Everything I said just now was from the bottom of my heart. Even if Yu Shaojian were to personally appraise it, he would still be full of praise for father's calligraphy. The Yu Shaojian he was referring to was the secretary Yu Shinan, one of the 4 famous calligraphers of the early Tang dynasty. Li Er did not deny it and said casually, Oh? Is that so? After spending so much time with Li Zishuan, Li Tai had also become an actor. He said with a sincere face, he said sincerely, I've been copying Wang Youjuan's calligraphy for a year, but I've never been able to find the right path. Today, when I saw father's calligraphy, I suddenly felt enlightened. I sincerely hope that father can give this calligraphy to me. After I study it carefully, I might be able to catch a glimpse of the master of calligraphy's charm. This was a blatant bootlicking, but Li Er liked it. In fact, during the 300 years from the Eastern Jin dynasty to the Tang dynasty, Li Er could be considered as Wang Shiji's #1 fan. According to the Tang dynasty's Su family law book, Emperor Taizong left behind a special reward for Yu Youjuan's calligraphy. When Jingguan first issued an imperial order to purchase it, it was all lost. In other words, as soon as Li Shimin became the emperor, he could not wait to spend money on his idol and swore to buy all of Wang Shiji's works. The effect of the emperor's imperial order was great. According to the Su Shu Lu, Li Er collected more than 3,000 pieces of Wang Shiji's calligraphy and bound them into a scroll with the words Jingguan printed on it. However, Li Er, who was a fan of endless idols, said that this was not enough. He wanted to personally cheer for his idol. The Book of Jin, one of the 24 history books, was written in the 22nd year of Jingguan. In the book, there were 4 historical commentaries written by Li Shimin himself. One of them was the biography of Wang Shiji. In the historical commentary, Li Er commented on Zhong Yao, Wang Xianji, Wang Shiji's 7th son, and the other calligraphers one by one, and found a lot of problems with each of them. Then, he directly said, looking carefully at the past and present, studying the fine seal, the plain, and the perfect, only Wang Yi is lacking. The rest are trivial, what's there to talk about? In order to highlight the perfection of her idol, she did not hesitate to belittle others. This included her idol's son. Li Shimin's craziness when he chased after a celebrity was comparable to the modern fangirls of some young male idols. However, Li Er was the emperor after all. He still had a sense of perspective. While he chased after celebrities, he did not forget to improve his calligraphy skills. It was said that every time he obtained an authentic work of Wang Shiji, Li Er would order people to hang it in his bedroom so that he could view and copy it every day. Moreover, not only did he copy it, but his sons also had to copy it hundreds of times. It was not a few times, nor was it dozens of times, but hundreds of times. However, Li Tai still had a certain talent in calligraphy. Although Li Tai's remarks just now were a bit exaggerated, there was no doubt about the excellence of this copybook. For Li Er, after copying his idol's work for so long, he finally received such a sincere praise. Moreover, his behavior could be considered as a disguised form of motivating Li Tai to learn from his idol. Of course, he was overjoyed in his heart. However, he was still reserved and did not show it. Instead, he said with an indifferent expression, "Hee hee. Since you like it, Qingke, then I'll give this calligraphy to you. Remember to practice more diligently. Imperial Father looks forward to the day when you can catch a glimpse of 70% of the charm of Wang Youjuan's running calligraphy." Li Tai was flattered and bowed. This son thanks Imperial Father for the gift and will remember Imperial Father's teachings. I will definitely practice diligently every day. Li Er nodded with satisfaction and then asked, "Qingke, you're looking for Imperial Father today, right? Li Tai's thoughts turned quickly. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. This son originally came to pay respects to Imperial Father, but seeing that Imperial Father's running calligraphy has reached such great success, I have a presumptuous request in my heart. Oh. What request do you have, Qingke? Tell Imperial Father. Li Er sat upright on the dragon couch, took a sip of tea, and asked curiously. Li Tai took a deep breath and replied, Imperial Father, it's like this. Yanhuang College is about to start school, but the college has not hung a signboard until now. This son saw Imperial Father's running calligraphy just now. It was simply like the authentic work of a calligraphy master. Therefore, this son boldly asks Imperial Father to bestow a signboard to Yanhuang College. Silence. As soon as Li Tai's voice fell, the main hall suddenly fell into a strange silence. Li Er didn't say a word. His action of holding the teacup also froze in the air, and the scene seemed to be frozen there. In fact, Li Er's heart was not calm at all, because Li Tai's words made him suddenly recall something. 3 months ago, the 8 professors of the Imperial College, led by Cui Shanyu, jointly impeached Li Zixuan for corrupting the academic atmosphere, disrupting the teaching order of the Imperial College, and privately teaching miscellaneous studies. When Li Zixuan heard the news, he used a tongue daily to punish Cui Shanyu and the others. Then, he angrily resigned and wanted to go back home to teach. At that time, Li Zixuan was attracted by the engineering prospects described by Li Zixuan, so he agreed on the spot that after Yanhuang College was completed, he would personally inscribe a signboard for Yanhuang College. However, after such a long time, during which Li Zixuan was assassinated, the 7 cultivators sect was destroyed, the Cui family was involved, and then there were constant storms in Cheng and city. By the time Yanhuang College was completed, Li Er had already forgotten about his promise to inscribe a signboard. Now, Li Tai suddenly mentioned this matter in front of him. Was it intentional? Or was it unintentional? After pondering for a long time, Li Er finally returned to normal. He put down the teacup, looked at Li Tai, and nodded, good. This emperor will inscribe a signboard for Yanhuang College. Whether Li Tai did it intentionally or not, since he didn't take the initiative to point it out, Li Er didn't need to take the initiative to mention what happened 3 months ago. After all, as a father, he still needed to maintain a bit of dignity in front of his children. This son thanks father. Of course, the little fatty mentioned it intentionally, but his acting skills were pretty good. For a moment, Li Er couldn't tell whether it was real or fake. Li Er came to the dragon desk. Li Tai eagerly spread out the rice paper for Li Er and began to grind it on the side, looking like a lackey. Li Er closed his eyes and concentrated for a moment. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and decisively started to write. The tip of the brush was like the tip of a sword, and the rice paper was like a battlefield. The brush moved like dragons and snakes, majestic and majestic. After a while, the words, Yanhuang College, appeared on the paper. All right. Qingke, you can take it. This emperor is going to eat at your mother's place. Li Er waved his hand and walked out of the palace alone, leaving Li Tai alone here. Chapter 661. Could it be that father saw through it? Wouldn't that be self-defeating? Not good, this time it's a big loss. I was King tricked by Xiao Xian again. CK. Li Tai held Li Er's calligraphy as he walked on the palace road. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He felt that Li Er must have seen through something, otherwise, his attitude wouldn't be so different. After realizing this, he couldn't help but curse Li Zixuan in his heart. He knew that this kind of thing wasn't easy to do, but he still insisted on letting him do it. He was simply deliberately tricking him. After lunch, Li Tai personally went to Yanhuang College and gave the calligraphy to Li Zixuan. Li Tai, who felt that he had sacrificed a lot, naturally asked Li Zixuan to compensate him in other aspects, such as holidays and so on. When Li Zixuan heard the cause and effect, he naturally scoffed at the little fatty's excuse. With how much Li Er doted on Li Tai, he didn't believe that Li Er would blame the little fatty for such a small matter. This was because Li Er was usually quite magnanimous. Under his insistence, he naturally didn't agree to the humiliating terms that Li Tai proposed. Li Tai had no choice but to leave. Hey! This little fatty is really... Li Zishuan muttered to himself. Then, he was attracted by the 4 large words, Yanhuang College, written in bold calligraphy. Although he didn't understand calligraphy, he could see a trace of sharpness from these words. Compared to the words that Chu Suiliang had inscribed on the signboard of Chitsu Pavilion, these 4 words were more natural and more soul-stirring. Good calligraphy. Li Zishuan praised from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps he had asked Li Er to inscribe these words to give Yanhuang College an extra layer of protection, but now it seemed that the calligraphy level of these 4 words alone was enough to serve as the signboard of Yanhuang College. Mo Yun, send this calligraphy to Pang Feiji downstairs and ask him to send it to the workshop quickly. Tell the workshop to make the signboard of the college before the day after tomorrow. Li Zishuan took the calligraphy and handed it to Mo Yun as he ordered. Yes, Yamacho. Mo Yun took the calligraphy and turned to leave in a very capable manner. There were a total of 11 followers of the school of Mo in the Mo family who majored in martial arts. Among them, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun's realm was the highest, both in the late stage of qi refining. Most of the rest were in the early or middle stage of qi refining. These people together could be considered a very powerful force. Therefore, the security of the college was mainly in charge of this team of followers of the school of Mo. The team of guards led by Pang Feiji was mainly responsible for the safety of Li Zishuan's family. Because there were too many candidates coming to Yunshan today, Brother Chicken had specially brought people to help maintain order. After Mo Yun left, Li Zishuan got up and walked to the glass wall. He lowered his head to look at the situation below. Mo Zhong saw this behind him and couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. He had been in this office for a few days, but he didn't dare to stand by the glass wall and look down like Li Zishuan. This position was really too high. Even a qi refining master would fall to his death. Mo Zhong, inform Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the leaders of the various departments of the college to meet in the conference room in 2 hours. Li Zishuan saw that the crowd below was not as big as it was in the morning, and it seemed to be decreasing. He knew that almost all the candidates who wanted to take the exam had come, so he turned around and gave the order. Yes, Yamacho. Mo Zhong cupped his hands in salute and left as well. At this time, Li Zishuan couldn't help but think of Di Zhishuan's figure. He had spent 90% of his time in this office today, and he often looked down from time to time. He saw many familiar figures, but he didn't see Di Zhishuan. Maybe I missed him? Li Zishuan shook his head. There were so many candidates today. No matter how good his eyesight was, it was impossible for him to see all of them. 2 hours later, in the conference room of Guanghua Building. Today, thousands of candidates came to the college. Thanks to everyone's coordination, we were able to keep things in order without any trouble. Thank you for your hard work. Li Zishuan saw that everyone was present, so he stood up and said politely. Haha. It's not hard at all. It's what we should do. Everyone cupped their hands and said modestly. Only Wang Ji sat there awkwardly. He drank a little when he came this morning, and Li Gang was afraid that his drunken appearance would affect the image of the college among the students, so he let him go back first. Among everyone present, he was the only one who didn't help much. Well, Mr. Yen, can you count the number of students who came to pick up their exam number plates today? Li Zishuan looked at Yen Silu and asked. Yen Silu was already prepared. He looked at the booklet beside him, then stood up and said, It's unlikely that there will be many candidates today. I don't think there will be many examinees here at this time. Let me tell you the statistics before I came to this room. According to the data submitted by the teachers in charge today, there are a total of 2,118 examinees who came to collect their number plates. Compared to the final number of people who signed up according to the Tang Daily, 3,890 examinees, the reference rate for this entrance exam is much higher than the previous estimate. Li Zishuan nodded solemnly and said, Everyone must have heard that since so many candidates came to pick up their exam number plates today, it means that the number of students who will be taking the exam tomorrow will be roughly the same number. With so many students taking the exam, it means that there are also many students who are optimistic about the future of Yanhuang College. This is something to be happy about. At the same time, we must be aware of the heavy responsibility on our shoulders. We can't let down those who trust us. Therefore, the Academy will increase the invigilation efforts tomorrow. The leaders of each department must clearly instruct the invigilators under them to correct their invigilation attitude. They must not be absent-minded during the invigilation period, and they must have zero tolerance for cheating. During the exam in the morning and afternoon, I will personally go to each examination hall to inspect. If any cheating is found in any examination hall without the invigilator noticing, a demerit will be recorded. At the same time, the corresponding department leader will be held responsible. I need to remind everyone that these demerits will affect the evaluation of teachers' titles at the end of the academic year. Please pay attention to it. In this exam, we must let all the candidates feel fair and just. If we can't even do this, then there's no need for Yanhuang College to continue existing. Everyone, do you understand? Hearing Li Zixuan speak so solemnly, the expressions of everyone in the room gradually became serious. At this moment, they all replied in unison, understood. Chapter 662. Yanhuang College's exam was divided into two parts. In the morning, it was a combined exam for classics and morality. In the afternoon, it was a single subject exam for mathematics. The duration of the exam was 4 hours. The questions for the classics section were set by Li Gang and Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan had repeatedly instructed them to lower the difficulty and not set any tricky questions. Of course, the two old men were unwilling at first, but Li Zixuan kept persuading them, so they could only agree in the end. The questions for the morality and mathematics section were, of course, set by Li Zixuan himself. He had already given out the test papers 5 days ago. After the printing, all the test papers were guarded by Wu Ho 24 hours a day in the workshop. There was no way that the questions would be leaked in advance. Now, everything was ready. All that was left was the east wind. The next day, when Chang and City's east gate opened, thousands of examinees who had been waiting at the city gate for a long time filed out. They carried their test boxes, the school bags used by the ancient people, and walked in groups of 3 to 5 toward Yanhuang College. Of course, some examinees from rich families rode horses and carriages. Some examinees were accompanied by their relatives. In order to make it in time for Yanhuang College's exam, all the examinees gathered here. In an instant, the streets near the east gate became unusually congested. Chang and City's Wu Ho was also on guard. Yuqi Jingda didn't even attend the morning court and personally commanded. Most of the Wu Ho mansion were transferred here to ease the congestion. Sigh. I didn't expect there to be so many students. Little Xian's Yanhuang College is quite successful. My Baolin should be able to get in, right? Yuqi Jingda was dressed in martial attire and stood on a nearby tower. Looking at the dense crowd below, he was both melancholy and happy. D Mansion, backyard. Bang, bang. Young master. Young master. You should get up and have breakfast. Butler Zhong gently knocked on the door and shouted inside. A moment later, a voice came from inside. Uncle Zhong, I'm not eating. Being locked up in the residence every day is like being in jail. How can I have the mood to eat? Hearing this, Butler Zhong hurriedly knocked on the door again and said, Little young master, you didn't eat last night. Master is very angry. When he left this morning, he specifically told this old man to let you eat some rice no matter what. Please don't make things difficult for this old man, and don't starve your body. In the room, Di Zhixuan's voice sounded a little impatient. He said, Uncle Zhong, don't try to persuade me. I'm really not hungry. Please don't bother me. Let me sleep for a while. Since I can't get out, are you not going to let me sleep? Hearing this obviously childish words, Butler Zhong sighed helplessly. Young master, this old man also wants you to leave, but no one dares to disobey master's orders. Besides, you can leave the residence as you wish tomorrow. Come out and eat something. Humph. Uncle Zhong, you know what I'm thinking. What's the use of me going out tomorrow? Take it away quickly. I won't eat it. Also, ask all the servants in the backyard to leave. Don't disturb my sleep. Otherwise, if I really make a scene, no one will have a good time. Hearing the extremely impatient tone in Di Zhixuan's voice, Butler Zhong hurriedly said, Okay. This old man will leave now. Ask them to leave too. Young master, if you're hungry, call me at any time. After that, the old butler quickly left with the food box. This was because he knew that Di Zhixuan was right. If he really made a scene, everyone in the residence would suffer. As long as Di Zhixuan could be quiet and everyone was safe and sound, Butler Zhong would be satisfied. Hey! These people are finally all gone. In the room, Di Zhixuan muttered excitedly as he watched Butler Zhong instruct all the servants to leave the backyard through the crack of the door. Looking at this guy's dressing, all his clothes were neat and tidy. He didn't look like someone who had just woken up. Obviously, what he said just now was all a lie. Alas. This is my last chance. Ancestors of the Di family, please bless me, Di Zhixuan. Di Zhixuan clasped his hands together and muttered a few words softly. Then, he turned around, took a bundle from the table, and left the room. When he arrived at the courtyard, he walked straight to the northwest corner. There was a huge rock that was half the height of a person there. Di Zhixuan looked around worriedly. When he saw that there was no one around, he heaved a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, Hey! Fortunately, no one noticed that there was an extra rock here. Otherwise, if they reported it to my father, the old man would be suspicious again. Shaking his head, Di Zhixuan leaped onto the huge rock. Then, he used all his strength to finally climb up the wall. Looking at the bluestone floor outside the wall, Di Zhixuan gritted his teeth and jumped down. Ouch! Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ouch! The Di family's wall was almost 10 feet high. It would be strange if Di Zhixuan didn't get hurt when he jumped down like that. Di Zhixuan hugged his right foot. His eyes and eyebrows were in pain. He sucked in cold air as he pressed on his right ankle. Ouch! This won't do. There's not much time left. I have to go to Yanhuang College as soon as possible. Otherwise, this jump will be in vain. Thinking of this, Di Zhixuan endured the pain and stood up. Then, he limped toward the gate. Hey! The big brother in front, wait up. The more Di Zhixuan walked, the more difficult it was for him to walk. The piercing pain in his ankle made him sweat all over. Just when he was about to give up, he saw a middle-aged man driving a flatbed cart pass by him. His heart stirred and he hurriedly yelled out, Hey! Young master, are you calling me? The middle-aged man heard him and hurriedly reined in the old horse that was pulling the cart. He turned around and asked. Di Zhixuan used the last bit of his strength to catch up with the middle-aged man. He took out a golden leaf and said, Big brother, I accidentally hurt my foot just now. Now, I have something urgent to do. Can you sell this horse to me? The price is negotiable. At this time, he obviously didn't care about whether it was worth it or not. He could only get to Yanhuang College in time if he had a horse to ride. As for money, his family wasn't that short of money. Young master, you can't do that. This horse is an old one. It's specially used to pull goods. It's not worth much. Young master, your foot injury is so serious. Even if you ride a horse, it won't be easy. Why don't you tell me where you want to go? I'll drive you there. The middle-aged man saw the golden leaf shining in Di Zhixuan's hand and quickly waved his hand. Di Zhixuan didn't expect the man in front of him to be so straightforward. He smiled and said, Then I'll have to trouble you, big brother. If you send me to Yanhuang College outside the city, I'll definitely thank you. Chapter 663. At the academy, all the teachers were already on standby at dawn. Li Zishuan didn't return to Chang'an last night. Instead, he stayed in Yunshan's courtyard. Early in the morning, he left his wife's warmth and came to Yanhuang College. In fact, the teachers of the academy were almost ready. However, Li Zixuan was afraid that something they couldn't handle would happen, so he came so early. Seeing that it was still early, Li Zixuan invited Yan Silu, Li Gang, and Mo Huai to have breakfast together in the academy's cafeteria. As for Wang Ji, the old man had just moved his luggage from his brother's house to the academy after the meeting yesterday afternoon. He was sleeping in the dormitory now. As early as 2 days ago, the academy's cafeteria had officially started operating. The chefs that were invited had all been trained by the drunken immortal house, so their skills were naturally excellent. Moreover, the style of cooking had also been greatly influenced by Li Zixuan. The four of them sat together and ate breakfast, steamed buns, porridge, and salted vegetables. Li Zixuan asked at this time, "Mr. Yan, have the test papers been transported here?" Yan Silu replied, "Yes, the Marquis escorted them here overnight. They are now locked in the academy's secret room. That place uses the Mo family's Tianji lock. Only Mr. Mo has the key to open it." Li Zixuan was relieved when he heard this. Then, he asked again, "Then, have the invigilators been assigned to each examination room?" Yan Silla nodded and said, "Yes, everything has been assigned. There are a total of 52 examination rooms, and there will be invigilators in each examination room." Li Zixuan said with a smile, "Fortunately, the academy was built on a large scale. Otherwise, our academy wouldn't be able to bear this examination alone." Li Gang slurped 2 mouthfuls of porridge and said with a smile, "Only you have the guts to build an academy on such a large scale for the first time. Judging from the current size of the academy, it won't be enough even if more than 2,000 examinees are admitted." Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "You can't say that. Yanhuang College's students study for at least 3 years, and the longest is 6 years. There will be students from other grades after that. How can you recruit so many people at once?" Li Gang suddenly understood and said, "Yo. That's true. Haha. Speaking of which, the food in this academy is really unique. This old man may have to eat and drink here in the future. Haha." This Yen wholeheartedly agrees with Brother Li's words. Yes. The food of the academy is indeed delicious. Yen Silu and Mo Huai agreed in agreement. Li Zixuan laughed and said, "Haha. If the 3 of you like it, you can eat it at Yanhuang College for the rest of your lives." That's exactly what I was thinking. At 6:30 a.m., the first batch of examinees arrived at Yanhuang College. However, there was still more than an hour before the start of the exam, so they naturally couldn't enter the academy. They could only sit on the grass in front of the academy and wait for the academy to let the examinees in. Haha. Hu Gua, Iron Egg, what a coincidence to meet the 2 of you again. As time passed, more and more students arrived at the academy. Sun Zifen had just arrived and saw 2 familiar figures sitting on the grass in front of him. He quickly went forward and greeted them. "Hello, Brother Zifen," Hu Gua said with a smile. Hee, looks like Zifen's expression means that he's determined to pass this exam, right?" Iron Egg joked with a smile. Sun Zifen's face turned red. He liked to show off in front of strangers, but in front of a friend like Iron Egg, he didn't need to show off. He said unhappily, "No matter how determined I am, can I be more determined than Iron Egg? You're Mr. Li's core disciple." Speaking of this, he suddenly leaned in front of Iron Egg, then lowered his voice and said, "Iron Egg, tell me honestly, did Mr. Li leak a few exam questions to you? With our relationship, you have to take care of me." Iron Egg didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He took 2 steps back to keep a distance from Sun Zifen and said, "Brother Zifen, don't talk nonsense. Master is definitely not the kind of person you said he was. Besides, I've been busy with martial arts recently and haven't spent much time on my studies." Sun Zifen widened his eyes and said in surprise, "Aya. Iron Egg, you actually know martial arts. That's amazing, amazing. In the future, if I'm bullied at the academy, you have to help me." On the side, who scratched his head in puzzlement and thought, Brother Ziffin clearly said he would protect me yesterday. Why is he asking Iron Egg now? Doesn't this mean that Iron Egg is even more powerful? Seeing that son Ziffin was actually so shameless, Iron Egg could only wave his hand and say, as classmates, of course we have to take care of each other. Brother Ziffin, don't worry. Son Ziffin laughed and said, haha. Good, good, good. You're so straightforward. Ching Chumo, you're finally here. You didn't handle the matter yesterday too well. You made so many of your classmates wait for you. At 7:30 in the morning, Yen Silu looked at the sky and then said to Li Zishuan, Yamacho, it's almost time. Li Zishuan nodded and said, that's good. Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, opened the door and welcomed the candidates. The two cupped their hands and went to open the door of the academy. It's open, let's go in. It's finally open. Haha. Chu Mo, let's go, we're all in the 7th examination hall. I guess you don't know where it is? It's okay, I'll take you there. But after the exam, you have to treat me to a big meal. Ching Chumo, when the candidates entered the academy, they didn't have to go through an extremely detailed body search like the imperial examination. Firstly, it wasn't necessary, and secondly, there were too many candidates. During the imperial examination, everyone would have a special examination booth, which gave the candidates a lot of room to cheat. However, Yanhuang College was different. With more than 50 people in one examination hall, everything in the hall was clear at a glance. If anyone cheated, the teachers above would immediately notice. Half an hour later, all the candidates gathered outside the academy entered Yanhuang College and found their examination hall. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, it's time for the exam, close the door. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun quickly did as they were told. The doors of the academy slowly began to close, which meant that the exam had officially begun. Hey! Wait! There's one more. Li Zishuan couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice and saw that the person who spoke was Di Zhishuan, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Chapter 664. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ouch. Don't close the door, let me in. I'm also here to take the exam. The middle-aged man who pulled Di Zhishuan to Yunshan in a handcart was kind enough to send Di Zhishuan directly to the top of Yunshan. Unexpectedly, Yanhuang College was about to close the door, so Di Zhishuan hurriedly jumped off the cart and shouted. However, his right foot couldn't bear such an impact. He immediately screamed, but he didn't forget to shout in the direction of the gate of the college. Hey! Little Langjun, be careful. Let me help you over. Perhaps after seeing that Di Zhishuan was really a candidate, the middle-aged man's attitude became more respectful. Seeing that Di Zhishuan was a little unstable, he quickly put down the reins and came over to support him. Thank you, Brother Han. On the way here, Di Zhishuan had already learned about the middle-aged man. His surname was Han, and because he was the 7th child in his family, others often called him Han Laochi. Di Zhishuan thanked him in a low voice, then looked firmly at the gate of the college and continued to walk there. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun also noticed Di Zhishuan, but after going through so many things, they now obeyed Li Zishuan. Therefore, Mo Zhong stepped forward and said loudly, Yanhuang College's exam has begun. Little Langjun, you're late. Please go back. Hey! Don't. It wasn't easy for me to sneak out of my house. Besides, the exam hasn't officially started yet, right? Brother, please let me in. Di Zhishuan came closer and said hurriedly. Suddenly, he saw Li Zishuan behind the gate and immediately shouted excitedly, Hey! Little Langjun, it's me. It's me. Do you know this big brother guarding the gate? If you do, please help me talk to him. He had speculated before that Li Zishuan's identity must be either rich or noble, so after seeing Li Zishuan, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Mo Zhong, let him in. Li Zishuan smiled and said softly. Yes, Yamacho. Mo Zhong turned around and cupped his hands. Then, he said to Di Jixuan, "You can go in now, Lang Jun." Then, when he saw that Di Jixuan had difficulty walking, he stepped forward to replace Han Laoqi and helped Di Jixuan into the academy. Di Jixuan was happy at first, but then he was shocked. He walked up to Li Zixuan and said with his eyes wide open, "Little brother, you are a Yamacho from Yanhuang College?" Li Zixuan smiled and replied, "That's right. Long time no see, brother Di." So, little brother, you are Li Zixuan?" When Di Jixuan heard Li Zixuan admit it, he was finally completely dumbfounded. He had speculated that Li Zixuan might be the descendant of a high-ranking official in the imperial court and had an extraordinary identity. However, he had never expected that the little brother he met by chance would be Li Zixuan, who was also a Yamacho from Yanhuang College. Li Zixuan found it funny and said, "Yes, what's wrong? Brother Di, aren't you in a hurry to take the exam?" Di Jixuan suddenly remembered the important matter and hurriedly said, Oh, right. I'm going to take the exam first. Little brother, oh, no, it should be Yamacho. Thank you so much this time. After saying that, he hurriedly turned around to enter the examination hall. However, he stopped after taking 2 steps. He turned around and said awkwardly, "Cough, cough. I had something to do yesterday and couldn't leave, so I didn't get the exam number. Yamacho, which room should I take the exam in?" There were hundreds of small rooms in the Guanghua building in front of him. If he didn't ask clearly, he wouldn't be able to find it even if he searched for the whole morning. Li Zixuan looked at Di Jixuan's injured right foot thoughtfully and said, "Mo Zhong, help brother Di to the medical hall to see a doctor first. If his foot isn't treated in time, it will be easy for him to become disabled." Di Jixuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, No need. I'll see a doctor myself after the exam. Yamacho, tell me where to take the exam first." Mo Zhong glanced at Di Jixuan's injured ankle and looked up at Li Zixuan. "Yamacho, this little Lungjuan's foot must have been accidentally sprained. I happen to know some massage techniques. Why don't I give him a massage and relieve the pain in a moment? He should be fine after he goes back and applies some medicine." Li Zixuan looked at Mo Zhong in surprise and nodded. "Okay. Mo Zhong, help brother Di treat his foot first. Mo Yun, go find Mr. Yen and get the exam number. Brother Di, you can treat his foot first." The 2 brothers, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, naturally accepted the order. Although Di Jixuan felt that it was a waste of time, he had to wait for Mo Yun to get the examination number before he could take the examination. Therefore, he could only agree and said, "Thank you, Mountain. Mountain Head, thank you, brother Mo." A moment later, Mo Yun came back with the exam number plate. Mo Zhong had just finished massaging Di Jixuan's ankle. Di Jixuan got down to feel it and found that the piercing pain in his ankle had disappeared. He said happily, "Ah. It doesn't hurt anymore. Brother Mo, you're really good." Thank you. Li Zixuan glanced at the exam number and smiled. "Brother Di, go quickly. You're in exam room 51. I'll ask someone to take you there." "Thank you." Di Jixuan took the exam number and thanked him with cupped fists. Then, he was led by a follower of the school of Mo to the resplendent building. Li Zixuan looked at his back and smiled inexplicably. This unlucky kid actually ran away from home? I wonder what Secretary Di will think when he finds out. At the same time, it also shows that there are still many people who look down on engineering. After meeting Di Jixuan for the first time, Li Zixuan deliberately collected information about Di Jixuan's father, Di Xiaoxiu. Now that he had a basic understanding of the Di family, he sighed. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun looked at each other. They did not understand what Li Zixuan meant. "Young Master Di, this is exam room 51. You can go in by yourself." The follower of the school of Mo said to Di Jixuan when they arrived at a classroom on the west side of the 4th floor. Di Jixuan glanced inside and nodded. "Okay, thank you. I'll go in by myself." The invigilator of exam room 51 was Assistant Lecturer Mao. He was about to hand out the test papers when he saw another student at the door. The student said, "I'm sorry, sir. I was injured on the way here. That's why I'm here." Assistant lecturer Mao was about to say something when he saw a middle-aged man in a black robe winking at him. It was the follower of the school of Mo who had just escorted Di Jixuan here. Assistant lecturer Mao pondered for a moment and understood what was going on. He pointed at a seat behind him and said, "Okay, you can sit there." Then, he picked up the test papers and said while handing them out, "I'll start handing out the test papers now. Please remember what I told you just now. If anyone cheats, they will be disqualified immediately and will never be able to take Yanhuang College's entrance exam again. Please don't play tricks." Chapter 665. In fact, except for Di Jixuan, who didn't have time to look around, all the candidates who took the exam today were shocked by the scene inside the Guanghua building after entering the classroom. The floor was as smooth as a mirror, making people feel as if they were in a dream. The windows made of large pieces of glass made the inside of the building as bright as day no matter how winding and crisscrossing it was. The spacious and bright classroom, the neatly arranged tables and chairs, and the pure color and sharp edges of the blackboard made all the students have a further understanding of the luxury of Yanhuang College. At the same time, their determination to enter Yanhuang College became firmer. If they couldn't study in such a professional and high-end college in their lifetime, wouldn't it be a great regret in their lives? So after receiving the test papers, almost everyone took a deep breath and then began to answer the questions very seriously. The first question was in line with the rules. Empty and empty, the people can't find a name. Towering, it has success, it has an article. This sentence was taken from the Analects of Confucius. It was a very famous paragraph in which Confucius praised Yao. The general idea was that Yao was so great that people couldn't find a word to describe his praise. His achievements were so outstanding that they were like the light of the sun shining in all directions. Generally, when the candidates answered the questions, they only needed to praise the great achievements of the ancient sages, and then praise the current emperor's literary and martial virtues, express their loyalty, and say that they had the ambition to become the pillar of the country, to share the worries of the emperor, and so on, to get a high score. It could be said that this was a relatively open question, and also a question with a very clear political position. Li Gang's questions were really stable. At least, Li Erwi liked it very much. The second question was, water, fire, metal, wood, earth, and valley are the only things to cultivate. This question was slightly more difficult than the first one. This sentence came from the great Umo of the Great Book of History. Coincidentally, Kong Yingda also explained this sentence. Water can irrigate, fire can cook, metal can cut, wood can grow, earth can reproduce, and valley can raise. Therefore, these 6 things were called the 6 residences, which were used by nature to raise all living things. As the saying goes, virtue is only good governance, and governance is to raise the people. The virtue of the sage was reflected in dealing with government affairs well, and arranging things like water, fire, metal, wood, earth, and valley was called only cultivation, which could make the people live and work in peace. As long as the meaning was expressed clearly and a few classic sentences of Mencius about the way of the king, the score wouldn't be low. The third question, unlike some examiners in the Qing dynasty, who tried their best to cut some complete sentences or put a few sentences together to deliberately make things difficult for the candidates, the questions set by Li and Yen Silu were, on the whole, the questions set of the standard Confucian classics questions, and the questions were standard questions, and difficult. But some people were the exception. For example, Li Huiran. Oh, no, Li Huiran was better. He could more or less tell the origin of some sentences, and then talk nonsense. But Qing Chumo was completely clueless. He didn't know where one of the 12 Confucian classics questions came from, let alone the meaning of the question. So after gritting his teeth for a while, he resolutely gave up on the Confucian classics part and went straight to the next part of the questions. There were many people in the same situation as him, such as Iron Egg and Hu Zhen, who had never learned the 4 books and 5 classics. They were basically people who had learned mathematics halfway. So for the 4 books and 5 classics, they were basically at the same level as Qing Chumo. Fortunately, the Confucian classics only accounted for 30% of the total score of the whole entrance exam. As long as they got high marks in the other parts, they also had a great chance of passing the exam. But the other parts of the questions were not simple, at least not as simple as they seemed on the surface. In the moral test part, there are no good or bad options in the following questions. You just need to choose the option that is most consistent with your actual situation. Your answers are only for testing and research purposes. Please feel free to answer. What does this mean? Could it be that this so-called moral test part is a freebie question for everyone? No matter what I choose, it will be correct? When Ching Chumo saw this strange question, he was surprised. Normal people would have the same thoughts as him when they saw this kind of question. However, as a former student of the mathematics school and a close friend who knew Li Zixuan's character very well, Ching Chumo became witty this time. That's not right. Looking at the style of these questions, only Xiao Xian would come up with this kind of question. But if these questions are really freebies, then what's the point of Xiao Xian coming up with these questions? This kid must be lying. Is he trying to trick me? No way. The score for each option is definitely different. I have to choose carefully. It just so happens that I don't have to do those stupid questions in front of me. I have plenty of time. It had to be said that at this critical moment, Ching Chumo's random thought had completely saved him. It could also be said that his previous studies in the mathematics school and his understanding of Li Zixuan's character had saved him. This was because the so-called, there are no good or bad options in the various options, was a huge trap that Li Zixuan had dug for all the candidates. It just depended on how many people jumped into it. In fact, this kind of question often appeared in various modern psychological tests, personality tests, and market research questionnaires. If you really thought that there were no good or bad options in the various options and blindly chose, then it could only prove that you were broken. You might even be labeled as crazy. In Li Zixuan's previous life, when he was in university, he met such a naive and cute classmate. At the beginning of school, the school routinely asked all the students to fill in a psychological test paper. One of the students in his class saw that there was no right or wrong option in the question, so he only took a minute to hand in the paper. As a result, the school arranged for the child to receive psychological counseling for a semester because the teachers determined that the child had severe depression based on his test results. Other than Ching Chumo, it could be said that the former students of the mathematics school had a trace of vigilance in their hearts after experiencing Li Zixuan's various trashy questions. After all, after being tricked by the same person so many times, one would have a certain understanding of the person's tricks. Therefore, when they saw the questions, their mental reactions were almost the same as Ching Chumo's. They all reined in at the most crucial moment. Of course, the final test results also proved that it was precisely because they reined in at the most crucial moment that they widened the gap with the other candidates in this part of the questions. Chapter 666. At this time, the whole exam had only been going on for less than a quarter of an hour. The examinees who could do the morality part were basically those who had given up on the classics part. Some of them were former students of the School of Mathematics and Mathematics. Of course, there were also people from other states and counties. This was because Ching Chumo from the School of Mathematics and Mathematics was not the only one who didn't know about classics. However, this part of the exam seemed simple, but it was full of traps. The first question: which city do you think you would prefer to live in? A. Cheongzhou. B. Xiangzhou. C. Bingzhou. D. Luoyang. E. Chang'an. The second question: if you could be one of the following creatures, which one would you like to be? A. Cat. B. Horse. C. Elephant. D. Monkey. E. Dog. F. Tiger. This kind of question had never appeared in the Tang Empire. It made the examinees confused. Many of them were confused and thought, these choices don't seem to be different. It seems that you can choose anything. Is it really like the question said? There is no right or wrong choice for each choice. You can choose anything. It was not that these students were incompetent, but Li Zixuan was too cunning. He gave everyone a psychological misdirection at the beginning. Oh. Master's intention of these questions should be to test the examinee's character. Then what kind of character does Yanhuang College need? I think as long as I can figure this out, then these questions will definitely be able to get a high score. Iron Egg thought silently in his heart as he bit the end of his pen. After a while, his eyes lit up and he said excitedly, I understand. The first question must be Chang'an. Chang'an is full of talents. Although there is more pressure here, there are more opportunities and more challenges to one's ability. Yanhuang College definitely needs such students who are not afraid of difficulties and face them head-on. As for the second question, it's even simpler. Whether it's a person or something else, they must be the most powerful existence. How can they just be a cat or a dog? Of course, I'll choose a tiger. After finding out the purpose of Li Zishuan's questions, Iron Egg did this part of the questions smoothly without any pause. Therefore, he only used an hour to finish these 20 multiple-choice questions. At this moment, there were still more than 2 hours before the end of the exam, so Iron Egg was completely depressed. On the other side, Ching Chimo seemed to have figured out something. He didn't think as much as the Iron Egg. Anyway, he would choose whichever option was awesome, domineering, and most similar to Li Zishuan's personality. Based on these principles, he was able to do it smoothly. He finished almost at the same time as the Iron Egg. However, the examinees from the other states and counties were not as lucky as them. Many of them had chosen answer A and were debating whether or not answer B was more appropriate. Most of the time, once they got tangled up, the original correct answer would be changed into a wrong answer. Moreover, the process of solving the question would be bumpy, which would greatly affect the speed of solving the question. Perhaps some people would say that this kind of question was unfair to the examinees from other places, but was it really unfair? On the one hand, the students from the School of Mathematics had never come across this kind of question. Ching Chimo, Iron Egg, and the others completely relied on their own comprehension to figure out the trick to solving the question. On the other hand, at the beginning of the question, Li Zishuan had explained that the examinees should choose according to their own real situation. If there were examinees who had strong willpower, a calm mind, a strong desire to lead, a strong ambition, and a personality that wouldn't give up until they achieved their goals, then they could fill in the question according to their real thoughts and get a high score. The purpose of Li Zishuan's set of questions was to select a group of students with good temperament for Yanhuang College. How was it unfair? Moreover, what in the world could be absolutely fair? It was undeniable that Ching Chimo, Iron Egg, and the others were opportunistic because they might not be completely in line with this kind of personality. However, sometimes opportunism and improvisation were also a kind of personal ability. They were opportunistic within the rules, so who could say anything? Oh. Hand in the paper. Let's not waste time. When there were only 2 hours left before the exam, Iron Egg stood up resolutely, walked to the podium, handed the paper to the invigilator, and left the classroom. Most of the students from the School of Mathematics were in the 7th examination room. After seeing Iron Egg handing in his paper, Ching Chimo also handed in his paper in advance. He felt that he wouldn't be able to solve the Confucian Classics section even if he was given another year. It was better to hand it in early and go home for lunch. After all, the mathematics exam in the afternoon was the most important one for him. Yes, you heard it right. Mathematics was now Ching Chimo's best subject. After Ching Chimo, some students also handed in their papers one after another. There were Wang Meng, Yu Dongkai, Kong Chuansuan, Song Tianyu, Jiang Wenchang, Bai Hongyuan, and other second-generation officials from the School of Mathematics. There were also a few students from other provinces and counties. It seemed that these people were not proficient in Confucian classics. As for Li Tai, Meng Wenhao, Kushir Qin, Zheng Ziren, and other top students in the School of Mathematics, they were not as uncultured as Ching Chimo. Therefore, at this time, they had just finished the moral character section. Cough, cough. It had to be said that Sun Zifan, this little fatty, under the influence of his father who was the #1 scholar, knew a thing or two about Confucian classics. At the very least, out of the 12 Confucian classics questions, there were 7 or 8 that he knew the answers to. Of these 7 or 8 questions, at least 4 of them he knew how to answer. Virgo, you brat, why are you out so soon? Li Zixuan, who had just finished patrolling the various examination rooms, saw Qing Chimo's back as soon as he went downstairs. It seemed that this guy was preparing to leave the school and go home. He hurriedly called out to Qing Chimo and said. Qing Chimo stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Li Zixuan. He said in a bad mood, "If I don't come out so soon, do you think I'll wait for the new year inside? It's not like you don't know that I, old Sheng, am not good at those things, right?" Li Zixuan walked over at this time and asked with a smile, "So you're saying that you're very good at the second half of the moral character test?" Qing Chimo narrowed his eyes and laughed very proudly. He said, "Hey, Xiao Xian, you must think that those questions of yours can stump me, right? Haha. Let me tell you, there's no way this time. Ha ha ha, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I have to go home and recharge my energy. This afternoon is the subject I'm best at. This time, I'll definitely be able to get into Yanhuang College." After saying that, this guy waved his hand and disappeared in a flash. Li Zixuan was stunned for a while. He didn't know what medicine this guy took and where he got his confidence from. Moreover, because of Qing Chimo, even if this time Qing Chimo didn't do well in the exam, Li Zixuan would use special means to recruit him into the school. Now it seemed that he could save this step. Qing Chimo, who thought that he had jumped out of Li Zixuan's trap, did not know that he had fallen into another trap of Li Zixuan's.